not Joe Shasky, but it is Joe Spadoni and my man, E-Dog, Evan Giddings in the house on this July 3rd. Let the boys have the day off, enjoy the 4-day weekend. I think they're both down in Monterey, my neck of the woods, actually. But welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni, Evan Giddings, and we have an awful lot to get into. Draymond Green is staying. Signs a 4-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. 4 years, $100 million. And that gets things started for the Golden State Warriors. Corey Joseph added on. And are there other names to be had? We shall see throughout the day. We will be updating you on any and all NBA free agency topics. As Evan Giddings, what's up, man? You're joining me for the first time, me and you.
Dude, thanks for sleeping in for me, Spadone. I know you're usually up at about, 3:30 in the morning?
Yeah, so I actually did get to sleep an extra hour today, so 4:30. So it actually really does make a difference for those of you who get up that early.
I'm excited to kick it for the next 4 hours because we got a lot to break down, not just the Warriors, but also free agency. I'm curious to hear what people got going on this weekend. 4-day weekend for many, not for us, but of course we're happy to be here rocking until 10 o'clock. And look, man, it's an exciting time of year. It's a relaxing sort of season. The summer, the sun is out. The weather is fantastic in the Bay Area. If you enjoy, of course, the heat. I personally, Spadone, believe that this right now, this time of year is almost... It's almost, in a way, sometimes more fun than the actual season itself because of the promise, the potential of a certain roster. Right now, the Warriors is shaping into form. They got essentially 12 guys locked into 15 spots, couple more pieces potentially to play with on the veteran market. And so I'm excited to see if something happens today. Of course, we'll be here to break it down, but I'm also excited just to get into where you feel like the Warriors and the NBA at large is going.
Totally. To your point, they're expected to use 14s for Anthony Slater. He posted all the names. Thank you, Anthony, for apparently his Twitter is working, unlike some of ours. But Slate's our guy, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Green, Looney. Same starting lineup, and then you got CP3, Gary Payton, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Corey Joseph now, Brandon Pajemski, and Trace Jackson Davis. Is there another name that you want out there, Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. And shout out to all of you on YouTube and Twitch. We are up live and streaming there. Search 95.7 The Game. Like and subscribe. See our beautiful, beautiful faces in this beautiful U.S. men's national team kit. Am I right? Come on. Stars and stripes, baby. Let's go. We got the dub yesterday over, who was it? Trinidad and Tobago. Those pesky Trinidadian Tobago. I don't know what you call
you know
them.
what? I trust you on that, Spadone. That is
Gold
your
Cup.
arena. But I am also, of course, glad to see an American picking up some dollars from an Italian team. That is your own Christian Pulisic.
Huge. Not finalized yet, but they're coming to agreement. AC Milan, CP3. Not CP3, but CP10, I believe, is potentially going to the Italians over there in AC Milan. And this segment, E-Dog, is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And also shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line, which is always running at 888-957-9570. And that's the number to call in. Call or text. Come on. We don't talk at you. We talk with you, as Steiny likes to say. So come on, give us a call here on this beautiful July 3rd. And you said, you're enjoying this heat. Perhaps another man that could be enjoying the heat, a Damian Lillard. First time he has actually requested a trade. That is a guy who has been linked to Miami, been linked to the Clippers, been linked to Philly. Where is Dame going to go? That's another big storyline right here. But we wanted to start with Draymond Green. And I guess the question I have for you, Evan, is throughout this whole thing, right, this offseason, if you will, hell, we can go back to the punch, because that's kind of where it all started when Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face to start off the season, right before the season, and this dark cloud that it was dubbed by Draymond Green and Steve Kerr after the season that hung over the organization. Well, Jordan Poole's gone. He's in Washington. CP3 is here now. You re-signed Draymond Green. Is this dark cloud all of a sudden just lifted now that the parties at B are, separated, if you will, and Draymond stays and Jordan Poole leaving? Is this dark cloud finally dissipated and it's sunshine, bright and sunny like it is in the East Bay? Too hot, by the way. I hate the heat.
I'm a fan. I do think right now that is a TBD. Like we're going to find out if that dark cloud remains in Golden State next season. But unfortunately, we're not going to know until the games start, because I do think there are a few things, a few stones left unturned that the Warriors will have to wrestle with this upcoming season And it primarily has to do, not with the bench, not with Chris Paul, but I do wonder how both the younger players on the Golden State Warriors, specifically Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, as well as some of the, not Jordan Poole apologists, but players that were closer to Jordan Poole, not named the big three, a la Andrew Wiggins, who shares an agent with him, and Kevon Looney, who is also from his hometown in Milwaukee. I wonder how those four are going to be able to receive Jordan Poole not being on the team, but the way that he exited and the way that Draymond Green has re-entered. I think they're professionals. I think they'll put it behind them, and I do believe that they can get past this, but to simply say that Jordan Poole was the only part of the problem is, to me, a bit of an oversimplification.
Gotcha. And listen, like Jordan Poole, I think he was scapegoated. Like he was the guy that got blamed for everything, and he wasn't the problem. There was a lot of problems here. This guy didn't know his role on the team last year. And Steve Kerr, like we thought he had a difficult task last season handling and navigating this punch in that locker room. He's going to have a difficult one coming up this year. This is going to be a very interesting season. And listen, I don't know if he's going to get paid. We'll get into that at some point in the show. Steve Kerr, 1 year left on his deal, is going to be going into a lame duck season. Joe Lacob seems like the owner that might, let him play out on this one. It didn't end well last season. You're coming off a championship, and you don't even get to the conference finals. You lose to a rookie head coach in Darvin Ham and the Los Angeles Lakers. So that's another interesting storyline here. But as it pertains to Draymond Green, it feels like overall, though, you had to keep Draymond over Jordan Poole, right? Like, he won 4 rings with the franchise. He's a Hall of Fame guy. He's potentially a statue guy. He's part of the big three, the core three with him, Clay, and Steph. You had to keep this guy. Now, you got him. Is this a team you feel comfortable with? As currently said, now they could add someone, a Saric, what have you. A lot of people want him. You want a name. I get it. But does this team, as currently constructed, if you're a Denver Nuggets fan, are you scared of this team? Are you scared of it? If you're a Lakers fan?
If you're the Denver Nuggets, you're not scared of anyone.
Anyone.
Yeah, including the Lakers, including anyone. Like you put Damian Lillard on the Heat, you're not afraid of them. If Boston figures its stuff out, you're not afraid of them.
You think the Nuggets are a tier above, at least a tier above everyone else in the West?
Yeah, and they should feel that way. They're the reigning champs.
Okay.
And they also have a brighter future ahead of them than some of the other groups.
Not to cut you off, Evan, but I would say a lot of Warriors fans feel like the Lakers are just a bad matchup. If they had played any other team, for whatever reason, LeBron, AD, they just give them fits. Staples Center, formerly whatever, crypto, whatever you call it, now it's going to change it to another name, down in Los Angeles, has given Steph fits. They're just saying that was a bad matchup. We would have matched up well against the Nuggets. We feel like Draymond could guard Jokic at a high level. Murray, we put Wiggins on him. That could happen. I feel like a lot of Warriors fans feel, I want to get your thought on this because you are a Warriors fan, but you're also objective and you're a professional, so you can cover this team on both lenses. Do you feel like the Warriors match up well against the Nuggets more so than a team like the Lakers did who got swept last year?
I mean, I think the Warriors, and this is why they've leaned into the signings that they've made, the trade, of course, that they made, is I do think that they want to kind of change the way that they approach next season. And that is, the Warriors have always been known for, motion offense, getting up and down the court, transition, being able to move quickly, move without the ball. Not that that's going to stop next season, but I think the reason why you bring in a Chris Paul and now, as of yesterday, a Corey Joseph, is not to stop the game or slow it down, but to create less havoc for yourself. Draymond Green is a big part of that, and a part of the reason why the Warriors are turnover prone. But in the non-Steph minutes, how can you make sure that your floor is raised above where it was last season? That, to me, involves veterans. It involves people with playoff experience. And Chris Paul, along with Corey Joseph, even Dario Saric, who's a high probability for them to sign, not official, of course, leads into that. So I think the Warriors are leaning into, all right, yes, we might not be a perfect matchup for the Denver Nuggets or the Los Angeles Lakers, I think have had a really good offseason. But how can we essentially evolve? How can we take what we do best, dumb it down so that we can maximize the efficiency of the players on our roster? And I think they've done that this offseason with their moves. It's obviously going to come down to execution and how they come out and play next year. But Spadone, I mean, I don't know. Do you feel like this Warriors team is better than it was last season? Like, that's the question they're trying to wrestle with. And I feel like they are, even if it's marginal.
Yes.
They are a better team.
Yes. It's overall the Poole for CP3 deal. It was Howard Beckon who covers the league, who's been doing it for a number of years. Great. He covers the league now for GQ. He was like, I think it was a net positive overall. And I think I'm with him. as far as CP3 for Jordan Poole. Now, we value this term, and we keep hearing it when it comes to this Warriors team. We've heard it for the last decade because that's just what they're associated with. IQ, right? Now, what does that mean? Is that knowing your role? Is that knowing when not to turn the ball over, the smart play, if you will? There's whole different variations of it, but IQ is what they are prioritizing here because that's what CP3 gives you more than anything else over Jordan Poole. And all due respect to Jordan Poole, he's a young player. He may work itself out and stuff, but he was not a quote-unquote high IQ player. A lot of sloppy turnovers, looked unsure of himself at times. Now, as part of that from the coaching staff, sure, but you bring in a guy like CP3, who's been around all the different coaching staffs, who's been around the league, he's a future Hall of Famer. We get all that. But you bring in him in, and you bring in a Corey Joseph, you bring in all these guys, you're trying to prioritize handling the rock. I don't want to turn the ball over in crucial situations. Don't beat yourselves. In the past, they got away with it, Evan, because they were so freaking good and so light years ahead of the league. They can get rid of, all these sloppy turnovers. I think of Steph, the last image I have in 2016. Remember doing that silly behind the back pass turnover, Cavs win Oracle. We get all that, Cleveland. This is for you. But this team is in a spot where they can't be sloppy anymore. You look at the Nuggets, this is the first time in the Golden State Warriors Steve Kerr era, the Warriors are truly vulnerable. Now you can go back, Spadoni, they were hurt. They were vulnerable in 2019. They didn't have guys in 2020. I was like, yeah, but they had injury excuses then. They didn't have Klay Thompson. So you can say, you know what? We're not truly contending. We'll draft James Wiseman. We'll draft some of these guys. And eventually we'll get back to where they're. They won a chip and they were back at the mountaintop. Now they got beat fair and square prior to the Western Conference, prior to the NBA Finals, a spot they haven't been in under Steve Kerr. So this is the first time in his era, in this Steve Kerr era, they feel truly vulnerable. And it's going to be interesting to see how Steve Kerr kind of mixes and matches all these guys going forward. But again, it all goes back to IQ. And good morning to all of you on Twitch and YouTube right now. Good morning to all of you on the Comcast Business Text line, 888-957-9570. And it is Trinidadians I'm seeing here from the 510. Not toboggans. Is that something you go in the snow, a toboggan or something like that?
Something like that. Hey, I'll take your word for it. Text line. Also from the 650 asking for your grade so far from Mike Dunn leaving free agency. To me, Spadone, I would lean towards either a B- or a B. I don't think it's been ultimately incredible.
C+ maybe. Yeah.
But I also don't think it's been a complete dumpster fire. And if you're going to move Jordan Poole, you had better not flounder in free agency. I don't think they've done that yet. But I liked your point about the feeling that the Warriors can't play the way that they used to. And to me, it is, yes, as much about how much they turn over the ball. But I think anytime that you run up possessions at the rate that they do, you're going to turn over the basketball. You're going to be a top 5 turnover team. That's just a product of the system. But where they've been killed, and especially last year in the postseason, to me, was you don't have that margin for error on offense because your defense has taken steps back. Yeah. And that is one area I still am concerned about moving into next season. Now, you retain your defensive identity, the core of your team in Draymond Green. He was your best defensive player last year, and he can be next season and hopefully for the foreseeable future. But did you get better defensively with Chris Paul instead of Jordan Poole? Probably a little bit. Corey Joseph is obviously not going to be a huge part defensively, but what's the next guy you bring in? Because Dario Saric doesn't play a whole lot of defense. Is it Gary Payton II stepping up? You lost Dante DiVincenzo, who I'm sure we're going to talk about. They didn't necessarily, to me, get better wholly defensively. They might have gotten more intelligent or the IQ that we're talking about. But to me, I do wonder how this Warriors team is going to prevent other teams from getting to the basket, getting inside, because right now, their most formidable force is Draymond Green. And we saw last year that on the inside against a guy like Anthony Davis, against potentially a guy like Nikola Jokic, there are people in the West that are going to give them trouble down low. And that, to me, didn't change a whole lot or hasn't changed so far in free agency. It's
a good point. And I think the argument to that would be, Jokic and AD, you let them get theirs, but it's the other guys, right? It's the Lonnie Walkers getting theirs. It's the Austin Reeves. It's letting these other guys around. And let's face it, Steph was getting attacked last year. Klay was getting attacked last year. And that's a problem because, listen, Steph was never going to be that guy defensively. He's turned himself into at least an average defender at times, which is pretty good from where he was, which is awful, like Jordan Poole level when he first came into the league. But Klay Thompson, he used to be the number one stopper for other teams. Like, he used to be that dude. And stop maybe is strong, but you could switch him onto a LeBron, right? Onto a Kyrie. He was that guy. Now it's Wiggins. But again, Wiggins missing 2 months. He was compromised towards the end there. LeBron kept going at him in that game 6 in the Western Conference semis, and that was all she wrote. So I guess if you had Wiggins slide into that role instead of Klay, maybe you feel a little bit better. But at the same time, if Klay's in the closing lineup, he's going to start getting attacked. Like, you think of these guys like Jamal Murray, he's going to start getting that switch, and he's going to find it onto a Steph, onto a Klay, and it's going to be pretty dangerous and taxing. And Tamir is on YouTube, and good morning to all of you on Twitch and YouTube. Tamir T, why would you trade the only athletic dudes on your team? We signed older and slower players. To his point, obviously getting rid of Jordan Poole. But listen, Jordan Poole, he wasn't giving you anything defensively anyways. In fact, offensively, he was tripping over himself half the time and giving up the rock. So much so that he was unplayable towards the end of the playoffs there. Now, some of that has to do with the coaching and management. He didn't know his role throughout the season. It was constantly changing. Do you want to facilitate? Do you want to shoot? What have you? But overall, I do think Chris Paul, even though he's smaller, he's older, it is a net positive even on the defensive end because he just knows where to be on the court at all times. And he's feisty. He'll give you a little something. And I cannot wait. Speaking of Chris Paul, it's still wild that he's a Golden State Warrior, Evan. I can't wait for the first time where Chris Paul does something ridiculous that Warriors fans used to hate, but they benefit from him, whether it's a flop in the final minutes or stuff like that, icing the game out. I cannot wait for that moment because Warriors fans, I know, a lot of them are still in their feelings about Chris Paul being a Golden State Warrior, but you're going to embrace him when he does something like that and you benefit from it. I can't wait. I can't wait for this season.
I really don't think that Warriors fans are all up in arms about the Chris Paul thing. I think,
not anymore? You think they finally quelled down on it?
They shouldn't be. It's been so far removed since Chris Paul has been a factor as far as beating the Warriors that if you're still mad about Chris Paul versus Golden State, I think you kind of need to let that go. Like, you let that die in 2014. That's 9 years ago that he was a legitimate, potential threat to the Golden State Warriors. I guess you could say in Houston in 2018, but of course a hamstring prevented that. To me, Spadone, like, if we're talking about the Warriors right now, and we're starting with Draymond Green, I do wonder what people believe about not only the team now, but about the deal itself. Like, 4 for $100 million. This is the first time that Draymond Green has ever annually taken a financial step back. Do people look at that as a team-friendly deal? Do they look at that as Draymond Green getting every last penny that he could because he might not be worth so much to other teams? It felt to me like the only other places that he could have gone and gotten paid more wasn't going to be Sacramento after the Harrison Barnes news broke. And then, of course, they went and re-upped with Domantas Sabonis. It was going to be a bottom feeder team like the Houston Rockets or the Detroit Pistons. Yeah. And the Rockets sent the bag out to Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet. That was the only team I think that was potentially willing to overpay for Draymond. And so he's looking at that like, I don't want to sit in Houston or I don't want to sit in Detroit or one of these other teams where I can't make the playoffs unless I'm looking to get traded very soon after. I want to come back to Golden State, be a part of the thing that I helped create, and take maybe not a large financial step back, but also, I think, send a message potentially to a guy like Klay Thompson that if we want to keep this band together, that if you, I, and Steph want to stay on this team for the remainder of our careers, we're going to have to sacrifice something. And so I do wonder if people look at Draymond Green taking that 4-year, $100 million deal, technically 3 for 75 with the player option, as him doing the team a service or him actually just doing what's best for him. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle.
Shout out Jimmy Eat World, the middle. I think it's if you liked Draymond, you're okay with it. If you didn't, you're upset with it. I think it's just as simple as that. Some people are out on Draymond and they're always going to be out on him, or they're not in on him. I think his quote-unquote act has grown tired with a lot of people, especially as it pertains to Jordan Poole. And now we're seeing him obviously getting traded for CP3, and it culminated in that. Now, to your point about, Draymond Green and is he taking one for the team and stuff like that? Okay, sure. 3 years, $75 million basically is what it is because he has a player option the last one. Does he get opt out? We'll see what happens there. They're basically just putting all their chips on the table in this 3-year run. Now, what happens with Klay Thompson is going to be interesting. He's on a 1-year deal. Is he going to get an extension at some point? Are they going to let him play this out? Like,
I don't think he's getting to this offseason.
No, right? Like, that's going to be interesting. Like, that's another storyline. So you have Steve Kerr and Klay both playing on just 1-year deals, essentially. Are you okay with that as a fan?
Well, I mean, even though
Like,
Draymond had an option after this season, he also was technically playing in a contract year.
Yeah, but
now he has 2 chances at a contract
That's
year.
true. We all kind of felt like he was going to opt out of it, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't think there was anyone that felt like he was taking that 27.6
Yeah.
unless he had a season-ending injury or something.
Exactly. So, like, this is a very interesting offseason for the team as it goes forward. You locked in Draymond, you locked in Steph, you got Wiggins. Clay and Steve Kerr, though, like, those are the ones we're going to start looking into. We'll continue to take your calls and texts on that. Got to take a quick break. Come on back. That's Evan Giddings. I'm Joe Spadoni. The number is 888-957-9570. Also, Twitch and YouTube is up and streaming. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. And also be sure to download that Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game. That's all coming up right here. Sponsored, I should say, Evan, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More Warriors talk, more Draymond Green talk, NBA free agency, July 3rd, eve of July 4th. Thanks for stopping by. This is Joe Spadoni, Evan Giddings, sitting in for Bonta and Shaska on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton.
Larry, if we make an effort today, we might be able to save August.
August? For Christ's sake, tomorrow's the 4th of July, and we will be open for business. It's going to be one of the best summers we've ever had. Now, if you fellas are concerned about the beaches, you do whatever you have to make them safe. But those beaches will be open for this weekend.
God, that mayor's such a scumbag. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni, E-Dog Evan Giddings, right here, filling in for Bontaine Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Jaws, all-timer. Like, we were talking, Evan, like 4th of July memories, stuff like that. I don't know, my family wasn't really that into 4th of July. Like, we did, like, some barbecues and stuff like that, but very chill, low-key. But I always associate the movie Jaws with 4th of July because it takes place during the summertime. And obviously, you heard that clip from the mayor. By the way, the mayor in Jaws 1, yeah, scumbag gets mayored in Jaws 2, he's also reelected. So please vote in your local...
Well, I can't say, Spadone, that I've seen either from front to end. I'm familiar with both. But the summer blockbuster...
Wait.
What?
You've never seen Jaws?
Not front to end.
Oh, boy. All right.
We're going to be able to do a show for the next 3.5 hours?
I mean, that's just probably the greatest American movie film of all time, that and The Godfather.
Wow. Okay.
Right? I don't even think that's a hot take at 888-957-9570.
That Jaws is the greatest American piece of cinema ever?
I think so. That's not a hot take. Right?
I think it is. There's a lot of good movies.
Jeff Samardzija, the shark.
There's a lot of great American movies out there. Okay, I'll go home and watch that. I don't know.
I'll go home and watch it.
Is that where blockbusters started? Like the summer blockbuster. Is that what we call them? Blockbuster trades. Is it when NBA free agency?
It was definitely like the OG blockbuster back in the 70s where it was hot out, so you go into the cool movie theater to watch the movie, and yeah, it was the movie that really kind of started the modern day blockbuster.
Maybe someone else can help us because Sam, how old are you?
30?
Yeah, we're all around the same
Spadoni's?
30, yeah.
Okay, so why am I getting the short end of the stick here? This movie was made in 1975, right?
Yeah, but you grew up on it.
So
your parents showed you this movie when you're like 10.
How are we able to properly grade that movie when we were not even around?
I asked my parents. My mom was like a teenager in
just because the movie's old doesn't mean you can't grade it.
Yeah.
No. But to call it the greatest piece of cinema, I feel like you need the full kind of, the experience of it to be either in the movie theater, see the way that everyone was talking about a film. Like we were around when, I'm trying to think of, the trilogies. I don't know, like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter came out. Like people everywhere were screaming about those movies, or when, I don't know, the latest Star Wars came out. I don't know. But we don't have that for Jaws. You and I and Sam, we don't. Someone like Bonte and Butch might. But.
well, I don't think they're that old, but love you, Bonte and Butch. Those guys are getting after it.
Had to take a shot.
No, you always got to take shots. Come on. But Jaws is, I will say it like this. It is and Quentin Tarantino, obviously director of Pulp Fiction, amongst others, Kill Bill, all that. He says it's one of the quote-unquote perfect movies. Now, there's a few of them out there, like perfect plot, perfect casting, perfect cinematography, perfect music score, everything. It's one of those perfect movies. I'd toss in like a Saving Private Ryan. I'd toss in a Godfather 1 and 2. Like those are quote unquote perfect movies. And I'm not saying for me, I put it the best. How about that? But it's definitely a top 5 or top 10 in American cinema, if you will. Jaws. And I just associate it with, I saw this how we got back onto the subject, and we'll get back into the sports, but if I talk about Steven Spielberg, I could talk about the whole show. Obviously, all the great acting in there. You got Dreyfuss, you got all those other people in there. It's great, right?
Well, so no, that's I'm familiar with the movie.
Dismiss Roy Scheider like
Thank
that?
you. I forgot his name. And I feel
Rob
the guy
Schneider.
that's also Rob Schneider. Please miss me with that.
So
Wrong Schneider.
No, I know enough about the movie. I know it was Steven Spielberg's first essential breakout film. It was the one that set him on his path to being one of the greatest directors we've ever seen. I know that the movie is iconic. I'm familiar with the theme song. I'm familiar with the moment. Jaws coming up out of the water in the little ass fishing boat that's about to get wrecked in front of God and everyone on the 4th of July weekend. I'm familiar with this. I have seen the iconic scenes in the movie. I've just never sat down and watched it from front to end.
Okay, tell you what. Go ahead. We're going to break here in 5 minutes. Go run home. Watch that. You come back. Sam will jump in here, and then we can break it down in the 4th hour. That work for you? You get paid the same.
You can still watch it from here. I mean, you got your laptop, right?
Evan's just streaming it on his phone in the corner during the.
Don't you just do the show, Evan? You watch there in the corner.
Speaking of the Odyssey app, download that bad boy because they probably do have podcasts and such that breaking down films like Jaws, and we'll be breaking down obviously NBA free agency here on 95.7 The Game all day. Draymond Green, yes, we'll get back into sports, but Dublin Marge from the 925, she was there. Jaws was huge.
And that's what I want to hear from. If this is, in fact, the greatest piece of American cinema, I want you to call in and tell us why. Also, Ernie Chavez on YouTube, I see you. Appreciate the shout out the other day. People are afraid to go to the beach after Jaws. You know what you should be afraid of? Riptides. Okay, those are far more dangerous than sharks at any form, any level. Look it up. Sorry.
No, I'm not going to look that up. Sharks are scary.
Riptides don't have a theme song.
Sharks are cute.
Riptide's a song. Take me down to the
Shark Week's coming up. That is one of the best
Speaking of jumping the
times.
shark, to do a double entendre there, that's
What?
Jump the Shark. Shark Week. It was
Please.
cool. It was cool when I was like 6.
It's still cool.
No.
You can always learn more about sharks, Spadone.
Yeah, but I don't
The
have to go
animals
on
are evolving.
I don't have to go on
developing.
Discovery. I
They're
can just
getting
go on my
smarter.
phone. Sorry, not to cut you off. I can just go on my shorts and my TikToks, if you will, and I can have all my shark facts right there. How about that?
Like newest shark, Will Smith. There's a fun fact.
But you're not getting
There you
Dwayne The Rock Johnson on Shark Week.
Oh,
Also, friend of the program, specifically the Morning Roast, but of course the entire station, our one and only NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Not junior, but just Brian Baldinger.
Brian Baldinger.
I can ask if he's a junior. Junior.
Baldy. He is a huge Shark Week fan.
What's going on, roasters?
Loves to go swimming with sharks. Like everyone, I feel like at some point has had a fascination, and maybe that's where the Jaws love sort of started. This fascination with sharks and how dangerous they are. I would argue Jaws has done a whole hell of a lot in a negative sense for the shark community. And that is why we even talk about it in the negative sense it is, because sharks are amazing, fascinating, beautiful creatures, Spadone.
There you go. 650. No such thing as Riptide Week, you dork. Wow. No name calling on here.
What?
That's not very nice from the Comcast Business text line. We don't call dorks here. Come on.
That's fine. I am a dork. I'm a nerd.
Actually, to be quite honest
Self-proclaimed.
with you, 650, every single host here at 95.7 The Game is a huge dork because we're all just into sports. Like it could have been anything else. It could have been anime. It could have been film, but we chose sports. Could have been drugs, but this is our drug, if you will. This is what we chose. This is what we're
Sports are
passionate about.
narcotic, let's be honest.
It is. Like, that's what we love here at 95.7 The Game, and that's why we're breaking down NBA free agency. Again, if you're just joining us, Draymond Green, if you've been under a rock, or if your Twitter's not working like most of us, Draymond Green signed a 4-year, $100 million deal with Golden State. 4th year is a player option. So basically, if you look at it, 3 years, $75 million, how it breaks down. Right now, as it pertains to the Golden State Warriors, what the roster's looking like. And I want to know at 888-957-9570 if this is doing it for you. You got Steph, you got Clay, you got Wiggins, you got Dre, you got Looney. Starting 5 right there. Then you got Chris Paul, Gary Payton II, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Corey Joseph, Brandon Pajemski, and Trace Jackson Davis. So how are we feeling, Warriors fans, about that lineup in particular? Is it sexy? Is it, I feel confident next year? We got the guys back. We got the dark cloud removed, if you will. Jordan Poole's gone. We got smarter, but you got older. Are you still good defensively? Like, these are the things you need to start asking when you're comparing yourselves to the defending champion Denver Nuggets, Evan.
Yeah, and look, I'd wonder what people not only believe the move signals for now, but what does it signal for this upcoming, final stretch of the big 3? What does Draymond Green being locked in for 3 with a player option for a 4th year mean for the Warriors? Did you like the deal? Did you feel like it was an adequate amount of money? Did you see it as a pay cut? Did Draymond Green do the Warriors a favor? Do you look at him differently than you did 278 days ago, Spadoni, when he lit off on Jordan Poole via TMZ?
That's what's coming up on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service bank and no compromises.
We're at it again, California. The hottest offers of the summer are back. Bigger,
Wow, that was loud. I am, when it comes to 4th of July, I'm a big sausage guy. Joe Spadoni filling in for Joe Shasky. E-Dog filling in for Bonte Hill here on the Morning Roast. You a big sausage guy, Evan? Coming to cuisine. We're talking 4th of July. It's tomorrow.
4th of July is the only time where I do prefer the Franks over a sausage. It's just something about the vibe of hot dogs and warm weather and sports and family and relaxing. That's where I will whip out the grill and throw some weenies on there instead of the sausage.
Gotcha. Well, are you a big Hebrew National guy, something like that? Just simple. I know there's a lot of people you're not
generic brand. I mean, really anything.
Mustard, relish, the onions.
Yeah, I'll throw anything on top of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Ketchup's fine, by the way. People like to shame people that put ketchup on their hot dogs. Stop it. Everyone's done it since they were a kid up to their adults.
I think that might be a generational thing, though, because like my dad refuses to have ketchup on any dog or anything, really. But it's always usually a honey mustard, but he likes mustard. And then he'll just lather it. Like me, I would prefer both the sweet and the savory. I like the ketchup and the mustard. We'll put relish. By the end, it's barely even visible, the hot dog that I'm eating, because it pretty much is just a vessel for every other topping that I'm going to put on it.
Much like a taco, if you will. Just you're putting all the stuff on there and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you here listening at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Having fun here. We're talking summer blockbusters. Jaws, E-Dog. Hasn't seen all of it, seen bits and pieces. I think it's the greatest work in American cinema. I think it's a blockbuster. What's a summer blockbuster? Is there going to be a summer blockbuster in the NBA? Evan, Damian Lillard. These are some of the teams, and this per Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report, these are some of the teams that have reached out to Damian Lillard, who obviously has requested a trade. Longtime Portland Trailblazer. He's finally done up there, it would seem. But the Clippers, the Timberwolves, the Pelicans, and the Celtics have reached out to the Portland Trailblazers. Which one of those teams kind of gives you a little pause and a little, that's interesting?
Well, I would be afraid to see what Damian Lillard could do in Boston. Now, I don't know how they would finagle that thing, especially with the amount of money they got coming up that they are more than likely going to pay to Jaylen Brown as well as Jason Tatum. But I think a guy of Damian Lillard's both, intent and kind of, I guess, mental fortitude, even though he hasn't won or been a champion, I do look at him as a player unlike some of the other non-winners, just because I believe he's more of a product of his environment than vice versa. But in Boston, I think if you put a guy that is a bulldog and has that kind of ability to take over a game, but also be clutch and control the rock, I think he would be a great influence for the Celtics. The team I want to see him with, which you didn't list, but I know had been involved in talks, is the Miami Heat.
Yes.
That's the team I want Damian Lillard to go to. I just don't think that the Portland Trailblazers are going to get as good of a package from them as anybody else. The Miami Heat are a team that you very, very seldom can swindle, which is, of course, what you're looking to do in getting a ridiculous amount back for Damian Lillard. I don't think they can offer as much as another team. Maybe Boston's also in kind of that Miami category. But, from that perspective, like, Minnesota just gave up 4 first-round picks for Rudy Gobert last offseason. What are you giving up for Damian Lillard?
Like that, and it's interesting, too, because Dame definitely feels like Heat culture, right? We keep hearing that term. Like, he feels like Heat culture personified. That guy and Jimmy Butler, like, they're not gonna step down or back down from each other or a fight. Like, Dame's from Oakland, California, all right? He's about that life. So that's actually pretty fun. Him, Jimmy, Spo. I'm talking myself into liking that matchup. But again, to your point, do you have the assets for it? Because what we've seen from the Blazers, now we're on this topic, we can kind of delve into a little bit. It's interesting because the Blazers have always stood by Damian Lillard throughout this whole thing, and Dame's been sticking by the city. Like, he's a Blazer through and through. He didn't want to go, quote-unquote, ring chasing. I get all that. He didn't want to do the KD route. He wanted to build something special up there in the Pacific Northwest. Problem is, he kept running into one of the greatest teams of all time in the Golden State Warriors. Like, they just weren't going to let that happen. Then he ran into LeBron James in the bubble. They weren't going to let you through. So, like, there comes a certain point in time in every relationship that you're either going to stay or go. And right now, it seems like he should be going. And it's interesting. The Blazers are like, we're not going to do right by Dame. We're going to do right by what's best for our team. And that's assets moving forward. Should they do right by Damian Lillard and go into where he wants to go, Evan? Because it feels like he's done right by them all these years, sticking around, trying to recruit people, trying to recruit so-and-so to come over here and play with him. Not creating a super team, but just creating a contender. But now the Blazers looking at him like, "Nah, we can send you to the Pelicans if we want, dude. We can send you to Detroit if we want, dude, if we want that. We just want the assets. We don't have to do right by you." What do you feel about that?
I mean, yes, the city of Portland does owe something to Damian Lillard in the sense that he's their greatest player of all time. Like,
Is he, though?
Damian Lillard?
Bill Walton won a chip there. He was an MVP there.
Yeah, and he also played for like 5 seasons and then unfortunately kind of fell off. So
won, though. We're judging by that. Sorry, I just want to play devil's advocate for a little bit, but he is a top 75 player of all time.
Clyde Drexler at me.
Okay,
I mean,
didn't win, though. Didn't win one.
He also
Houston.
ran into Michael
Yes.
Jordan. But neither here nor there. My point is that what do you owe potentially the face of your franchise across all generations? Like, Damian Lillard is equally as beloved in the state of Oregon as he is in the city of Oakland, which is very hard to do when you're from there and the type of love you show.
Much like Marshawn Lynch in Seattle.
But he's one of the most unique stories in sports, and so I'm going to be sad when they eventually trade him because I believe they will. But the problem is that it's not that the Portland Trailblazers just don't want to do right by Dame in my mind. It's that it is a natural inflection point in the relationship. Whereas before, you wanted to keep Dame because, yes, he's great, you pay him, and you want to stay competitive. Now you legitimately have your next phase, your next era of basketball waiting, and that is Scoot Henderson. That's a guy that can also be there for another 10 years if all things go well. They like Shaedon Sharpe. They like other pieces that are younger, that do not relate to winning right now, which is what Damian Lillard wants to do. So in my mind, Spadone, if you send him to a Minnesota, a New Orleans is probably a better example. To me, New Orleans is a team that with a healthy Zion Williamson, which is a big if, with Brandon Ingram, with his running mate C.J. McCollum, that is a team that I think could be an all-star or all-NBA point guard away from competing or being in contention.
You mentioned the Pelicans. The name there that was actually interesting to me, too, was the Timberwolves. I actually think that could work. I am really, really high on Anthony Edwards. That guy is a baller. He showed out in a few games there in that first round against the eventual champion Denver Nuggets. Very high on him. Hell of an actor, by the way, too. Speaking of Jaws, that guy could have... What was the movie he was in with Adam Sandler and all that one on Netflix?
Sorry, who?
Anthony Edwards.
Oh, Anthony Edwards?
He's a legit actor, yeah.
Yes, yeah, he was in, sorry, I'll come up with the name.
We'll be back to it.
Adam Sandler was a scout.
Yeah. But he was good. I saw the clips.
Bo Cruz.
Yeah, Bo Cruz.
The cruise missile.
There you go. So, no. But I think that would be a team that, a little interesting. You're thinking outside in, looking out there with Damian Lillard and some of the teams that are interested in trading for him. Real quick, late on this one, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And let's go visit Robin in San Francisco. Robin, you're on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to you.
Hustle is
Let's
the movie.
go. Hustle. There we go.
Good morning. I thought I'd give you guys some support here. I'm probably the only one besides you two working this morning.
Appreciate
you. You guys, I'm having a hard time putting my finger on this, but I don't see, like Damian, he wants to win right now. I mean, let's face it, why would he leave? After a while, you get tired of losing. I'm serious, and not even being competitive. And so, sending him to the T-Wolves, really? He might as well stay in Portland. I mean, I get it. I get that the T-Wolves are better. This new CBA and all this is helping these competitive, or I wouldn't say non-competitive, but, who don't stand a chance against the big wheels. I mean, you leave to get better. Now, in Boston, no. Boston, there's not enough ball for the 3 of those guys if Damian came. And then they need a point guard. They need a point guard in Boston, a real point guard. We've seen when Steph played against L.A., when he had to play on the ball, even though his shooting wasn't great, his floor play was great. Setting up, passing, he was cooking the L.A. Lakers, okay, whether they won or not. He was cooking them on the floor. I have yet to see Damian do that. So I have a hard time picturing him. He's clutch, yeah, but is he a playmaker that set, pass, assist other guys, run the offense like that? I just don't see that, and I don't see where he would actually fit in. Now, I could be wrong. The second thing I want to say real quick, I'm going to get on you, Evan, is I get tired of people saying Well, you're the first I heard say it. The Jordan Poole apologist. No, it's the Draymond Green's apologist. I get tired of this dude setting up people to get a reaction that he knows who to pick with, KD Poole. He comes out smelling like a rose, and then everybody else and the person he pick on, right, regardless of his play, regardless of how they react, okay, he come out smelling like roses because he's built up equity. He's won 4 championships that we couldn't have won without him, which I call BS on, because they had playmakers before Dre. He was on the bench. It wasn't until we lost personnel that he became really, really invaluable, right? And so this guy comes out smelling like roses. Poole and Katie, they all become the villains, and yet we become KD Poole apologists, and this dude comes out smelling like roses. If you don't know by now, I really can't stand the ground that Draymond Green walks on. Bye, you guys.
Thank you, Robin in San Francisco. I don't remember you saying that, Evan.
Well, I referenced Jordan Poole apologist not in a degrading sense.
No.
And in fact, the reason why she probably hasn't heard of that is because not many people would claim it.
No.
I would be one of them, because I do think that Jordan Poole was wrongly done, and they traded essentially a scapegoat for a scapegoat, because if things go wrong this offseason, put this in the cap, Robin, Chris Paul is going to be the guy that everyone wants out of here by the end of the year if this season doesn't go well. You essentially just traded a younger one for an older one, so that's neither here nor there. But I do hear what she's saying about the Warriors and their direction, which is they have catered to Draymond Green every which way. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say they were a championship team without him. No. I don't think they can get 4 without him. But you had to choose. They felt like they had to choose this offseason, and they made the choice to not only stay older, to stay with Draymond Green, but to lean even more into that by signing a 31-year-old point guard, Corey Joseph, trading for a 38-year-old point guard, Chris Paul, probably going after another close to his 30s player in Dario Saric, and trying to add veteran playmakers to a team that they would like to essentially lean all in on for the next 2 years to try and maximize Stephen Curry's window. That's just the reality of the situation.
Well, and you're talking about scapegoats, and you're right. It's never going to be one of those core 3. As far as like the hardcore fans and the guys that are loyal to this team, like they're never going to be blaming Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, or Steph. And I get that. Like as a fan, like you cling to those guys. Like those guys can never do wrong in your eyes because they have brought you so much joy as a fan. But all good things eventually come to an end, Evan. And the scapegoat this year, CP3, also Steve Kerr potentially. Like that's who I'm going to start looking at from these players, and from management is going to look at from Mike Dunleavy, Kirk Lacob, and Joe Lacob's perspective. They're going to start looking at the coaching, because this is a huge year for him if he's going into a lame duck season. Steve Kerr, that is. He just got ousted by a rookie head coach. This is the first time in his tenure as Warriors head coach they didn't at least reach the finals when Steph, Dre, and Klay all started in every single series. So to that point, it's never going to be Draymond Green, right? Like we had this with Kevin Durant. It was Kevin Durant's problem, not Draymond Green. KD goes bye-bye. And Draymond Green, we need that drop, by the way. Draymond goes bye-bye. And then Draymond Green stays, and he gets re-signed, right? Like, and then the same thing happened with Jordan Poole. Oh, there's a problem with Jordan Poole. Nope, JP's getting shipped out. Draymond Green. I think that act in and of itself has worn tired with a lot of fans, but not the majority. The majority are still like, you know what, Draymond's our guy. We don't care about the money. Bring him back. JP, see you later. Now, what I don't agree with a lot of those fans is JP was asking for it, right? Or JP deserved to he needed to get humbled. That's the part that really pisses me off and gets me like really, really irritated, is that whole narrative of Jordan Poole being the scapegoat and that he, quote unquote, was the reason this all happened. No. It was a multitude of things that happened. It was the inability of your head coach and general manager to actually, I don't know, suspend the guy when he punched a teammate in the face. Like them letting him off scot-free in that, in hindsight, was just so negligent. Are you kidding me, Evan? Like let's just really dive into it for a second, because I just want to get your thoughts on air about this. That whole situation could have, at least this dark cloud could have been at least somewhat dissipated had you just had the gall to suspend him for ring night. That's all I'm asking. One game and they couldn't do that? Like, come on, man. Come on. That's just why it's very hard to sit here and not think that Draymond now runs amok or run rampant over this organization. Who's going to keep him in check? Steve Kerr can't. He's shown that he can't.
Well, when have they ever done it, is my question.
That's the thing.
So why would you expect them to do it now? Or, I guess, 278
Well,
days
no,
ago.
that's the thing. They chose Draymond now, is what I'm saying. Like, they chose him. JP's gone. They chose Draymond. They had the opportunity. Joe Lacob had the opportunity this offseason, and I don't think it would have, it wouldn't have played super well with a lot of the fans, but you could have understood it. After all that went down, you're coming off a championship and a horrible season after that. JP gets punched in the face. I think if any time you could move off of Draymond Green, this was the season. But they're married to him now, and we're going to see if it was the right move going forward. I don't know if it is.
Well, and I hate to, I don't want to rehash this too much, but if your head coach is saying that you're not a championship team without this player, then either you don't believe him or you have to re-sign him. I'm sorry, you don't believe Steve Kerr or you have to re-sign Draymond. They made their choice. I do think the one area where I did see Jordan Poole as potentially problematic was not him as a person or the way that he even sometimes floundered on the court was not effective this year. I do think that was a byproduct of what happened prior to the season. But where I think the kind of the crux of the issue for me is when they gave Jordan Poole $130 million, you are prioritizing offense and flashiness and potential over what got you to this point as far as your success, and that's defense and actual consistent playmaking.
Well, real quick.
You signed two people last offseason. You signed Jordan Poole, you signed Andrew Wiggins. Who made more money? Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole did. Yes,
who's your second best player in the finals?
Andrew Wiggins was.
So you send a message to the younger guys that offense and flashiness is what you are going to pay for.
But real quick, let's not act like Jordan Poole wasn't a key cog in a championship team. He was that guy. He was very important.
I'm not saying he wasn't, but who was more important?
But I just don't want to sound like he didn't deserve to get paid. He was a legit rotational player for a championship team and a sixth man and a guy that was part of huge runs in a championship run for this organization.
And is he getting $120 million if he's a restricted free agent this offseason?
Probably not.
That's my point. He
also got punched in the face, so it's like I don't know, like that changed this whole past season for him too. But he didn't know his role.
But I'm saying
he was alienated from the franchise.
Punch happened.
Okay.
He received money that a lot of people felt like he shouldn't have. And maybe that's where some of the frustration that's eventually expressed by Draymond comes from, because you have your second best player in the finals locking up Jason Tatum on one end, giving you 20 and 10 on the other, and he's getting, not only is he not getting as much as Jordan Poole, but he's taking a pay cut from where he was financially. So the message that the front office is sending is one that Jordan Poole should be making more than a guy who gave you more in the NBA Finals.
And I just think that's just totally ludicrous from Draymond's perspective. Stop worrying about other people's pockets, right? Like, I hate that notion. Like, stop worrying about what this guy's getting paid, what that guy's getting paid. Worry about your damn self. Like, that's why I just hate that whole notion or premise that, because Wiggins isn't getting paid like Poole is, that we have to, like, punch him in the face. Like, come on.
No, I'm not saying he's punching him in the face because of the money.
No, but it's all the outside stuff.
But this offseason, there's going to be a lot of people that are younger than Jordan Poole, a la Jonathan Kuminga, that are looking at him and saying, that's the kind of money that I want. What do I need to do? Well, apparently, I need to go out and get buckets. I don't need to play defense. I don't need to rebound. I don't need to take care of the basketball, because those are all things that Jordan Poole did not do very well even before he got punched.
He didn't, but he was also asked to do the things that he did excel in. Like, he wasn't asked to be this defensive stalwart or anything like that. Yes, he was sloppy, but let's not act like Steph wasn't sloppy early on in his career. Real quick, I'm really late with this. Sorry, Sam Lubman, he's getting in my ear. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Evan Giddings, Joe Spadoni, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green signs a 4-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. He's locked up, has a player option in that final year. So basically, if you want to look at it right now, 3 years, $75 million. We're talking him. We're talking JP moving on. Is this roster for the Golden State Warriors, as currently constructed, are they a championship roster? I'm just going to ask it like that. Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, CP3, Gary Payton II, Moses Moody, Kuminga, Corey Joseph, now the recent signing there, 1-year deal for him, Brandon Pajemski, and Trace Jackson Davis, who will both be playing tonight at Golden One Center, Evan, up at the California Classic. Me and Benny Boy are going to be driving up there a little later, watching a little Heat Lakers.
Nice.
And I did think.
Are you guys going to stick around for the nightcap or just see the one game?
I was going to stick around for Spurs Hornets, but no Wembanyama.
No French flags in the building.
But I wonder if Brandon Miller will be playing. I might stick around to see him. Obviously, a top 5 pick there. Yeah. That's Evan Giddings.
Sorry.
888-957. No, that was good. No, he took a shot. Another double entendre there as in regards to Brandon Miller. And we've been talking blockbuster movies. Obviously, tomorrow's 4th of July. Jaws, that's my favorite blockbuster. What are your, and you were talking about this real quick as we're stepping off sports here. A little heated there a little bit with Draymond Green and JP, but it's emotional.
That's fine. No, but it's what's going to happen. He's polarizing.
It's polarizing, and I think a lot of fans feel how we feel about this. Like, yes, we love Draymond and what he brings. Yes, they are not a championship team without him, but also he causes a lot of problems elsewhere around this team. Now, is the addition of Chris Paul going to add fuel to that fire, if you will? Or is it going to, bring back this championship mentality? I know he hasn't won one, but this veteran leadership mentality and this high IQ persona, if you will, because Jordan Poole, God bless him, wasn't a high IQ player. And this term IQ and team IQ, I think is interesting because this is what they're betting on. And it's the only thing they can bet on when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. IQ. Is it enough for this old team? And that's what they are. Let's face it. They're an older team. You got Steph, you got Clay, you got Dre, you got Chris Paul. Kevon Looney's a little older as far as a body is concerned. A lot of wear and tear on there. I know he's young in age, but a lot of wear and tear on that body. Yeah, you got Kuminga, you got Moody, but you're going to be relying on a lot of veterans this season. And is that going to be a recipe for success for this team moving forward? Because Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob, they're going to be banking on it.
Yeah, and I think it's a move that you kind of have to lean in on. Like the 2-timeline program or whatever you want to define it as was not working. And so you move off of Wiseman at the trade deadline last year. You trade Jordan Poole, TBD on Jonathan Kuminga, although I personally would not want to move. If there's one guy that I think you should lean in on, it would be him. I think that the Warriors are simply at a place where they're kind of stuck. And a lot of it is because, Spadoni, they are still competitive. And they are, I believe, still a team that could win a championship. It's significantly more difficult to do that than it was even 2 years ago when they were champions, because things have gotten a little bit different with Draymond Green, him coming back, the big threes together. How are people going to react to Jordan Poole not being around? Are his buddies going to be up in arms about it? Are the Warriors going to be able to essentially wipe clean the slate of all the issues they had last year? How Steve Kerr's going to coach in a contract year? How Klay Thompson's going to shoot in a contract year? All that stuff is very much up in the air. But where I see this team, at least from a positive perspective going into next season, is I do believe they are more aligned, even than after last summer, because of their kind of dual intentions. They won the championship, but they had this idea of building their next roster while, of course, having one. That, to me, is done away with this offseason, and at the very least, you know what direction this team wants to go in, which is forget about 3 years from now. We want to win this season, maybe next season, and that's all that we care about. And I think that's good enough for a lot of fans.
And that's what's coming up, sponsored by Chilton Auto right here on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
Bonte Hill, and
You just call yourself Joe Shasky?
I just did on accident. I just realized that. Joe Spadoni.
I know that's your boy, man.
No, because he joins me for the crossover each and every day, Monday through Friday, 5:45. He hooks me up. I say the crossover. That's Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni. I am Joe Spadoni. That is Evan Giddings filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. On this July 3rd, the eve of July 4th, and we've been talking Draymond Green, we've been talking Jordan Poole, Mike Dunleavy Jr. What grade are we giving Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 888-957-9570? Obviously, I've re-signed Draymond Green, brought in Corey Joseph. Is there another move out there? You obviously got Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, who are going to be playing hopefully tonight for the Golden State Warriors, taking on the Sacramento Kings at the California Classic. I will be going there. They got 3 games. They got the Lakers Heat. They got Spurs Hornets. And then obviously the nightcap there being the Kings and Warriors.
Yes, I was going to say, outside of Brandon Miller, who are you looking forward to seeing tonight? Is it Trace Jackson?
No, it's Jalen Hood-Schifino, the Lakers' first-round pick, of course. He's a Paisan, so you know.
Okay.
No, but for the Warriors fans, it's probably Pajemski, right? Like, that's the guy. Be.
I think he's the most intriguing prospect. Trace Jackson Davis, I think, is a guy you can pencil in. He's going to give you physicality off the bench. He can run the floor. He's athletic. He also quietly knows how to pass. Not sure about the defensive side, so I'm curious to watch that. But Pajemski is, like, he was the leading rebounder last year in the West Coast Conference, but isn't a prototypical rebounder. He's supposed to be a smart player. He can create his own shot a little bit. He's got that funky lefty release.
Yeah.
So I think he's a guy that people are going to have their eyes on tonight, and really the entire California Classic, just because he might be the 15th man, but it also feels like by the end of the season, he might be able to sneak into that like 9th or 10th man in the roster. He might be able to actually help this team.
I think Warriors fans are just exhausted. There you go. That's a good one. I love Boch, by the way. God, I can't wait for that series to come. We'll get into some Giants a little bit later. Giants taking back-to-back Series L's. The Blue Jays and the Mets. Mets haven't won a series in a month. What's going on there? We'll get
it's
into
a new month, Spadone.
It's a new month, and it is. And it's a new dawning here in the Bay Area. Joe Spadoni, Evan Giddings with you. And be sure to download that Odyssey app. Favorite 95.7 The Game, and thousands of other stations there. There's millions of podcasts on that Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. And you can catch every Warriors game live on the Odyssey app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. And we'll be live and local all day. We are actually broadcasting, I believe, the feed from that game tonight between the Warriors Kings. Yep. Our guy Cam Williams will be running the board for there. So cannot wait for that. Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis. Again, the question, what grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy Jr. thus far in free agency? And what move is kind of left you head scratching? What move do you like the most? Doesn't have to be the Warriors. What are your feelers out here? What's Dame going to do? Those are some of the big storylines throughout the league. E-Dog.
We got somebody chiming in. A C- from my family on YouTube, or a D for Dre. So obviously,
not bad.
I like that. Not a big fan of the move. So yeah, if you want to call in, text in, chat in, let us know. I'm giving Dunleavy so far a B-. That's my grade.
It's passing
for his offseason. Okay. Shout out Jeff. But I think that with bringing Draymond Green back, to me, once you trade Poole, that you have to have that. That's something you can't sell to your fan base if you don't get done based on the trade you make.
It would have been a disaster.
You technically do upgrade in the immediate your backup point guard position with the addition of Chris Paul as well as Corey Joseph. The reason why I might lean right now closer to a C than a higher B grade Spadone is because they haven't addressed one thing that killed them last year, and that was size, and that was physicality, and they still so far have not done anything to address that need outside of bringing Draymond Green back.
And a guy that would, thank you, Fitz, would help the size matters aspect. Dario Saric, right? That's a guy they've been linked to. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, said that is a top target for them, continues to be a top target. Would that satisfy you, though? If you're a Warriors fan, a guy like Saric is like, all right, CP3, Saric, Corey Joseph, is that... and then I guess you count the Draymond.
I don't think Saric really helps you much in the physicality department.
No,
he's a stretch four.
He's a big guy, so
he can
shoot. Just get some size there. Like, he gets that Bielitsa type of role, if you will, right? Otto Porter Jr., like, Is that doing it for you, Evan? If you're a fan of this team, is that bumping it up from a B- to a B+?
If he can be Otto Porter Jr., then yes, but I personally don't think that's his game. Like he is a more of a finesse player. He's also unfortunately been banged up.
Bielitsa then.
Yeah, I mean, he's been banged up, had the ACL tear, which took him out 2 years ago, played 57 games last season. If he can give you 10 to 15 minutes off the bench as a Bielitsa, I mean, I guess that's, a person he would like to have, but there might be, I don't know, like Dario Saric to me doesn't address the rebounding or defensive interior issues enough. I would love to see potentially Mason Plumlee, a 7-footer.
Steiny loves him.
I know he does. But someone a la of that caliber, someone who can just simply be a big body in the middle and maybe get up and down the floor. I don't think it has to be much. I don't think at this point they are too far from their 15-man roster as constructed. And who knows? Maybe it's someone that they're looking to bring in or bring up through the G League. I'm not sure. But right now, I just know that this team, if you look at right now, we're talking about top 4 teams in the West. If you're looking at Denver, Lakers, Suns, and Kings, those are the teams that were ahead of them this last offseason, or this last regular season. They all have more interior presence. And so either you feel good about Kevon Looney and Draymond Green, which eventually you ran into a roadblock with, or you got to try and go out and maybe it's a trade at the deadline, it's a different acquisition. I just don't like how small they are right now.
From the YouTube chat, and you can stream us live on YouTube and Twitch. Just search 95.7 The Game and like and subscribe there. Eve Fett, maybe related to Boba or Django, they won a championship without size. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. What say you, Evan, to that? They don't need size. Size doesn't matter with this team. They've proven that.
Yeah, Draymond Green was 32. Klay Thompson was 32. Stephen Curry was 34. Both those guys are going to be all three of those guys are going to be 3 years older. And you're right, they won without traditional size, but they had versatility and flexibility around the perimeter. Dario Saric doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. I don't believe that right now they are as switchable of a defensive team that can gang rebounding in the way that they did 2 years ago when they won the championship. Yes, I think this is a time, if you are trying to get older, if you're trying to slow the game down to prevent some of those havoc situations in which they can't control the basketball, well, then you might actually need to run traditional pick and roll. Like you might actually need a 7-footer to be able to dive to the basket and rim protect on the other side outside of Kevon Looney.
It is interesting how the league is slowly shifting back kind of to the big man. Now, it's a different type of big man, right? The Jokic. Jokic is doing things like, I won't say we haven't seen before, but I haven't seen this type of play from a big man, and maybe I can't, like the 80s, 70s, maybe someone can give me a comp. People were saying Arvydas Sabonis was kind of like this, but he was a little long in the tooth. Didn't have a lot of, the traditional hops, but the eyes of the back of his head, the shooting, like, is the league shifting back to the big man being the dominant guy again? Because if it is, then to your point about the lack of size, that's a problem. Because Anthony Davis was a problem for the Golden State Warriors. Nikola Jokic has been a problem. Now, Draymond, can he stop him? Can he slow him down? He makes things difficult, but you're never going to stop a guy like that. So when it comes to the size, and to your point, I do feel confident about a matchup with, let's say, an Andrew Wiggins on a Jamal Murray. And I'm going to keep putting up the Nuggets as the comparison and reference because they're the team to beat. So if you have a Wiggins on a Murray, I feel pretty damn good about that. Outside of that, it's the guys like the Aaron Gordons, right? That kind of give you some problems. Like, I was so impressed with his play down the stretch, especially in the playoffs and the championship. I had not seen that from Aaron Gordon. I didn't believe in the Nuggets playing the Lakers because I didn't believe the Michael Porter Jr.'s. I didn't believe in the Aaron Gordons. Sure, KCP's been there, but Bruce Brown, I didn't believe in those guys, but they bought in and they've paid dividends for that team and that franchise going down the stretch. So can the Warriors get similar contributions from a guy like, let's say, Jonathan Kuminga? Can he make that next step for this team? Because I think that's going to be the key. Like, we're looking for this big splash, Evan, in free agency, but maybe the big splash is there all along. Maybe it is Kuminga and Moody taking that next step for this franchise.
Oh, and that's another reason why, if you're a Jonathan Kuminga fan, you wouldn't want Dario Saric on the roster because he plays the same position, according to Steve Kerr. And we can take your calls on that if you believe that Steve Kerr is doing right by Kuminga. But I think that if you want him to play, that was another reason why the Draymond Green non-re-signing made sense to me if you were going to try and essentially move and get younger. But once you trade Chris Paul, you got to bring him back. Jonathan Kuminga is still stuck, in my mind, in his kind of same role. Now, will he start next season where he ended last season is the question to me, because at the beginning of last year, he was virtually unplayable. He got a hell of a lot better over the course of last season, to the point where he was a very serviceable starter when Andrew Wiggins had his 2-month absence. But can he continue to be that player if he's only getting 15 or 20 minutes a game? If you look at his splits, you can see, similar to a guy like Jordan Poole, when Jonathan Kuminga either starts or gets more than 25 minutes a game, he is a damn good player. He's an efficient player. When he doesn't receive that time, when he doesn't receive that leash, he hasn't shown himself to be a kind of a floor bearer in those 5 to 10 minute spurts at a time that he's getting in the second and third quarter of basketball games. So Jonathan Kuminga's development is absolutely on my mind. I just wonder if you are going to lean in on getting a little bit bigger, a little bit longer, a la Saric. Jonathan Kuminga is probably looking up saying, well, where am I going to play now?
That's a good point. And we know that JK is Joe Lacob's guy. He loves him some Jonathan Kuminga. And the interesting part about that is, do you trust Steve Kerr with the development of these young guys? I mean, that's kind of what always comes back to, right? Like, yeah, the veterans, he always loves to play. Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb. He trusts those guys. And now Ty Jerome gone. He goes to Cleveland, so they can't get that. But what it comes down to at the end of the day is the trust in your head coach to develop the future of this team. And you would like to think that it is Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. But Moses Moody last year was up and down of the G League. Now, he showed some spots, and I was actually very impressed with how he played in the playoffs, given his short sample size throughout the regular season. I thought, my goodness, like this guy coming in, hitting shots, defending LeBron, God bless him, he can only defend him so well. But I thought he did a hell of a job, all things considered. Jonathan Kuminga, I don't blame the guy for having 2 months of action in Andrew Wiggins' absence, playing pretty well, finding his role, and then it getting torn apart and ripped away from him. And then obviously him going to the Chronicle didn't help things, talking to CJ Holmes, voicing those frustrations. I get it. You're a young player. Probably not the best look. But it comes down to Steve Kerr and the trust level with those young guys. Do you trust Steve Kerr developing these guys, Evan?
No, but I also don't think it's Steve Kerr's job to develop players.
Really?
It's his job.
You don't think it's the head coach's job to develop the young players?
It's the head coach's job to win basketball games, which Steve Kerr...
Shouldn't you be able to do both, though? Like the good ones?
We saw them try to, and it didn't work. So,
I mean, Craig Popovich has been able to do it.
What?
Develop the young guys while also getting those older guys. Kawhi Leonard.
There was also a spot for Kawhi Leonard when he got there. Kawhi Leonard was a 4-year college player. He's a much more already developed piece. Like there's a difference between developing, in my mind, a complete project and developing a player that has already shown you that, in the Kawhi Leonard's case, for example, he averaged 13 rebounds a game in college. Like, he's a physical specimen. That, to me, is a very different situation than Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga is not in a place where he can get a leash and get run consistently unless someone is out. So Steve Kerr, to me, has done his job over the course of his time here in Golden State, which may potentially be coming to a close at the end of next season. His job is to win games. Like we saw, this last year was the first time he's ever lost a Western Conference postseason series. That, to me, seems like he's doing a pretty good job with the roster he's given. It's not his job to develop.
I vehemently disagree with that. I just think a head coach has everything under his command. If he's going to get all the praise, he needs to get all of the criticism, if you will. And the big criticism under Steve Kerr is what young player has ended up thriving. Jordan Poole, he helped win a championship. And guess what? We shipped him away. The one good young player that's helped us win a chip in this stretch. Jordan Bell, God bless him, didn't do it. Right? Patrick McCaws, if you will. Kevon Looney, I'll give you one. That was one. Okay. Kevon got some time. He was able to develop moving forward. I will give you that. And
how long did it take Kevon Looney to develop?
A long time. There was injuries and factors there. I get it. He was never the same player physically after that. What was it, the hip injury he came in with from UCLA, I believe it was. So yeah. He had to change his game in certain aspects as well there. Excuse me. But as it pertains to head coaches in the NBA at 888-957-9570, that's the question I'll throw out to you. Does the head coach have a lot of responsibility as it pertains to the NBA in developing young players? We're getting a lot of comments on the YouTube chat. Uncle Looney, are you really Looney's uncle? I would like to know that. He says it is not the responsibility of the head coach to develop these young guys. Listen, if we're going to give them all the praise, we got to give them all the criticism too. I think that's under the umbrella of a head coach, is to develop some of these guys. Are there certain coaches in the staff that are specifically for that? The Jama Malaleilas who moved on, the Kenny Atkinsons, if you will? Sure. But ultimately, it's Steve Kerr. It comes down to his plate. He has to put these coaches in positions to succeed as well when it comes to this development, if you will.
But I don't view not looking at him as a developmental coach or asking him to develop pieces as letting him off the hook. Like, he does deserve criticism, not for that. He deserves criticism for not winning games, for being a 6 seed, for being a team that was 1.5 out of the play-in this year. That's what Steve Kerr deserves criticism for. He couldn't find a way to get this team to gel the way he had previous teams. That, to me, is not so much as it is about the developing pieces as it is your top 3 guys, along with the rest of your starting 5, which dealt with a lot of injuries this year. Those guys could not help you win enough basketball games to be a top 4 seed. You were going to be a road team in any playoff series unless, of course, a 7 seed upset a 3.
I would say
that's what I would give Steve Kerr a knock for, or the fact that in the playoff series against the Lakers, that there were few adjustments in my mind made to get them to a victory. That's what he deserves criticism for.
He got outcoached by Darvin Ham, a rookie head coach. Absolutely. In that series, I believe. That Lonnie Walker move, not putting Gary Payton II on him, obviously lack of scoring there, and stuff like that in Game 4 when they ended up going up 3-1, the Lonnie Walker game, who's now moving on to the Brooklyn Nets, by the way. But I just think he was afraid to let the young players fail, Evan. Like, you got to let the young players fail if they're ever going to succeed in this league. He was so afraid early on in the season when they started struggling mightily to let these guys fail and give them some playing time. And I think it just paid ramifications later on in the playoffs, not giving minutes to a guy like a Jonathan Kuminga when it was so obvious you could have used it. But because he made a mistake here and there, because he didn't do this, because he didn't do that, you have to yank him out and you have to scold him and you have to let him sulk on the bench instead of empowering these guys and letting them fail by giving them more minutes early on in the season. That's just what I feel. And I think that is on the head coach.
I also think that if you look at a player...
Don't be afraid to fail is what I'm saying. Don't be afraid to let the young guys fail because every single vet will talk about failure leading to success going forward for them in their young careers.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but so Jonathan Kuminga against the Sacramento Kings, I forget which game it was, might have been games 1 or 2 in Sacramento. He comes in off the bench, same time Malik Monk does for Sacramento. Malik Monk hits 3 threes on him in successive possessions. That is failure. And it's an immediate failure, but in a playoff game, you can't afford to give up 9 straight points. Like, so you can't have that on your team at that time. That doesn't mean that Jonathan Kuminga can't learn from an experience like that, can't use it to better himself in the future. But if you're Steve Kerr and that guy's hurting you, well, then, yeah, I'm going to turn away from him. I don't think that's so outlandish to believe. Meanwhile, Moses Moody, I would look at him as a player that was ready. Doesn't that, in a sense, point to a properly used plan for him? If he comes in and succeeds, even though he hasn't necessarily played, he's ready for his moment. Well, then, if you're going to knock Steve Kerr for his lack of development or lack of faith in Jonathan Kuminga, shouldn't he then, by your logic, get credit for how ready Moses Moody was?
Well, I'll say this, that Moses Moody was ready because he was getting actual minutes in the G League. So that did, to that point, like we talked about going up and down in the G League constantly, he was staying ready and prepared. But Moses Moody's a completely different player to Jonathan Kuminga, in my mind. He's just an old soul. Everyone talks about it. He's very advanced for his young age. He comes out of Arkansas, who's obviously developed. Eric Musselman, obviously, friend of the station here, has worked with him in the past. So, yes, to that point, sure, Moses Moody, that's one. And we'll see moving forward. Is Steve Kerr going to trust him more next year? That's the thing I'm looking at. I would like to see more Moody minutes. I would like to see more Kuminga minutes. I don't think it's that outlandish to think that these young guys, you're going to need their contributions next year if you want to win a title. I actually feel confident in saying that. You're going to need Kuminga or a Moody to take a next step if you want to win a championship. 888-957-9570 if you agree with that. Michael Silberg on the YouTube chat. Kerr can't both develop young players and keep Draymond Green happy. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's fair. I also think, to me, the young guys, both last year and this upcoming season, there's a lot less young guys now, they're about helping you in the regular season, helping you when Andrew Wiggins has to randomly miss 2 months, if Draymond Green isn't able to play another 73 games, if Stephen Curry misses another month or 2 with a particular injury, if Klay Thompson has a potential setback. That, to me, is where the young players do come into play, and where, yes, you would hope that they'd be more equipped or developed to be able to get you through the 82. But in my mind, if Jonathan Kuminga is not a rotational piece next postseason, I won't be necessarily shocked because he hasn't had a lot of postseason experience. I think Kerr will give him another leash. I think Kerr will try to empower him. But if he doesn't immediately show that he can't get it done, there are other players in line that I think Steve Kerr believes can help him. If you feel like that's wrong, that's the improper decision, I guess I'll hear you. But to me, Spadoni, the young guys in any situation in the NBA are not about the playoffs. Unless, of course, you're hoping that they can be a cornerstone member of your franchise and have minutes to play. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to play over Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, Chris Paul, Kevon Looney, and any other? No, he's not.
Why can't he be a Christian Brown for the Nuggets? He did that, right? He came in, stepped in, obviously. I know you're going to go to a 3-year player at Kansas. Yes, he was a little more polished coming into the league, but Kuminga had a year under his belt. He had some moments in the regular season. Why not?
Okay, so he should be a junior in college right now.
Okay. But he had actual legit NBA experience, which I think is far outweighs a year of that, a year and a half of that, whatever you want to say. It's on par with 3 years in college, I would say personally.
And if you don't have another player that can help you, that can impact winning, in my mind, then yes, I agree with you. Jonathan Kuminga should be given a runway. But the issue is that the Warriors are not only a win-now team, but they also have other players that I think could do a similar job to Kuminga that can give you that efficiency. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that I think should be here in the future to help Golden State after the big three are done. If he doesn't help them now, I can't necessarily fault him for that, nor do I think it's Steve Kerr's job to put Jonathan Kuminga ahead of the overall goal of the team, which is to win.
Is it a head coach's responsibility in the NBA to help develop young players? That's the question we're talking about right now at 888-957-9570. That's Evan Giddings, E-Dog. I gave you that nickname, by the way. I didn't ever know if you liked it right when you first started working here.
Oh, no,
I gave you the nickname E-Dog. I just was like, you need a nickname. I'm giving you E-Dog. It kind of stuck, so I liked it. So I like to just toot my own horn. I gave him the nickname if you hear that. I'm Joe Spadoni, filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. This is the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're also streaming live on Twitch, on YouTube. Be able to search 95.7 The Game. Like, subscribe, all that. We are live and local all day right here on 95.7 The Game. July 3rd, day before 4th of July. What are you doing? What grade would you give Mike Dunleavy Jr. during this free agency period? You got Corey Joseph signing a 1-year deal. He's a vet, probably your third starting point guard now with Steph and CP3 in there already. And then obviously Draymond Green is the big signing, 4 years, $100 million, a player option in that final year. From the 415 on the Comcast Business text line, Evan, NBA coaches aren't there to develop players. It's the player's professional responsibility to get better. I keep seeing that. From the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, it's the head coach's responsibility to give the young players a development plan. It's the player's responsibility to own and follow the development plan they've been given. So it seems like we're trying to put all the onus on the player and trying to take all the scapegoatness, if you will, off the head coach when I hear something like that.
Well,
Success and failure ultimately leads with the head coach, always, to me. So, Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations, always used to come on the station. He's like, listen, if I'm going to get all the praise, I got to get all the criticism, too. Like, you can give me all the praise for the KD thing, but for how I handled Jordan Poole, and I can't wait for the speak all whenever that happens, the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green situation, whenever Bob, or if Bob ever talks about that on his podcast, you got to get the criticism for that too, because in hindsight, that was handled horribly.
But also, Bob Myers is the same guy that will tell you flatly, it's about players. Like, yes, you can have you could have Phil Jackson out there as, I don't know, whoever your greatest head coach of all time is. I know Guru goes down as top 5 a lot, and it seems to rotate. But if you're going to have a great head coach, you also need great players. And I think it's easier to win with great players than it is to win with just a great head coach. I don't think that's a hot take. But
I will say, look at Eric Spoelstra. Do you think he maximized those guys?
And I'm glad you brought him up because
I know the players when they were a little older. Yes, they've had a little more experience.
Without LeBron James or Jimmy Butler, Eric Spoelstra has not done much.
Okay.
No, like if you just go down the records from Miami Heat where they've been in they have made the playoffs without either of those two guys.
That's something, though. I'm not going to scoff at just not they made the playoffs.
No, but to be a legitimate contender, to be in the place where the Warriors want to be, which is at the top of the mountain hoisting a Larry O'Brien trophy, you need to have great players. And to me, Steve Kerr is not responsible, at least this, and this is where I really wanted to go with this, because I think in principle, yes, it is the head coach's job to develop players, but we know not all situations are created equal. Right now, Ime Udoka is brought into Houston to develop those players. That's why they also go out and give a ridiculous sum of money to Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks, players that represent two very different ideologies. My Lord. But he is there to develop that team. Yeah. Steve Kerr was never brought in to develop the Warriors. When he came in, they were already an established commodity. Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green were not at the Pantheon level that they are now, but that was a team that was ready to win, and he maximized them immediately.
I was going to say, did you think they improved, though? You can easily see the improvement from Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr. Did you not? That it mattered.
Yeah,
it did.
But that's why we still have conversations about Mark Jackson, because he helped develop the Warriors, but he was not the one that could help them get to where they eventually did. That's why they chose to move on from him.
Okay, fair enough. My family, Kerr is only interested in the big three and their legacies. Not sure about that. I think he wants another payday.
I also can't really blame him because...
Well, he's tied to their legacies. Why not?
Yeah, those big three, and you could even throw Iguodala in there if you want, are the reason why we look at him as a potential top 5 head coach ever. Some do.
No, absolutely. And to your point overall about, you need guys, yes, you will always need a top 5 or a top 10 guy to win an NBA title. That's a fact. You're not going to win with a bunch of no-names. And Jimmy Butler, listen, he is a borderline superstar. At times he has showed in the playoffs like this guy, like, wow, why isn't he doing this in the regular season? Because he only shows it for bits and pieces. That's why he's not, I would say, a bona fide superstar, if you will. So that's why I do give Spoelstra some credit. And I know you're not crushing Spoelstra and saying he's not overrated like some of these people in the text line. Eric Spoelstra is not overrated. He's one of the best head coaches of all time and one of the best coaches of my generation. Real quick, let's go to Horace. Love me some Horace. Great underrated name there.
Grant. Horace
is in Texas and wants to get in on the conversation about coaches having to develop young players. What's up, Horace?
Yes, sir. Hey, Spadoni, I agree with you, man, on that. Coaches do have a responsibility. Not all of it should be on them, but yeah, I believe it's a partnership, man. They do have a responsibility to develop these young players, especially if the GM makes a decision to bring in teenagers, especially. I mean, come on, you can't expect these guys to come in and be ready to go. If they're not producing, you need to bench them. But I'm going to give you a perfect example. I don't think they handled James Wiseman properly. You got to think about this. James Wiseman came in. He played a handful of games in college. Came to the Warriors, played 33 games, got hurt his first season. Second season, he didn't play at all. So when he came in his third season, it was like he was a rookie. You used to have to treat him like a rookie, even though he's in his third year. They didn't do that. Every opportunity, they kept saying, he's not ready. He's not ready. He's not ready. He's making mistakes. Well, what do you expect a rookie to do? You got to teach them how to play the game. I mean, he's making mistakes. The hardest thing for a young, big guy to do is to learn how to play with his back to the basket. And I don't think they gave him an opportunity to do that. And then you trade away Gary Payton II because of money, and then you bring him back and trade Wiseman away just to get him back. So basically you gave Wiseman away for nothing.
Thanks, Horace. That's Horace right there on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 if you would like to weigh in on whether a head coach is responsible for the player's development, especially when it comes to the NBA, because I know there's different sport aspects, Major League Baseball, putting players in position, managers, NFL, there's whole different landscapes of it, but specifically for the NBA, does the head coach have a responsibility to develop these young players? That is what we've been discussing. Good morning to all of you on Twitch and YouTube. And again, you can hit us up on the Comcast Business Text line at 888-957-9570.
Can I ask you a question, Spadoni?
You certainly can, Evan.
From the time that Jonathan Kuminga was drafted by the Golden State Warriors until now, has he gotten better?
A little bit.
So he has gotten better. So he has developed.
Sure.
He's not the same player he was.
From a slug to a snail.
Is that development?
Sure.
Okay, so
got a shell.
Okay, so he might.
I don't even know if they're the same species.
He's still in his cocoon. He's still what? Is he even 21 years old?
He's 20.
Okay, so he's still in his cocoon. If I told you in 3 years or 4 years that Jonathan Kuminga is going to make 3 consecutive All-Star games, that would be a success, right?
It would be. You got to play to do that, though.
Did he play more last year than he did than the year before?
He did, due to injury and people not being there circumstances, i.e. Andrew Wiggins. I don't think he would have. I do not think he would have played had Andrew Wiggins been there the whole year. A lot.
Well, he wouldn't have started, but he would have played.
I don't know how many his minute allocation. I don't know, Steve Kerr. I don't know.
My point is that Jonathan Kuminga, along with Moses Moody, who's probably the poster boy for this, have improved. The issue that everyone seems to have, which is fair, is they're not developing fast enough. Is they're not being where you want them to be currently, which is what? Do you want Jonathan Kuminga to be a starter for this team next year?
Eventually. I would like to see that. I would like him to be a key rotational piece next season. I want him to get playoff minutes. I want him guarding LeBron James at times. I would like to see that. I would like to see him at least get put in a position to fail first so that he can succeed later. I think they're too afraid to do that, ultimately.
Yeah, and I understand why. Because Jonathan Kuminga failing, if he is given those minutes and those opportunities, is good for his own development. But that means Stephen Curry is also losing. That means Klay Thompson's also losing. That means now Draymond Green for the next 3 years is also losing. So are you prioritizing Jonathan Kuminga or the big three? Like that's I think how they look at this.
I think you could do both. I do think if these are the 3 future Hall of Famers, one guy making some boneheaded mistakes a few times a game isn't going to kill you. It's just not. But you have 4 future Hall of Famers now with Chris Paul. Right?
How many games were decided by single digits in the Los Angeles Lakers series?
What? Not many, right? Just how many? 2?
Enough. Like those. So
I was thinking there was a lot of blowouts in that series. Is what I'm talking about.
No, so. but my point is that if you get hurt by a 10-0 run in the second quarter, yes, it's oversimplified. That's not where you lost the game. But if you can eliminate that 10-0 run by not giving a guy a long leash who at the point in his career, again, if you're telling me he's not 21 years old, I think Jonathan Kuminga is on a great track right now. I think he is right where he needs to be, which is on a winning team and a winning culture with Pantheon players, with a good head coach, and we just need to let things play out. Like, that's where I don't think they need to do anything drastic with Jonathan Kuminga. I think he needs to continue to get more minutes, which I think will happen. Okay. I don't think that's outlandish.
No, I don't think it's drastic either. That's what I'm saying.
I think he's also going to get starts because I don't believe that Draymond Green for the next 3 years is going to continue to play 75 games a year. That means there's going to be opportunities for Kuminga.
Sounds like we're in the same church, same pew. Shout out Lo Neal. We want this guy to get at least some starts here, get some more minutes, and develop more. I just think that the potential and what Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Kirk Lacob are looking with this squad is there may not be that next big splash. I mean, CP3, I think he's somewhat of a big splash, but I think Warriors fans are looking for another big name to potentially happen. It's not going to happen. I think they're banking on a big splash from within, and that's either Jonathan Kuminga or Moody taking that next step to being a key rotational piece. Got some couple calls here, 888-957-9570. Got the injury report coming up here in a few minutes before hitting the top of the hour. Daryl is in Oakland. Oakland, Daryl, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man?
Hey, guys, what's up? I just want to point out that Jonathan Kuminga did develop a lot last year, actually. If you think about when Wiggins was out, he was targeted to be our primary defender on the other team's best player as a 20-year-old. Think about that for a minute. Yeah. When I think about Rick Barry saying that the prime of a player's career begins at the age 28, that's when it starts. Think about, he has 7 years to go until that, and he was already our team's best defensive player with Wiggins out for a time there. And so I think he's on a great track. I imagine him with Wiggins and GP2 and Draymond, that when they're on the floor together, I mean, that's going to be a really good defensive team. And the rookie that we have, it's a joke that he lasted in the second round. That guy's going to actually give us a ton of rebounds. Dale Davis, it's Dale Davis's son. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's Dale Davis's son. I'm really, really excited about that guy.
Totally. Thank you, Daryl. That's Daryl out in Oakland chiming in. Your thoughts there, Evan, that, Jonathan Kuminga, he has been developing a lot, and you were just alluding to that. Can he take that next step? I think that's what Warriors fans are hoping for. And we're not saying he's got to be a starter in the playoffs against the Nuggets or the Lakers. I would just like to see him be like a 6th or 7th man at times. That would be great. because I would love to see that size and athleticism going up against a lot of older dudes. Like, think about the West. It's pretty interesting, Evan. West, other than the Nuggets, low-key, pretty old, right? Think of the Lakers. LeBron, AD, they're getting up there. Clippers, who are sniffing around James Harden potentially, or a Damian Lillard. We just saw that report from Chris Haynes, the Bleacher Report. Kawhi, Paul George, a lot of wear and tear on those bodies. The Suns, KD, they got Booker. He's the young guy there. Bradley Beal, okay. And then you got the Warriors, the big three. This is pretty interesting to see all these teams kind of going, balancing this youth versus old movement in the West particularly. And then you got the Nuggets. They look like they're primed for maybe have another couple 3-year run here. The young guys they got at least.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like the Warriors are right in the thick of things. I don't know if they're a top 2 team or a top 3 team, but I think they absolutely can be a top 4 seed this year. And I don't think it just has to do with Draymond and Jordan Poole. I think it has to do with the direction that Steve Kerr, along with the rest of this front office, is trying to take them in, which is essentially evolving. I don't look at it as just getting older, getting slower. They're trying to move, the big three are, into the later stages of the swan songs of their careers. Chris Paul aligns with that to me. Corey Joseph aligns with that to me. Other players I'm sure that they'll identify and look to bring in. They were hoping to get Eric Gordon. He said no. All of those guys that they're targeting in the vet minimum market align with that evolution of now this big three, the latter stage of the dynasty. If they don't win a championship again, I wouldn't be necessarily shocked, but I'm not willing to write them off because not only I believe that they can still conjure that up individually, but also like what you said, which is the rest of the West is not necessarily all that daunting.
No.
I think there are some teams that certainly look better than them on paper, but to tell me that next season that I can't envision the Warriors winning a 7-game series against the Lakers or again the Kings, or even I would also throw the Grizzlies in there. And of course, Denver. I don't think that's out of the question.
That's Evan Giddings. I'm Joe Spadoni, filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. This is the Morning Roast, 888-957-9570. Carrie and Jimmy, hang on. We'll get to you. We're going to hit the injury report here in just a second, and we'll get to you on the other side. But it is time for the Boxer and Gerson Law Firm Injury Report. Sammy. Oh, boy, Sammy knew he was working with two A's fans today, and the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson Law Firm, that is. Last week, the A's announced that right-handed pitcher Drew Rosinski will undergo an MRI on his left hip and lower back
hold up.
due to some apparent degenerative
changes. You freaking kidding me, Sam? This is the only injury we could find? I'm just messing with you. But seriously,
did Tyro get hurt yesterday?
Nobody like broke a toenail or chipped an eyelash? I don't know.
Yeah, let's get some A's love in there.
There you go. Brent Rooker, shout out. The only A to represent that team at the All-Star game. Him and Shohei Ohtani, the DHs.
Brent Rooker's hitting 195 over his last 50 games, but he finds a way to sneak in and usurp Shohei Ohtani as the DH.
You know why? 0 earned runs. That's why. This is a rough setback for Rosinski, though, who has already been out since late May with low-grade MCL sprain in his right knee. While he is not eligible to return to action the end of July, there is no set timetable for his return to the field. The A's hope the MRI scans will shed more light on the righty status going forward. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, more player development talk, and Evan Giddings was just discussing this, and I'm interested to know at 888-957-9570, what teams are you putting ahead of the Golden State Warriors right now as it currently stands? That's coming up right here on 95.7 The Game. The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni, Evan Giddings. Come on back.
Slowed down, held back, inhibited. What you get out depends on what you put in. Rejuvenate your engine's performance with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Because true performance
maybe?
No, baby.
No, baby. It's Spadoni. It's Giddings. It's not Shasky and Bonte Hill. They are off enjoying the weekend, and shouts out to them. They deserve it. Hardworking men, but we're even harder working here on July 3rd with all of you lovely, lovely people, the Roasters. We appreciate you at 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved in the program. And we've been discussing NBA free agency, player development, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Damian Lillard. He's the next big domino to fall in this offseason. What's going on with Mike Dunleavy Jr.? What grade are you giving him so far in this free agency period? Again, 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved, as well as the Comcast Business text line, which is the same number, and Twitch and YouTube. Stream us. Hello. You can see this beautiful stars and stripes. Shout out Alexi Lawless of that World Cup team in the early 90s. Rocking this. USA with a huge dub, taking their group in the Gold Cup ahead of Jamaica on goal differential. Evan, good morning. What's up, buddy?
Dude, nothing much, man. Halfway home. I am excited to be here until 10 o'clock. The first 2 hours I thought went swell. I finally got my third cup of coffee in me, so it's a caffeination sensation. Shout out the afternoon show and Dan Dibley for that.
It's a buck.
But I wish I had one. And of course on the YouTube.
Cash me out one time.
Yeah, I'm rocking a little PlayStation t-shirt today. I got my board shorts on, which you can't see, Spadone, but they are pink and pretty, and I'm ready to get out there for some summer fun.
Huge.
And it's just it's a good weekend, man. I appreciate everyone chiming in. People that are working today, people that took the day off, that got the 4-day weekend going on. Look, man, it's all good vibes. We're talking about some serious stuff here, but we're trying to have some fun.
Serious in a sports sense. I mean, there's real stuff going on, and obviously July 4th being tomorrow and stuff like that. So shout out everyone. Have a very safe and happy July 4th holiday, because fireworks are outrageous. And by the way, fireworks, they stink. Totally overrated. They're awful. And Sam just moved to Oakland. Dude, it's probably going nuts down on Lake Merritt, is it not,
I love
Sammy?
it, dude. It's awesome. I got nonstop shows all night long. It's the greatest.
The Giants fan here. He likes the fireworks shows every night. You stay for the fireworks shows, don't you?
Well, no, I'll stay for the A's fireworks shows. I mean, I might go tonight, and I might stay for the Giants fireworks shows. The A's just have such better fireworks shows than anybody else. That's not baseball. I mean, just 4th of July fireworks in general, the A's just do it better. The fact the A's don't have a fireworks night this week is kind of it's a missed opportunity.
No, you can just go drive up to the Coliseum and look at the Oakland Hills right near your boy, and then you'll see a whole show right there.
Yeah, I do have to side with Sam on this one, Spadone. I'm a fan of fireworks, a little bit of a pyromaniac back in my day, and I also am willing to open up to those also that appreciate fire. If you are from the city, I know that all around, people are going to be shooting off fireworks left and right. I live in the Mission District, and I live right for kind of, I don't want to say ground zero for a lot of, kind of fire-related activities. But I'm looking forward to tonight and tomorrow night, because from what I've heard down in the Mission, they'll be shooting off fireworks until 3 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in the street. It's going to be off. As long as we're keeping things safe, relatively speaking, I got no problem with it, because it's a free show, Spadone.
For sure. Now, Adrian Gutierrez, he's like, these guys are clueless. They're just fill-ins. I think he's just mad because we're taking shots at his fireworks. Then he's like, yeah, the A's had the best fireworks. That's right. Let's go celebration. All right, Adrian. It's all right.
Well, I'm glad they got one thing right.
They did get, oh, boy. Hey, he got Brent Rooker right.
No, they didn't.
Camilo Doval. There you go.
They did get Camilo Doval right.
There we go. We got the
second best
All-Stars.
closer in baseball.
Huge.
Got him into the All-Star game.
Huge. Who's the first best closer in baseball?
The Mountain, man. Felix Bautista.
Mick who?
He pitches for the Orioles.
There you go. That's why I don't know.
Yeah, no one knows who he is.
That's Bonte's team. If you're a big roaster, and I know all the roasters are out there, we love it.
No, it was a slight shot,
team.
but I do have to say, because I know that Bonte and Butch had a segment or a discussion last week about the Giants bullpen and how it's been extremely impressive. Not maybe a great weekend against the Mets, but neither here nor there. I do believe, and I would like to, this is not a shot at all, Bonte Hill, respect him so much and appreciate him, but I would amend his statement last week from a World Series bullpen to just simply a World Series closer. That's what they do have. Camilo Doval is a guy that could pitch in the biggest of games on the biggest of stages and not be afraid of the moment. And I would feel completely okay with trusting him in a 4-out situation, a 5-out, and of course, a final 3-out situation in the 9th inning. That's what the Giants do have.
And speaking of the Giants, And if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire right there behind the glass on his day off, handling both producer and board op duties. Shout out Sam Lubman, doing a hell of a job. And they bring you all you need to know about the Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. So Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys crushing it. Giants coming off 2 back-to-back series losses to the Mets, the lowly Mets, who finally won a series, and it's a new month, so it's a new Mets maybe. And the Giants get back at it tonight against the Seattle Mariners. That'll be a little fun series. Mariners-Giants action. Mariners having a little slump after making the playoffs last year, but that division's so damn stacked. They'll be in it towards the end, obviously.
By the way, Spadone,
sure.
Bay Area kid, Alameda, California, Brian Wu is starting tonight for the Seattle Mariners.
Really?
So there's a local connection as well.
That's
he's coming
really
home
cool.
to the Bay.
God, the Bay Area, man, sneakily, maybe not sneakily, just a factory of athletes. They get slept on nationally, I feel like. The Bay Area specifically. Yeah, they got LA, they got SoCal, but the Bay Area in specific, man, got some ballers around here. Barry Bonds, Tom Brady, Ricky Henderson. Come on.
Marcus Simeon.
Relax there. Come on, man.
Oh, he's playing for the best team in the West right now.
They're not bad. They just got a little humbled, didn't they, by the Houston Astros? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I won't talk about that. I hate the Astros, too. Can't stand it, but I love Bruce Bochy, and we love Bruce Bochy around here. Can't wait for that series when the Rangers come to town in August. But today is all about basketball, and today is all about NBA free agency. We've been talking player development with Steve Kerr, trying to get these young guys to take that next step next season. We've been talking about Mike Dunleavy Jr. What grade are you giving him in this offseason thus far? 888-957-9570. Carrie is in Scottsdale and wants to get the action started. Carrie, you're on 95.7 The Game. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. There's a phrase in the sports world, coaching up your players, and I don't know why that would be, it should be with every league, football, baseball, and basketball. And I think the Warriors, and I totally agree with you, Spadoni, I think the Warriors have a great opportunity. They have an aging group of core players, and you need to pace their play during the course of a season, get them ready for the playoffs. And in the course of pacing them, why can't you play their rookies and their younger players more often and develop them? And like you say, you've got to give them confidence and show that you believe in them. So when they make mistakes for a couple of minutes, let them fail. You're never going to succeed unless you fail, and hopefully you fail quickly. I don't know if it's in Steve Kerr's DNA because, of course, he needs to win, but you've got to create that balance. I think there's an opportunity for the Warriors to have that balance, and that's the key for their season and the key for their future season. So I appreciate you guys bringing up that topic.
Appreciate it, Carrie. That's Carrie out in Scottsdale there. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin, who also wants to chime in again if you want to as well. 888-957-9570. How much responsibility does the head coach have in developing the young players? And also, what grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy Jr. thus far? Jimmy, you're out in Dublin. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing today?
What's up, man?
Good, man. What's up?
All right. I just wanted to chime in on a couple different topics. The first one is, like you guys are talking about the player development. Don't get me wrong. In that same draft class, with Kuminga, a lot of those guys that went before him and even after him are on teams where they could just hop right in and play. But my thing is, you have to make mistakes to get better. You learn from your mistakes. And it's like every time Kuminga would get in the game and he would make a mistake or a turnover or maybe a travel or a double dribble, he would yank him right out as if like it was like junior college or something. And I just don't understand why Kerr continues to do that. He could have flourished, on another team like just say for like the Cade Cunninghams, the Jalen Greens, Scotty Barnes. Kuminga is a talent on that level, if you ask me, in my opinion. And I think a lot of other people agree as well. My second thing is the whole Draymond situation, man, and Jordan Poole, how that went down, man. I do not like that at all, man. I mean, it's like Jordan Poole got the raw end of the deal, and it's like people are getting at him and talking about him as if he did something wrong. I mean, can you imagine you coming to work every day on the radio, working with some guy that punched you in your mouth? I mean, there's no way you would probably be able to get over that. You guys have a great, safe 4th of July, man, and I will listen to your answer off the air. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it. Actually, Evan punched me in the face multiple times back then. No, I'm just kidding. We're homies. That would be funny.
I use boxing gloves. Don't worry.
We've discussed 95.7 The Game Fight Club to get all our issues out. I think it would work.
I'm going down round 1. I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter. I'm submitting.
Got a brick jaw. Come on.
I wish.
Much like Tyson Fury, you can get up from a Wilder punch.
I wish. No, I'm nothing like what do they call him?
I'm gonna break
gypsy?
somebody.
Oh, thank you.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Xavier McDaniel.
Xavier McDaniel.
Yeah, that was from last May. He was on with Bonte and Langford, and he was talking about getting into fisticuffs with. No, that was Rick Mahorn. That was when he's got into a fight with Rick Mahorn.
Yes,
I think.
correct.
Mahorn took someone down. He went up to Mahorn afterwards and was like,
I'm gonna break somebody.
I love it.
And he said that on air, which of course you can't do. And yeah, it's the first time he got double dumped.
Not to cut you off there. Yeah, he got double dumped in Steven's face, and I think it was Steven's profile. Shout out Steven Langford, KCBS. His face was just so shocked that he said the F word. Turned around to me like you do. And by the way, I like to help out our board ops. Just say dump on air. It's fine if they say it. Just say dump that. All right, go ahead. Too many of our hosts, by the way, are just, oh, yeah, keep talking about it. Yeah, it's fine. Like, they just don't even realize when someone's like cusses. It's like, oh, yeah, that's fine. No, it's not.
Or they'll cuss and they'll just sneak it in, and it's like, dude, you can't do that.
No.
Or it's like last week where you described the quality of certain tweets, but then you say that no, that's not what I said about the tweets. When the replay shows that no, you clearly said that adjective about your tweets.
It happens. We get passionate here at 95.7 The Game. That's what we are about. We love our sports. Talking earlier, this is our drug. All right, we're not into all the heroines, the cocainas, and all the weeds.
Tweets their own.
And there's stuff out there.
Dabble.
But we love our sports. That's what an NBA free agency for a lot of people.
When does
bringing
that
it back,
crack come into play for you?
It's an all-timer. So the cocaine's happening, and when does that crack come into play?
Well, speaking of narcotics, because both of us we are Bay Area boys, but of course
I'm from Monterey. People don't like it. My dad's from the Bay Area.
But people know you like the Los Angeles Lakers. That's your team, and they've had a pretty good offseason thus far. And I feel like that's a team that is, so far, if you're looking at Western Conference opponents for the Warriors, won the offseason more than they have lost. Because right now we're taking calls about what the Warriors have done so far in free agency, bringing back Draymond, going out and getting Corey Joseph, who they might be targeting. But right now, that was the team that they just lost to. Whether it's a biased opinion or not, like, do you feel like the Warriors have made up enough ground compared to what the Los Angeles Lakers have done?
It's a great question, and I'm already getting crushed. It's like, you root for the Lakers. Claymond, Spaghetti, Forrest. Why? I just love the name Spaghetti, by the way. Lakers suck. Why is a Laker guy on the radio station? Why is this dude on? Well, you would have tuned in the pregame show during the actual series when it happened. It was very objective. I could have been a troll. I wasn't, because that's not who I'm about. When I talk about the Warriors, when I talk about sports, I don't have my fan angle. Some people cling to that, and some people do well. Bonte and Shasky, huge Niner fans, and they show it. They wear it on their sleeves. They're very passionate about that.
Don't you ever call me a homer.
Thank you. I'm not a homer when it comes to that stuff. Don't call me a homer, bro. I actually thought the Warriors were going to win that series.
Well,
I kept picking them to win.
That's for other reasons aside from being a homer.
Well, but also, I just think they were. I was like,
Speaking of drugs,
they had the championship pedigree, and I think they would have been a better matchup for the Nuggets than the Lakers were. It didn't work like that. The Lakers were just a bad matchup as it played out for the Warriors. That just happens. But as it pertains to them getting better, I think they have. And it goes back to them getting younger, too. Rob Pelinka, the GM, president of basketball, whatever it is, his title is, he makes the shots now down in Los Angeles. He learned from his mistakes when it came to that Russell Westbrook trade. Moving on from those young guys, not retaining Alex Caruso, and instead keeping Talen Horton-Tucker, that was a horrible thing, and then getting a Russell Westbrook, took away all their depth and ruined that franchise for a year. Fast forward to 2 years at the trade deadline about, 5-6 months ago now, getting rid of Westbrook, to getting in the Vanderbilts, getting in the D'Angelo Russells back, having the emergence of an Austin Reeves, and now getting the Hachimura and re-signing those guys to future deals was a very key for them moving forward, and they got the job done. And yes, I would put them slightly ahead of the Warriors, but not like this huge tier that I think the Nuggets are on over the rest of these teams.
Well, and that's why, to your point about the re-signings, because I thought they also made the right decision by not pursuing Kyrie Irving, who signs a big deal in Dallas. You essentially took the money that Kyrie's making, which is $42 a year, and you spread it between the three re-signings, between Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, and D'Angelo Russell. You also bring in a quality backup point guard and Gabe Vincent, who can give you starts if you need. You also go out and get, I think, an underrated signing in Taurean Prince. I don't know about
really
Cam Reddish,
underrated. No, that was
I do
really
like
underrated.
Taurean Prince.
Yes.
That's where I'm going with this is for Lakers fans, specifically more so LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you'd better be freaking happy with this roster.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hear any more complaints about the team not being good enough or not being able to stand up to whoever's in your path next year should you falter. This is a good basketball team. Yes. This is arguably, like you said on paper, a better basketball team than the Warriors. We can have a conversation about that because I would argue different. But you had better be happy this season with what you did at the trade deadline last year, this offseason in free agency, and I don't want to hear any excuses about the roster anymore in Los Angeles from anyone, specifically LeBron James, because you're 39 years old, you only got a couple years left, and if you put that GM hat on one more time, LeBron, I swear to God, crown, yeah, because they won it last year. He's going to put on his GM hat once again, and he's going to throw some different shade at different people in Rob Pelinka's direction who doesn't deserve it because he got you what you wanted, which is a $50 million play that couldn't get you anything, up out of here, turned him into 5 different players, and now you got a competing roster.
Tell me how you really feel, Evan.
You better be damn happy with it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, as you know with LeBron James, he never really calls out the players. It's like, hey, man, I'm doing all I can with this team. I'm doing all I can. I'm putting my heart and soul out on the floor. He never takes outward shots at his teammates. It just comes across like, you know what, I'm doing everything I can, and I can only do so much. I mean, I'm just one of the greatest players of all time, and if I can't do it, well, no one else can. Well, LeBron, you kind of wanted to play with your buddy Westbrook, to your point, Evan, and it didn't work out there. I don't think there's going to be much excuse making there. LeBron's old, but I get your point. Him fake retiring and like contemplating retirement. It was an act that was pretty old at this point. It's like, and I know you are old, LeBron, but deflecting all of that and having the conversation narrative around you after the Nuggets advanced to their first NBA Finals in franchise history, it was kind of weak. It was kind of weak, but you know what? That's what they do. They want the conversation about them. Draymond Green, why does he have a podcast? He wants the conversation around him, and he's going to be the guy with the conversation around him for the future. Like Draymond, like I think all the eyes are going to be on you now, buddy. We had the scapegoats in the past of Kevin Durant and now Jordan Poole, but I think a lot of Warriors fans are going to start circling Draymond if he's not producing at the level that a $25 million a year player is. Do you think that fans are going to start getting on Draymond a little bit? Because it feels like he has gotten a pass in this last decade. A little bit.
Well, yeah, of course he has, but he's also won 4 championships.
I know he has, but he's also been the reason that Kevin Durant left, and now Jordan Poole left, a guy that you thought was going to be part of your future and a part of a championship team.
Yeah, but, and to the front office's credit, yes, you lost Kevin Durant, but you found a way to turn him into Andrew Wiggins via D'Angelo Russell, and that helped you win a championship. That also helped you get Jonathan Kuminga, and it helped you improve, ideally, your youth. I mean, yes, you would rather have Kevin Durant than any of those two guys, but I look, the front office has played this cat and mouse game with Draymond Green that he has largely won his entire career, and that's simply the way it's been. I don't believe that Jordan Poole was done right by clearly Draymond, but also the team and then especially some members of the fan base, the way that they spoke about him. But the reality of the situation is if you want to win a title, Draymond Green immediately is your best path to doing that. And so you made the choice. You also got Draymond Green to take a financial step back, or he was okay with taking financial step back because you knew he wasn't going to get that money anywhere else he wanted to be. Now the question is, can you reclaim some of that cohesion that was lost last season? I think that Andrew Wiggins being healthy for this year is going to be a big part. By all signs, it appears that Klay Thompson's actually going to pick up a basketball this summer.
Huge.
And be able to shoot around a little bit so that he's ready to go next year. Stephen Curry, I don't expect much fall off from him because he's still a top 5 player in the NBA. Chris Paul can bolster that second unit so that you're not losing in a ridiculous fashion Stephen Curry non-minutes. I think that Jonathan Kuminga can take a slight step forward. I think Moses Moody can take a slight step forward. I think that right now the Warriors are in a place where they are comfortable, and that last season was something that escaped them right from the get-go. Even, I would argue, before Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole, just because Dre was asking for the max, then Poole got his bag, then Wiggins got paid. There was a lot of, I think, kind of mixed signals from the front office of what they were prioritizing. Again, and I've said it before, I believe they are at least aligned this year in their uniform goal, and that to me is worth something.
I agree with that. Their goal is to get smarter and get better IQ in basketball play from their rotational pieces. Now, is that Chris Paul coming off the bench? That's going to be another conversation too, because you bring in a future Hall of Famer like a Chris Paul, is he going to like that? Is he going to be fine with coming off the bench and being that quote-unquote sixth man? He doesn't really seem very happy about coming here to begin with. Now, I'm just reading through his voice's tone.
He doesn't seem like a very happy person.
He's not a very happy person with the media as it is, to your point. But it's going to be a very interesting process there as it pertains to CP3 and how he fits on this team. Real quick, how do you think he is going to fit on this squad? Is it a starting role? Is it a sixth-man role? Is it, just taking what the coach says? Like, is it a shrink or reduction in his minutes? Because he's going to need that. There's going to be nights when, Steph is going to have to take a night off, and it's going to be CP3 and vice versa. So how's it going to look for Chris Paul in a Golden State Warriors uniform? And it's still kind of weird to say that.
Yeah, no, it is. And it's something we can absolutely dig into on the other side. I wonder what people want to see, what they're interested in. And to clean up something, appreciate you, Michael. The contract by Jordan Poole was signed after the punch, yes. But the premise was that those negotiations were happening before the punch. And then maybe that was what spurred it. But my thing is, are you okay with where they're at? And if they do come out of the gates hot, will everything be forgiven? Like, winning tends to cure all, especially in Golden State. And I wonder if that's going to be the case again, because if they start 18-2, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are saying, damn, we got Draymond Green on a bargain. But, of course, if they lose to start the season, then those issues, that residue from last season is clearly still going to be stuck. Is that something that they can wipe clean, or are they going to need to dig into that kind of, that tar? Like, I don't know, man. It's interesting.
It is interesting, and it's this dark cloud, right? Because that was the problem. That was what was lingering over the Warriors last year. That's what Steve Kerr talked about, and that's what Draymond Green talked about, both on their podcast, by the way. Not a lot of people happy about that, just kind of laughing about the whole situation.
Also, what else in free agency has caught your eye?
Well, that's the thing. Like, is it Dario Saric? Is that the guy? Like, everyone keeps talking about that. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, reported that he is the guy that the Warriors are targeting. Is that going to do it for you? What grade are we giving Mike Dunleavy Jr.? 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text lines open in YouTube and Twitch. Also, we are streaming live. Good morning to all of you beautiful, beautiful people out there. If you're enjoying your summer vacation, what are you doing? You're going to go watch a summer blockbuster. What's that going to be? Is it Jaws? That's one of my favorites. Evan Giddings, not one of his.
Not for me.
Not one of his. He's more of a Riptide guy, whatever that means. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. More calls, more texts. 888-957-9570 is the number. What grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy Jr.? And how important is the head coach when it comes to player development? That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. for Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Tight.
I believe him.
There you go. 888-957-9570. That's one of the all-timers. When he said that, I was like, what did he just say? There's sometimes when you're working in the back and Evan Giddings produces Steiny and Goo. It's great board out for him too. Chimes in a lot, fills in, does everything. And Sam Lubin, producer extraordinaire for the Morning Roast, doing double duty today. Shout out, Sam. But when you're working in the back, you're doing some other stuff. You're cutting audio. And then you'll just hear something. And I'm sure a lot, because you got Steiny and Goo, which are peak of the droppers. They say something like, what are you talking about again?
What did you mean by that?
What did you mean by that? Drewski, what did you mean by that? It's just and we have a whole page of Dibs, Steiny, Willard, just everything. So I can't wait until I get cut one of these days, but pregame show, I'm solo, so no one really cuts anything for me at 5 to 6. Shout out Sam Lubin. God bless him. He actually does YouTube for me in the morning. He doesn't need to do that while he's getting stuff ready for him. So I really appreciate Sam.
We make beautiful love.
Sam's just a team
Summer
guy.
of Love. And by the way, I don't know if you've been hearing. It's called the Summer of Love. Is what we're talking about.
Summer of Love.
That's what the nickname has been. He's been crushing it. We're calling him our 95.7 The Game Giants correspondent here. He's been crushing. He's been at damn near every game. So shout out Sam. He's been crushing.
Sounds like he might be there tonight too for this whole series against the Seattle Mariners. So look, the Giants are playing some good baseball. I'm glad we got a devoted member of the station over there that's there in person. Of course, willing to get that pulse from the ballpark, but also put together some objective coverage with the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast he has with Butch, and they do a fantastic job. So
they certainly do. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you joining us here on July 3rd. Hope your holiday weekend is going well. Please be safe out there. 888-957-9570 is the number we've been discussing, free agency grades for Mike Dunleavy Jr. But what about free agency grades overall? What teams are you looking at and saying, like, wow, that was a really good deal? Are you looking at, like a Kyle Kuzma type deal, 4 years, $102 million with the Washington Wizards? He's going to be teaming up with Jordan Poole, obviously. So some of the deals out there and some of the ones that are like, the hell are you doing? Dylan Brooks? How much did he get?
4 for 80.
80
million
for that guy? Not with the Shanghai Sharks, with the Houston Rockets?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, number one, you have to throw that money at somebody, and I guess he just happened to be their guy. But the thing about the Dylan Brooks deal, I think, is really weird. Thank you very much for that. Is the fact that not only you spend $20 million a year over 4 on Dylan Brooks, but then you also at the same time give $140 million to Fred VanVleet. Now, I think Fred VanVleet's a good player.
3 years, too.
Yeah, technically, I think it's 2 of the player option, but he's an idiot not to pick it up. I think Fred VanVleet is a good player, and I think that with Ime Udoka, they're trying to win now and signal that they want to win. So you give one player that has postseason experience and actual pedigree, and then you give money to a guy that, and this is where the one area I do think it is defensible, not the number that they gave him, but the signal that they're trying to send is, what do the Houston Rockets not do anything with? Their defense. They can't play defense at all. The one thing Dylan Brooks can do is play defense. And so that's a sign that we're going to prioritize both ends of the floor as opposed to just playing glorified pickup basketball, which is what they've been doing for the last essential 2.5 years. I like them spending money on both of those guys combined compared to one James Harden.
And Fred VanVleet, from his perspective, is like, yeah, I'll do 3 years. So when I get out, I'm 31, 32. I'm in line for another huge deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Absolutely. I think it benefits both sides.
And Freddie VanVleet,
can't say the same.
by the way, I thought he should have won the Finals MVP that year. I know Kawhi was that dude. Fred VanVleet hit every single big shot for that day. It was like Fred VanVleet could have been, what was he? Just like a new father. He had just became a father, and we were talking about the dad energy. Stuff's real, Evan. This stuff's real. As a father of 2, shout out Benny and Nora. Love you guys. Let's hit the lines here. Anthony in Benicia wants to check in at 888-957-9570. Anthony, what's up, bro?
Top of the morning, fellas. So first of all, when Joe said that everything of inch of my body, I was listening that morning, as I always do, and I almost spit up. I couldn't believe it was the last part, everything that comes out, but we'll just leave it there. But so we're talking about the Warriors, and so one of the callers said that Jordan Poole had got a raw deal, and I couldn't agree more. But now that we're past that, I kind of want to maybe shine some light on it possibly being more drama this season, because I don't think that Chris Paul is a bad teammate, but I do believe that he's an alpha male, and Draymond is an alpha male. And usually when you have two alphas in the same vicinity, like, things can be bad. And I just don't put a lot of the blame on the chemistry and the locker room dynamic being off because of Jordan Poole, because we all know Jordan Poole didn't hit himself. The other thing I kind of wanted to bring up is that, like, now that I said this before, now that the Warriors have completely decided, like, we're going with the older guys, they have to win in the next 3 years. And I don't think there's any excuse. And I'm looking at Draymond 110% as somebody that I need to, like, show up and show out this season, because the organization, they got completely behind him, and he's been wrong at almost every turn. But because he's also been a contributor for the last 4 rings, we, basically let all that slide. But if I'm being honest as a fan, now that the dust has settled, I'm looking at Draymond Green exclusively as somebody that has to show up this season coming up and show out and show us that why we put up with your mess, thus far. Because I don't think that Jordan Poole should have got traded, but I understand it. And one of them had to go. The team chose Draymond. So now all signs, in my opinion, point at Draymond to show up and show out.
Got you. Thank you, Anthony and Benicia. Chiming in at 888-957-9570. If you agree on that, hit us up. Listen, Draymond Green, for all that we talked about the drama and the dark cloud, if you will, that he created with that punch, he had a damn good year, I thought. I thought he played very well on the court. I didn't think he was a DPOY, absolutely not. But listen, I was impressed with how he showed out every single game. Like, didn't really miss a lot of games either. And on the court, I'm fine with Draymond. Let's just put it point blank right there. It's the other stuff, to Anthony's point, the alpha male. How are they going to mesh Chris Paul and stuff like that? These guys, again, going back to this term, IQ, these guys are all very high IQ, and I have no doubt that they will figure it out. The problem will be, as it always is with an older team, the injury factors. When an injury pops up, how's it going to go? What's it going to look like? Are they going to be able to fight through it? Are they going to go through a lull, a stretch? Is there going to be some minute allocation that divvies up between the young guys and the old guys? So that's going to be the part to Steve Kerr that he's going to need to figure out. Again, it goes back to Steve Kerr. It's going to be his toughest coaching job in his tenure as Warriors head coach. I don't think that's even an understatement. That's just the reality.
Yeah, and like if you want to say it's self-inflicted, just because of maybe the way that he treated some of the young players, maybe. I think that's, I'll hear it. I think that Steve Kerr, just by process of elimination of each year being much more filled with talent and cohesion and chemistry, and like let's be honest, the reason why we emphasize IQ, that we're emphasizing the overall intelligence of the Golden State Warriors, is because I don't think everyone is sold on the amount of talent that remains, is sold on the amount of, efficiency and youth. So you have IQ and knowledge is generally, and wisdom is associated with elderly people. There's a lot of, in their grand careers, elderly players on the Golden State Warriors. Yeah. They just traded a 23 going on 24-year-old for a 38-year-old. So it better work. It better work. No. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at that deal as one you might want back. Because I don't think there's any doubt that Jordan Poole is on his way to potentially being a top 5 scorer. It might not impact winning, but that guy's going to get 25, 30 shots a game in Washington. Him and Kyle Kuzma are going to hoist the rock like no other. Also, if James Wiseman ends up being somebody that has a potential helpful piece to a winning team in his future, not right now, of course, in Detroit, then you're also going to look at that and say, what did you do? I don't know if it's going to take a championship to kind of calm people, but to me, Spadone, there has to be, at the very least, no sort of semblance of bickering, of internal fighting. And I don't think that, I don't know if the alpha kind of comparison is one that I would look at. I don't think Chris Paul is going to have an issue with Draymond Green or vice versa. But I will say that
I don't like CP at all.
What about that?
That was from 2020. Okay. That was also more about Stephen Curry than Draymond Green himself, because, well, we don't have to get into that. But I feel like where the issue does lie is Draymond does, Spadoni, he does bring it onto the court. Like, even though there are issues that are off, if he's throwing tantrums against the New Orleans Pelicans, if he's getting double tees 8 minutes after Steph gets injured in a game against Indiana and cost you, like, those do cost you games. So Draymond is not the perfect player, obviously, off the court, but that can impact what happens on it. I think he is going to be on his best behavior this year because he got what he wanted, which is, number one, money, number two, Jordan Poole up out of here, and he also got the front office to buy in on trying to maximize this season. So if he isn't, I think there are going to be a lot of fans pissed at him because they feel like, dude, you should be grateful at this point in your career.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of Warriors fans are just, they have a quick memory and stuff like that. They just think about what they last saw. What they last saw was Draymond Green dapping up LeBron James, them getting punked by Anthony Davis, and that sort of thing. So, I understand, that could be a lasting image. Same for Clay. Had a very bad series, but he had a very good stretch in that year last year as well. So we as fans, we like to just think of selective memory, if you will, but we can't. He had a really good year. So, let's put that aside. I am very confident in Draymond Green and this squad moving forward. But again, the injuries are a concern because they are an older team. Let's go to Sean in San Francisco. He wants to weigh in on Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s grade so far, and you can too at 888-957-9570. Sean, you're in 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? I'm pretty optimistic. I give him a B. If it's preseason, no games have been played because the team wanted veterans. It was clear there was a direction that had to be gone. And, they got Draymond to take less money, someone who's been instrumental in any winning moment, as well as the bad stuff. But, any winning moment we've had in the last 10 years or whatever, he's been there. And so I think, we got Chris Paul, who I think is going to, he's got nothing to prove coming to this team. He's only ever lost to these guys. He's here clearly chasing a ring. So go do it their way. Run faster, stop being so damn slow. And he'll, I think we got I think there's a lot of really good possibility because everyone's going to be on their best behavior. Everyone knows that they got, whoops and the Warriors wanted another ring. And so I think Mike Dunleavy, as long as Chris Paul and Steph aren't injured all the time at the same time, I think we'll look at this season as a good season. So
thank you, Sean in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. He used a our way kind of thing, a Patriot way, if you will. You hear that term a lot, right, Evan? The Patriot way. You come in to the Patriots, you'll revitalize your career. Hey, Randy Moss, you were a malcontent over in Oakland with the Raiders. Come over here. This is the Patriot way. We'll get it done, and we'll almost go undefeated for a season. So you hear that term a lot. Can that pertain to the Golden State Warriors, a Golden State Warriors way? What is that? Well, it's smart basketball, moving the ball around, quick pace. Does a guy like Chris Paul fit that? On its surface, I would say no, but again, he is a smart player, and can he find his role with this team early on in the season?
Yeah, I think he can. And look, I think Chris Paul is actually in a perfect spot for him, and I hope that he can be a perfect fit for the Warriors because what the bench in my mind is supposed to do, I think Draymond might have even said it, Steve Kerr's talked about it a little bit, the goal of the bench is not to play necessarily the same style as the starters. Now, you have some overlap and mixed rotations, but the goal is to slow the game down. The goal is to create kind of this situation where you're not falling behind. Like, the bench's goal is to maintain either a lead or a deficit or improve it, just not to lose it. And that was the issue last year with a lot of the young guys, Jordan Poole kind of being the poster boy for that, which was Jordan Poole might be a plus 15 off the bench, but he also might be a minus 15. And there were too many of those games, I think, for the Warriors to be comfortable with not having a chance to get a guy like Chris Paul if you want to be better this season. That's where I think the bench can be improved because one of my favorite bench players ever for the Golden State Warriors, Sean Livingston. That guy wasn't always getting up and down in transition. Now, he was athletic, but what was the go-to Sean Livingston move? Just a post-up midi fadeaway. Mm-hmm. Get the ball in the block, go to work, slow things down, get a high percentage shot. Chris Paul's not going to do exactly that because he's not 6'7", but Chris Paul can run pick and roll 15, 20 times a game off the bench with whoever he's in with. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga is the perfect pick and roll partner for him. That, to me, is where the offense doesn't have to necessarily maintain its motion-centric kind of, stance. It can be a bench unit run by Chris Paul in which he basically just puts the ball in his hands and said, we're going to run pick and roll every single time till I'm off the floor.
Absolutely. And to your point, Sean Livingston, man, God bless him. He had that mid-range. He can go to the rack, but he did not have a three-point shot. Chris Paul, he's got a 3-point shot. So, like, that opens up things as well, to your point. And also, Evan, be sure to shout out YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line here, and download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Gene, Uncle Gene, the legend himself. Did you see him when he came to studio the other week?
I did.
That's
yeah,
right. Gene in Oakland.
Shirt, right?
Yes, he was. Hell yeah. Sell the team, John Fisher. Crook. Gene, what's going on, man?
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Yeah, your job is safe, by the way.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Anyways, hey, look, I want to make actually a bunch of points. I'll try to squeeze them all in. But first, I wanted to address what the previous caller said about the potential clashes between CP3 and Green. I think that may very well be a good thing, because they're both experienced veterans, both going to the Hall of Fame. They have respect for each other, and they're the ultimate competitors. So I would expect there to be some clashes, and that's, once again, maybe we need more people standing up to Draymond once in a while. But at the end of the day, I think it'll make for better basketball. So I kind of welcome, those guys butting heads in the locker room. So the other issues, first of all, Dunleavy, you know what? I'd give him a B+. I'm not sold on the Podziemski pick. I'm glad, of course, he brought CP3 in. But I really like the Davis pick. That's really intriguing. First of all, I'm really big on legacy picks. We had 4 of them already. And now Davis, I remember his dad. He played, I think, about 15 years for Indiana. He was a hell of a player. So these guys typically work out well. The DNA usually kicks in, and they wind up being successful. So I'm anxious to see what this kid can do. And I want to say one last thing about Jonathan Kuminga, because more and more, especially if there's no more big deals to be made, and I doubt there are. There's no money anyway. I see him more and more as a really key factor, because we have that one glaring problem, of no athleticism under the basketball. We don't have under the basket, I should say. No size, not enough rebounding. We don't have somebody that can really stand up and at least slow down an Anthony Davis or a Joel Embiid. He has the ability to do that. The question is whether he has the will. Kerr last year said he needed to expand his game. Well, that's what he's got to do. He's got to learn to be a rebounder and a low post defender. Now, whether he has the emotional, maturity to do it, he's still only 20 years old, and whether he's really inclined to play that type of a game remains to be seen. But if he can step into that role, I think we got all the parts and pieces to make a real run.
Thanks, Gene. That was Gene in Oakland, our guest for the 3:00 hour here on the Morning Roast.
Yeah, appreciate you, Gene. Appreciate all the P1s out there listening. Appreciate everyone chiming in on YouTube and Twitch, of course, on the text line as well. Just being with us on a Monday, whether you're at work, whether you're chilling, whether you're getting the grill out, maybe ready to fire up some sausages or links or some hot dogs, whatever you're doing, man. I mean, this is a day right now where I think
Are you a sausage guy?
Not today. Usually
Italian
I am, but not today.
Italian or Polish?
Italian.
There you go.
Yeah.
Shout out. Always Italian.
Just for you.
Are you a sausage guy?
Thank you, Shaska. Appreciate you. Shout out to him, by the way. They're crushing it down in they're doing like his I think a Bronco tournament down there for San Francisco YBL, and they're crushing it down in Monterey Bay. So
so that's like when we were talking earlier about what you kind of associate July 4th weekend with. For me, growing up, it was always playing in the San Bruno tournament. Because I grew up in El Cerrito, played at ECYB, El Cerrito Youth Baseball, shout out.
You're a big baseball guy. Like when I think of baseball, at this station, I think Evan Giddings and Sam Loveman. You guys love baseball. You're and you pitched collegiately.
Yeah, no, I love the game. I'll just I could watch any game and be perfectly happy. I love the sport of baseball. Not that I don't dislike other sports. I mean, I love football, love basketball.
No, but your baseball knowledge is vast when it comes to random players.
2004 NL Gold Glovers,
there
Cesar Asturis. But I think that the whole, idea this weekend is really just, it's familial, it's communal, and this time of year, I think because of the Kevin Durant signing in 2016 on July 4th has kind of changed the way that I look at this entire weekend. It used to be just about baseball. For me, it was playing. For some, it was watching. For my dad, it was listening on the radio. For some people, it's about, I don't know, maybe what's going on with other sports. I know there's some WNBA fans out there. And for me now, because of what happened with the Warriors, I look at this time of year as almost being all about NBA free agency, and especially with the amount of movement around the league, the amount of money that's being handed out with these massive albatross-type contracts, Spadone, it's hard for me to not associate July 4th with NBA free agency because it's such a drama.
$1.8 billion have already been given out in contracts during this free agency period. And to your point, I even go back further. And I know it wasn't on July 4th, but July 8th, 2010, LeBron James taking my talents to South Beach. That's what I associate with. I remember exactly where I am for that, which is weird because sports moments, you remember where you are. And that was a moment. Like when he sat down, he had this, everyone was like, where's LeBron going? Where's it? And then it started trickling out late. It's like, oh, they're building a super team down there. Mm-hmm. And it now didn't work in the first year. Getting bounced, they go to the finals, get bounced by the Dirk Nowitzki Mavericks. But you knew that was something special. And you just knew when Kevin Durant joined the Warriors, it's over. We lost the finals. We blew a 3-1 lead. It doesn't matter. We got Kevin Durant. That was one of the craziest things in the history of sports. It's the history of moves. We can discuss that at 888-957-9570. I think I remember I was driving along with Jade, my wife. We were going to Bay Street out in Emeryville. Nice little location. They revamped it, by the way. Shout out Bay Street. They got lots. They got a what burger now? They got a not Smash Burger. What's the burger joint? I'm
not sure.
Shake Shack. There we go. They got Shake Shack.
I have seen Stephen Curry at Bay Street.
Oh, he is out there.
His rookie year before people knew who he was. He was walking around with his posse going to see a movie. Yeah, I can't go there anymore. But I did see him in high school, and of course, me and my buddies walked by. We're like, pretty sure that's Steph Curry.
Yeah,
he just looked like a little kid,
just hanging out.
And he was there with a couple of friends and Aisha, and they were just going to see a movie.
Jade met Marshawn Lynch there at the It's Sugar randomly. She's like, she went to the Barnes & Noble to grab something. She had ordered something. She's like, oh, yeah, I'll go to It's Sugar. Oh, she's like, oh, yeah, by the way, I just saw Marshawn Lynch. He's promoting this Beast Mode candy bar. I got a picture with him. He was wearing a Willy Wonka hat and a hoodie. It was just peak Marshawn Lynch. But as I'm saying this, I was like, I remember where I was when that was announced because I just turned on 95.7 the game. And who was it then? It was Rick Tittle or Towney talking about the trade when it went down. I was like, wow. That's freaking wild. Kevin Durant is a Golden State Warrior. And listen, there's not going to be a move like that. Well, maybe it's Damian Lillard. Is that the next kind of big move? And I don't think Dame was even on that LeBron or KD level, but that's kind of the name, right? Damian Lillard, where is he going to go? Chris Raines was reporting earlier from Bleacher Report, talking about potentially the Celtics checking in, the Pelicans, the T-Wolves, some interesting names there. What's the move that would scare you? Would him going to the Clippers, I think about a team like that, would that put them above the Golden State Warriors in that West hierarchy? Or would that put them just in the mix?
Yeah, if you can guarantee me that Paul George and Kawhi Leonard can stay healthy through a postseason.
Let's just say for this hypothetical scenario, they remain. That's the big three.
Well, no, it's not about remaining. It's about being on the floor. I think Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are going to be on the team. I think if Damian Lillard's on the team, that's a great roster. But the issue with the Clippers is not necessarily just how they play when they're fully healthy. It's can their guys even stay out there? Because Kawhi Leonard looked like 2019 Raptors Kawhi against the Phoenix Suns in the first couple of games.
Great.
And then he goes down and he hurts his leg. That's their reality. And so that would be the reason why I wouldn't fear the Clippers even with a Damian Lillard. But I think Dame in Miami or Boston, those two teams are absolutely some teams that could use his services and I think would be elevated by a player like Damian Lillard. The Clippers, to me, in a sense, would kind of be a little bit of a waste. I also don't think he would enjoy Los Angeles.
No, well, he's been James Harden, obviously, they've been linked to them too. James Harden, is that doing anything for you? James Harden missed me with that.
I would love to see it.
It'd be hilarious.
The NBA circus that is James Harden, wherever he goes, I think would be fun.
I just don't think that team that team would scare me if I'm a Warriors fan. Like Chris Paul, maybe, but James Harden over there with Kawhi and Paul George, even Bradley Beal, now that we're talking about Western Conference and do we have the Warriors right below the Nuggets? Are the Nuggets a tier above everyone else? I believe they are, but I put the Warriors with the Lakers, with the Suns. The Suns, Bradley Beal, I know he's a hell of a scoring talent. What defense are they playing out there? Are they keeping Ayton with this thing? Are they still trying to shop him? Like, what's going on there?
Probably.
KD, he looked old in that last series against the Nuggets. I'll just say it. Like, he just didn't look like he had that step. He is old.
He is old.
He is old. Like, that's the thing. Like, when we look at this Western Conference, LeBron's almost 40, and he was in the Western Conference Finals. Steph, he's getting to mid-30s, getting in those late 30s. Clay, he's had wear and tear. Draymond, these guys are old, man. The Kings, they're getting younger. Nuggets, they're a young team. Like, I start looking at that. Is the youth movement finally going to prevail and knock out this old guard in these coming years? The Warriors, they may have something to say about it, but it really is the last dance, the final chapter in this book for the Golden State Warriors. And does it end in a championship? We're going to see. We're going to see.
And because of those factors that you just mentioned, I think it's a little unfair to expect one from this current group.
Yeah.
Now, I think they can contend, and I believe they're still championship caliber as currently constructed for this season. Who knows what it's going to look like in a couple of years when the new CBA kicks in. But I do think that they can win a championship. I just think it's going to be more difficult than it's ever been, and I don't think that's a strong opinion necessarily. But the one thing you're talking about, the youth movement around the NBA and the amount of money that's being thrown around everywhere, the two signings that in a way kind of stood out to me most in reference to Golden State were the two guys that were in James Wiseman and his draft class, and that was LaMelo Ball and Tyrese Halliburton. Both of those guys got fully maxed out. 5-year, $200+ million deals worth as much as $260 with incentives. And that is the kind of contract that the Warriors would have been looking to give James Wiseman if he was up to his second overall pick status. Like, if James Wiseman was the big center of the future that we wanted him to be, I think it would be a much easier decision this offseason, per se, to move off of a Draymond Green. It'd be much easier to potentially move forward with Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, Moses Moody, the way they had it played out, but obviously it didn't, and they moved off of him before they could. But when I think about these free agency, and it's, well, not free agency, but these extensions that they gave guys in his draft class, I am wondering, would Warriors fans be okay with that? Being willing to potentially pay the guy for your future at the sacrifice, because we know with the rest of the money that they have divvied out, if James Wiseman was in the mix for the type of money that LaMelo Ball and Tyrese Halliburton are going to be making beyond next season, you would have to be okay with the big three not retiring in Golden State. That's the financial reality, and I wonder if that's something that has even crossed people's minds watching the kind of money being given out to other people in his draft class.
Oh, I think they would be absolutely all over that, because you would assume if he's getting that kind of money, he contributed at an elite franchise type of level. You probably would have won 2 championships back to back. If let's be honest, like if he was the missing piece of size and length, athleticism, yes, you're talking about a championship type of player. And yes, kick rocks. Sorry, Draymond. Sorry, Clay. Yeah, we can keep Steph. But yeah, the future's already here. And James Wiseman, I absolutely think Warriors fans would have been fine doing that. Yes, it's fine because James Wiseman would have been that missing link now. He would have been the championship piece. Like, he is the next Stephen Curry. He is the next iteration of the franchise. And yes, we love Clay. We love Draymond. But they're nowhere near the Stephen Curry amount of love. James Wiseman would be on that same type of trajectory and love a la a Stephen Curry if he was truly getting this max, because that would have meant he won an MVP in the finals, or he was part of that, or he was part of a championship run, or back-to-back championship runs. That's the only way he would have been getting that kind of money, in my opinion, right?
Are LaMelo Ball and Tyrese Halliburton MVP-type players? Are they championship players?
They don't have the pieces around them. If LaMelo Ball was drafted to the Warriors, that's another discussion. I think a lot of people thought they should have drafted him after that first rookie season, right? After a couple seasons now, I think so. Would you rather have LaMelo Ball?
I mean, I wanted LaMelo Ball in that draft, but it's neither here nor there.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but I'm saying, like, are those champions? They could be if they have the right pieces around them.
Well, my point is that neither of those
Charlotte's a dumpster fire, if we're going to be honest.
Well, LaMelo Ball's also been hurt a lot, and he hasn't played as many games.
True.
But my point is that neither of those guys are MVP candidates right now, or at least they haven't been their first.
Can't be on a losing team.
No, but you also can't fault them for not being that good immediately. They're still getting paid $40+ million after 2024.
Yeah.
that is the kind of money that James Wiseman, if he was on a similar trajectory, which is a very good, promising, young, talented player, but maybe not quite a championship caliber player yet, maybe not quite an MVP talent yet, you have to pay to even find out. And I wonder if at this point, if he was on a similar path to which there's promise, there is great things on their horizon, but he hasn't gotten and figured it out yet. I don't think there had to be a conclusion by his final year, but they had to move off of him because there were other financial restraints surrounding James Wiseman.
Yeah, it just sucks because of the injury factor. It feels like one of those big what ifs. Like, what if this guy didn't get hurt so early on in his career? And it feels like we're going down the same path with Trey Lance as it pertains to the 49ers. Like, am I ever going to get to see this guy actually be able to produce at an elite level, or at least give the opportunity to, right? Because that's just what it feels like. I feel like the opportunity wasn't there for Wiseman. That just sucks because, listen, I think he's a nice kid. He was given a raw deal, if you will. Like, it wasn't his fault. He got hurt all the time. It just is what it is. This was an older team. It was the wrong time, the wrong pick, like what have you. But James Wiseman, it always feels like it could be one of those what ifs as it pertains to his injury history with the team. Real quick, before I hit the legal here, let's go to Komodo. Dragon over in San Francisco wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Komodo?
Look, thanks a lot, fellas. Yeah, I love this Warriors conversation. At first, I didn't think Draymond was going to come back because he said earlier last year he wanted the max, and I didn't think Joe Lacob was going to do that. But I actually am real happy that he came back because it's not what Robin said the caller. She said they're catering to Draymond. I think it's more catering to Steph Curry. That's what Steph Curry wanted, and I like how Dunleavy is just doing his decisions to really maximize Stephen Curry's potential, and that's what I appreciate with Draymond coming back and what Dunleavy's doing. I think he's doing a B+ type of job right now. I think he can do better. But I also want to talk about since Ty Jerome is gone and Jordan Poole is gone, do you think Steve Kerr would be open to the possibility of having Gary Payton II being point guard and making more of a Steph Curry a 2 guard and be more of an efficient high score and maybe helping Curry be another scoring leader for next season? Using Gary Payton II, and we need more point guards, and since with Poole's gone and Jerome's gone, that we would see a little bit more Gary Payton attacking the basket and passing it out to Steph Curry instead of the other way around what we saw in the playoffs. Thanks, guys.
Gotcha, Komodo. Appreciate you chiming in at 888-957-9570. That's the number if you would like to call in. Calls are open all day. We are live and local. Evan Giddings, your thoughts on Gary Payton II handling The Rock?
You want to hit the legal first? Or
Oh, yeah. Wow, look at me. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Thank you, Mr. Professional over here. There is no more professional person in the business than Evan Giddings. My guy has the voice. He's got the play-by-play chops. He's got the sports talk radio chops. He's doing it all, man.
Look, I'm just happy to be finally rocking with you, Spadone, because we have our show. People don't know this, and sorry, we'll get back to GP2 and a point guard position in a minute. But we do have to let people know that you and I have been producing on the board, off the board, with Steiny and Guru, the morning show, off and on for quite some time. We have basically our own show every single day.
We have our takes. We have our takes off of the host's takes.
So I'm glad that people are finally getting to hear the way that we speak on a daily basis, just not into a microphone.
Yeah, we do argue like this a lot too. Like we don't back down. We're not agreeing on every single take. Evan and I actually disagree quite a lot, but you know what? It's okay to disagree, and I'm not punching him in the face over it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because as we learned earlier, and I revealed earlier, I would lose.
Yeah.
First round knockout coming my way. Hundo P.
There you go. George is in the jungle. He wants to chime in. George.
Heyo.
What's up, bro?
Gentlemen, you're talking about Michael Wiseman and you're talking about LaMelo Ball as if they're two completely different players, and Wiseman will never live up to that. The fact is, LaMelo Ball joined a team that had nothing. kind of like when Stephen Curry came to the Warriors, and there was nothing. And when Steph played out, he made mistakes, he got hurt, he did this, he did that, but he had room to become Stephen Curry. Whereas Michael Wiseman never had that room. LaMelo Ball had that room with Charlotte because there was nobody else there. He gets to play through his mistakes. He gets to play after he's hurt. He gets the opportunity to become LaMelo Ball like Stephen Curry got the opportunity to become Steph.
Totally. Yeah, Michael never got the opportunity. Neither did James really either. Your thoughts on that, Evan Giddings?
Does he have a twin?
Yeah, apparently. So there you go.
He's also the second overall pick by the Warriors.
God bless George in the Jungle. Ran into too many trees there, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's busy swinging through vines, trying to go get his girl Jane. And
he had the name right when he called in. I don't know why it went from James to Michael in about 30 seconds.
As a wise man once said.
Michael is
it's a great name. My brother's name.
Solid name.
Mikey.
However, James Wiseman, he is right. Yes, James Wiseman is not drafted in the same situation. That wasn't necessarily my point, and maybe I didn't explain it properly the first time. My point is when I look at those two players from the same draft class, Halliburton and Ball, and see the $200 million that they commanded in extension, not necessarily having proven what they are going to be as... Like, if you're paying a person $200 million, you should feel pretty confident that they're going to be a cornerstone of your franchise. James Wiseman, yes, wasn't given that opportunity. My hypothetical was if it had worked, if he hadn't gotten injured, if he had been given a running room, would you be okay with him not having necessarily proven yet that he was David Robinson or Chris Webber or Kevin Garnett, whatever name people have compared him to, but you would have to pay that 5 for 200 just to find out.
Well, so what would the comp be then if he hasn't shown that?
Well, there isn't because there hasn't been this much money allotted to players at that age.
That's true.
Especially unproven players, I should say.
Let's just be honest, big men too. Like the era of the big man, and maybe it's slowly coming back. That's something we discussed at the top of the show. Like maybe it's coming back, but to your point, it's not really the sexiest position to have. But now you're seeing the Jokic's, the Embiids. Maybe, just maybe, we were going from Warriors ball to small ball, going back to the big man. But to your point, James Wiseman just never really fit here. And here on the YouTube chat from Xavier W, too much jungle juice for George. You big jungle juice guy, Evan?
What kind?
Well, isn't jungle juice just every single alcohol mixed with a bunch of sweetness?
That's the kind I like.
There you go.
I don't know if there was a G-rated version for jungle juice that I was missing out on, but no, throw every single...
I just call that juice.
Just juice? Okay, yeah. Throw every single possible liquor into a pot, and I will be there with just a sprinkle of sugar on top to call it jungle juice.
I always think of Samuel L. Jackson. It was Dave Chappelle doing the impression of juice. That was a good one. Deep Blue Sea. There you go. That was my
I thought about juice. Shout out Tupac.
Well, that was the movie. He was joking about it. Oh, okay. I'm butchering this whole thing. It's all right. Shout out to Butcher Shop. All right.
We are on the morning roast. I mean, it's only fair that we butcher some things throughout this show. Shout out Chasky.
There you go. Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill. This is Joe Spadoni.
Are you a sausage guy?
I certainly am. 4th of July. What are you eating over this holiday break? I'm eating some sausages, some tater salad, because I'm American. That's what I like.
Dude, you know what I've been having a recent fix for is eggs on top of anything. Not literally anything, but
big egg guy, huh?
Put an egg on top of a hot dog. Put an egg on top of a sausage. Put it on top of turkey. Put an egg. It could be sunny side up, which I do like. Over easy's my preference. Put that on literally anything, and I think it makes it better. That's what I've been moving on, so that's what I'll probably have tomorrow.
Putting eggs on everything.
Everything.
Can you put eggs on a sausage?
You can.
Sausage, egg, and cheese. Wow, look at that.
As long as there's a base of kind of, some carbohydrates to just drop it right on top of. So rice. I haven't tried pasta, but I imagine that'd be pretty good.
There you go.
What else? Bread, of course. Everything.
Egg and pasta. Interesting.
Isn't there an egg-based pasta out there?
Well, it's like egg noodles you're thinking of. But I'm thinking of putting like scrambled eggs over. I was like, I don't know about that. But listen, I love eggs. Guru doesn't.
Eggs on top of chow mein?
Guru hates eggs, which is one of the weirdest things about Guru. Yeah, he says, he's like, I don't like them. I think they stink. He's like, it's from the animals laying them. I was like, well, you eat the animal, so why are you... He doesn't like them. Ask your guy about that next time you're filling in for Steiner. Guru not liking eggs. What's your cuisine of choice for 4th of July at 957-9570.
Are egg soda approved?
Are they?
That's what I was going to ask.
They should be. The egg whites should be. Absolutely.
Egg whites are not as good as the whole egg. So, and I'm not going quite Rocky. I'm not just dumping 4 and chugging them, throwing them back at 3 in the morning. Although I actually had to wake up at 3 in the morning today. So
Huge.
Shout out to that. I know you got to sleep in. I had to wake up earlier, and we're here to make it work until 10.
What happened? Why were you live in the city? Where were you this morning, huh? You're getting after it?
No. I just usually wake up at like 7 as opposed to 4:30.
So you got here. No, you guys both were here earlier than I was. I got here at like 5, but you guys were.
I mean, I was here at the normal time.
I woke up at 4. So I probably got here, Sam, I got here before you, right?
But you were here before me, which was like a refreshing change of pace. Oh, wow, host here before me. Look at that.
Hey, he said it, not me, boys.
There you go. We got to take one more break. One more segment coming up. 888-957-9570. What grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Also, we've been discussing some of the other trades that might happen. Damian Lillard, where's he going to go? What is going on around the NBA free agency? It's all about y'alls and your calls, as a former host here like to say. 888-957-9570. Come on back. It's the Morning Roast of Joe Spadoni, Evan Giddings, 95.7 The Game. And it's brought to you by SC Johnson STEM.
the game.
Spadoni and Giddings in for Bonte and Chasky here on the Morning Roast, getting you ready for your July 4th holiday. We are live and local all day right here on 95.7 The Game. One more segment before tossing it over to
Dan Devone and Sterling Bennett.
Woo! Huge.
By the way, can I give a compliment? Chewy Gomez, who's a legend in the Bay Area, everyone familiar with him, is knowing of this. He's a nice guy. See him in the office all the time. Like I just mentioned, 3 of 7, he's on air. I went to high school with his kid.
What?
Yeah, Darius Gomez. Shout out to him. And their family has been incredibly kind, very nice. And it's so cool to be able to actually work in the same building. And then when we move to our new building, going to have to work in the same vicinity as the legend Chewy Gomez.
Have you gone to the new building yet? Have you done like
I have. It's nice.
So like what is like the whole like setup then? We're going to be like right near each other or like what's going on
Yeah,
here?
all the studios are going to be kind of in this, all in the same
Studio
floor,
talk here on
but it's more of like a free form, kind of open Montessori-like environment, if you're familiar with that.
I don't know if I like that new age approach. Old-fashioned kind of a guy.
It's going to force you to talk to people, so that I am in favor of because I like our coworkers. I like seeing Sam along with the rest of the people at KCBS down the hall, Dave FM, new alternative station. I love seeing all these people.
R.I.P. Dave. No, we're going back to
Live 105.
Live 105. Come on, come on. My killers are on there all the time. Jimmy Eat World, AFI. Let's go. Love me some Live 105. Aaron Axelson and co. And by the way, speaking of Gabe Kapler, who you heard at that rejoin.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
I think he was talking about coffee or something. Sam knows more about that. He was talking. What was he talking about there, Sammy?
Yeah, so I guess he was at this this coffee place in Queens yesterday, and he posted on his Instagram, and yeah, he was talking about the well in Queens, having that chill vibe, and he was talking about the kind of coffee he likes, and he always likes to drink it black, and yeah, he was just kind of showing off his coffee choices.
That I can get on board with.
Yeah, Evan, you're a big just black coffee guy.
Big black coffee
You're
guy.
dead inside, is what you're telling me.
Pretty much, yeah. Some call me psychopath. It's 100% fine. I've had 4 cups today of black coffee.
Huge.
And it's just pretty much how I live my life.
I got the whole thing if you guys want to hear it.
Yes.
Actually,
yes, let's hear
The
it.
Well in Queens has a mellow vibe and the staff is on their game. Some of you have been asking what type of coffee I like. My move is to get an Americano on a drip, whatever they're brewing. I drink everything black and lean in the direction of chocolatey maple, hazelnut, and cinnamon tasting notes and lean away from more flowery and fruity notes.
That just sounded pretentious as all hell. I love you. I love you, Gabe. That was pinky in the air. Shout out Craig Valentino in the back. That was hoity-toity.
When in doubt, pinky out, man. You got to be fancy.
That is San Francisco in a nutshell. I think that's how most people view it on the outside looking.
Even there's some production.
He's not from here, but he's embraced the culture there. And I actually am with him, though, but in all seriousness, the Americano is the go-to. The espresso shots, that gets you
The
up.
Well in Queens has a mellow vibe.
Okay, so my question is,
Mellow
Gabe,
vibe.
why do you have to, in that deep baritone
That's just how he
voice,
talks.
but speak in the sensual fashion as if I'm listening to a trailer for a rom-com coming up this summer? Shout out Blockbusters. Why is Gabe Kapler speaking to us like he's trying to court us into a dimly lit,
it almost felt
single
like
table Twilight dinner?
It almost felt like a coffee documentary or something like that. Like he's trying to do this whole hour-long feature on all the different coffees that you can get at the Well in Queens. Like just making a whole thing out of it.
Sexy man, though. I'll tell him that right there. It's a sexy man. It's a sexy voice. And
It was a consideration.
It's your San Francisco Giants manager. Took an L yesterday.
That he did.
Took the series loss, back-to-back series losses for the San Francisco Giants on the road in Toronto and then yesterday in New York. They are back at it tonight against the Mariners, who are at 40 and 42. But where are you at with the Giants right now, Evan? I want to get your takes overall on this team. They're, 46 and 38 right now? Am I reading that right? My contacts are a little blurry right now, but I believe that's what they are. They got Camilo Doval as their lone all-star. Maybe they'll get someone else in there. I don't know. Everything always changes with the reserves. Some people get hurt, don't participate, what have you. But Camilo Doval, the all-star. And the Giants right now, where are they? Where you need them to be? Where'd you have them pegged before the season? Everything. Your thoughts?
I think the San Francisco Giants are right where I would hope they'd be, which is in position to earn a playoff berth. Like that should be the goal of this season. And to be able to do it with a young group, well, I should say a mixed group, of which you're finally being able to see the results of your farm system pay dividends. You got some prospects coming up and producing. Some of them are beginning to slide out like Casey Schmidt. Others are thriving in Patrick Bailey. And Luis Matos has been a nice addition. I like where the Giants are headed, and they just had a fantastic month. I know that they just dropped to back-to-back series to end the month, but you look at the trends of the team, they are trending in the right direction. April, not great, 11-15. Then you get back on the horse. May, you even things out, 17-12. Now, heading into July, even though you lost 2 games to the Mets, you had an 18-8 month of June. That is incredible in my mind. That got you back into contention, not only for the playoffs, but potentially the division. Do I think they're a better team on paper than the Arizona Diamondbacks or the Los Angeles Dodgers, or at least before their locker room issues, the San Diego Padres? Maybe not. But this is a team that knows how to win games and has shown you that over the course of a pretty big sample size to this point, Spadone. So even though, yes, they lost to another team that hasn't been able to figure it out, the New York Mets, I think the Giants right now are where I had hoped that they could be. Not necessarily expected, because coming off of a season last year that left you wanting more, you never really know. But I think that the amount of confidence that's been restored in both the fan base as well as even probably some members of the organization is exactly what you wanted at this point. Restore my confidence that this team can go win baseball games, that they can identify some around the margins talents, that they don't need those big-ass name stars like Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa, who at this point would not be helping you because they're both on the shelf, as well as Carlos Rodon to some extent. I think the Giants are right where they need to be. They're a team that I enjoy watching. They're a team that has a lot to offer, both from the young and the old, and they're trending in the right direction, which is towards the playoffs.
It's going to be interesting, too, as it pertains to the Giants and whether they're going to be buyers or sellers at the deadline. And Farhan, he always does both. He doesn't like to be put into a box. This guy, he thinks outside of said box when it comes to getting guys like a J.D. Davis, who's been pretty damn good for this team. And remember, that's kind of the guy they got last year at the trade deadline. And right now, they're a game over the Reds, the Brewers, game and a half over the red-hot Phillies. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this team does the next few weeks. Will there be buyers mainly or sellers mainly? Very, very interested to see what happens to Farhan Zaidi and this squad. As it pertains to expectations, I think a lot of Giants fans looked at the NL and were like, why not us? Like, you just look at the rosters around the league and still, like, I don't think anyone saw the Miami doing what they're doing so far. Could they fade potentially? 6-4. They're on a 3-game losing streak in their last 10 there, but 48-37 overall, the top wild card. You got the Dodgers. They're going to do what the Dodgers do. They'll probably be buyers at the deadline. They'll get someone. I don't think Shohei is going to be out here this trade deadline. The Angels are actually a pretty good team. Again, a couple weeks to go. We'll see. They can implode. The Angels do what they do as it pertains to that. But the Giants, I'm looking at them, and the main takeaway so far, you alluded to it, the young guys. Like, that's all we needed to see this year. If I'm a fan, is some young guys producing. If you're not going to hit on Judge or Correa or Wales, if you will, as in terms of free agents, I got to see some young talent. And we are finally seeing that pay off to the tune of the Estradas, the Schmitz, who I know has been down a little bit, but Doval, Bailey, Matos, all these guys finally showing out. And I think it gives Giants fans hope for the future. And now, even if they don't make the playoffs this year, you can at least sell me on a vision that wasn't there 6 months ago.
Well, and it is about the young guys, and I know that's kind of the sexiest part of this roster. I still do have questions about whether or not those 3 that I just named, Bailey, Matos, and Schmidt, can continue to play as well as they have. We've already seen Schmidt take a dive at the plate and kind of hit more accustomed to what we've seen in the minors. Like, Patrick Bailey last year was a 250 hitter at best in single A.
Not known for his hitting.
No, and so like the fact that he's performing as well as he has at the plate is a plus because he's a great glove. And so I like what I've seen from him. But really, I think the story of the season to me has been the guys that regress from 2021 to 2022, regressing back in a positive fashion to the mean. And those 2 guys, one of them's on the shelf right now, but it's Lamont Wade Jr. and Mike Yastrzemski. Yeah, those 2 guys last season were not very good. And Lamont dealt with a lot of injuries, but in 2021, he was a 250 hitter with 800 OPS, solid numbers. Last season, derailed by a lot of injuries, didn't play a whole lot, hit 200. He's back to hitting 280 this year. He's one of the best leadoff hitters in baseball right now. Lamont Wade Jr., to me, puts together quality and professional at-bats with the best of them, even though he's not necessarily a household name. Meanwhile, Mike Yastrzemski currently finds himself in the 15-day. Last year was a 214 hitter. In 2021, he had more power. He had more pop. That's where he was providing a boost to this offense, in addition to, I would say, not gold glove defense, but borderline. You're very comfortable with him in right field, especially compared to someone like Michael Conforto. In 55 games this year, the 260 average might not stay, but some of those power numbers that I discussed in 2021 are back now in 2023. So that, to me, is something that, where if you're looking at Farhan's spreadsheet and you're saying, well, maybe this guy's playing above his weight, he's batting above his weight, he's punching above his weight class. That happened a lot in 2021, which is why you win 107 games. I don't think they're anywhere close to doing that again this year. But to say that 107-win team on paper isn't probably a 95-win team is, to me, the exact saying that this season, I think they are a 90 to 95-win team. They're just performing more to their overall talent level.
Got it.
As opposed to what happened last year, which is what all those guys fell off a cliff
and
for.
listen, they're doing it with a lot of injuries, too. You just think about the guys you just mentioned. Wade, day-to-day. Conforto, day-to-day. Yastrzemski on the IL. Brebbia going back to the pitching. Luke Jackson on the IL. Scott Alexander on the IL. Roberto Perez, IL. Tyro, day-to-day. So all these guys, they're doing it, and it's almost a strength in numbers, if you will. And that's what it was a couple of years ago for the San Francisco Giants. It felt like it didn't matter. Every single thing that Gabe Kapler touched, whether it was a pinch hitter, the bullpen, everything turned to gold. It's like, who is this guy? Who is that? Mike Yastrzemski? Yeah, I know his grandpa. Who is this dude? So to your point, with this resurgence of Lamont Wade and Mike Yastrzemski, what do you chalk that up mainly? Is that just health? How much does the shift change rules impact a guy like Yaz, who was one of the top hitters into the shift from that left side over the last few seasons?
I mean, I think it's played a bit of a role. It's not like you can't shift completely. You just can't have three guys on the right of second base or the left of second base. So instead, you're putting them directly behind the bag, and you're just kind of making do. I don't think the shift, I mean, I'm sure it maybe helps a little bit in the sense that you know that every single ground ball you send to the right side isn't ideally going to be at someone, but to me, it's not as much of a factor as both of those guys are healthy with a full offseason, and in a similar fashion to the rest of the team, the expectations for both of those two players are reset. So it is very difficult in my mind as an athlete, and especially in baseball when you're playing 162 every single day, if you are expected to carry a large load of an offense and you're not that guy, like Lamont Wade and Mike Yastrzemski and a few other of these players, their shoulders are not broad enough to carry an entire offense, but together, arm in arm, they can do it. And then you get some energy from those young guys. Bailey coming through, who's been clutch. Matos had a clutch home run in the Arizona series. Schmidt was off to a fiery hot start and now has since cooled. That, to me, is where you get the perfect blend, and it is made more about the young guys showing something, but to me, it's about the young guys being able to push the veteran members of this team that I expect to be there down the stretch of this season that can, in my opinion, help you win a postseason series. And that's why I think July, what I'm looking for in this month now, after a great month of June, in which got you back to this point, now stay there. Can you stay there with those young guys in the lineup mostly every single day, still platooning, still rotating the way you would, but that pitching staff hopefully starting to get a little bit more healthy with Alex Cobb coming back. I know Stripling's been out, but can you get that starting rotation right to where the bullpen has been good, the offense has been serviceable, and now you need the rest of your arms to pick up that added slack?
And that's the thing, the starting pitching. Like Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, great. You guys are solidified, 1-2, awesome. Outside of that, I don't trust anyone. I don't trust DeSclafani. I don't trust Alex Wood. I don't trust Ross Stripling. I really don't trust Sean Manaea outside of a extended bullpen arm. So to that point, the goal is absolutely to make the playoffs, but I don't know if you have the starting pitching to do that. I don't know if they do. Like the arms, and you're seeing it getting taxed now in your bullpen with all these injuries. Brebbia, Jackson, Scott Alexander. Like sooner or later, it's going to catch up to you. So what does Farhan do at the deadline? I don't think they go after a Shane Bieber. Oh, do we got some breaking news, E-Dog?
Yeah, according to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN.
Let me hit the sounder.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Minnesota Timberwolves star Anthony Edwards has agreed on a 5-year designated rookie maximum deal that could be worth up to $260 million. His agents Bill Duffy and Joe Branch of WME have told ESPN. So not Warriors breaking news, but still along the lines of
it's a lot of money.
Other guys in his draft class. LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Halliburton, Ant-Man just got paid.
No James Wiseman. Man. They were never getting Edwards anyways, so it's just you just think about that. LaMelo is always going to be the guy to me to be linked to him. Like, you could have had LaMelo Ball. And I remember the conversation like, oh, but his dad. Has anyone heard from LeVar Ball the last few seasons? No, not a peep. He was in an AT&T commercial, I think.
You know why? Because he did his job.
Because he did his job. You know what? Say what you want about LeVar Ball. Got his son paid. Man, that's a lot of cheddar.
I said this to you before the show, but that is a return on investment. Is LaMelo Ball, even Lonzo Ball, unfortunately.
I hate to look at my kid as investments, but to your point, like he helped them reach and attain a certain goal that they wanted to when they were kids. Like that's pretty cool. I know we like to harp on LeVar Ball, but he got and helped his son get to this point. It's pretty cool to see it pay off.
No, and look, I'm not saying you should look at your kids like assets. I'm sure you don't because you're a great dad. But I'm sure you do look at your time. Well,
Benny, come on. Benny, get a job. Come on,
put a ball in his hand now.
Hurry up.
I do think that, like LeVar Ball, you're putting equity, you're putting emotional equity into your kid.
Yeah.
And you're hoping that they can be successful. Now, you never know if a kid's going to be a star point guard and make $260 million or whatever, but you're hoping that they find their passion, that they love what they do. And if you can also align that with $250 million, nice. I don't think that's too bad of a deal.
No, it's not. So, if you just heard us and just joined us here at 888-957-9570, Spadoni and Giddings in for Bonte and Shasky. Got another 20 minutes for you. But Anthony Edwards signing the rookie max extension level. Is it 260, you said? That per Adrian Wojnarowski. And that's
it'll be like 210, but then with incentives similar to the LaMelo deal, it will be worth, if he gets that, up to 260.
And that's a team that was also linked to Damian Lillard, another guy who has been linked to a lot of teams. He obviously has requested a trade from the Portland Trail Blazers. First time Dame has done that in his career. You know, Dame has been a guy who's like, hey, let's build up here. I want to stay here. But you know what? He's getting old there, wants to win a ring, and I don't blame him. The whole term ring chasing, we'll get back to the Giants here in a second, but I just wanted to get into this because I hate the term ring chaser, Evan, as it's a negative connotation. Isn't the point of basketball to win a championship? Isn't the point of team sports or any sport, the ultimate goal is to win a title? So when I hear someone say, oh, this guy's just a ring chaser, and that's the whole point. I want someone that wants to win. I don't want someone that's just in it for the quote unquote bag. So like when I heard that term ring chasing, and I think Dame is now getting attributed to that, good. I'm glad. I want the guy to win because he was never going to do it in Portland. That was never going to be a reality. Not when the Warriors there, not when LeBron James moved over to the Lakers. The term ring chasing, do you think that should be a negative connotation?
I think for some players, yes.
Oh,
because to me, there's a difference. Like, I don't think Damian Lillard, if people are labeling him a ring chaser for asking for a trade out of Portland to go somewhere else where he can compete, I think that's unfair because he has done his best to win in his home of Portland that he's made for himself over the last decade plus. However, I do think there are examples of players that have not given the type of, we're talking about emotional equity from parents. Emotional equity is also sometimes given by certain players to their franchise, to their base, to the fans. That isn't always, I want to say, fully drawn out or extended. Like, I don't necessarily look at someone like Bradley Beal going to Phoenix as ring chasing because he spent a lot of time in Washington. And he was okay getting paid the money, knowing that he wasn't going to compete for a title year in and year out. I think Dame and in Portland tried to do the best that they could to win championships, but like you so well put earlier, they just ran into the Warriors.
Yeah.
So Damian Lillard, to me, does not fit in the ring-chasing category, but someone like James Harden, someone like Kyrie Irving, I'm trying to think of recent examples of players swapping. Paul George, perhaps. I think those are players. Kawhi Leonard is a successful one, but he absolutely was a part of a ring chasing with Toronto. LeBron James. Those guys are champions, so it's not exactly ring chasing in the sense of you're trying to get your first, but you're trying to accrue more. I think that's where you're right. It shouldn't be a negative for those guys because they've already shown that they can win. But for some players that haven't done it before and haven't also put that emotional equity into their original place, I think it is fair to label them a ring chaser.
Okay. That whole term, I just don't think it should be used. I think we use it as like Eric Gordon, if you will. Oh, he's just going ring chasing. Well, the guy's 34. He's just trying to win. We got Sterling Bennett in the back there. What's up, Sterling? He's going to be on with Dan Devone.
Hey-o.
About 20 minutes here. We're live and local all day right here on 95.7 The Game. So don't go anywhere, folks. We got you locked and loaded all the way up till the Kings Warriors, Evan.
Yeah, we do.
Up at the Cali Classic. Let's go. Brandon Pajemski. Little Trace Davis action as well. Come on.
Trace Jackson Davis. And
There you go.
and you're gonna be heading up what, right after the show? You're just gonna grab Benny and dip out?
I'm going to go. So the Lakers
Yeah,
and
Joe Spadoni
Heat-
will be
I will be there, yes.
at the Golden One tonight.
I will be at Golden One tonight. Not working for the game, but just being a good dad, hanging out. Benny loves watching the games, and these ones are always fun to go to, whether at Chase, whether at Golden One. They're just low-key, low stakes. He gets to watch the players play. None of the big names will be there. No Wembanyama. That stinks. I was hoping for that.
Yeah.
But Brandon Miller will be there for the Hornets. Obviously, I mentioned Pajemski. The Lakers picked, I believe, who was it? Isaiah Hood-Schifino out of Indiana.
Of course.
Trace Jackson Davis's teammate. And also, who was it for the UCLA kid for the Heat?
Jaquez?
Yeah, he's going to be good there too. But people were linking him to the Warriors. They wanted him.
Well, I was going to say they're also linking him in the Damian Lillard trade, so he might not be on the team for much longer.
Interesting.
Depending if he goes to Miami.
Well, I will see him there at the Golden One, but I'm going to go, let's say, about like 12 or something. The first game's at 3, so drive up there. The doors open at 2, so maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. Is there going to be a lot of traffic, you think, up in Sacramento? I don't know how it works.
I would hope not. I mean, I'm assuming everyone that is going away or kind of traveling for the
gone.
weekend is already gone. Yeah. Now, avoid it tomorrow coming back. Wherever you're coming back from. Very much be safe both tonight as well as tomorrow on the road, of course. Drive safely. Do not drink.
It's going to be toasty out there. I know that. Thankfully, it's indoors. You don't want to deal with that. But it's going to be a scorcher out in Sacramento. It's been a scorcher here the last couple of days.
It
85 degrees feels like 100 in Oakland. I'm just going to say it. It feels hot. And I hate it. I grew up down in the Monterey Peninsula. What's just like here. June gloom, fog. Once it hits 70, I'm already toasting. It's too much, Evan. I hate it. I'm soft. I don't care.
I love the heat. And
No!
And now I don't want to live in Phoenix by any means, but
You grew up where? El Cerrito? So it gets a little a little toasty out there, right?
We're both familiar with the East Bay.
Yeah.
I just love that foggy malaise kind of gliding off the bay and then evaporating once it gets to the East Bay so that you get some sun, but you also get a little bit of coolness in the morning. I don't know, man. Like, so for example, today after we get off the show, I'm going to go down and hiking in the peninsula. I don't want it to be foggy. I want it to be sunny outside.
Big hiking guy over here.
Got to get
Let's
outside,
go.
man.
Let's
Maximize
go.
the weekend.
Let's go to Leroy. He's out in Oakland. Leroy, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man? Oh, let me double click here. Pull this tiny. There you go.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's a pleasure to be on.
Yes, sir.
I'm a lifelong Warrior fan, and I've just been looking at everything, and I didn't like some of the moves that we made this year with Dunleavy coming in. But I will say this: I've been hearing about Dario Saric out of Oklahoma City, and I would love that pick. I mean, he's a guy that can drop 14, sometimes 20 on you. He's going to play hard. He's going to play defense. And, this year's draft, I thought we needed a power forward, man. I was looking at 3 guys, Kobe Brown. I was looking at Bryce Sensabaugh. I was looking at, Cam. And we passed on all these guys and took this other guy. And I hear you guys talking about Wiseman and LaMelo. I remember that draft, and LaMelo came up, and I said, hey, he's at 2, take him. And they didn't take him. And here's the other thing I just want real quick. There was a power forward in that draft. I was like, hey, if you're going to take a big man, don't take Wiseman. Take a Okongwu out of USC. And I know a lot of people may not know about him, but he's been playing consistently for the Atlanta Hawks. And, I mean, he's been getting better each year. His numbers have been going up. And I thought they should have took that guy if they were going to take a big man, other than Wiseman. But we are where we are. And, hey, if they get Dario, man, that would be great. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Leroy, out in Oakland, 888-957-9570. The number, to his point, they're moving on, the Hawks, from John Collins. They're going all in on Isaac down there. But, I mean, it's always revisionist history. I feel like it's the injury factor. You just you never know. Same with Trey Lance. We were talking about that earlier. Like, sometimes they just don't get an opportunity, and that's why I have a hard time. We go to this term bust. I just can't say that when the guy hasn't shown me that he can do it because he's been hurt. Like, Jamarcus Russell and Ryan Leafs, they were busts. Anthony Bennett busts. Those guys couldn't play. They didn't have the mental makeup to play in the league. When you're physically unable to do so, it's hard for me.
Russell.
Thank you. It's an all-time drop. The giggle is so good. But it's just hard for me when the guy's hurt to just label that bust term for them.
I do think bust is appropriate sometimes, but I have to wait until they're no longer on the team that they are drafted to, which is why I think it's unfair to say in his career yet James Wiseman is a bust. I do think it's fair to say for the Warriors, he was a bust.
Yes.
He absolutely was a bust.
For the franchise, I will agree. For the franchise, yes.
That's why I can't consider Trey Lance a bust just yet, because he still plays for the team that drafted him. If all hell breaks out this year and Brock Purdy goes down and Sam Darnold isn't either ready or is QB3 and Trey Lance is up next and he has a great season, well, then he went from bust to what? Like he wasn't a bust in the first place, in my opinion.
So the pick was the bust, but not the player. Like much like let's say the Jets with Geno Smith, right? That was a waste of it. That was a bad pick. Mm-hmm. Geno Smith now, he's
clearly a good
player.
quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a bust for the Jets.
Yeah.
Just like Sam Darnold was a bust for the first place he was drafted to in New York.
He might be a bust here, too. He might be a bust everywhere.
He could be.
Seeing ghosts.
But that's the point, is we have to wait and see a little bit.
Yeah.
We can say Jamarcus Russell and Ryan Leaf are busts because we've seen their entire careers play out, but once they were done with their first franchise, you're like, well, that was a terrible pick.
Yeah.
And it's very clear to see James Wiseman is a bust for the Warriors, but that doesn't mean that he still can't be a contributing good basketball player throughout the rest of his career. And I hope he is, because by all accounts, it seems to be that he is a great, hardworking, young individual that just simply was drafted to the wrong place.
Real quick, Evan, we got about 5 minutes here before we get to our final thoughts. 888-957-9570. What are you guys doing for your holiday vacay, July 4th tomorrow? The Niners, real quick. Got 5 minutes here.
What about them?
415ers podcast. Check it out. Evan Giddings.
Odyssey app.
Odyssey app. Mark Grandy. You guys are doing a hell of a job. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold. I'm sure you guys have been ad nauseum about this.
We got to fill time, brother. 2 episodes a week, by the way.
Purdy's throwing.
45 minutes.
He got engaged recently. I don't know if you saw that. He just recently got engaged.
I was made aware of that yesterday.
Is that
live
going to be
on
a topic?
air, actually.
Is that going to be the topic of 415ers?
Probably.
Yeah.
Him and McCaffrey are getting hitched this
Will that be the only rings those guys will get in their
Brock
careers?
Purdy's engaged. Is he the starter now?
888-957-9570. Trey Lance, ringless. What's going to happen next? But what's going on here? Purdy's going to start, right? Like that's Purdy, if healthy, and all signs pointing to he's going to be the healthy guy week 1 if everything progresses well with his elbow. It's Purdy, and then it's a fight for number 2, and potentially Trey Lance being out of a job heading into training camp. Is that a possibility that Trey Lance is just off the 49ers team come week 1 of the regular season?
Oh, I think he's still on the team because Kyle Shanahan doesn't have enough faith in either himself or the quarterback room to not have three healthy quarterbacks ready at any moment.
He usually just has 2, though, in the past. Does he not? He usually just has 2.
I mean, they've added the rule this year because of the NFC Championship to have a third guy. I think that's primarily
that's
for,
just the
for
emergency
playoffs.
one, though, right? Okay.
So yes, he does have 2 active guys on game day, but Trey Lance is still going to be on the team. Here's the way I would put it. Trey Lance is unfortunately... I covered Trey Lance in Fargo, North Dakota when he was in college. He's a great kid. He's incredible and was really good up there. I think he was also, like James Wiseman, probably drafted the wrong place because as he currently stands between Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold, who I do think, by the way, has the most direct route to the backup quarterback job, is Trey Lance is stuck between Sam Darnold's floor and Brock Purdy's ceiling, which is, if you're looking at a young quarterback with potential, then Brock Purdy has already shown you that he is, so far, a better quarterback, and you kind of have to let him fail because he hasn't lost a game in which he's started and not finished. Now, Trey Lance, his floor has always been the issue. His upside has been potentially miraculous, but you cannot allow, in a season that is as pivotal as this for the 49ers, a 4 or 5 game tryout that you could potentially lose all of which and derail your season just to find out what you have in this guy. So, to me, that's where Sam Darnold does factor in because as much as I don't think he's a great quarterback, might not even be good, he is serviceable. And he's a plug-and-play guy, and that's what I think a backup quarterback should be. He's the guy that comes in and keeps your floor relatively the same. Trey Lance is too volatile, in my opinion, right now, as viewed by the 49ers to be the second quarterback. And so that's why I think he's just stuck between a rock and a hard place and why he's going to end up being the third quarterback.
It's going to be weird, too. So let's say Purdy goes down or something, because Lord knows the Niners quarterback goes down every single year under Kyle Shanahan. It just happens. Water is wet. So when Purdy goes down, and let's say it's Trey Lance backing up. Let's just say hypothetically, it's Trey Lance. He looks good. Wins a couple games here. I'm going to be very interested to find out the narrative that happens if Trey Lance looks damn good in those starts, if they shift back to Brock Purdy, because you invested a lot, and I mean a lot, of draft capital in this pick for Trey Lance. It wasn't the same thing with James Wiseman where you tanked and you stunk. It's like, all right, let's take this guy, best talent available. No. You saw this guy. You felt confident in trading up for him. You need to see what you got in Trey Lance. So I would hope that they do that. Or do they just pull the plug on and say, you know what? Nah, Sam Darnold's the guy. He's the number 2. Whatever. Like, I'm just fascinated to see how they feel about Trey Lance, because they see him every day in practice. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they know his tendencies when it comes to his weaknesses and strengths. So it's going to be fascinating to find out that. We got Fast 5 up coming up here, 888-957-9570. Text, hit us up on YouTube and Twitch. It is time for the Xfinity Fast 5, where the 4 of us and one listener give our final thoughts on the show. Text us your final thoughts for the show now. You might be featured on the Xfinity Fast 5, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Do we have the open, Sammy, for the Xfinity Fast 5? Hit it to me, buddy. Come on. Fast and the Furious. Let's go. I think that's what they were going for. All right, let's go around the room here for our final thoughts. We'll start with you, Evan Giddings. What are your final thoughts on this July 4th holiday stretch here?
Well, kind of spurred again by the news from Woj about Anthony Edwards' fully guaranteed deal, rookie max extension. LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Halliburton, and now Anthony Edwards have all received 5-year max rookie extensions worth up to $260 million. I can't help but think, and my final thought of our show is, damn it, that could have been James Wiseman. Now, what that meant for the Warriors in their future, I don't know. Maybe it means you have to move off the big 3 earlier than you would have wanted to. Maybe it means you have 2 titles instead of just 1 after, of course, the KD era ended. I'm not sure. All I know is that I cannot not think about James Wiseman when I see 3 guys very closely selected to him in his draft class receive their 5-year maxes, all from teams that appear to have a brighter future beyond the next 3 years than the Warriors.
That's Evan Giddings. Sam Lubman, what are your final thoughts? Is it coffee related and Gabe Kapler related?
No, but we'll keep it on the Giants, and that is Giants had a bad week on the road on the East Coast, and all of a sudden people are feeling like the sky is falling. Let's relax, people, right? They've been playing very well for 2 months. This is a team that's very rookie-heavy and dealing with a lot of injuries. If you didn't think that an ebb was going to be coming after this flow, then I'm sorry, you really have not been paying attention to sports since, let me check my notes, at the beginning of time. So let's relax. They're doing all right.
From the 239 on the Comcast Business Text line, Dub Nation says, F the Lakers. Dubs aren't done yet. There you go.
I think he said fakers.
Oh, huge. Oh, yeah, you're right. F the faker. So funny there.
That was just for you, Spadone. I'm sorry.
From the 5-5. No, he did. I flubbed that one. There you go. 559. Spadoni and Gistings. I think he meant Giddings. The Ty Jerome of 95.7 getting the bags like bosses. I would hope I get 1 year, $6 million, whatever he got.
Shout out to Ty Jerome and Dante DiVincenzo.
Huge.
My goodness.
Dante
DiVincenzo, 4 for 50 with the New York Knicks. Ty Jerome, 2 for 8 with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Shame on us. First time we're mentioning Dante DiVincenzo. But you know what? It felt like his role came to an end when Wiggins came back and the addition of Gary Payton II. Didn't really have anything for him, but he did show out. I will say, Game 6, Western Conference semis, he showed up. I can't say that for a lot of people there. Klay Thompson. DiVincenzo showed up in Game 6. At Crypto.com.
And I think if there is a reason to believe that the Warriors could acquire an impactful veteran or a guy on a vet min deal, it is Dante DiVincenzo. They used the mid-level exception for him last year, but he's a guy that turned not so much money into a big bag. That is a reason to potentially align yourself with the Golden State Warriors if you want to make yourself some money.
That is Evan Giddings, and don't you forget, it says it right here, don't forget the closing read. I think Bonte still forgets it every time almost. It's pretty amazing. It's right there in bold. But I love you, Bonte. They'll be back, him and Shasky, on a Wednesday. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And the future is Dan Devone and Sterling Bennett on 95.7 The Game. couple of hours. We got everything. Like, there are no slow days here at 95.7 The Game. Matter of fact, as we come to you live from Wimbledon, as we go on the grass across the pond, breaking news that Venus Williams has gone down with what appears to be somewhat of a serious injury, a knee injury. We don't want to speculate, although Spadone is calling it an ACL tear. End of story. But
runs in and says, "Damn, ACL, Serena's down." Let's pump the brakes.
In all seriousness, the legend Serena Williams, and I don't want to go here, but Spadone started this. So if we're going to get into superlatives, could this be the last time that we see one Venus Williams?
Yeah, she's 43 years old, and you have to, let's be honest here, your body gives out at a certain point, and the way she went down, non-contact, obviously it's tennis, but her knee just kind of gave out on the court. It's not a good sign. She is walking, which actually is a good sign, but she might actually play here, but you have to think, if she's injured seriously and she can't go, how is this going to affect her play in Wimbledon? But she's back on the court now, which is a good sign for her, thankfully.
Oh, you know what? Spadone, you're fired. She's back on the court.
Yeah,
Scratch all of that.
Get out of here.
The hell did we just go down that road for? She's back up and playing tennis again. Wow. So Wimbledon is underway.
And real gutsy performance we're seeing here at Wimbledon. What a gamer from Venus.
Venus!
Thank you very much. But we'll keep you updated. You know what? Listen, it's Wimbledon, so check in with me in about 2 weeks when we get down to the finals. Right now, she's going to blow through whoever it is.
It's the first round. It's the first round. Who cares?
But more importantly, what's on the docket here in the Bay Area? What's on the docket here in 95.7 The Game? Well, how about them Warriors?
Man.
A lot has transpired since the last time you and I have interfaced.
Yeah.
Let's just start here. And we'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. You want to get into the Warriors? Here's where I want to start. Is it enough? Is it enough that you got Chris Paul? To me, you're still missing pieces. Now, Joe Sarcic, if they can lock him up, there obviously is another shoe that's got to drop. They got to get somebody in that front court. I'm assuming somebody at that mid-level is going to come on board. But I just want you, Sterling Bennett, who, of course, none of these broadcasts, if you listen to the Golden State Warriors, it don't happen without my man. He is, of course, the fuel behind all of that from a production standpoint. But you're as close to the team as anybody. How do you see the offseason, where they at right now?
Well, I don't see how you look at the offseason and say, wow, it's been great. I think it's been a relatively bad offseason for Golden State. One, you traded away, if not your third best scorer, your second best scorer, in my opinion, in Jordan Poole. And I get why the punch and Draymond Green, but I think you've handcuffed your GM saying the only big move you can make is re-sign Draymond Green, who kind of an iffy player in regards to how big is his impact. He's not going to put up a lot of points. He's great defensively. I understand that, but he has some negative sides to him. And your second biggest move is trading away Jordan Poole. Then it's, oh, they got Corey Joseph. Yeah, to replace Dante DiVincenzo, who got $40 million from the Knicks. Great for him, but you haven't done enough. I'm watching the Lakers sign every single person out there. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. I'm watching the Nuggets get better, OKC get better, every single team around them get better, and then you brought in Draymond Green, who's an aging player, 36 years old now, I believe, or 34 years old, I believe, and Chris Paul was 38. How can you expect anyone to say, wow, great job, Golden State? It's like, you might be as good as you were last year. Maybe.
Here's where I'm at. First of all, if you want to make comparisons to the Lakers had money to play with.
Sure.
Westbrook comes off the books. Yeah. You can spend much more than that of the Golden State Warriors. A lot of what we saw with Golden State is to improve the team, clearly.
Well, IQ-wise, I don't think on the court, in regards to playing, like skill level, they're better. But IQ, I think they've gotten immensely improved.
They're looking to improve IQ physically, and also what you have to take into account is a lot of these moves that were made were financial.
Yeah.
Right? They got to get out of the luxury tax. They're not there yet, but a lot of this is that they got to unload money. This was sort of the beginning. Now it's going to continue next year, I think. We'll find out what happens with Klay Thompson. We'll take your calls as to whether you think he needs to go right now. As it relates to Jordan Poole. Now listen, Sterling Bennett, I don't want to be that guy because nothing's more insecure than to hear somebody, especially a broadcaster, say, I told you so. You know, if you're secure in your own skin, people will know what it is that you said. They will understand what it was that you were beating that drum and just harping on for months that this guy does not belong, does not fit as a Golden State Warrior. So I would push back on you that, yes, he was your second, third leading scorer. And who's going to take care of those points? But Jordan Poole did not fit as a Golden State Warrior. He did not fit, not from a scoring standpoint, but the league has always been littered with dudes who can score. But I said this time and time again, and I got hammered for it because he would drop 30, and that's good. But what you need from Jordan Poole is what the Warriors have always feasted on, and that is guys that play defense, which he has no interest in doing. Guys that can distribute the basketball, which he will do from time to time, but is not consistent. And guys that don't turn the ball over. He was the worst in the NBA.
Yeah.
And not only that, you mentioned Dante DiVincenzo. What the Warriors are about, what their base is about, is guys that make winning basketball plays. May not quantify to a stat sheet, may not be something I can see on paper, but I know a winner when I see it. Dante DiVincenzo would take a charge. Dante DiVincenzo knew when to rotate defensively. You'll see that from Chris Paul. Jordan Poole did one thing, one trick pony, and that is he would score points. And then he'd have that sour puss on his face or that little look that just, and look, I don't want to go there because he got punched once, and we don't have to dig up the MPF, the most punchable faces, but I am sitting here for the next couple of hours, so maybe we will.
Didn't you call him the most punchable face in the NBA?
I kind of
Let's look back at that.
But, so I would go back a little bit in saying that Jordan Poole, yes, you're losing the points, but I do think the minute the season was over in Sterling, the Warriors are like, we got to get him out of the building.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. You can tell that as soon as that clock, they were like, thank God Jordan's gone. Like, that's our move. We have to get him out of the building. But I don't know if you listened to Bill Simmons' podcast, and I don't very often, but Logan Murdoch was on, and he discussed that Jordan Poole felt like he was alienated in that locker room. That when he got punched by Draymond Green, for whatever he said, we have no idea exactly what he said, but he got punched in the face. Awful sight. We were here, I think, hosting, or you were hosting that day, and we discussed what was going on, but he felt that he had no one to go to in that locker room. And to say that, yeah, maybe he wasn't a fit personality-wise, maybe on the court with the Warriors outside of scoring 25 points a game per se, but it felt like that Golden State themselves, the team, the coaching staff, even the players, Clay and Draymond, and even Curry to a certain extent, albeit very far off in the distance, they also turned on Jordan. Now, we heard that Klay Thompson said that, I was angry at Jordan because he wasn't passing the ball, which is pretty ironic because Clay had a team meeting because he wasn't passing the ball. So it's like there is some hypocritical thoughts when it comes to how they treated Jordan. And in my mind, I think Jordan Poole's a victim here because he gets punched in the face. He's telling Draymond Green maybe that, you're not worth the money. He then takes Jordan Poole's contract and then gets Jordan Poole traded. It's like, I understand we want to, Jordan Poole wasn't the fit, but in reality, he was 2 years ago. So to say he wasn't the fit, I would say he wasn't the fit last year because of what happened off the court in the practice room, but he was a fit here 2 years ago. I don't like that. To me, that doesn't compute because if you can fit and win a championship 2 years ago, but in 1 year's time, after you get paid, and I get that can change your mindset, but now you don't fit on the court when you did, you were holding a Larry O'Brien trophy 2 years ago. Now, he doesn't fit here. I don't agree with that.
And when you go back to 2 years ago, just to sort of bolster your point, is that's why they locked him up to the long-term deal. But I think what they've realized since then, especially financially, it was a mistake. But sometimes when he has the leverage, it's either you do it now or you're not going to get the opportunity to sign him to the contract. They would have liked to have at least waited another year so that they could make a more pragmatic decision at the end of this season. But they had to do what it was that they did. And I think in retrospect, I think they were telling everybody that was a mistake financially. In fact, Bob Myers, hey, listen, the architect who's done a lot of good things, but of late, he's made some glaring mistakes, one of which was signing Jordan Poole. And we'll find out. He could be an all-star, Hall of Famer, but as of right now, the Warriors are admitting to everybody, we screwed up, just as they admitted over the last 8 months that they screwed up with James Wiseman. Mm-hmm. We're trading him. We missed on the number 2 pick in the lottery. Without further ado, let's get out to the phone lines. Man, have I missed this woman. Let's just go to Robin. One word says it all. Robin, I know you've been a Jordan Poole fan. I am curious to what it is that you have to say about the Warriors and a lot of what's been going on during the offseason. How are you today, Robin?
I'm fine, and thank you, Sam, for letting me back on because I said, it's Dan. You have got to let me back on. I'm sorry, who's joining you today? I didn't catch his name.
Sterling Bennett.
Sterling, because what Sterling just told you about tooting your horn about Jordan Poole, you need to pump your brakes. I don't have any problem with Jordan Poole being traded because I've said on this air a long time ago, to me, everybody was assets, except for number 30. And now, maybe now Looney, okay? But definitely, so I always looked at Pookie and them as if they could be coached up and be trading assets to get better. And so here's the deal about Jordan Poole. This guy helped him win a championship, but he was a G League player. He was developing. He was still developing. Now all of a sudden he's the end-all, be-all. He has to learn how. He has to play defense. He has to do this. And you never looked at how he was progressing over time. He still needed to develop. Hell, Steph Curry didn't play defense outside of Draymond Green, who was decent and was inconsistent on when he wanted to play defense. Nobody played defense. So I think you point him out. And in terms of Dante, when you're watching the playoffs, Dan, because it's outside of Game 6 in Sacramento, dude sucked, okay? He didn't get play no good defense, and he lost his shot. So please don't brag. He lost his shot because he wasn't confident. The last thing I want to say, and I know I'm over my time, Draymond Green is a classic narcissistic, self-centered manipulator. Now, he pushed Jordan Poole out. He knew, he's the same thing with KD. He knew that boy's contract was going to affect his money. He do stuff to get a reaction out of people, same way he did with KD's soft butt. Now, Jordan Poole, right? I heard Jordan Poole say some things back to him in camp because he was finally taking up for himself, and Draymond fired off at him. It didn't help that he didn't play well and that he didn't react well. But please don't make him the bad guy by saying he didn't fit, his personality. You didn't say that, but his personality, all this stuff. And Draymond Green comes out smelling like roses, and the Warriors organization enables him at every damn turn. Financially, they had to get off his contract. They just traded it for Draymond, who financially is not a good move either, because they put him into that second April. What you have now is an aging core. And that's going to be on the decline, with exception of Curry might last a little longer, surrounded by Pookie and them again. A bunch of projects. Bye.
Wow. She's hot.
She
I
had
don't think
stuff
she's
to say.
wrong, though.
No, man, we got to let her
think
go. She's good stuff.
She hit the nail on the head that you can respect Draymond Green for everything he's done here. Obviously, four-time NBA champion, Defensive Player of the Year. But when you look at him honestly, in the last 2 years, has he caused more harm than good? Like, he punched Jordan Poole in the face. He forced KD out. He forces Jordan Poole out. Okay, well, if KD's still here, maybe you win 5 championships. And I get it. It's all what ifs and, what about it? But you could argue that acquiring a 38-year-old Chris Paul, who's probably going to play 40 games this year and break down come playoff time, like, that's a negative player for you when you're paying him a lot of money. And I get it. Contracts that's a huge deal. Lake up wanted to get under the tax. It all makes sense as to why Jordan Poole's not here when it comes to finances. But when in a microcosm of Draymond Green, you could argue for all the great he's done, he may have also impacted this team negatively just as much.
I hear what you're saying, and Robin, man, I love you, but you couldn't let Draymond walk. So oftentimes what this comes down to is leverage, okay? When Jordan Poole was traded, the crosshairs were on Draymond and to lock him up.
Yeah.
You just can't let him go. Now, what you're saying is true, and think about this. It's been less than a year since he assaulted Jordan Poole.
Literally, it's like, if it was out in the street, he could be in jail for what he did. He really could have been. And the Warriors did nothing about it. They were like, "Oh, take a week off. We're going. We were in Japan for a week. Don't even show up." And it's like, you did nothing to tell Jordan Poole, "Hey, we got your back." You think Jordan Poole wanted to be here? No, I wouldn't want to be. Like, if you punched me in the face right now, I'd be like, "You better fire that guy. I don't want to work with you anymore." And Jordan Poole was like, "I don't have a voice." Draymond Green said, "I got my voice back after Jordan Poole stopped shooting the ball so much." What does that tell you? The Warriors did not care about Jordan Poole. They said, "Draymond Green, you're our guy. You've won 4 rings for us. Jordan Poole, paid you too much money. Don't want you here anyways." Like, the Warriors did not back Jordan Poole through any step of the way after he got punched.
First of all, I'd never punch you. I'd probably more apt to give you a hug and a kiss on the forehead, because that's the way I roll. I'm all about spirituality. Let's go swim in the bay. I get what you're saying. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we're not even 8 months removed from the punch. Jordan Poole is out the door and traded, and Draymond Green gets another contract.
Yeah.
It tells me a couple of things. First of all, Draymond had the leverage.
Sure.
And again, financially, Draymond with this deal is also working with the Golden State Warriors because he did take sort of, I won't call it a bargain basement, but he
took a pay cut.
He took a pay cut, much like that of Andrew Wiggins a year ago. And I think that what you're seeing here is that Draymond Green is sort of laying the foundation for Klay Thompson and anybody else that, hey, look at, if we're going to go out together, let's be a little bit cerebral and astute about this from a financial standpoint, okay? We cannot just think about ourselves. So, Klay, we want you alongside, but it ain't going to happen for $43 million. So your deal next year, hopefully you can take my lead and the three of us can walk off to the sunset potentially with another title, but he's taking lesser money. Draymond Green is still vital to the success of this team.
Well, Steve Kerr said we're not a championship team without him.
And everything you said, everything that Robin laid out, I can't argue against that. KD, that didn't have to happen.
Right.
Punching Jordan Poole, that didn't have to happen. All the technicals, all the games that he sort of lost, Charlotte 2 years ago when he gets the tech. I mean, that's who he is. He is matured, but he is still, when you weigh both the negatives and the positives at this standpoint, and when you look at the Golden State Warriors right now, outweigh everything that this guy has done. As ridiculous as that might sound, he is still a necessity for the core of this basketball team going forward. When you look at the Golden State Warriors, and again, getting back to Jordan Poole, and when people make that comparison, and Robin does it all the time, and it's fair to do, that, you didn't give him time, water this kid, let him grow, let him mature. Steph Curry didn't play defense. Why can't this guy get the opportunity to grow into being a mature basketball player? Well, first of all, he signed that contract, which means you got to put your big boy pants on and you got to deliver right now. Also, I hear this time and time about Steph Curry. Yes, Steph Curry was not a good defender early on in his career. There's no doubt about that. But what Steph did is that he got in the weight room, learned to play through contact, and now I wouldn't call him a bad defender. I wouldn't call him a great defender, but I call him good.
He's fine.
He's good.
Yeah.
And he was always bought in. He was never disinterested. That's my issue with Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole has no interest on the defensive end.
But how do you know that?
Well, again, I'm crawling into his head.
Again, you get punched in the face. You don't want to play for that team anymore. If you feel like you can't go to someone outside of Looney and Wiggins, you can't go to Draymond or Klay or Steph, and you're like, what am I doing here? You don't like me. You don't want me here. I don't want to play with you. Why would I want to give my effort to help this team when you don't even want me here? I got my money. You can trade me, but at any point, I can't go to coaches anymore. I can't go to people I should be able to go to on this team and say, look, this is how the punch or whatever it might be is affecting me. He felt alone on this team.
Wow. I think the punch and everything you just laid out, maybe there was a hangover for about a month.
You think that's it? Only one month?
Yeah, I think once the season started, the excuse of I got punched in the face and I'm not a good basketball player, maybe I'm on an island again. You can go after me. I think once you got lathered into the season and what you were playing, that's no excuse for not playing defense. You didn't play defense last year either. That's no excuse for turning the ball over.
Right.
I saw you stick your tongue out when you would drop 40. Everything was fine then.
You're right.
You loved to prance when you could light it up.
Yeah.
You got punched and it was weird for a little while. Once the season started, they all became basketball players. And it was awkward. I don't know if there were times when they were the last two guys in the stalls getting dressed, and it was like, oh, God, I don't want to be here having to talk to Draymond. They never sat next to each other. There were awkward moments. I wouldn't go as far as to say it was a detriment to his play a year ago. I can't go there, Sterling.
Right. Okay.
I think that, listen, the punch made things awkward, but that aside, he is who he is as a basketball player. And as a basketball player, there is one guy that I know of that is just a one-dimensional player and just scores the basketball to a certain degree, and that's Steph Curry. If he's going to be the next Steph Curry, well, then they missed on him. And I doubt he's going to be one of the 5 or 10 greatest basketball players of all time.
No.
And Steph Curry, again, as I would argue, got much better defensively, where he's not just a one-dimensional, a one-trick pony. Jordan Poole gave you nothing else. And when you look at the Golden State Warriors from Jaja Pachulia to Mark West, to all of the players that have taken part, from Andrew Bogut to Livingston. They've all played a role. They can score the basketball, but you got to do something else. And aside from that, Warriors have always bought into culture.
Yeah.
And I know that's overused, but if you're going to play with the Warriors, you got to get along with Steph. I'm a big believer that what happens in the locker room, behind the curtain, as I like to say, or removed from the public eye, translates to the court in terms of wins and losses. And if you're a personality, and again, if you were to say, Dan, how do you know he was that guy? I don't. I'm just going off of what I see, body language. Right. I'm sitting on my fat ass like everybody else on the couch, just watching what it is that I see. And Jordan Poole, to me, never immersed and was never one of the boys. And to me, that, to the Golden State Warriors culture, is as important as anything else.
Well, then why is Kuminga still here?
Well, I don't know that.
Because don't forget, there was a report, Kuminga and Poole are pouting because they're not playing as much. So why is Kuminga still here? He obviously hasn't immersed himself in the culture, so why is he still here? And I get it, third year, he should boom here. That's the expected thing. But why is he still here then if Jordan Poole isn't?
Did I say Mark West?
I don't know, probably.
David West. Yeah. and I blew, what's
Dario Saric.
Dario Saric.
Yeah.
I never get that dude's
Text line
name.
was killing you for it. It's not Sarcic.
I know. Look at it. The dude, I've seen him play. I can never pronounce his name. He's a great stretch four. Yeah. If you're going to kill me on the fact that you don't think I know who he is, I know exactly who he is, all right? And the dude's still young. He's 29 years of age. He's a perfect Golden State Warrior. Yeah. But will he accept I don't know if he's going to play for $2 or $3 million, which is essentially what they're going to ask for him to come and play basketball. Yeah. He's a perfect Warrior. He's, Otto Porter X2, I think. He's better than Otto Porter. He's a guy who can shoot it. He's a guy, but he can also... He's a dual player in that he can play in the paint a little bit and he can bang. I like the guy. Whether he comes to the Golden State Warriors, we'll have to wait and see. Listen, just to wrap up on Jordan Poole, there's a reason why. How many guys have you seen Steve Kerr chew out? Literally chew out. I mean, he doesn't. Coaches don't. They don't buy into that any longer. You can't necessarily do that. It's a different. We talk about the culture word. You cannot be Bobby Knight and be successful as a head coach in the NBA these days. How many times have you seen him literally get into a player's face and saying, knock that crap off?
Maybe once.
Who was the one?
I don't even remember.
I'll tell you who.
It never happens.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And it was Jordan Poole got a technical and he was holding the basketball. And this is, I believe, against the Wizards. And he literally said, dude, what are you doing? Yeah. Knock that crap off. It was uncharacteristic for Steve Kerr. It's a window into this guy's a little different.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen Steph Curry chew or somebody out, another player? Or how many times have you seen him give the stink eye? You remember that one time when he wouldn't give the ball up?
He might throw his mouth guard here or there, but it's not very often.
Well, he threw the mouth guard.
Because Jordan Poole.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's uncharacteristic to see Steph Curry act in this demonstrative way. So when I see the reaction of a Steve Kerr, and then again of someone like that, of a Steph Curry, I already know how Draymond Green feels about him, punching him in the face. It tells me collectively that maybe this dude does not fit. It's like Sesame Street. Going back in the day, did you grow up with Sesame Street?
I did. Elmo's
One of these did not fit with the others.
Sure.
One of these does not belong with the others. Craig, if we have the music from Sesame Street. In all seriousness, I just don't think the dude was ever a fit, both from a basketball standpoint and from a personality standpoint.
I don't know. It's just tough to look at and say, the punch didn't affect him. And I get you want to milk it too much. But, if I got punched in the face and then it was all eyes are on me, if every single play that I do is scrutinized now. And I get it. He played poor a lot last year. But he also came up big when Stephen Curry was out. When Klay was having off nights, which happened a lot, where he was overshooting everything. And he was like, give me the ball, Jordan. Jordan's like, you missed 15 shots. I have to do something because you aren't. Draymond can't score. Looney can't score. I have to be the offense if Curry's out. And right now, Chris Paul's not going to give you 22. He's not. No. He'll give you 15, which at this point in his career isn't enough. It's not. Now, I get the IQ stuff, but I just think that, and time will tell. 2, 3, 4 years, we'll see what Jordan Poole and how this trade works out and bringing back Draymond Green. I get you want to give the core three their last dance. I get it. I get all of it. I understand why it happened, why he was moved, why Green was brought back. I get all of it. It just makes me wonder that, to me, this could be a mistake. And it's not a mistake to go for it, but in 3 or 4 years, if you sit back and say, wow, we picked the wrong guy, like Draymond over Poole, and they may not, again, we'll see. But if you picked Poole, potentially a rising, growing player in the NBA, because Draymond Green, who punched him in the face, and you picked him over him, that's a mistake. You already lost Bob Myers. You're going to lose Jordan Poole, who could be a star maybe, for Draymond Green, who, I get it, he wasn't great last year, but he got punched in the face. That matters. It affects how you handle every single day. The pressure, it does affect you every single day.
Carlito, my man, you got to hang on through the break, and the rest of the callers stay right where you are. We're going to get your calls. We'll continue to talk about Jordan Poole. CP3 now at Golden State Warriors. Is it enough? One thing I would agree with you, somebody's got to step up offensively. And Jordan Poole was a good offensive player. This segment is sponsored by SC Johnson STEM. Sterling Bennett, Dan Avone, and Carlito, and the rest of your calls are coming up on the other side here on 95.7 The Game. crushing me. Going after Jordan Poole. Really? Was Jordan Poole that beloved around here? Did I?
Not when he played, usually. Not when it was fourth
Did I
quarter
miss something
turnovers,
here?
but
I'm telling you, that guy, yeah, he could score and he was young and there's a lot to get excited about. But at some point, you're like, man, you cannot turn the ball over that often. And you've got to make some basketball plays, my man.
What's what makes a player,
and get that tongue back in your mouth.
That's what makes a player like Dante DiVincenzo so liked, right? He wasn't putting up big numbers, but he always seemed to be in the right spot, even if the ball didn't go in. He made the right pass at the right time. Yeah, he struggled come playoff time, I get that, but a player like Dante DiVincenzo, who was so bought into the team, that's a player you don't want to lose, and they did. And when you lose a player like Jordan, who had a lot of potential at least, then you lose DiVincenzo, who was bought in completely, and you acquire Chris Paul, who you're like, does Draymond like him? That's shown. He said he didn't before. Does Clay and Curry going to play with him? Well, we'll have to see. But I think losing a player like DiVincenzo, and I get to have Gary Payton there too now, which definitely helps having him for a full year of time. But losing Dante, I think, actually does matter a little bit.
Oh no, it's going to be significant. But let's keep in mind that they couldn't keep
right.
him.
Money's really important here.
And that was sort of the game plan all along, is that he was using the Warriors were using him. Mm-hmm. He was using them for a year. The Warriors are a relevant basketball team so that he could procure a long-term deal that he got from the New York Knicks. By the way, it's sort of an ideal fit that Dante DiVincenzo, Ufa, is now in New York. I hope he's living in Brooklyn. Hey, Dante! Yo, I play for the Knicks. Of course you do. All right, Carlito's been hanging out through the break. Let's get to my man. Carlito wants to chime in on the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Carlito? How are you today?
Hello, gentlemen. First order of business. Number one, I haven't called in a while. I see Dan Devone. My goodness, I miss you at night, brother. That was a great show. I might even say I caught. Man, I miss you, man. Jordan Poole, I'm going to say this. We mortgaged the future. That was our future, and now we don't have one. Thank you.
Carlito getting right to it.
We got to think, Wiseman, Patrick Baldwin Jr. got traded. Now Poole's gone. And you really are saying we're going all in, but this year feels more like a transition year for the Warriors. Does it not? Does it feel like it's kind of a clear the roster up, kind of clear, Chris Paul's gone after this year, if not at the trade deadline, and then next year is that big go for it last 2-year push to get one more ring?
Ooh, I don't know. I think that what they're telling everybody pretty clearly with the acquisition of the trade for 38-year-old Chris Paul is that we're in now. No more of these matching windows. No more about the kids growing up. No, we're invested right now. We locked up Draymond Green. Steph is here. Clay is here. We just went and got Chris Paul. This is about winning today. It's about winning right now.
He was their second option, though. They asked Toronto, we'll give you Poole and other assets for Anunoby, and they said no. So they didn't really even want Chris Paul. He was like, Chris Paul's out there. Washington doesn't want him. We'll take him, and you can have Jordan Poole. To me, it felt more of like, it's a fine kind of, lateral move here. It's not really we're not going to get vertical and get a lot better. It's like, lateral move. We'll kind of flatten ourselves out, get better, again, on IQ mentally, but we're going to lose some physical play on the court. I don't think Chris Paul adds much to this team. That makes me say, wow, better than Denver or the Lakers. Or
no.
Like, this team feels like it's the same team as last year with less athleticism on the court.
Well, he will make them better when it comes to the second unit.
Right.
And when Steph came off the floor, it was chaotic. When Steph came off the floor, it was you just hold your breath that a 5-point deficit wouldn't grow to 25.
Yeah.
That a 5-point lead wouldn't turn into a 10-point deficit. And that is what we've been living through since the departure of Livingston, since the departure of any adequate backup and or a legitimate bench. What he's going to do immediately is not turn the ball over. And he is going to give you veteran leadership coming off the bench. And there is a high level of importance and and a high level of value for that of the Golden State Warriors. Telmo's hanging out and wants to talk Warriors. Telmo, how you been, my man?
Good. How are you guys?
Well, thank you.
Good.
So I'm just calling because I'm hearing this kind of back and forth, with hosts and fans and stuff, and it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say you want Jordan Poole, but all of last year, especially in the playoffs when it mattered most, you were literally saying he was unplayable. The trade here is people keep saying Jordan Poole for CP3, that's not the move. CP3 is ancillary to the deal to get rid of the room to make other moves in the future. But in the meantime, people will say, where do you get the scoring from? Well, Jordan Poole was only effective when he started. When he came off the bench, he didn't have the same kind of juice. So unless he was going to be a starter full time, you're not really having that same conversation. Also, CP3 only averaged 15 points, but look at what he had in assists versus what a Jordan Poole would give you, and also the turnover ratio. Now, also, other than that, Warriors fans keep saying, they want Kuminga to develop and they want Kuminga minutes. Well, Jordan Poole's not going to be the guy with that second team to make Jonathan Kuminga better. That's to where somebody like CP3, who ran Lob City, can help a player like that, make athletic plays, put him in the right place, get the ball to him, and he's just going to make everybody from Wiggins to Clay and everybody else better to put him in the right spots when he's running that second team or minutes when Stephen is Steph isn't on the court or Draymond Green isn't on the court running the ball and leading the breaks.
Hell yeah, Telmo. Good call, man. Well thought out and good points right across the board.
I think he's right when it comes to Paul's impact not playing with even Clay and Steph. Like, they're going to run the offense for them. But, I mean, Poole did average 20. Chris Paul averaged 14, which the difference here is Jordan Poole had about 4 assists a game. Chris Paul had about 9. And that's where I think the impact comes into, which is what you're saying is, like, he'll get guys in the right spot. He'll feed them the ball. He'll get Kuminga in the right place at the right time on offense. He'll help a little bit defensively in how he communicates. He can kind of be, in a sense, the Jordan Poole and Dante DiVincenzo combined into one player, per se, right? He's going to be great offensively when it comes to putting guys in the right point, pointing them out where the offense is. But I just think when it comes to the second unit, you can have a guy like Chris Paul who's really smart, been around for, it seems like, 20 years. He was in Charlotte when they were the Hornets, right? I feel like he's been around forever. But you're relying on guys like Moody and Kuminga, and you don't have that last big man. Like, Michael Green's gone, which I get he wasn't a big player in this, but you don't have that big stretch four yet. They might get him, obviously, in Saric, not Sarcic. But I just think that second unit, to me, is a lot weaker when it comes to potential than it was last year. Obviously, we'll see what happens. There's so much time to get to the NBA season in October, but you're now banking on Kuminga making a jump, Moody making a jump, and I don't think we've seen enough yet. I know you like Kuminga, man, you love him a lot, but I don't think I've seen enough where, what if he isn't starting? Is he going to pout again? He might. Did it last year. Like, I just don't think you can bank on Kuminga and Moody and Chris Paul to come in and make this big change for the offense.
Yeah, I would agree that the absence of the points that Jordan Poole takes with him to Washington, which is Siberia, by the way. I'm so glad he's playing for a team that you're never going to hear from that guy for years. It is a concern. Say what you will about Jordan Poole, but the young man could get to the rim, and he could fill it up. And if he was in a groove, no one could stay in front of him. And with his speed, he'd go full 94 feet. Maybe De'Aaron Fox is the only dude who's as fast as Jordan Poole with the ball in his hand. I can't deny that. That's real stuff. That's fact, as they like to say. That is going to be a glaring weakness because I don't know that Jonathan Kuminga is ready to be that guy. Jonathan Kuminga or Moody, one of them sure as hell better arrive. Because
has to.
The idea of, the potential and the conjecture, maybe this could be, no. Hey, listen, man, this is what have you done for me lately? It's your third year. Yeah. Let's go. It's time. I don't need to see, he's showing promise. No, somebody has got to have a breakthrough season. Because the Warriors, as they're currently comprised, even with CP3 and the fact that I like Jordan Poole being out the door, this to me is not enough firepower to stay with Denver, the Lakers, potentially Phoenix, and or to get to the Western Conference Finals and certainly to win an NBA championship. You need, because the core's getting older, and the core's the core. The core's fine. And I'm talking about the base of Draymond, Steph, and Clay. And I know you might have some things to say about that, but I still think that when you think about the Golden State Warriors, it wasn't the big three and throw Andrew Wiggins in there.
Right.
It was the peripheral pieces.
Yeah,
and it has been for a while. But the older you get, the more reliant you become on those other pieces to step up. That's one of the reasons why they got Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Is that, okay, listen, we're shooting it at a clip from beyond the three that nobody's ever seen in the NBA, but now teams have dialed into that and they're defending us. So what happens when that goes south? Well, we got Kevin Durant, who can fill it up in another way, a mid-range, get you points that aren't necessarily threes.
Can be the offense.
and they don't have a fallback. No one has reared their head as of right now. Jordan Poole potentially could have been that guy. No one has reared their head that said, I can alleviate some of the scoring duties from that of Steph Curry. Randy's hanging out. You want to say something really quick, Sterling?
You're good. Go to Randy.
Let's go to Randy. What's up, Randy?
So, hey, I just want to say I find it quite appalling how the Warriors can continue to keep an athlete such as Draymond, who, as we know, has practiced bad behavior and even cost us that championship against the Cavaliers. And, but yet he carries so much clout in the organization. Maybe, it ties in to Steph really liking him and helping him with his game. Who knows? But it's sad that things turned out the way they did with Poole. But Poole's a hell of a player, and I see him doing exceptionally well in Washington. Thanks for taking my call.
Good job, Randy. Yeah, he's going to light it up.
He'll put up 25 a night,
we'll see.
But the team will win 20 games, maybe.
And he's right about Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Listen, professional sports, and no one ever said this, is fair at the end of the day. This isn't romper room. This isn't grammar school. Should, when it's all said and done with, a year removed from the punch, Draymond Green be rewarded and Jordan Poole shipped out of town? Probably not. But this is professional sports. Okay? And a lot of people don't like what it is that Draymond brings and all the baggage. But at the end of the day, when you look at where the Golden State Warriors are currently at, okay, in the offseason of 2023, he has the leverage. And Jordan Poole did not fit into their future plans.
Well, it's kind of like the Giants in 2000s. Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent, and I'm not comparing the two in regards to Draymond and Poole, but Barry Bonds factored into what that team wanted to do for the rest of the 2000s. They said, Jeff Kent, you're a great player, former MVP, but you're fighting with our star in the clubhouse, in the dugout, get out of town. And Kent wanted to leave too, just like Poole wanted to leave.
That's a good analogy.
And the Warriors said, Poole, you're not our Barry Bonds. Draymond Green, in this case, you are our star player who works well with Curry and Clay. I get all of it. But you look at the team, how it's currently constructed. This team barely squeaked into the playoffs last year. Are they better this year? Can Chris Paul play 72 games a year, 78 games a year like Jordan Poole did? No. They'll have to Otto Porter Jr. him the entire year and hope he can get to the playoffs, because at that time, he could be hurt, and you have a non-factor backing up Steph Curry once again come playoff time. You can't have that. You have to find somebody else. Is it Corey Joseph? Maybe. Is it Kuminga? Maybe. That's a lot of maybes for a team wanting to win a championship in the next 3 seasons.
Austin, San Jose, California, the location. What's up, my man?
Hey, Devon, man. It's good to hear your voice, man. It's been a while. And we gotta help young Sterling out, man. He's kind of all over the place. Listen, one of the things I wanted to say was, the Poole punch we need to let go. I think we're carrying that on. He's gone. He got $126 million, so let's congratulate him. Let's move on. As far as the professionals, as Devon said, this is a business, and the Warriors made their statement to you clear. They moved Poole and they kept Dre. So I don't think there's any debate about where the management, where the organization's going. And then you just said the Warriors, you should be worried about the fact that they won't be able to get back to it. Listen, wasn't Miami like a play-in team this year, and they almost got there. And how about the Lakers? They were not even figured to even be in the hunt, and somehow they got there. So let's stop with this. We can't do it. As far as I think, last thing I wanted to say was Dunleavy. I came into this whole thing very skeptical of Mike Dunleavy, but so far I'm giving the guy very high marks in the moves he's making, because he's doing things, he's making things happen. Now watch the long run. This guy scouts. He knows players. He's going to fix it, and the back end of the roster will be better going forward, guys. That's all I got. Happy 4th of July. See ya.
You as well, Austin. Thank you so much. It'll be interesting to see what Dunleavy does next.
Yeah.
Because I think we all agree that the Warriors cannot go into the season with this complement of players, that you got to go get somebody in the front court, right? And everybody knows that. And they're going to do that. Now, hopefully they'll get Saric.
Sarkic.
But, I think he'd be the perfect fit. But they certainly, I do not want to hear somebody saying again that, just go get Lopez. Was it Brook Lopez?
He's a good player.
Yeah, but again, that'd be great. Get Lopez. Bring him in. Lopez he potentially could pull down $20 million this year.
He's
you have to keep in mind that the Warriors once again are working at a vet min.
Yeah.
They'll go to a player much like that of Dante DiVincenzo and say, "Look, we're giving you a chance to play with the Warriors. We're on network television. Yeah. We're a relevant team. There's a good chance we're in the playoffs. You can use this for a year, and then you can go like Dante and get your big deal with New York or sign a long-term deal with somebody else," right?
Yeah.
And so that's sort of the bargaining power that they have being the Golden State Warriors. But you cannot, at the mid-level, expect to get anybody more than, $5 million. So that limits to who it is that you're marketing for, which is something that I think everybody has to sort of recognize.
Do you think I'm reading too much into Eric Gordon deciding not to come here for the vet min? He picked Phoenix, who you could say is a better team. They got KD, they got Beal, they got Booker, and they have Ayton still. But just as we talked about how, you can point to how Steve Kerr talks to Jordan Poole, could I say, look at how the market's talking about the Warriors. Veteran players may not want to come here because of what happened last year. Again, an aging core, Chris Paul 38, Steph Curry 36, Clay and Dre 34, Wiggins 29. They may see the market, and they could be wrong by all means, but they may see veteran players might say, maybe it's passed them by. Maybe a team like the Suns or the Nuggets who just won an NBA championship, maybe they're where we should go.
Well, if you're talking about an aging team, Kevin Durant isn't getting any younger.
No. But I can argue he's better than any player on the Warriors
currently.
No,
that's.
And I love Steph. It's not a knock on him. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter of all time, probably the best point guard in NBA history next to Magic Johnson. But I can argue KD's better now in his current state than Stephen Curry is.
The problem with the Phoenix Suns is that, and something that everybody's beginning to recognize, and this is true for all professional sports, you cannot buy yourself a title as much as you try.
Mm-hmm.
And this idea, there was talk that they were going to go get Kyrie Irving to join the party as well before Kyrie went to Dallas. And if you've learned nothing, look at the New York Mets. Not to cross-section sports, but look at the New York Mets and Steve Cohen, $350 million payroll. This team is sub 500. Look at the Padres. They went out and purchased the best talent that's available.
Look at the Nets last year.
Look who wins titles. Mm-hmm. Who won the title this year? The Denver Nuggets. Who are their top three? You look at Porter, you look at the Joker, and you look at Jamal Murray. All came up through the draft. Mm-hmm. All came up and learned to play basketball one way. That's the Denver way. And there's something about being organic that owners with money in an unlimited paybook always overlook, that I'm just going to go out and buy myself a title. Mm-hmm. You got to do it. You got to do it through the proper channels as far as I'm concerned. Same thing with the Golden State Warriors. There's chemistry and all that crap that we throw out there. It does have credibility at the end of the day. And teams like the Phoenix Suns, just like any team that's going to go purchase and pay for James Harden, I will tell you right now, you're not winning crap with that guy. No. But people see the big numbers. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm gonna go get that guy, give him whatever it is that he wants, $120 million over the next 3 years because he's James Harden. If the bottom line in all of this is to win, that's again, it gets down to winning basketball plays. It's about those Warriors that back in the day, the Pachulias and all those guys that filled roles. That's how you build the dynasty. That's how you win. But we get so locked in and glamorized by the big numbers and the free agents that I'm going to build the winner by just simply going out and purchasing the best basketball players that are available. More often than not, that crap doesn't work.
Well, it's like playing baseball, right? If your bat is too top-heavy, it's hard to carry, hard to swing. It's like in sports, right? If your team's too top-heavy, like maybe the Suns are, the Mets currently, it's hard to play 162 games, 82 games a year plus playoffs and stay in the race every time. But I guess my thought process through all this is that can the Warriors realistically say Stephen Curry lead our team for 82 plus games through the NBA Finals with this current roster around him? And I would say no.
Yeah. I would
say no.
I think that's problematic. I really do. Steve, San Francisco. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Hit me, Steve. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for taking my call. I want to touch briefly on the Poole Draymond thing. One thing that people just don't seem to talk about is there must have been something said between Poole and Draymond that really turned the rest of the team against Poole. We don't know. We talk about the punch. but we don't talk about that a couple of minutes before the punch. There must have been something in there. And remember that game where Poole took that crazy shot toward the end of the game, and Curry threw his mouthpiece in frustration. And Poole ended up winning that game on a game-winning shot. But at the end, you know, Curry doesn't throw his mouthpiece just because Poole takes a shot. There was something built up there. There was a lot of built-up tension there, and that's why he had to go. But I want to talk about Chris Paul and how he's going to fit in. They must have talked with him about coming in and leading the second team. I don't see him as a starter. I know there's been talk about playing small ball with Dre at 5. I just don't see it. I think he was acquired to lead Kuminga and Moody and train them up and get those guys with some better basketball IQ. I think that's where he's got to fit in with this team. I don't see any other way.
Well, that's the thing, and me and Dan kind of hit on it, that, yeah, his impact might be with Kuminga and Moody and, you know, Podziemski, the rookie this year, right? But when you look at the punch as a whole, to me, it doesn't matter what Jordan Poole said. I'm someone who, I get it, my parents are older, my mom's 72 years old, my dad's in his 60s. If you did something bad, you're getting that wooden spoon, you're getting that belt, go to your room, and wait till dad gets home. I get it. Like, my family's from Oklahoma, the Midwest. If you did something bad, you're getting the rose bushes to the butt. I get all of it. Like, punishment for some things you say and do is necessary sometimes. But when you're a grown man and you're at practice and, you know, Dan, you're on the court playing pickup, guys say things you don't like. Guess what? And that's not even professional. You don't take a swing at someone. You don't punch a guy standing there. It doesn't, you know, Jordan Poole never made contact with Draymond Green. At least that's what we saw in the video. And Jordan Poole walked up to him, punched him. Come on. Like, that's not professional. You even said earlier, Draymond Green's a mature professional. Not at that point he wasn't, and that may have changed the entire trajectory of the season. And it may have changed the entire trajectory of the team once you move Jordan Poole. But going back to Chris Paul. Chris Paul, yes, the impact could be Kuminga and Moody in the second unit. I get that. But when we're 70, 60 games into the year, post-All-Star break, and the team's tired, breaking down, Chris Paul, we need 20 points. I can only give you 15. Kuminga, you're only getting me 10 points a night because you're mad because you're not getting enough minutes. Moses Moody falls back into the 13th man on the roster again. There are so many questions outside of Stephen Curry. I can even say Klay Thompson is a question mark. Draymond Green is a question mark. Everyone's a question mark but Kevon Looney and Stephen Curry, and that worries me for this team. This team deserves to win. These guys are champions. We have champion blood, right? But at this point, this team, I don't think the way it's constructed can go all the way and play against the Heat and the Suns and the Celtics and the Nuggets and even the Lakers.
Just to revisit the punch really quick before we get to the break, and then I want to address all that. Who's going to pick up the firepower and the scoring on this team? But as we get to the break, yeah, keep your hands in your pockets, all right? You can't be punching people, all right? And I don't think it was necessarily anything that specifically that was said by Jordan Poole, but it's just Jordan Poole. I'm sorry, man. And
even if he shoves you, does it matter? You don't punch somebody.
You don't punch anybody. But again, and I'm going to take heat for this, but there are certain guys that push buttons. There are certain guys that you're like, you know, I'm not that sort of guy, but if I was, I'd punch that dude in the face. I'm not promoting it. I'm not saying that Draymond Green sure as hell shouldn't have done that. But when it comes to Jordan Poole, I don't think it was necessarily anything he said specifically. It's just if I'm having a bad day and this dude's in my grill, I don't, you know, sometimes you get to a point where you explode and you do something that you clearly should not have done. But I think that Jordan Poole just has one of those personalities that can rub people the wrong way. And I know that I'm the guy that always puts it on him, but let me be very clear. Draymond Green and anybody else out there, any of you kids that are listening today, don't be hitting anybody, all right? This segment is sponsored by Lucky California. Peace and love, man. That's what I'm all about, Sterling. Shoot up the double digits. Give me the peace sign. All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. Want to talk about what Sterling touched on and some of the callers have mentioned. Who is going to be that breakthrough star? Who is, aside from Klay and potentially, CP3, who is going to be that other player that we're not counting on right now that is going to give you big points? Is it going to be a breakout season for that of one, Jonathan Kuminga? or they got to get it through somebody in the vet min, but clearly there's a void. We'll discuss that and more on 95.7 The Game. Sterling Bennett and Dan Devone the day before the 4th of July. I've got you covered until 2 o'clock this afternoon, 1 hour in the books. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors, a lot to discuss. The departure of Jordan Poole, the arrival of the point guard.
Chris Paul.
Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody. I want to talk a little Wiseman. A lot to the Warriors are, there's certainly a lot to get into with this basketball team in the current state of affairs. Let's get out to the nation's capital, and standing by through the break, it's simply G. G, what do you got for us?
Talk to me.
What's up, Devon? What's up, Sterling?
What's going on, G?
Hey, this is deep from your favorite coconut, Devon.
Oh, my brother, what's happening?
That's right, bro. What's up? I just want to say a couple of words to Sterling, man. Why are you being so negative about the Warriors? Just because Poole is no longer there does not mean the Warriors not going to win, man. I mean, Warriors won championships without Poole, and they won championships with Poole. Poole was just a one-trick pony, as you stated, Devon. Please check Sterling out a little bit, man. We need defense, and we need a big man. If we got a defense, a defender, and a big man, we will win again. We still have Steph, we still have Clay, and we still have Dre. One of the reasons, ask yourself this question, Sterling. Mm-hmm. Why is it that the head coach, Steph, Clay, and Dre have issues with Poole? Ask yourself that question. If you can answer it, then you'll know exactly why Poole had to go.
I don't think it's a question as to why Poole had to go. I think we all know why he had to go. I don't think it's a question as to this team can win. Yes, this team can win an NBA title in the next 3 years. It's not me being negative as to, this team's garbage and they stink and it's only Stephen Curry. No, it's looking at the roster and saying, okay, there's a lot of question marks here, and a lot of these question marks could be negatives. A lot of these question marks that relying on Kuminga to maybe be a bigger piece this year, or Chris Paul to play a large portion of the season, which he hasn't shown the ability to do at age 38. He broke down last year. It's not looking at it and saying, this team is going to be bad. It's saying, last year's team barely squeaked in, beat the Kings in 7 games, maybe shouldn't have, but they did, because Stephen Curry said, buy into me, I will lead you. So the question then becomes, can Stephen Curry, at the age of 36 years old, 1 year older, who is still a phenomenal player, MVP caliber player, can he be the sole leader of this team? Because right now, there are so many question marks. Doesn't mean they can't. I'm just not sure if everyone can play their part to perfection, which has to happen if they want to win a championship.
Somebody has to have a breakthrough season, to your point.
Right.
There's got to be an Austin Reeves on this team. There's got to be somebody that you're like, a Brock Purdy. I had no idea. Now, listen, I'm not saying that it doesn't have to be Mr. Irrelevant or it doesn't have to be a third-round draft pick.
Just somebody.
But somebody has to step up, because I think I'm with you. I don't think that there's enough firepower as they are currently situated, as you currently look at this roster. That is not enough to dethrone the Denver Nuggets. And I do think that it's not a matter of if, but when the injury comes to Chris Paul.
Or Stephen Curry.
Oh, Steph is going out.
The last 2 years.
Steph is coming out.
And what if Chris Paul and Curry are both out? Then it's Corey Joseph.
And it's not, again, you can pretty much set your watch to it. It's going to happen. And you may as well throw Draymond in there. Listen, it's almost been beneficial, I would argue, for Steph Curry, because it inadvertently gives him sort of this, this rest, right? It's giving him load management, even though, no one wants to see him go down with an injury. But when you're out for a month and a half, he has his legs when it comes to the postseason, because he sat out a good portion of the year. That will happen to him at some point. What the injury will be, I have no idea. Hopefully it's not the Achilles, it's not an ACL, but typically he's going to go down with something and will be out. And Chris Paul, whether it's the hammy that always creeps up on this guy, somebody has to step up that we're not familiar with right now. And when we have this conversation 6 months from now, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors, we got to say, if they're going to be a good basketball team, holy Christmas, Jonathan Kuminga arrived.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga put it together in year 3. Jonathan Kuminga is a potential all-star. Jonathan Kuminga not only is a good defender, as he showed last year, where he became this defensive specialist, But now he's become patient on the offensive end, and it's all making sense to him. It's slowing down. He's giving you 20 unexpected points a game. And Moses Moody has taken a huge step forward as being the solid basketball player.
Well, let's not forget to get optimistic to help G out there. Andrew Wiggins missed a lot of time last year for personal reasons. Having him back will help them not squeak into the playoffs, but be a 5th seed, a 6th seed, and be cemented in that playoff, right? He's going to help them come playoff time, not be rushed back to play somewhat of a role against the Kings and the Lakers. Like, having a healthy Wiggins for what seems like hopefully the entirety of the year is going to help this team. Having Kuminga hopefully make a jump can help this team. The question is, again, like you said, who can be that guy? And I think there's nobody else, like you said, Jonathan Kuminga. He has the most potential. He has probably the best physical traits to do that. He's explosive. We've seen him dunk over what seems like everybody now. And you go, oh my goodness, who is this guy? He has star potential. And every year I point to this, it takes about 3 years for a guy to pop. Kawhi took 3 years. Kevin Durant took 3 years. All good players all show potential, and Kuminga hasn't been on their level just yet. But it takes 3 years for a guy to finally get it. And if this is the year for Kuminga to get it, this team could be really good and take a shot at guys like Denver and Lakers and the Suns and the Kings. But they need that somebody. And right now, to me, it's Kuminga and kind of everybody else to kind of make that jump.
And there's always the flip side that if Jonathan Kuminga is Jonathan Kuminga, where he's good some nights and he's a good defender, but then again, he gets into the paint and he doesn't know what to do with the basketball, or he's fumbling it away, or he makes a tremendous move but can't finish. He's just still not polished.
Yeah.
If he's still that guy that Steve Kerr's like, he's good sometimes, but I cannot play this guy the consistent 20 minutes I'd like to put him into a basketball game. Or even worse, he takes a step backwards, to your point that maybe he's got an attitude problem. I don't think so. But if he's not that guy, if he's not the breakthrough star, you're right. I look down that bench, and I know what GP2's giving me.
Right.
And that's going to be solid. Moses Moody, I don't think is capable of having a potential. Maybe we're all going to be surprised. But if that's the case, if Moses Moody is Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga is Jonathan Kuminga going into the 2023 season, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because that is just not enough.
I do like Moody, though. I think Moody can be a solid role player on a really good team.
Oh, no, there's no doubt.
Kerr went to him last year come playoff time because he was the only person making shots. I really do like what Arkansas
but
guy.
But are we talking about
winner.
a solid role player, or are you talking about somebody that's going to give you big minutes and points and came out of nowhere?
There's definitely a cap to what Moody can be, and it's not what Kuminga can be or what you might need this year. But if a guy goes down, if Wiggins goes down and Kuminga has to start, Moody can be a really good role player for this team.
Because let's just keep in mind, because sometimes we have this revisionist history or time elapses and we begin to sort of forget how it is that they ended the season. They lost to the Los Angeles Lakers, right? They won one game in that series. And quite frankly, it wasn't necessarily you could point it well. It was because of injuries or because so-and-so didn't play well or because Draymond got a technical and didn't play in game 4. None of that crap. You know what it was at the end of the day, Sterling? They just simply couldn't match up with the Lakers.
Yep.
They just simply weren't as good as the Los Angeles Lakers. They just simply did not have as many go-tos. They did not have as much firepower to match wits with that of the Los Angeles Lakers. And the Lakers get blown out by the Denver Nuggets, and it would have been even worse for Golden State had they gone up against Denver. They have Steph Curry. Steph Curry's a star. But beyond that, who now becomes, to your point, that reliable guy? Because a lot of teams, it's always been, you've got to have, right? The template is you got to have 3 stars. I think with the current, the way things are structured now in terms of salaries in the NBA and the taxing, you're not going to see that 3-star template anymore. Yeah. There's not going to be the Kevin Garnett and the Ray Allens and Paul Pierce. I mean, that foundation I think is going to go by the wayside simply because the NBA is sort of curbing that. So you don't need 3 stars, but you need somebody.
Could I argue they don't need stars? They just need consistency. The issue last year was it felt like it was a roller coaster ride, right? One game, they look phenomenal. The next game, they're losing by 20. And they win 2 games in a row. This team couldn't win 4 games in a row, it seemed like the entire year. Whereas 2 years ago, they had like 23-4 record. They were insane. And I get roster changes, things maneuver, right? But last year, it felt like there wasn't one single player outside of Stephen Curry that actually had a consistent effort every single night, performance every single night. Not Clay, not Draymond, not Poole, like nobody. It was just Curry being Stephen Curry, being MVP like Curry. Then it was, we hope we can find something else from somebody else. And we're kind of in that position again where it's Curry, and let's hope we can find something from somebody else.
Yeah, I'd like to see a star. Somebody's got to have a star. And maybe it's Wiggins. Maybe Wiggins has the personal problems behind him, and he becomes an NBA All-Star next year. But somebody has got to step forward, grab the mantle, and saying, okay, it's Steph Curry, but it's also me.
Yeah.
Because, again, as they're currently constructed, that's just not enough, man. That's just not enough talent is what it boils down to. You know, when you looked at the Miami Heat and the Denver Nuggets, again, it was the same sort of scenario. That you like the Miami story, right? You got all these guys, Caleb Martin, all these guys that came out of nowhere, and they're basically undrafted free agents that bought into the Miami Heat culture. And the Miami Heat culture is clearly different from everybody else in the NBA. And they, I was pulling for them. I love the storyline, but it got to a point where you're like, you know what? This cute little story that is the Miami Heat has just run out of gas. And why? It's because you cannot, from a talent standpoint, match up with Denver.
Yeah.
It just gets down to the NBA when you're just got 5-10 dudes on a court. Like you can, there's the magic at some point. You're not going to win a title because at some point somebody's going to get in the way and saying it's time for you to be a team that can match up talent for talent, pound for pound. And you can only play tricks to a certain degree. And Miami, much like that of the Golden State Warriors, it just gets down to they have way too much talent, and we cannot match up with them, regardless of how clever we want to be.
Yeah. Well, and don't forget Kevon Looney as well. I almost forgot about Kevon. But I think like the Heat are looking for that second star in Damian Lillard. He wants to go there. They want him to come there. But the Golden State Warriors already have their 3-4 stars. Like they have the star talent. They have, these perennial all-star caliber players, but they don't have that bench depth yet. They don't have that, really good seventh man that can say, you can lead our offense, because Chris Paul can't do that. Jordan Poole was trying to do that, and he did for a certain part of 2021, and we all know what happened last year, but they don't have that one, even if it's an older veteran player you can point to and say, you can lead our second-tier offense, our second offense. They don't have that person, whereas the Heat did. The Nuggets do. The Lakers do. Jared Vanderbilt was amazing last year for them. The Kings do. Like, every good playoff team has their 2 to 3 main star players, and they have that one guy at least on the bench they can point to and say, you should be a starter elsewhere, but right now you're dropping 20 points for us on our bench and helping us win a title. The Warriors don't have that.
Getting back to Chris Paul, he is going to be such an immediate improvement. Because he's just not going to turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Like that more than anything. And live ball turnovers is what killed the Golden State Warriors. And the other thing I hear about Chris Paul, in defense of Chris Paul, is that, his pace does not work with the Warriors.
Yeah.
The Warriors weren't they the quickest paced team in the NBA, them in San Antonio?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team that still gets out and run. And they like to get up and down. And as Steph Curry likes to say, it's chaotic, right? And can Chris Paul flourish in that? I would argue probably not. He's more of a pick and roll guy. Which leads me to two things. First of all, you don't have to be one-dimensional in one speed. I think the Denver Nuggets, and Rick Bucher laid this out well, you do not have to be just simply a team that this is how we play basketball. We push, we push, we push. You could be a team that likes to run, but you can also be a team that can get into the half court and not be completely thrown out of sorts. Look at the Denver Nuggets, and a lot of it had to do with the Joker, because they go as the Joker goes. Joker, you can play a half court set, right? He can get down in the blocks, and you can run offense through him. And or he'll rim run as well as anybody for a big in the NBA. They can get out and run with him. There are different paces to, I think, an effective basketball team. So now what Chris Paul allows you to do, while Steph will get up and down with the boys, here comes Chris Paul, and now you're going to play a different brand of basketball. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
You'll go a little pick and roll. You'll change the pace, and I think that works in the behalf. I think that works to the benefit of that of the Golden State Warriors going forward.
Does it work better for maybe younger players where the game is going too fast for them? Whereas if Kuminga and Moody are playing really fast and the game gets out of hand, you have Chris Paul slow things down. Like people say, Jimmy Garoppolo on the text line, let Jimmy jacket, but like sometimes you need that person in the huddle, whether it's on the sideline or, after the team makes a big dunk or a big three-pointer, to kind of calm things down for you. And we saw last year where that second unit, the games just got away from them so fast because, the team put up a three. Now we have to do a three. That team dunked. Now we have to dunk. And it's 5-6 second possessions. And it's like, slow the game down, reset yourself. You don't have to match your opposition. Play how you want to play. I think Jordan Poole was kind of the biggest example of how that can come back to bite you, whereas Chris Paul might say, okay, Kuminga, Moody, let's slow things down a little bit. Let's play our brand of basketball. Let's kind of turn it back on the opposition. Play slow. Make them wait.
By the way, yes, it's 78 consecutive shows with a Jimmy Jacket reference now. There was a lapse in between the last show and this show. But yes, Jimmy Jacket is indeed back. The best of luck to Jimmy Garoppolo, who would have been in the MVP conversation a year ago had he not tweaked the knee, the foot, which, by the way, seems to be still problematic as he's not been given full clearance. We'll do Jimmy G for another time, or we can get into it in this show as well. Really quick on Chris Paul before we move on.
Yeah.
The James Wiseman miss is significant.
Yeah.
It really is.
He would have probably benefited from Chris Paul more than anybody.
Think about the pick and roll with Wiseman.
So good.
That's where Chris Paul lives, is the pick and roll. And James Wiseman would have been ideal because he's also a pick and pop guy. He could shoot from the outside. And Chris Paul and him working a pick and roll with the Golden State Warriors, now it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like, hell yeah, bring on Chris Paul with James Wiseman. We'll carve you up. Missing on James Wiseman. Now, I don't know if it's the Warriors that we put the blame on Bob Myers or the fact that James Wiseman just is never going to blossom into the sort of player that I will. I'll stick my neck out there. I thought he was going to be much better than he was last year. But the fact that James Wiseman did not turn out to be the sort of basketball player that a lot of people envision is a huge, huge step back for this team. It really is. Missing on the number 2 pick in the lottery, that's significant. And I don't know that it's not a complete loss because you got GP2 back, right? But GP2, come on, he's 32 years of age. We know what he can do. Still a very good basketball player, but limited. And it's not the potential number 2 pick, a 7'1" guy that could have defined your team and carried you going forward once this dynastic run or once this core goes off to the sunset. It could have been James Wiseman and kids going forward with him being the centerpiece. And him playing a pick and roll with that of Chris Paul. And there's no use bringing it up because obviously it ain't going to happen.
Right. 1 year too late.
But it's okay to dream and talk about what could have been. And again, James Wiseman and the fact that it did not pan out here, and maybe I wish him all the best in Detroit, but the fact it didn't work here really sort of set the Warriors back. And I don't think we can just overlook that. Nope. We don't have to dwell on it. You got to go forward. I understand. But let me just for a moment recognize the fact that they blew it with James Wiseman. They blew it because he wasn't the sort of player they envisioned or thought he was going to be. Listen, everybody misses on the draft every year, right? I'm just stating the obvious that James Wiseman isn't here and James Wiseman wasn't the sort of player that we thought he could be. And had he turned out to be at least a guy that was ascending in that direction, with Chris Paul on board, the Golden State Warriors now make a lot more sense than they currently do.
Well, we're talking about, who needs to take that step. And again, he's not here, but imagine if James Wiseman was here and you have Chris Paul and him being your second unit. Teams can't guard that, or you like to think they couldn't guard that pick and roll and pick and pop. Like, that's something that would set this team apart that other benches, other second units couldn't defend. And again, it's 1 year too late. And Wiseman, have fun in Detroit. Chris Paul, hopefully you can do what Jordan Poole couldn't do on this current Warriors team.
All right, let's get out to David hanging out in San Francisco, California. David, what's going on? Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Great to be here. I really like the Chris Paul deal, and this is why. I've followed the Warriors for over 50 years. I played pickup basketball until recently for a long decades. And
let me just cut you off, David. David, you can continue here, but where were you playing pickup basketball? Give me your locate. Where were your go-tos?
San Francisco, Mission. I played pickup basketball in Noe Valley for 30-plus years in a game there.
Okay.
A game there.
Don't know the game in Noe Valley, but go ahead.
Oh, that's in San Francisco.
No. I know where Noe Valley is. I know Noe Valley very well. I'm just saying I was a pickup legend in these parts. And so I just wanted to know where you were getting run. Was it the Panhandle? Was it Moscone? Okay. Was it, Kezar used to have some runs? I was just curious where you were getting your game on. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Anyway, that Noe Valley game ran from 1974 till it died in 2007. Anyway, let's get to Chris Paul here. You always want a great shooter on your team. But the best teammates I played with all those years have always been the unselfish person who could see the whole court. And I would say that is the rare few whose primary ability is to make all their teammates better. And I believe Chris Paul falls into that category. And it's very clear, too, if you see that every team he's going to, they've had a better record the year that he joined them.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. The one thing, though, with Chris Paul, and we'll see how he falls in line, he's usually the leader, right, when he goes to a basketball team. He was a leader in Phoenix. He's been a leader just about everywhere he has gone.
Been the best player almost everywhere he's gone.
And so as a leader, he's usually the most vocal, and usually it's like, this is the way we do things. Follow me. I'm taking you to the promised land. This is Steph Curry's locker room. And if it's not Steph Curry's locker room, then it's his strong man, and that's Draymond Green's locker room. One of the two, and Clay will sort of dictate what's happening behind the scenes with this team.
Yeah.
Does Chris Paul now fall in line? Where's Chris Paul in the pecking order in terms of who is the leader of the basketball team?
Kind of has to fall in line, right? He's 38 years old, last legs of his career. This is probably his best last chance to win a title unless something happens next year. You have to think he'll kind of fall in line and say, okay, I get it. Like, this is my last opportunity to get a ring. And he wants that ring more than anybody else does. But Draymond Green was actually on Paul George's podcast, and he said, Chris Paul will completely unlock Jonathan Kuminga and his growth. You can, and so can I, be skeptical of the Chris Paul move, but if Draymond Green believes that CP3, a guy who he notably doesn't like very much, can unlock Jonathan Kuminga, why shouldn't we?
When we continue, we'll wrap things up on the Golden State Warriors. I do want to stay a little bit more with CP3. Because he also has been accused of being somewhat cancerous in the locker room. Could he be problematic? A lot of people say, hey, listen, why did the Clippers, with all that talent in Lob City and Blake Griffin when he was in his prime, how can that team underachieve? A lot of people point a finger at Chris Paul. Could Chris Paul be detrimental in the locker room for the Golden State Warriors? We discuss next with Sterling Bennett and Dan Avone. You're tuned in to 95.7 The Game. Keep it here. We'll be back right after this. So you go to Joey Chestnut and say, what do you put on your hot dog? A little ketchup, a little relish, maybe some onions. Okay, that's what your dog is going to be.
Wouldn't that be heavier, though?
Well, it doesn't matter. This is. We got to get back to our roots of an eating contest. Let's see how many of these things you can power. These hot dogs that you enjoy.
Okay.
And by the way, it is no longer a hot dog. If you're taking the dog out of the bun, now it's just horse lips or whatever that crap's made out of. Right now, it's just dookie. It's a dog. In order for it to be a hot dog, it's got to be in the bun, right? It's got to be now. It's a hot dog.
Yeah.
So this idea,
not a horse lip.
This idea of me taking the bread and just dunking the bread and eating the bread and the dog separately, no, those are two different events. We could do a bread eating contest, right, or a water bread / eating contest, and then we can do a dog eating contest. But we're gonna have the hot dog eating contest. I want your condiments that you eat with your typical hot dog, right? Craig Valentino's throwing on the headsets. This is the only thing
jump in,
that has enticed him the entire afternoon.
Not Poole, not Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, the Golden State Warriors, the hell of you. We're talking about hot dogs and doing it ethically in terms of a contest. I got something to say. But listen, in order for this to be a contest, and maybe he can't power down 75 in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But you got to have, the dog has got to be intact and remove all the water. No more water.
So
you need a glass of water.
Not even if it's a dog and the bun in the water, you can't do that either?
No. Who eats a dog like that? Because all you're doing at that point is trying to slide it down your throat. No, this is about eating a hot dog and how many can you eat. Now, if you're thirsty, you can have a glass of water. Actually, for it to be really challenging, I would say, okay, Joey Chestnut, what do you typically eat with your hot dog? What do you eat? Or, I'm sorry, what do you typically drink with your hot dog?
Probably like an iced tea.
Yeah, okay, you have an iced tea.
Yeah.
He may be a Pepsi guy. He may be sponsored by Coke.
Okay.
You got to crush Cokes, no water. So it's your Coke, because what you typically drink with a hot dog, and your hot dog intact, tucked in its little bun, snuggled up in its little bun.
Wouldn't it make it unfair? Like, let's say you like no condiments, and I'm like, yeah, give me the relish and the mustard, and it's like, wouldn't that give you an unfair advantage?
Yeah.
Well, how is that fair?
But that's just But
it's
how
like
many of
punishing
those?
someone for liking more flavor on their hot dog.
But if you're in a hot dog eating contest, I'm assuming you like a hot dog and there's something on it. Now listen, we can look at this, right? We can go through this factually and find out. Like, if 8 years ago you were eating a hot dog that actually had condiments on it, and you were doing that over a sustained period, I'm sorry, you can't claim a naked hot dog.
4 years ago when you were having mustard, I don't know, you can't do that now.
Craig Valentino, any thoughts on revising the hot dog eating contest and getting back to the way it should be?
Well, I don't know about getting back to the way it should be, but I do agree with you on the whole dipping thing. That's just disgusting to watch. So I was actually putting my headphones on to agree with you on that part.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, and I remember it's so funny because this is back, I mean, it's no longer there, but in Dublin they had a Hooters that was over there, and we're sitting there, and one day we're just eating, watching the games, and they're like, hey, we're going to have this wing eating contest. We need 3 people to join in. So we're like, all right, and you go get some mystery guests. I'm like, all right, fine. So I volunteer, and me and 2 other guys are sitting there, and all of a sudden Joey Chestnut walks in.
Wow.
And this is like, he had beat that, he beat the guy, so he just barely was, this is before
Tokiyashi?
Yeah, this is way before, before he really took off. And I'm sitting there like, are we going to beat this? Like, hold on. So it was like, all right, you guys, and it was 50 wings right there, first we're going to knock out the most in 10 minutes, and like, ready to go. And I'm just sitting there just slowly picking them, eating them. My friend's like, what are you doing? I'm like, that's Joey Chestnut. I'm not going to beat him, but I'll eat these 50 free wings right here.
Exactly.
I was like, what do you want me to do, swim against Michael Phelps next? I'm like, I'm not going to beat this guy. I'm just going to get these 50 wings, though.
So somebody on the text line says the contest is tomorrow.
It was on yesterday.
Okay,
they had the women's yesterday, at least.
Yeah,
from what I saw.
Joey Chestnut was on yesterday as well, but I was wondering, am I watching a replay? Because obviously the 4th of July doesn't fall until
Do they make
Tuesday.
them drink the water after they put the hot dog in it?
You know what? I couldn't watch that. That is, you know what? It is.
It's kind of like finish your meal, right? You got to drink the water still, don't you?
Joey Chestnut is he is sponsored. He gets appearance fees. He's a millionaire. I would argue only in America could you be a millionaire from crushing hot dogs and being a food eating champion. George had to hang out and listen to all of this nonsense. Let's get to the jungle. George, put us back on track. How are you, my man?
I'm doing well. So, guys, it's a naked dog and beer. I might not eat dogs, but I will drink the beer.
Beer just fills you up, though. It's heavy. You can't eat 70 hot dogs that way.
Well, if that's your go-to, you drink the beer, man. This is... I'm all...
I said I might only eat 5 dogs, but I'm going to drink the beer.
Yeah.
What's up, George?
All right. Let's be real. Cancer in the Warriors locker room?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they won 2 titles, and it was wonderful. But he set them on fire. He set the problems going. Before that, it's like, hey, let's just go out and have fun and play ball. What you think?
Is it Kevin Durant, George? Is that who it is? Or Draymond?
That's it, man. Chris Paul, we're in remission. Chris Paul isn't going to be anything bad. He's just going to be maybe a little bit setback, but he's not going to be a full-on cancer. We've had that. We've been there.
Thanks, George. I think George is dipping into those beers a little sooner than 4th of July.
Could they survive? Let's just put this out there. Could they survive if Chris Paul throws a hissy fit and is saying, I don't want to be here, I'm tired of playing? Like, could they actually survive
won't do that?
You know
He's not that sort of guy. He's not like trade me. He's not a James Harden, Westbrook potential, or that bum, that meatball with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Harden?
Simmons.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about him.
He's not that meatball. He's not going to be like that, but he's going to be a guy that he likes to lead. Like he's somebody that likes to get in your face. And I've always appreciated about that. Mm-hmm. He's somebody that's vocal. You can see it on the court. Like, let's go. Let's do it. And
he's a leader.
He clashed with James Harden. He and James Harden, I can remember there being public blow-ups between the two. But I think this when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. If you're a bunch of leaders and you're a team that knows how to do it and plays like Chris Paul, it's unlikely that he's going to single you out.
Yeah.
Usually, Chris Paul would probably have a hard time playing with Jordan Poole. Not that all roads go back to Jordan Poole,
right.
But he'd probably have issues with Jordan Poole. He might have some issues. We talked about how he's going to unlock Jonathan Kuminga.
The young
Maybe
guys.
In that process, there might be sort of a learning curve and, hey, I'm going to get in your face a little bit because you need to get up to speed. I think it's all comes from a good place. I just wonder... I don't believe it, but it's worth throwing out there. There's fodder that people believe, throwing out that fodder that there's some substance behind Chris Paul being, problematic in the locker room. Mm-hmm. I don't know that there's any, there's anything there to that. I don't know if there's any substance behind that, but I do know that it's been talked about. It's been bannered about, especially when you talk about all the problems that beset the Los Angeles Clippers back in the day when they had, DeAndre Jordan when he was in his prime, and Blake Griffin and J.J. Redick and even Jamal Crawford. I mean, you can go down the list, and they always underwhelmed. So, and a lot of people said it's because Chris Paul was difficult to deal with. So I'm just curious as to whether that might be an issue going forward.
Well, do you think it could be more of a clashing of kind of play styles, right? Where, let's say Chris Paul wants to play so. Phoenix was 20th in pace of play. Warriors were second. That's an entirely different style of play. What if Kuminga and Moody maybe get a little more comfortable with how Chris Paul plays and how he coaches on the court, right? And then let's say Wiggins is out again for a long period of time, and one of those guys is forced into the starting lineup, and they don't fit. And it's like, okay, well, Chris Paul's only here for 1 year, most likely. You have to fit with Curry and Clay and Wiggins and Draymond. You can't just fit in with Chris Paul. So if he gets those guys comfortable and they're working well and they're meshing well, how is that going to look if they're forced to play bigger minutes with Curry and Clay on the court as well? Like, I think that's where the problems might occur. Not even with Chris Paul, the mentality and him being a leader, but maybe with play style. Again, if Kuminga's sitting there 20 pace of play and Curry's like, go, 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 and Kuminga's like, I don't play this way usually. Like, I think that's where friction might occur, but I don't think that really involves Chris Paul. That's just, I play differently now because Chris Paul's here.
So we have some Joey Chestnut breaking news here.
Okay.
So according to the text line, that was a replay that we witnessed yesterday.
Okay.
510 is correcting. Well, not me, because I said it was
me.
a replay.
I'll take it. It's me. I'm sorry.
But apparently that was a replay that we witnessed yesterday. And so it will go off live tomorrow.
Awesome.
Tuesday, 4th of July. Joey Chestnut, once again, front and center out there in Coney Island, back to their old location, because you remember, I believe 1 year they went into some weird stadium, and there was the year that they actually had sort of these glass partitions right in the height of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then there was like 4 judges who all had masks and gloves. Like, God, man, I'm so glad we don't live there anymore.
Man.
But Joey Chestnut in front of 35,000 people out there in Long Island will be doing his thing tomorrow. And once again, if you're just joining us, if you want to have a hot dog eating contest, get rid of the water. You can't be dipping the dog or the bun in the water. Like, that's not a hot dog anymore.
I feel like you wouldn't, but do you frequent a hot dog? Like Casper's and Concord?
Thank you.
Love Casper's.
Do I eat a hot dog?
Yeah.
How well do you know me? I know you know me, Sterling.
Well, I'll be in the ocean in about 2 hours, so
I haven't had a hot dog. If I'm to be honest with you, me and hot dogs are not simpatico. But when I did eat hot dogs, I was all about Casper's. So here's the thing. So the bun is key. So the bun hot dog ratio, like Casper's would do the long dog, right? And
long boiled hot dog.
Yeah, and then the onions. See, the key to me is that not everybody has tomatoes on a hot dog.
I love tomatoes on a hot dog.
They went tomatoes in the hot dog, and it was one of the first times I've ever had it.
Okay.
Is the Oakland location no longer there, or
I'm not sure. I live in the East Bay, so I'm in Concord, Pleasant Hill area. If I'm going to get a hot dog in Casper's,
well, Oakland's still in the East Bay, is it not?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm a little further out there.
So, yeah, I'm just saying, if you're going to have a hot dog eating contest, let the thing be a hot. It no longer. Sorry to belabor the point, but it no longer is a hot dog if you're removing the dog from the bun. Right now, it's a wiener. Now it's just. It's whatever. It's mystery meat.
Probably a sausage is probably what they would call it. Not a wiener.
A sausage?
A sausage.
All right, it's a sausage.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a sausage and it's a bun.
Yeah.
All right? So if you want to have a bun eating contest, let's do that. You want to have a, whatever the hell this is in my left hand meat hot dog / sausage, let's do that. But a hot dog, currently under the heading and the definition of what a hot dog is, it's got to be in that bun. Got to have some condiments because nobody eats a hot dog raw unless you're.
Well, they do.
Well, yeah, because they're not eating hot dogs anymore.
Do you think they actually enjoy it? Is it like, there's pleasure in this? I do like eating 70 hot dogs.
Just like a pizza eating contest. You got to be starving. Like, man, I cannot wait.
You have to fast a lot.
You got to go. Like, do they still have Round Table?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Round Table. It's so greasy, but it's so good.
I want Pizza Hut so bad that, you know what? I bet you I can eat 3 pies. I'm so hungry.
Oh, yeah.
That's the inception of a food eating contest. Stuff your pie hole until you projectile vomit all this food, but that's a food eating contest, not this. I'm just going to wet down my beak and just dip crap in water, eat this up. No, you eat the pizza the way you eat a pizza. Eat a hot dog the way you eat a hot dog. You can have a hamburger eating contest, same thing. Everything stays in the bun, for crying out loud.
You're really passionate about hot dog eating contests.
No, I'm passionate about when they do it incorrectly. So Joey Chestnut and company, yes, now they have a female division, right?
Yeah.
So everybody just get on page and keep the dog in the bun so that we can have a legitimate hot dog eating contest. Back to CP3 as I digress here. So I think that he's going to make them better, Sterling. All right? Just simply because he's not going to turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Is he the end all in terms of the piece that's going to put them over the top? No, because I think as the season ended disappointing fashion a year ago, everybody said to themselves, or at least I walked away saying, you need something else. You need another piece. You need somebody else who can score the ball. You need another star on this team, okay? Maybe to your point, it doesn't have to be a star, but it's got to be somebody that is going to be an offensive threat.
Yeah.
All right? And Jordan Poole wasn't that answer for all of the things that we have gone through and listed and underlined for the first 2 hours of the show. I don't think he belonged as a Golden State Warriors for a myriad of reasons. He just didn't fit. He can score the ball, but that's it. And the Warriors have never been just a one-dimensional team. You got to do something else. So you get a player, whoever that is going to alleviate the scoring duties from that of one Steph Curry. Jordan Poole is not that guy. So CP3 is not that guy. So the question now becomes, who is? And I guess if we were to take, the temperature of the room and take bets randomly, it's Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
But are you willing to anoint Jonathan Kuminga has made that step from the last time we saw him?
We got to see it, right? You can't go out there 15 games, have him play 12 minutes and go, oh my goodness, he's made it. Like, you have to look at him and say, okay, you've given us 15 minutes a night for a 2-week period and you put up 10, 12 points, and you earn those minutes. You've earned that time to kind of maybe take time off of Wiggins or whoever it might be. Like, Kuminga has to earn it still. He hasn't earned anything, unfortunately, which I don't think that you'd want that from a lottery pick in Kuminga. Like, you assume after last year or after his first year, you won a title, you've seen what it takes to win, you played pretty large minutes in a very short time span. Like, last year should have been his jump. This year has to be that jump for him. And so if this team is going to go anywhere, Jonathan Kuminga has to make I'm not saying superstar, but he has to give you a solid 15 to 20 minutes a night, and he's not doing that. We haven't seen that yet. He could. I hope he does, because if he does, this team can go some places, but he has to show that. He has to earn that. Steve Kerr said, I don't want to play you. You have to earn Steve Kerr's trust, and he hasn't earned that yet.
So the rotation pretty much is about 9 deep. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, around there, yeah.
So you got 9 players. You got a rotation right now. If the season were to start tomorrow, you've got a 9-player rotation. Now, that's a step in the right direction because you certainly didn't have that cemented a year ago. There were so many moving parts. But as of right now, Chris Paul's coming off the bench. That's 6. GP2 makes it 7. And then Kuminga and Moody, now you're up to 9. So you've got a rotation that at least is in place. Remember this time last year, we had no idea who the hell was going to play because you didn't know how the pieces were going to fit. Is Dante DiVincenzo able to play with this guy? Or there were so many moving pieces.
Well, Lamb and Jerome are playing big minutes for this team.
The question now becomes, if you go to 10 in this rotation, or is there any room for the kid, namely this Brandon Podziemski?
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
I believe it's Podziemski.
Podziemski.
Yeah.
The kid out of Santa Clara, who, of course, was at Illinois. By the way, he was at Illinois, and the dude averaged like 1 point a game.
Is he going to play at all this year?
And he comes over to Santa Clara, and he becomes the player of the conference.
Yeah.
Right? So, and it's not as though, because now you can just transfer and play. It's not as though he got bigger, stronger. He just transferred. And what does that say about the WCC? And I don't know. What does that say about him? He's very peculiar.
He does fit what Golden State wants to do. He does feel like
he's a shooter. He's
Warriors
smart.
Player.
Yeah,
but he's not going to impact this team this year at all. He'll be.
So we're not putting him in the rotation. That's where I was going. So we were at 9, 10. We're not stretching it out to the kid Podziemski.
He'll play when the big 3 don't want to play and they're starting, or CP3's out and they're going to start Peyton, or they're going to start Corey Joseph. That's when he'll play on an off night in Toronto when the guys don't want to travel up there.
Can we get a nickname for the guy so I don't have to go Podziemski?
You can call him Pod, I guess. Pod.
BP.
Yeah, that's fine. BP. Yeah.
Brandon.
You call him his first name. Yeah.
Sam's hanging out in South City. Sam, what's up with Chris Paul? What do you got?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, to me, I like this CP3 trade as long as he's healthy, but you can say that just about any veteran player because CP3 is, as much as people want to despise him around here especially, he's still an elite talent, and as long as he doesn't have to be the main focus of the team, he does everything in Warriors. He can shoot the ball, he can distribute, he still can play defense at a high level, and you're not going to count on him to wear and tear like you've seen with Phoenix where he tends to get hurt in the playoff stretch. But when he's on the court, he's still an elite point guard, and here it allows Curry to play off the ball. So I think that lineup there where they can have Curry, Clay, and CP3 on the court takes a lot of the pressure off Curry. You can let him just roam, and CP3 is just perfect getting the guys the ball in the spots. As far as Joseph, I like that. I hated losing DiVincenzo, but I didn't think he was going to be back anyway. I think they're going to make 1 or 2 little moves, and Podziemski, I think, fits the DNA of what they will like to do, and hopefully Kerr realizes his error of the ways with previous young guys and gets this guy in the rotation, get him some savvy minutes here. But I like what we got, guys, because Denver, Lakers, I think Warriors are still going to be in that mix there. So, hey, CP3, hey, we hated him before, but now I think he's going to fit in perfectly. Got to say on the court, though, and I think the Warriors training staff is going to make sure that he is. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. He has him as a starter. Now, I think that's something to entertain because keep in mind, Chris Paul has never come off the bench. And when I say never, I mean never.
Yeah.
In his entire career, he has never, ever not been a starter. Do we know that conversation's been had? Do we know that he's going to buy in to coming off the bench in that second unit?
I'm not sure what Chris Paul wants to do, but I think at this time, at this age, at 38 years old, knowing he's never won a ring, again, you have to point to how desperate are you to win. And I think a 38-year-old Chris Paul who's played, almost 20 years in the NBA, he wants to win. He tried to. He almost had it with Houston when he almost beat Golden State. But
what happened? He got hurt.
Right. Right. But that's my point is this training staff is probably going to treat him like Otto Porter Jr., so how much of an impact can you really have? There was no one saying Otto Porter Jr. was, they have to keep that guy. It was, hey, you can find a replacement for that guy. And they tried to and they failed, but you can find your Otto Porter Jr.'s a lot of places. Corey Joseph can be a Dante DiVincenzo kind of guy. Chris Paul has to show up. He can't just not show up. Like, you are telling him, hey, you are going to be our Jordan Poole replacement. Now, for what's that's worth, I have no idea, but you are going to be relied upon to be a big player on this team. We can't have you hurt, come the All-Star break. We can't have you breaking down come playoff time. You have to be on the court for us almost all year long. And again, where does he fit in exactly? We don't know. But if Draymond Green believes he can unlock Kuminga, if Chris Paul buys in, there is nothing more important and better when a veteran player buys in. If Poole didn't buy in and Chris Paul does, right there might already be your improvement.
The 707, thank you very much. The nickname for Brandon Pajinski.
It's a good one.
Pods.
AirPods.
I can work with that. AirPods.
Yeah, AirPods.
Oh, okay. Well, you need to put that in a AirPods. I like it. AirPods. That works. Listen, for Chris Paul, it becomes, he's got to buy in, much like that Andre Iguodala coming off the bench. It's just he's never done it before.
Right.
But if you're going to start him, then you're right back to ground zero when it comes to the bench.
Yeah.
Right? Because once the second unit comes on, once Steph comes off the floor, well, now what are we going to do?
Could I argue that...
Is AirPods going to now run the show?
Do you think that Curry and Chris Paul can exist on the court together?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So I think Gary Payton makes more sense playing with Curry than Chris Paul does.
Oh, listen, it's not going to be a go-to, but if they find themselves on the court... Listen, Chris Paul, if nothing else, is a smart basketball player and a veteran. If he could play with James Harden... who's as ball dominant as they get. He's the definition of ball dominant. And if those two could coexist, then he can play with Steph Curry. And Steph Curry is also a guy that the big question when Kevin Durant came on board is like, who can't share the basketball. There's not enough balls to go around. When you're smart and you're well-adjusted basketball players, these don't become problematic. They become issues when you're dealing with the Westbrooks and the James Hardens and some of the meatballs in the NBA. Ben Simmons. For sure. But I think it's going to be interesting to see him come off the bench because, again, he has never done it in his NBA career. And it will, to your point, demonstrate to everybody that he is here and doing it a different way because he wants to get that elusive title.
If Kerr can get him to buy in, is that one of the bigger successes of his coaching career? Getting a player, winning, I get it, means everything, but getting a player like Chris Paul, who perennial all-star, been arguably one of the best point guards the last 20 years in the NBA. Getting him to buy in, that's a huge success for him.
It's if he buys in and they win, yes.
Okay.
But he could buy in and not be effective.
Right.
Listen, this whole thing with Chris Paul, again, it's a salary dump in a lot of ways. We've got to get to a break, but I mean, he could be gone by the trade deadline, right?
It's non-guaranteed contract.
Exactly. So you're just going to see how this works out. Got to get to a break. We continue. Going to shift to baseball. Just chew on this. Is Shohei Ohtani the greatest athlete we've ever seen? Not just baseball player, greatest athlete of all time. We'll also segue into the Giants. This segment brought to you by Hintwater. How was that?
It was good.
All right. We'll be back. Shohei Ohtani, is he the greatest of all time? And is he coming to the San Francisco Giants? How's that? Back after this. Sterling? Just a big mistake. I'm not necessarily pointing a finger at Bob Myers.
Right.
Myers missed on him, but listen, that happens in the draft. And I was did I want LaMelo Ball? No. I think James Wiseman was the guy. It didn't work out. It's just a mistake all the way around. It's a mistake for James Wiseman in that he hasn't been able to progress as a lot of people anticipated. It's a mistake, not necessarily pointing a finger at any one particular person, but just a mistake when you think about what could have been for the Golden State Warriors now that Chris Paul's here.
Yeah.
And so James Wiseman, we wish him the best of luck now that he's in Detroit. What? Why are you giggling?
Just happened like 6 months ago. We're still talking about it.
Well, because Chris Paul's here. Chris Paul, can you imagine pick and roll, baby? What are you going to do? Chris Paul is going to keep it. Is he going to go to Wiseman? Man, that would have been so much fun, so dangerous. But why is this gone, man? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm still crying about that, man. That still hurts this franchise. Because how often
You're crying about Wiseman, crying about Jimmy G. You just can't let things go.
How often are you going to get an opportunity in all seriousness at the number 2 pick in the lottery?
Seems like never for this team.
Especially
under Curry, at least, with them here. Yeah.
You got Curry, Thompson, Green, the Hall of Famers. The band is still intact, and because of fortuitous events that all these guys were injured during the pandemic year, they didn't even get invited to the bubble.
Yeah,
you get an opportunity at picking in the lottery at number 2, and you screwed it up, and that ain't never going to happen.
No, not until the big 3 are gone again, and you hope not. But
exactly, and the fact that James Wiseman. It did not work out with that guy now that Chris Paul is here. And again, they'll play a little bit more pick and roll. It's not as though Chris Paul's just this, all I can do is pick and roll. I mean, but they'll play a lot more. I think because this idea.
It worked against the Lakers in the playoffs.
Yeah. This idea that the Warriors don't play pick and roll. All I would say is that when it comes to the pace, they in San Antonio played at the quickest pace in the NBA. They ran more than anybody. They didn't play. They played the least amount of pick and roll. This is traditionally what they did. Well, look at what they did as a team last year. Look at what San Antonio did. So to say that, well, we can't do it another way because it ain't going to work. Well, the way you're currently playing isn't necessarily, winning you NBA titles.
But this team needs size.
No doubt.
And they lack size. They have no backup bigs.
No doubt. It was ridiculous last year, and they have, is Londale available, the kid out of St. Mary's?
I don't know.
And can he come in the middle of, they need somebody who's going to eat glass. I'm with you.
It's Sarchich. That would be a good move, actually. Stretch 4, get them a guy who can actually extend the court out for them, open space for Kuminga and Moody and even Chris Paul. Like, they need someone like that. Because I liked Michael Green. He's past his prime, older player. Sarch is kind of young still.
29,
He
29,
really
man.
Contribute to what this team wants to do.
No, he'd be perfect, almost too perfect. Again, it's just a matter of buy-in for him.
Yeah.
Will you come play for $3 or $4 million?
Yeah.
He could probably command more. But again, the value you get out of the Golden State Warriors, look no further than that of Dante DiVincenzo. Dante DiVincenzo, you put in a year because remember he was hurt in Sacramento?
Yeah.
Some people were out on him. There were question marks. He reestablishes himself, right? He goes to the Golden State Warriors and says, let me just take a year off and not take a year off, but let me just sacrifice a year of potential big salary, show people what I can do with a relevant winning team like that of the Golden State Warriors, and then voila, you go to New York and you get the bag.
Well, now he's playing with Jalen Brunson, former teammates. Would you like someone like Mo Bamba here?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't given a lot of thought.
Yeah.
He doesn't really, move the needle one way or the other. You just need somebody that is going to be somebody that when Jokic comes to town, that when Embiid comes to town, you don't have to just simply say you can have your way.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing we can do. You have to have somebody that can get between them and the rim. Every single team would come to town. It didn't have to be somebody that had a significant big. Every team was bigger than the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Just about. I'd say 90% of the teams, the Warriors had matchup problems.
What took Kevon Looney having a career playoff
and
run?
He can't play that much again, Sterling.
82 games.
He can't do that again.
He wants to,
I
but
know,
he can't.
but you can't do that again. You can't roll that dude out. He's going to blow a tire again.
Yeah.
Rob, off to Marin. Oh, North Bay. We got a rich boy in a hot tub. What's up, Rob?
Hey, this is Bob.
Hey, Bob.
It's Bob.
Yeah. Hey, just want to say a couple things about the Warriors, like you guys talking about them getting the big. they've never won a championship with a big. And Nikola went through the entire Western Conference and the Heat and averaged first in points, first in rebounds, first in assists. So it's not like anybody can stop Nikola right now. He is top of his game. He is the mountain that everybody needs to climb.
No doubt.
So to talk about having a big, Warriors have not won a single championship with a big in the middle. So I'm not for that. Having Chris Paul around is going to help them. It's going to develop Jonathan Kuminga the right way with the right people around him. I have something to ask you guys. I don't know if you know this or not. I know Chris Paul and David West go way back, and if these guys talk, there has to be something that Chris Paul can take into account and learn from David West, who he probably respects just as much as the rest of the league did, that if he comes off the bench, he will win a championship. David did, and David didn't have to come off the bench when he came to the Warriors.
Thanks so much, Bob. Well, that's a good point.
What about Bogut, though?
Yeah, so he mentions they don't have a big.
Yeah.
But he just, in the same sentence or a few sentences thereafter, he mentions the name David West.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that you don't have to go get another Wiseman, or you don't have to get a project. You don't need a center to be the centerpiece, but you do need that David West, that Pachulia, that Bogut, that Festus Ezeli. You do need a big who is going to counter some of the other bigs and is also just simply going to get you rebounds, that can get out there and defend in the pick and roll. Just somebody who gives you a bigger presence. You don't, to Bob's point, you don't need a center per se as far as being a central part of the scoring or big part of your offense, but you do need, and don't even call it because it's a positionless game these days. Forget about calling him a center. You just need somebody at 6'9", 6'10", I'll take 6'11", that can eat glass and that can rim protect. And right now you got Kevon Looney, and that's it. And that ain't enough.
Would you go after someone like Taj Gibson, veteran guy, been around for a long time, played gritty basketball, with the Bulls, Tom Thibodeau? He's been there.
Yeah, but that's all behind him, right? Yeah, what did he do last year?
You don't have anybody now if you can't afford Sarge. You got to bring in someone that actually step in and play a role.
Yeah.
What about Montrezl Harrell?
Montrezl Harrell,
he's a dog. I'd love to have him here.
He's a little smaller. He's not that 6'9" guy. I like Harrell. I like Lawndale. I like, the kid out of Duke, the longtime veteran. Who am I thinking of? He was with the longtime veteran at Duke, the big center, and that's the role basically he plays is as a big. He was with Charlotte, I believe, last year. He's been moved around a bit.
It's not Kaminsky, is it? No.
No.
It's one of the 13 Plumleys in the NBA.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Mason Plumlee. That's what I'm thinking. Why did you say Plumlee?
I don't know. I had to think a little bit.
Mason Plumlee. I think that he's out of Duke, right? Yeah. I think that he would be ideal for this basketball team.
Yeah.
It's just, again, you're not talking about somebody that you're going to run an offense through. He's not even the third,
he also
fourth, or fifth.
He's already gone.
Yeah. But somebody like of that ilk.
Yeah.
What did he sign for? Do you have that in front of you?
I don't have it.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what we're thinking in terms of having a big. It's a big that is just simply going to counter the other bigs. And it's not just Kevon Looney.
Clippers, 1 year, $5 million.
Yeah, perfect. $5 million would have been doable. The Clippers are all kinds of hurt. That's another story, another show for another time. But when Westbrook is your most solid player going into a season, that's a problem.
They have Kawhi and Paul George still.
Really, do they? Though?
The question is how many games are they going to take off for load management? Is the question.
Well, that's just it. It hasn't worked, and the one guy that has worked was Westbrook. Believe it or not, towards the end of that season. Now Paul George has been good, but. Yeah, that Kawhi Leonard. And again, trying to purchase a title. Let me just go out and fill in the pieces with the best free agent available. Oh, I know. Let me get Paul George and Kawhi and bring them to L.A. We'll win. You got to have that organic stability within a basketball team, I truly believe, in order to win. And it's just simply been proven. The Denver Nuggets are a perfect example. All those guys came up through the draft. The Golden State Warriors all came up through the draft. You cannot purchase titles. It just doesn't work. Look at the New York Mets. Look at the San Diego Padres. And with that,
I know where he's going.
Segue? We'll do a little Giants, but really quick, I just want to throw that out there. Is there a better athlete that in your lifetime than Shohei Ohtani? 888-957-9570. If you've seen anybody that's been able to do what it is that this guy is doing, I want to know who. I'm not saying it's fact, but you're going to enlighten me if there's anybody in athlete, Bo Jackson or otherwise.
That's the go-to. It's Bo Jackson, right?
Yeah, Bo
Jackson. All-pro, football, baseball, just a legend. Bo knows, right?
I'll go Bo.
Yeah.
I'll go Bo. But did Bo, now it becomes a question of sustainability. How long did Bo's run was only
really short.
I want to say 2 years max.
It was really short.
Oh,
unfortunately short.
Shohei is putting together now. I mean, he's the best player in baseball once again. Now that Aaron Judge is sort of out of the way, he's not going to have an MVP. I mean, he's the MVP again this year. I think Shohei didn't win it last year, but what it is that this dude is doing, lights out pitcher, and then what he's doing with the bat. Forget about baseball. It's never been done. People want to draw the comps to Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth, when he was pitching, was good. He wasn't hitting home runs when he was pitching like this. Yeah, he was a hitter, but it was not. He did. All the pitching was with Boston. He pitched occasionally with the New York Yankees. So when people say, well, Babe Ruth was the first, he also pitched, but Babe Ruth was not hitting home runs like he eventually would do while he was pitching. He pitched exclusively with the Boston Red Sox, pitched occasionally with the Yankees, but is not doing what Shohei's doing. Shohei he's in a class, he's the ultimate unicorn.
Well, when you have a conversation or ask the question, who's the greatest athlete of this generation? Is it Shohei Ohtani? I think a lot of the comparisons like Bo Jackson or Deion Sanders, Brian Jordan are guys who were two-sport athletes, who were really good in two sports. Shohei is really good in the same sport, playing two different positions that do two different things. And it's so hard to kind of draw a comparison to anybody else because we've never seen anything like this. 30-plus home runs, probably going to hit 50 this year. He might hit over 300 and have 200-plus strikeouts, a sub-3 ERA. Like, it's hard to kind of, like, when you watch Shohei play, you go, he's really good. But you take a step back and go, this is greatness. This might be the greatest baseball player ever.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's, Willie Mays, phenomenal. Probably the best center fielder of all time, if not the best. Barry Bonds, home run king, my favorite player of all time. Griffey Jr. But Shohei Ohtani is doing something they've never done. Excelled and arguably is the best player at two different positions that do two different things.
It's as if Patrick Mahomes was the quarterback and doing his quarterback thing, and then when the team went on defense, he was your starting linebacker or safety.
Yeah.
And not only that, is a lights-out safety.
It's like if Mahomes was also Ed Reed or Polamalu or Ronnie Lott. You're like, oh my goodness, like, how is he doing this? Shohei is, Nolan Ryan, and he's also Barry Bonds. Like, he is that good at both these things. He's striking guys out like crazy, hitting home runs like crazy. He might be the biggest draw baseball has ever had.
And he plays with the crappy Angels.
Yeah. And I can argue he's overshadowing the biggest draw baseball ever had before he got there.
Yeah.
And Mike Trout's having a 30-plus home run year, and people are like, oh, yeah, Mike Trout's there too. And he's also, if not one of the greatest center fielders of all time, he's easily the best of this generation.
If you're the Angels, would you trade him? Could you risk not getting anything in return?
That's tough because
for Shohei Ohtani,
right now they're in the middle of a playoff hunt. So if they can make the playoffs,
are they?
They are. They're having an okay year. The AL West isn't
a little
great.
bit over 500.
Well, the Astros are kind of middling out currently, kind of up and down.
They're behind the Astros still, right?
Right. Yeah. And the Rangers are kicking butt. Bruce Bochy's having a great year out there, but there is a chance for them. And so I think what they're thinking is, if I can go out there, go to the playoffs, have Trout and say, look, we're trying to win, Shohei, stick with us. I think that may be their only chance to keep him. Because the Dodgers are going to be the Dodgers, and the Giants are saying, hey, we have a place for you if you want to come play.
I'm going to tell you this when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. Don't do it.
Really?
No. I know that sounds ridiculous.
Is it the price?
It's the price.
$500 million, maybe?
He's going to be a $50 million, baseball's first $50 million man, if not more.
For probably 15 years, 13 years?
Yeah, when you look at the San Francisco Giants, and this is just me philosophically when it comes to sports, I'm not a free agent guy. You just heard me go off on like you can't buy a championship. I believe that you got to do things organically. I'm not a fan of going out and trying to purchase an NLCS or a World Series. And think about the San Francisco Giants. If this year, and how I was here at 95.7 the game defending Farhan when everybody was going after him right in the midst of the Correa botched, physical. Aaron Judge came to town and played the Giants like a fiddle. Do you want Aaron Judge? Aaron Judge is having a good year.
Great year, yeah.
Another good year. He's been injured a little bit.
But I never wanted Aaron Judge here.
But how many of those people right now would want Aaron Judge in right field for the San Francisco Giants? He's going to be there for the next, 12 years.
Yeah.
at 40+ mil or 30+ mil.
DH though.
And Correa, do you want Correa as your starting shortstop? Because he is not having a good year.
Having a really bad year, actually.
Do you want Correa as your shortstop? Because if you do, that means you're not going to see Luis Matos if you've got your man Aaron Judge out in right field. And if Correa is at shortstop, you're sure as hell not going to see Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
So you're not getting any of these kids. And the fact that the Giants are winning and doing it again organically with some of the kids, to me, is much more enticing than a guy who's going to be patrolling shortstop with a bad wheel. He's got metal in the detector for the next 15 years, pulling down $35 million a year.
But there's a difference in what the Padres are doing. Soto, Machado, Tatis, Nelson Cruz, Cronenworth, guys they've acquired from other teams or in free agency, paying them big money. The Giants, from what we've seen this season, do have a little bit of a core growing. Bailey, Matos, Schmidt, Luciano, maybe down the road. Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisenhunt, like they have guys in the building that I think they believe they can build around. So why not go get that superstar to help them? That could be Shohei Ohtani. And I was happy with no Aaron Judge. The Correa thing was a little interesting, but then we learned the Mets also failed the physical too. Like there's context around that where you say, you kind of dodged a bullet there, right? But I think this team, the way it's currently constructed, look at the 2010 teams, right? You have Posey, you have Belch, you have Crawford. They had a little bit of a core growing who I think were a lot better than this team is currently. But they went out and they got a Pat Burrell and Aubrey Huff, gets hated here now, but they have guys like Hunter Pence. They went and traded for that guy. Guys who we love here in the city, Hunter Pence. He wasn't here. He was a 27-year-old outfielder, 28-year-old guy from Philadelphia, right? Why not get Shohei Ohtani for $500 million? I get it. But he can be your ace, make Webb the 2, put Ohtani at first and DH in the outfield. Like, I get there's skeptical things to look at and say it's too much. The price is too high, but there's a lot of allure with Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Let me just revise things. I think that the San Francisco Giants, I like this team. I love bringing up kids.
Fun.
Nothing's more exciting. But you're right. When you go through that lineup, you're not – typically you're like, oh, let's – Bonds is coming up, or you're going to get to Buster Posey. There isn't that guy on this team. They have good players, good young players that may turn into a star, but as of right now, you are void of that one superstar. Now, I'm with you. You don't need a multitude like that of the Padres or the Mets. You don't need a superstar at every position like the Yankees and going out and getting this ridiculous payroll, but I'm with you. You do need one. You do need at least that one guy who can give you 3 runs with one swing of the bat, or that one star, because they have got a supporting cast. I would argue that this is a better than average baseball team when you go through J.D. Davis and all of these kids.
Who should be an all-star.
They are good. Yeah, and so, hey, people are making an argument for Patrick Bailey at this point.
And Tyro should be an all-star too.
Yeah, Tyro's been very good at second base for the Giants this year. But they are void of that one star.
Yeah.
I would not trade for Shohei. Let me just revise it and say I would not trade for Shohei, because that means you're going to have to gut that farm system. You're going to have to lose Kyle Harrison. You're going to have to lose Mott. You're going to have to lose kids as well as some quality players for Shohei, where there's no guarantees that he's going to even re-sign with you.
Well, look at Soto. So, Giants, I'm sure, wanted Juan Soto. The farm system wasn't good that year. National said he's going to San Diego. I'm sorry. But the question then becomes, do you have to be aggressive to get him in the building, let him be here in the Bay Area in San Francisco, see how we run things with Kapler and Farhan, and kind of get comfortable to go, okay, you've seen what it's like here. Do you want to resign? Where a team like the Dodgers is going to say, we're the freaking Dodgers, man. Do you want to play for the Dodgers or the Yankees? And they're going to go, yeah, I do. The Giants are having a hard time getting guys here. So why not go trade for a guy and get him in the building early before the Dodgers and the Yankees can even get to him?
I think the San Francisco Giants have something going here, though. And who would have thought? Who would have thought that as we hit the midway point of the season, that it's guys like Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt,
Tyro?
Well, I'm talking about kids that you didn't even think about in the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Like people that you didn't even forecast as being impact players. But as we go forward, they now become a key part of this team as we think about the second half of the season. And anytime you infuse youth, to me, I would take that 7 days a week over some overpaid free agent that's going to be hanging out as a corner outfielder for the next decade plus, pulling down $35 million a year. Like that to me does not excite me whatsoever. I'm so glad they missed on Judge, so glad they missed on Correa. and now giving an opportunity to these kids. This is something I think you can get behind. It gives you a bright future, whereas if you thought about this team in the beginning of the year, you're like, God, this future's pretty bleak. But now everything's been revitalized, and that's what kids are able to do to, I think, a baseball team. It's the proverbial kick. It's a kick in the pants here. Yeah, Lawndale is gone. Thank you for going back to basketball.
Did you watch the game yesterday, Giants and Mets?
Yeah, let me just tell you this. After watching that game, I am a Gabe Kapler fan.
Interesting.
I like Gabe Kapler.
I didn't like what he did to Stripling.
Thank you very much.
It kind of pissed me off.
The one issue with Gabe Kapler, and I guess I'm maybe speaking generally about Major League Baseball, is that, yes, the sabermetrics, I get it, and the math, as I like to say, is part of the sport. Mm-hmm. But there has got to be, and I don't know what that balance is, 70%, I'm a nerd, I'm into the math, and I make my decisions according to a calculator, and 30% is that I got to eyeball a guy.
Yeah.
Right? At some point as a manager, as long as we're still human beings and not all robots, not that AI has taken over baseball yet, but as long as people are playing the sport, you got to walk to the mound, look a dude in the eye, and have the ability to say, you know what, I think you still, even though my calculus is saying that you're 5 pitches over the limit, I'm looking at you, and I got a gut instinct that you can still go. He pulled Stripling after a 10-pitch second inning.
Yeah, he had 24 pitches. Now, mind you, Kapler did say to the ESPN broadcast that, on a pitch count, probably going to pitch less than 60 pitches, and you can never predict when a guy's going to have a no-hitter. I get that, but that's just like, if he can't go 60 pitches, why is he out there? Why? Just start Wood. Start Webb. Like, whoever your starter is going to be that day, Minaya, whoever it should be, whoever's your long relief guy, just start him. Why even put Stripling out there? Oh, give us 2 innings, give us 3 innings, and then we'll bring in Wood and have him blow it? Like,
well, it's not the pitch count. It's the fact that he was so effective, right? Yeah. And so if he's pitching well, don't mess with it. And again, it just becomes, when I'm a manager and I'm managing, as I like to say, with my head down.
Yeah.
I'm just down here in a computer and it's telling me what it is I should do. Put your damn head up, abre sus ojos, open your eyes and look at the pitcher and recognize, you know what? We had a game plan going in, but my man is handling things. I think I'll go another inning. All you needed was 3 more outs before Wood came in, and that was the game.
Yeah.
Wood was not effective. And you pulled a guy who had not given up a run, is coming off a 10-pitch inning simply because the math told you so.
But
that makes me want to puke when it comes to Major League Baseball.
He also wasn't even near his pitch count, which makes it even less sense. Okay, if the guy can only go 60, let him go 55, let him go 50. Give 4 innings out of him. Don't pull him after 2 or 3 and say, okay, we'll figure it out after that, or this is the plan. Like, that's my biggest kind of, gripe with Kapler. There's a plan, don't deviate.
Right.
And it's like, okay, your plan doesn't always work. They've been a good team this year, and they've had a plan, and it's got them, 46 wins now, I believe. Like, they've done enough to be a good team and put themselves in position to fight for the NL West crown right now. But your plan doesn't always work for 162 games. When a guy has 24 pitches in a no-hitter going early in a game, mind you, I get it. But against a good team like the Mets, who I know they're struggling, they got a lot of star power in that lineup. Alonso is going to the All-Star game. McNeil is really good. Beatty's a good third baseman. They got guys. And you want to beat up on that team while you can. You don't pull a guy out with a no-hitter 24 pitches into an outing because you only go 60.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. All right, Steve, hang on. The rest of the callers, we'll get back to the Golden State Warriors. Had to take a brief respite and talk a little baseball to satisfy my man Sterling. One more. Do you ever think, before we go to the break, Gabe Kapler has ever had a bad hair day or has ever looked disheveled? Is that beard always perfectly trimmed and dyed? I mean, that Mr. 5% body fat, what does he look like when he wakes up in the morning? Is his hair ever out of place?
I think he gets up, probably has a scotch, goes for a run, puts in some naked green juice.
Bochi.
Probably. But I saw him down here near Battery on a bike ride, and I was like, is that Gabe Kapler? And I was like, he's always so chiseled. But he has the hand tattoo now. Like, he just feels like a guy, like, I would not look at him and say, we're going to be friends, but I can at least respect you.
No, I'm a Boch guy, man. All right, when we continue, Steve, hang in there. You're going to kick us off in the next segment talking about CP3. Enough, Sterling, of the baseball and the Giants. It's right back to CP3 and Jordan Poole, the most punchable face in basketball, back after this.
to CP3. I feel like everyone's making a huge deal out of it. I mean, yes, we lose Jordan Poole and a couple of draft picks, but when you think about it, we know Jordan Poole's already out. We know that he's going to be leaving. You could tell from the start he's not a great fit. He's more of a me-first guy. He doesn't like to pass a lot, but he will get you buckets. The only problem is we have Steph and Clay. We don't really need another bucket getter. We just need someone who can pass, distribute the ball, and play Warrior basketball. He doesn't play Warrior basketball. So, yeah.
Well, that's the thing is, Curry can get you buckets, and Clay can. But the question is, when Curry gets hurt and Clay goes through what he did last year of jacking up every shot he can, no passing, just straight up jump shots for 40 shots a game, who's going to give you 20 points? Who's going to kind of keep you in the game while they're going through the ebbs and flow of an NBA season? And I'm not sure Chris Paul can do that when it comes to strictly scoring the basketball. And I think that's where me and Dan agree where, yeah, Chris Paul might make you better on the court, IQ, passing the ball, getting guys set up. But when it comes to Curry's out, Clay's going through a weird flow right now, who is going to be that third guy, the one guy off the bench that keeps you in the game offensively? They don't have that guy currently.
Ty Jerome?
He's gone, isn't he? He's gone.
I think he's coming back. But Chris Paul is there, and one word you omitted is turnovers.
Yeah.
Like, we cannot once again reiterate enough that the Warriors turn the ball over way too much, and specifically that second unit, and even further, to get a little bit more specific, Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was a turnover machine, and they were live ball turnovers, and that was a killer to the Golden State Warriors. So they needed to address that. You're right. Is he the end-all in terms of scoring? No. There's got to be. I think we have harped on this all morning that, yes, Chris Paul is going to help, but he ain't going to help you in terms of picking up the scoring absence now that Jordan Poole has taken his 20, 25 points out the door. Somebody else, whether that's via, somebody they're going to pick up via free agency, which I doubt at the vet min.
The 415 says Wiggins. Don't forget Wiggins.
But, I'm counting Wiggins as part of this. You're going to need Wiggins as well. Yeah. I'm factoring in Wiggins, but it can't just be Steph and Wiggins. There's got to be somebody else that is going to contribute. And, again, is it Jonathan Kuminga? Is it somebody that right now, much like that, we were just talking about the San Francisco Giants. Yeah. We couldn't at the beginning of the season or a month before the season, we couldn't say, Casey Schmidt's going to be really good for them, or I'm glad Luis Matos is going to be part of this baseball team, or that Patrick Bailey is going to be really good for them. No, none of those players reared their head until the season started or sort of came out of nowhere. I think a similar scenario is applicable to the Golden State Warriors going into this year. Somebody's going to have to have that breakout. Like, I had no idea Moses Moody could be that guy, or Jonathan Kuminga.
We talk about this Warriors dynasty, if you're going to define it in one phrase, it's been strength in numbers. I could argue this year, at this very moment, they do not have strength in numbers. Jordan Poole's gone.
No.
PBJ is gone, who, again, wasn't a big impact player, but they don't have a fourth big man. Like, they lack strength in numbers, and the numbers they do have so many variables that can be negatives and can offset some of the positives these stars have. Yes, we know what we're going to get from Curry. He's an MVP caliber player. Wiggins will give you 18 a night. He'll shoot 50% from free throw, and he'll hit maybe 1 to 2 threes. Clay will jack up 25 shots, but he'll give you 25 points. Like, we know the strengths and who these players are. The question is, who is that guy off the bench? It's not the starting five. It's the bench that matters here. And right now, this team's bench is a massive question mark.
Yeah,
Chris Paul or not.
The bench has always been the question for this team over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And so it's not about the aging. I know everybody wants to point out an aging Steph, an aging Clay, and an aging Draymond. That ain't the issue with this team. They're still productive enough, but with every passing year, the more reliant you become on your surrounding or peripheral pieces. Just getting back to Jordan Poole.
Here we go.
I'm just sort of surprised that a lot of people did not want him out of town. And I can understand it. Listen, anytime you're 23, now 24 years of age, and you can score the basketball like he does, because when he's on, hey, I'll come clean, man. There's few people that can stay in front of this dude, and he'll get you buckets. But it's the absence of the overall complete package and the fact that he has no interest in playing defense and not having that cerebral sort of mentality to make what I call good basketball plays. And again, it's an attitude. It's an attitude that I think rubbed people the wrong way, which goes right back to the punch. Not to defend Draymond Green, not to defend anybody who wants to take out their hands and punch another human being. I'll never defend that. But I understand. I can understand. Like, it's not something you should do, but I understand. Because Jordan Poole is a guy that pushes buttons. And I think that collectively, with everything else physically on the court, the Warriors are like, you might fit in Washington. You might be in this league for a long time. But as long as I'm running the Warriors and I'm Steve Kerr or I'm whomever, this is not the way we do things here.
Could I argue he was bought in until he got punched, though? And Ty Jerome is even a Cavalier, by the way, as the text line has told us 13,000 times. But could I argue he was bought in until he got punched?
No.
Okay.
The punch is not an excuse. The punch was weird.
Yeah.
For a month, maybe 2 months. I know a lot of people are saying, and look, I wasn't punched by Draymond, so
right.
What do I know? I mean, maybe it carried throughout the entire season. I didn't see that. I saw Jordan Poole becoming the sort of basketball I think people... Washington, this is what you traded for. He's a guy that'll score you buckets, but he can also disappear. Mm-hmm. If he feels as though his shot isn't falling, he will crawl into a hole. And I also think that emotionally, he's not very mature. Like the technicals he amassed last year.
Yeah, it was bad.
Had nothing. Was that a result of the punch?
No.
Was the fact that he didn't play defense a result of the punch? Maybe you could argue that, he got into a funk or his headspace went awry because of the altercation. To me, it's just, the punch is an excuse to a certain degree. The relationship with Draymond was awkward. It was weird for a little while. But once you got to the latter part of the season, it was basketball. And he was who he was. And who he was is a guy that could score, but that's about it.
Yeah, but you can also argue that, so he gets punched, and again, it is not the end-all be-all to how the season ended, but he gets punched. He has no one to go to in that room besides Looney and Wiggins. Wiggins is gone for a couple months, it seems like.
But why can't he go to Steph? Why can't he go to Clay? Why can't he go to...
Clay had a problem with him, too, and said, you're not passing the ball to me.
Okay, but does that not speak volumes? If Steph has an issue with you...
I mean, Steph didn't have a problem with him. Steph even went to him and said, you're the key, man. Like, you are the key to this team becoming great beyond last year. Like, Steph mentioned he was the key. There's a reason why Stephen Curry went to him and said, just trust me. We can do this still. Like, he had to get Jordan Poole back on the bandwagon because of what happened 6 months prior in October. I truly believe that, and it's not just
you're a punch guy. You feel that the punch...
It's so uncalled for. And I'm not saying that, some guy hurts your pride, some guy steps out of line. He doesn't deserve to get smacked here or there. I get it. I get the whole reason why. And we have no idea what he said to Draymond or what that was like. I'm not saying Draymond, that Poole didn't deserve a little bit of a hit. But it's the way in which it occurred. And
you don't mean physically.
No, but the team never addressed it as the issue. They never sat everyone down and said, look, Draymond, you're done for 2 weeks. And it's all because ring night didn't want to have him miss ring night. It was never addressed. And so when that goes unsaid and that lingers throughout the entirety of the season, that can make a player like Jordan Poole, who's young, just got paid, now feels like he has nobody on his side besides Kevon Looney and Wiggins, who was gone. He has no one to go to. He feels alone on a team that has Stephen Curry and Clay and Draymond, where he knows if he speaks up, he's going to get shot down again. He's going to be told, get back in line because I'm Draymond Green.
Rodney, Oakland, California. Say hello. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up with it, man? It's free agency, man. It's that time.
That's right, Rodney. Is that all you got?
Well, I was just going to say, for free agency, since they still looking to sign somebody, I would have went with Jeremy Lin instead of Chris Paul. I mean, ain't Jeremy Lin open right now? He'll be way lesser, and you can do whatever with him. And then you got Mason Plumlee and Dwight Howard, who's thinking about coming back to United States. We could have got him.
I don't know whether he's trolling me, whether he's just messing with me. But I think when you went Jeremy Lin and Dwight Howard coming to the Golden State Warriors,
2017 all over again.
Listen, I like Jeremy Lin, but that ain't the answer. All right? And please do not mention Dwight Howard as long as I have a live mic. The biggest dead weight in the history of the NBA. The biggest waste of 7 feet, 275 pounds. Stay in China. Go play ball in the Philippines. You are not coming back. Well, maybe you can, but that's the guy when I talk about people falling in love with James Harden's numbers, this dude's height and weight, Superman, and look what Dwight Howard can do. Dwight Howard's a meatball. King meatball.
You really dislike Dwight Howard, don't you?
No, I think the caller was messing with me. But listen, they need to get, quite frankly, if Dwight Howard right now could just like eat boards and block some shots, as much as I hate him, he'd be a fit with the Warriors.
But why couldn't he? You just think he's kind of past his prime?
Well, you know what? A lot of it is stigma with me. Maybe I need to get over it.
Yeah.
I mean, this dude is beyond. What's good about Dwight Howard now, if I was to make a case for him, is that Dwight Howard now finally realizes I got no game. I have no offensive game. Before, he wanted plays run through him.
Did win an MVP award.
Yeah, I get it. That was with Orlando. And
that was like 15 years ago now, it feels like.
And listen, the NBA found out who this dude was. And he has a little, not Jordan Poole in him, but he's got a little sort of, he didn't know basketball.
He's not going to be your David West.
He is a guy that, now that, listen, they have simplified what it is they've asked him to do. Mm-hmm. They're like, listen, this is what you will do. You will get rebounds, you will block shots, and that you will rim protect. Do not ask for the basketball. And if you shoot a jump hook, you not only will sit, but we're going to send you back to the Philippines or wherever you came from.
Right.
Like now his role is defined. So maybe, but I just have an issue because the guy just was didn't understand basketball. And also from a personal standpoint, he looks like someone who was disinterested. He was just somebody that's, you got to build behind characters, like high character people.
Well, and you'd have Dwight Howard and Chris Paul in the same locker room, two guys who have been disliked by Warrior fans for a really long time. Like, I think Chris Paul is a much better fit than Howard would be here. Much better fit. Like, I wouldn't want to touch Dwight Howard ever. I'm thinking, again, Plumlee, maybe at Nerlens Noel if he's out there available, if someone wants to make that move. But, like, this team, I think, needs kind of that dog defensive board grabber, like you're saying, on the second unit. They don't have that. They have Draymond and Kevon, and we'll figure it out. And they got one roster spot left, and we'll see what it is. But they need that dog in that second. Yeah, you got young guys. You need that dog.
Sarchich. Coach Vallejo, the location. Coach, where you been, my man? Welcome to the program. Good to hear your voice again.
Yeah. Hello. How you guys doing?
What's going on, Coach?
Well, I want to talk about Steve Kerr, and I think people are afraid to say that he had a bad year. And it was Steve Kerr that did not give Jonathan Kuminga and those guys the opportunity to even display what they had, and they had a mediocre record. And I think this year you're going to find the best free agent the Warriors got is going to be Jonathan Kuminga, because I'm treating him like he's a free agent pickup, because they're going to have to play him. They're going to have to rely upon him, and he's going to come through.
All right, let's knock out some calls. Good job, Coach. Yeah, I don't think he's beyond reproach. Also, you got to play some of these kids. PBJ sitting in the top. How do you know what the hell you got in PBJ if he doesn't see the floor? And somebody at 6'10" with his versatility was at least worth rolling out there to see what you got.
Well, that's why Podziemski AirPods, I don't think is going to have an impact this year. He's a young guy. Kerr's like, sit the bench, wait for a year, and we'll see what you are in 2 years.
Podziemski. Come on, Santa Clara.
AirPods.
This ain't Steve Nash. What the hell are we talking? Santa Clara producing a first-round pick. I'm just joking. Go Broncos. I'm a Gonzaga person. All right, Leroy out in Oakland. What do you got now that I just insulted Santa Clara?
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, you guys are killing it today. Awesome to sit here and listen. I'm glad I got in. I just want to say I'm a big Warriors fan, and, I think this Chris Paul move is going to be great for the Warriors for this reason. And it's ironic because one of the things I've always disliked about Chris Paul's game is He's an incredible assist man in the regular season. And then all of a sudden in the playoffs, he becomes this scoring machine. I'm sorry, guys. He becomes this scoring machine in the playoffs. And I was always like, that's not what their team needed in the playoffs. That's not what the Clippers needed in the playoffs. They needed you to continue to be an assist man, but all of a sudden you get in the playoffs and now you're scoring 25, 28 a game. You're shooting threes. And I always disliked that about his game. But, man, that's going to work well for the Warriors if he can do that. If he can throw those dimes and get these guys open in the regular season and then continue to drop a few dimes but score in the playoffs, that's going to be great for the Warriors. So I think it's going to be a great move.
That's a good observation. And the one thing we cannot overlook that, yes, he's going to put people in the right position. He's going to balance the floor. He's going to distribute, but he's not going to turn the ball over. He's one of the greatest in the history of the NBA in terms of assist to turnover ratio. That, as much as anything else, is why they got him. But a good observation. You know why he shoots a lot more in the postseason? It's because some of the other weapons, the Kevin Durant's, the Devin Bookers, or you go out historically with the teams he played with, defenses begin to double team or they begin to extend, and there's a lot more defensive pressure in the postseason on your scores. So he does what is, as any veteran, as any savvy veteran will do, if he feels as though there's a need for him to score, he picks up that pace. He'll do whatever it is that's asked for him. So more often than not, when the defenses get ratcheted up and you start closing out on your scores, Chris Paul feels as though he needs to sort of alleviate some of that pressure from some of those guys that have been go-tos as far as putting up points.
Well, since 2019, around 18 points per playoff game, about 7.5 assists. But my question isn't, can he do it come playoff time? It's, will he be playing come playoff time? He may not. At that point, it's a big wash, and we're sitting here going, what are the Warriors doing again come next offseason?
Do we want to get Kurt, Craig, or Kurt, can you hang on? Kurt, we got to go to a break. Stay right there. The rest of the callers, we want to stay with the Golden State Warriors. Kurt, you're first up when we come back. Sterling Bennett and Dan Avone talking Golden State Warriors. That's right in the middle of July. And by the way, Joey Chestnut is going off tomorrow. That was tape delayed, or whatever it was a taped show that I saw the other day, Craig Valentino.
Last year's contest.
By the way, a hot dog is not a hot dog unless it's in the bun. Back after this. come to you on July 3rd, day before the big holiday. You know, Sterling, last night, being the producer that you are, the effective and the very good producer, you gave me that long laundry list of things that we were going to talk about, breaking it down from block to block, and we were going to get into the Giants, maybe even the little 49ers. We'd kick things off talking about the Golden State Warriors just to sort of dip our toes. Here we are, 3.5 hours later, still getting into the Golden State Warriors.
Took everything I had and just said, just threw it away. Whatever.
No, you broke this whole thing down for him. He started with Wimbledon.
Yeah. Serena.
That's what we started with right out of the gate. Wimbledon. Totally on the rundown.
Well, just to once again recap what it is that we're talking about, I come in and I'm about to go on the air, and Spadone walks in and says, I wanted to say Serena Williams.
No, Venus. It's Venus.
No, it was Venus.
It's Venus, yeah.
Is it Venus?
Serena's already retired. It's Venus.
It was Venus. Yeah. Venus Williams just tore her ACL. Venus Williams just tore her ACL.
She can't walk.
And I'm like, oh, okay, wow, that changes the entire rundown. Let's lead without breaking news out of Wimbledon. And then I look out of the corner of my eyes. I'm saying Venus Williams appears to have torn her ACL. Is this the last we could see of her? You started to get into it. She's still playing. She's like, she's returning a serve. Spadone, where are you right now?
She finishes the match. She was fine.
I think Spadone was just setting us up.
It's a holiday. We're good.
Breaking news. Spadone, that credible source, the AP service telling us.
It's that pregame show work. Man.
But that did kick us off. We went out to Wimbledon with incorrect information, and we've just been sinking ever since. All right. Hey, my man Kurt's been hanging out throughout the break, and Kurt wants to join the big program. What's up, Kurt? How are you today?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just got to work, so, the simple joys.
Kurt, what are you doing? Why are you working on the 3rd? It's supposed to be a holiday. You mind if I ask what you do?
I work at the hospital, housekeeping. So
awesome. Nice. Good for you. Congratulations.
Yeah, always got to go to work, so it happens. But some big ideas would be, who hasn't played in a while, is Adoke Azubuike, who last time I checked is sitting on the bench somewhere. Another one overseas is Kofi Cockburn, who still is around. Zach Edey, I know he's still around as well.
He's going back
to
Purdue.
The one that would be really hard to get is Taco Fall. But those would be cheap, big ideas. They're all young, and just bring them in and see what they can do, Wouldn't hurt.
That's really good knowledge, because half of those guys I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. But I do know Zach Edey's going back to Purdue. What's interesting is that he was the player of the year, I do believe. I want to say he was the college player of the year, which just goes to show you, back in the day when I was growing up, or just like 5-10 years ago, if you're the player of the year, that's a good indicator, good barometer that you're going at least in the first round or the top 10 or top 15. He tested the waters and found out basically, he got feedback from his agent that, you could be an undrafted free agent. You might want to wait. So he's going back to Purdue, as I understand. And we're talking about the large maple, the big Canadian. I think he goes at he's like my favorite college basketball player. He's like 7'4", old school, never comes out of the paint, man.
One of those dogs.
He doesn't leave the house unless it's on fire, man. He is 4 feet from the hoop. It's 1982 all over again with this guy. But yeah, I think that in order to be effective in today's game, at least it relates to the Golden State Warriors, and to use Zach Edey, even Taco Falls as an example.
Yeah.
When teams go quote-unquote small or smaller, which is why Kevon Looney's so good, you got to be able to extend a little bit. Bigs now, if Shaquille, it's always the good question, right? If you're at the bar, could Shaquille O'Neal be Shaquille O'Neal if he was coming out of LSU in 2023? Because as a big right now, you can't just simply patrol the paint. You've got to get out and defend. Again, why Kevon Looney is so valuable, Kevon can guard 1 through 5. And so when you're talking about Taco Falls and Zach Edey, can you get out 15 to 20 feet from the hoop and not just be thoroughly used?
It's kind of crazy that you can make an argument, someone like Shaq, maybe he couldn't translate to this NBA, but someone like Andrea Bargnani from the Raptors 15 years ago could easily do it. He would probably start on most teams, where he was shooting threes where they were like, why are you out on the wing? Right? You should be in the paint. And he's like, no, this is what I do. And so I don't even think you really have to find someone that can stretch the court like Saric can, right? You want to find someone that can just kind of sit in the paint, play good defense, get you some boards, and just say, everyone else go play. That's what you want. You don't need, JaMychal Green, despite being past his prime, really did fit what they wanted to do, right? Kind of a stretch forward, but he was huge in the playoffs for him, right? But he didn't have enough to get boards when it mattered. They need someone that can get boards when it matters, like a Mo Bamba. I get a young player, probably going to outprice them, I would think. But again, like Udoka Azubuike for the bird rights, the Jazz hold his bird rights, so it makes it a little interesting. But he's a young player. Give it like a guy like Jordan Bell, who I know didn't play and didn't end here well. Like, I get that, but someone like that who's a dog who go out there.
They've tried that though.
I get it, but
on more than one occasion.
Give me 6 rebounds a night and let Curry and the guys go out there and play.
Taco Falls would be fun just because he's Taco Falls.
He's so big, so tall.
I mean, just to look at him is fun. It reminds me of God. I haven't name dropped, and we're like 3 hours into the show, so I'm sort of late at throwing down a name of somebody that I sort of know. But Dana Falk, do you know who?
No idea who that
David Falk is.
No idea.
David Falk. Have you seen Air yet?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, you haven't seen Air? Okay.
I heard it was great though.
It's Michael Jordan's agent,
okay.
David Falk.
Is that the Ben Affleck or is that the Matt Damon?
No, it wasn't either one of those guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
he only watches Marvel stuff. It's not a Marvel thing. This guy would not have seen it. So just so you know,
you saw Air, right?
Oh yeah, really good, really good
David
show.
Falk, the guy, Michael Jordan's agent, basically who put the whole thing together. They were on their way to go to. They weren't going to sign with Nike. They were going. He wanted to
Adidas.
Adidas.
Yeah, so they were going to go over to Germany to go sign over there. So we won't give you the whole, because it's really good. You should see it.
Yeah.
But it was well done. Well done.
I heard it was great. Just haven't had time.
Yeah. Sonny Vaccaro is played by Matt Damon.
Okay.
And Phil Knight is played by
Gotcha.
Ben Affleck.
Okay.
So, boy, you talk about going down a rabbit hole. This makes no sense with anything that we're talking about, but just to name drop once again. So, Dana Falk is a friend of mine. She lives in New York. David Falk's daughter. And she used to talk about, like, David Falk, the agent, had all the big names, and they'd always be hanging out through the house. And she was sort of a wild kid, always running into things, and just, she was sort of a tomboy-esque sort of person back in the day. I don't even know if that term is still relevant. But she remembers when Sean Bradley, who was 7'7" and I believe Sean Bradley just passed over this past year. Anyway, Sean Bradley was 7'7". He was this BYU phenom, and he was supposed to be the next Wembanyama before Wembanyama.
Okay.
He sort of petered out. I think he was with the 76ers, never worked out. The guy was like 7'7", $175. It was ridiculous. But she talked about how he would put her on his shoulders, and she was sort of fearless as a little girl, and she's like, it was the scariest thing in the world, man. She's like way up there, suddenly looking at, oh my God, this is a tiled this is a tiled floor in our kitchen. Like, this is a serious fall if I eat it. I just think Taco Falls. What is he, 7'4"?
He's built like a monster. It's
Is
insane.
he still in the NBA?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't see why he wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't think that he'd be the answer. The answer, again, is going out and getting that guy that can give you some offense. And if you can't get the offense, then somebody...
I believe he's in China right now.
You got to get somebody that can stretch a little bit. You can't just simply play in the paint. Yeah. Not anymore. Not defensively, you'll just get, you'll get taken off the floor.
But there really isn't anybody out there that I can see that would fit perfectly, unlike a Saric, right? That's the only person I go, that guy makes the most sense. Here it's like, oh, you can try that guy and figure this out. It's like no one really, like, the Warriors have kind of put themselves in a position, that's the way the cards fall sometimes, where your big move is trade Poole, bring back Draymond, you get Chris Paul to kind of be this kind of duct tape it together for a year, and then next offseason you extend Clay and kind of figure things out then. So, like, this offseason to me has kind of been a duct tape year. Kind of I don't think in their mind they're saying, we're going to get it this year. It's like, yeah, we'll try our best, and then we'll go next year. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I don't see the Warriors, especially as long as Steph, Clay, and Draymond are upright and in their mid-30s or approaching their that age range. That this is about now. There cannot be, because essentially you're buying into the closing windows and the timelines, right? The kids have got to mature, and this is going to be a 2 or 3 year project. I think what Chris Paul says to everybody, it's right now. Like Steve Kerr and company have said, screw the kids, screw trying to match timelines. We're all in right now. This is about this year. By the way, really quick, I got to get out and correct things with Sean Bradley, who is still with us. But that's right, he was in a horrific biking accident. he was on a bike and he got nailed. Somebody hit him on the side of the road. And I believe he's in a wheelchair these days. So thoughts and prayers out to the former BYU star Sean Bradley, who is not deceased, but rather confined to a wheelchair. Anyways, I digress.
But do you think, let's be honest here, they want to win now, if that's what we're going with, okay? Does Chris Paul and an older Draymond Green and an older Stephen Curry and a Klay Thompson, for as good as they are, does that really scream this team can win this season?
No. No, you're right. Well, maybe let me revise that. Maybe that's what they're selling, but they know that they're still 2 or 3 years away. But I think they're telling Steph, because Steph is in on these conversations, right?
Of course. He has to be.
As is Draymond.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew that they were going out to get CP3. They knew about these things well beforehand. And I'm sure that part of the reason why, Draymond Green is back with the team is because Steph let them know in no uncertain terms that, listen, I want my man, right? Don't put me in a bad mood in the last years of my contract here. So maybe they're appeasing the core. Meanwhile, when they get behind closed doors, they're like, this is still, we have to unload some more salaries and then we can make a serious run at this thing. Maybe that's what's going on here. But I think on the surface, it looks as though they're all in for this year. There are no more projects. There's no more, there's no more waiting for Kuminga to grow up. He's got to grow up now. There's no more, relying on any of the rookies or any of these kids. This is now about winning right now. We didn't go out and get a project or go out and get somebody that's going to grow into a basketball player in the next couple of years. We went and got a 38-year-old proven veteran who's one of the best at ever doing it. Maybe it's just me, but if that's what you're going to do, and you're saying win now, and you got Curry, who's an MVP caliber player, and Clay's doing his thing, and Draymond's doing his thing, and you got Wiggins out there not missing time, and you got CP3 kind of being that facilitator you want in the second unit, why not trade the 19th overall pick? He's not going to play. He's not. Unless he wows and just proves me entirely wrong, which was great, but he's not going to play. So if you want to win now and maximize, why do you need those first-round draft picks who aren't going to play? What's the point of it? I get the money's capped, I get that, but you can trade other guys, too, with a draft pick, can't you? Yeah. Why not trade a Moody or a Kuminga and get you a veteran guy who can come in here who plays for a rebuilding team and kind of maximize what you have now? I don't know that Podzinski's not going to, or AirPods isn't going to play. I mean, he's going to get an opportunity. Every rookie does. But when? Well, I think that he's going to get an opportunity right from the jump. I think summer league? Well, no. I think that once the season starts, if he can prove whatever it is that Steve Kerr puts on his plate, and he can prove that he can be somewhat of an impact player, he'll incrementally get time. I'm not ready to dismiss him. How good he'll be, I have no idea. He's one of the most polarizing kids in the draft. In Illinois, he didn't play. He averaged 1.1 points per game, and he goes to Santa Clara, and he's Steve Nash. But that's my point, is so they don't trade the pick. They take the kid who's probably going to be a more impactful player in 2-3 years down the road. Gotcha. And then they go and get Chris Paul, whose contract isn't guaranteed, probably going to be gone next year, so they can re-sign Klay Thompson, hopefully get Draymond Green and him, they kind of talk and do what Draymond just did and take less money early in the deal and go maximize it next offseason. That's why this feels like we'll duct tape it for a year and kind of have this, we'll see how far we can go. And then next offseason comes, let's go make a splash. What about Klay Thompson? Klay Thompson's on an expiring contract. This is last year. What about Klay Thompson? If this is all in this year, listen, we still got a long way before the beginning of the season. Yeah. The idea that Steph, Draymond, Klay, and CP3 are going to be with his basketball team, it's cemented in stone. Do you know for a fact that Klay, listen, if this young man, Mr. Dunleavy, the new general manager, is doing it his way, and we've already seen Jordan Poole out the door immediately, that this guy is pretty much, I'm answering to no one. Would he be bold enough if we're going to rebuild? There's going to be a lot of people that are in on an expiring contract as it relates to Klay Thompson. Could you get something in return? Would you entertain that to improve this team right now? Would I entertain it? Sure, but you talked about, are you appeasing Curry? Are you appeasing by bringing Draymond Green back? Well, if you're going to let Draymond get his contract and bring him back, you don't think Steph Curry's going to say, you got to bring back the Splash brother. Klay Thompson's going nowhere. But I think what Golden State smartly did
was they sat Draymond down, they had a real conversation and said, look, we'll pay you what you're worth now, later in the contract. We'll backload this thing, free up some money to make some moves now, get a Corey Joseph, fit room for Chris Paul, right? But then once Clay's a free agent, do the same thing to him. Then Chris Paul's gone. You have a lot of money to work with. And you got Curry and you have Clay and you have Draymond who are 37 and two 35-year-olds saying, how can we maximize these guys? And you hope Kuminga has a big year and pops in his year 3. You hope Moody pops in his year 3 and you go, okay, we got 2 good bench players who might be able to start on any other team. You got Wiggins still here and you got 3 aging veterans on the last 2 years of their deal. That's what we're going to maximize here, not this year.
I think when it comes to Klay Thompson, see, the one thing that cannot get in the way if you're a general manager and you're making these sort of decisions is emotion.
Yeah.
And sentiment. You can't do it. Ronnie Lott, sorry, man, you lost a half step. Yeah. You're going to the Raiders. Jerry Rice, hate to do it. You're out the door. I know we can come back and honor you, right? I hope you'll be a beloved 49er. And I just use that as an example when it comes to professional sports. I think that when it came to Draymond Green, it wasn't so much about sentiment and emotion and, Steph Curry is going to get pissed off and he's going to be in a bad place. I think that they recognize there's still value in Draymond Green. And there's going to be value, especially. He made $27 million last year.
Yeah.
He's going to make 25, I think, this first year of his contract.
That's 23.
23, 25.
Then it builds up.
So this is a dollar. Financially, it's making sense for us. And also on the floor, he is still, if Jokic is coming to town tomorrow, do you want to play Denver without Draymond Green?
No.
Draymond is still an impactful defensive player. He is still the spine of that defense. He's still a strong, impactful component of what it is that the Golden State Warriors are doing on the floor. So that's just from a basketball standpoint. I don't think it was so much emotion and Steph Curry as much as it made sense to them fiscally and also physically. When it comes to Klay Thompson, if you're going to tell me that you can't break up the Splash Brothers, Klay Thompson's got to finish his career here, maybe that factors in, but it cannot be the driving force. Because if it is, you will get old and not good very quickly. You have to see this through the lens of what's going to make financial sense and what's going to make us better. That's the only prism with which you can make these decisions. Any idea of emotional attachment, he started his career here, he has to end it here, we've won championships with him, that cannot play into decision makings about improving your basketball team. Now, if it makes sense to keep him here physically and the fact that they're going to rework his deal next year, okay. But don't give me, listen, he's a Splash Brother. He and Steph are synonymous. You can't move him. That's a non-starter for me if I'm making these decisions.
But don't you think that, and we can talk about the moves they should have made and didn't make, and the moves they did make in Chris Paul and Jordan Poole. I think Mike Dunleavy and whoever else was in that negotiation table with Draymond Green did the right thing because they set the course. They set the table, the mood as to how the negotiations are going to go with Klay Thompson. You're not going to get paid your $40 million in year one. We're going to backload this thing, and we'll deal with it then. We'll free up some money early. We'll let Chris Paul go. Bring in a bunch of vets, and then we'll really be 3 core players, Andrew Wiggins, if he's still here, if they don't trade him away, and then a bunch of strengthened number guys behind them ready to make 2 big swings at getting you another championship. That's what it feels like. Because Chris Paul's not going to be here after this year. He's not. He's a one-year guy, figure it out later, right? It just feels like that they're setting the table up for a 2-year run, not a 3-year run, and that starts next year.
And do you see Klay being part of that?
Yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I think they value him not just emotionally, but also on the court. We've seen Klay get hot just like that.
Oh, he still can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at his points and the numbers last year. But let me ask you this. He's lost a step defensively. We know that.
He's less efficient shooting-wise, too.
If I don't know, name a team, name a young team, and I come at you and say, give me him on a qualifying offer, and I'm going to give you some youthful, proven talent, and somebody at that 4, you want to stretch 4, and you can get multiple players to match salaries, multiple players that are good NBA basketball players, would you consider it for Klay Thompson?
I think at the top they would. But as soon as they go, hey, Steph, here's what's involved, he's going to say, you're going to trade Klay Thompson? Really? No.
Well, that's what I mean. The emotional, that can't play. You can,
but it has to. It has
to a certain degree, but Steph cannot be the GM of this team. If Steph was the GM of this team, they never have GPT in the first place.
What's true? Remember, they didn't want any of the young guys. Trade them away. Avery Bradley, right?
They wanted Beal a year ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can listen to it to a certain degree, and you don't want to piss them off, but it cannot be the driving force. I'll just tell you a quick story again. When I was a young broadcaster, television sportscaster in Seattle, there was a GM by the name of Buzz Bavasi, and the Mariners have been really good. They won 106 games way back in the day. And he came out publicly at a press conference and said, he showed up at the dais and said, I am not trading. Dan Wilson isn't going anywhere. Edgar Martinez isn't going anywhere. John Olerud isn't going anywhere. They have a connective tissue with the surrounding community. They will not be traded. They will not be disrespected. The Mariners haven't been to the playoffs since.
Last year.
Oh, last year. Okay. Before last year.
Yeah.
A 16-year drought. You cannot have that emotional attachment. I know that it can be really sort of rude and crass, but this is not for the faint of heart when it comes to sentimentality and befriending people and afraid of stepping on people's heartstrings or any sort of emotional baggage has to be checked at the door when you're making executive decisions to make your team younger, better, however it is you want to qualify it.
But I think when you get to that line, you are essentially telling the team, the fans, the organization, and Steph Curry, Draymond Green is more valuable to this team to winning than Klay Thompson is. And he sits back and goes, well, Klay Thompson's the second Splash brother. We've won 4 rings together. We saw what we were without Klay. So why would you get rid of him now? You already brought back Draymond for a 4-year contract, 3 years in a player option. I have 3 years on my deal. And you're just going to tell Klay to eat rocks? Bite rocks? No. They're going to bring back Klay. They're going to.
All right. We continue here on 95.7 The Game. Time to wrap up the show. I talked about Sterling Bennett getting engaged. So did Brock Purdy. Never too early to talk OTAs. Are you in on Purdy or is Sam Darnold the threat on the outside? And, of course, like always, Jimmy Garoppolo will always jack it as long as I have a live mic here on 95.7 The Game.
O-line coach, Brock and the other guys. Okay, like Brock Purdy's your guy. Got to be healthy, obviously, but I think Kyle Shanahan saw what Brock Purdy did last year and said, I got something here that I never thought I could ever find in Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo and Sam Darnold. And I don't think he's going to write that off unless someone else just blows him out of the water in OTAs and training camp and even preseason.
I still think we got to see him play a little more, although he's proved to just about everybody that in that system he's legit. But, again, you got to play and get reps before you really understand this thing, before it completely slows down. But, he's gonna have some bad games. I think what's more interesting is that battle for number 2. I mean, if the season were to start tomorrow, Brock Purdy goes down with an injury. Who's coming into the game to play quarterback?
It should be Trey Lance.
It should be.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean?
I think it's going to be Trey Lance. I don't think this team, again, who am I to say, it should be Trey Lance, but I just think watching them play, and I think what you've invested in somebody, you have to give him at least a chance. If he comes in and he fails, well, you have Sam Darnold. Okay, and we know what Sam Darnold is, don't we? There's no one out there saying he could be a franchise quarterback still. No one's saying that. No one thinks that. No one realistically says, I really like Sam Darnold as my quarterback number 1. It's, you're my quarterback 2, you're my quarterback 3. Like, I don't care what they paid for him. I don't care it was the first day of free agency. There's no way they sit back and go, I really like Sam Darnold.
So you wouldn't hold out on the fact that he was the number 3 pick in 2018, went to the Jets, which was a complete mess, went to Carolina, had very little direction, that he couldn't be one of those guys as a number 3 pick. We all know how good he was coming out of USC.
Was he, though?
Well, that's true. He had a good year.
3 of those quarterbacks that are picked in the top 10 are bad. And there's top 12, Josh Rosen. They're bad. It's Josh Allen and then Lamar Jackson lay down at the 20s and 30s.
But he still was, let's just say he has the pedigree, the size, can make all the throws, is somebody that looks at least from a prototypical standpoint,
an
the sort of
NFL
quarterback. An NFL quarterback. Are you willing to entertain that he could have been one of those guys that just simply was a victim of circumstance? A bad team drafted him, then he gets lost in Carolina. Now that he's with a coach like that, of Kyle Shanahan, and in a system that can bring the best out of it. Because remember Steve Young?
Yeah.
Steve Young was also a wanderer until he got to the 49ers. A top draft pick coming out of BYU. He goes to the USFL. He's with Tampa Bay. He's with the LA Express. You could see the talent, but he's just like, maybe I'll stop short of the bust word, but he was on sort of his last legs. He goes to San Francisco. He meets Bill Walsh. And the rest, as they like to say, is history.
Yeah, but didn't Steve Young at least prove behind the scenes he can be that guy first? Right? What has Sam Darnold proven? Nothing.
Well, he's got to get the opportunity. I don't know if he's in the OTAs are enough to make any sort of judgment. I'm just saying, can you see, is there any potential for that coming to fruition?
I think in my opinion, the only way we should be ecstatic or at least go, okay, let's give him a chance is if Purdy and Lance aren't healthy. I think that's, unless Lance is awful come preseason, I just think there's so much untapped potential in Trey Lance.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Where you sit back and say, man, like, there's really something there that is younger, more raw. I could argue has, again, he can run with the football. He can be this, I don't want to say Josh Allen because Josh Allen's amazing, but he's a dual-threat quarterback that can do so much for you, whereas Sam Darnold can't. We've seen what Sam Darnold can do. I get he's 25 and he's young, playing for the Jets and the Panthers. Okay, and I get it. Second half of the season last year, almost took the Bucs out. I get it, right? Don't tell Craig that, but I get it. Sam Darnold, we've seen what he can be. We've never seen Trey Lance do anything yet.
Well, that's sort of on Trey Lance.
But we got hurt. It's not his fault he got hurt.
Well, we have to remember pedigree, most overused sports. Did I use pedigree? I think it did. Well, you only have so many go-tos when I get stuck and I'm looking for, to wordsmith something. And pedigree is definitely in my bullpen. Sorry, that was a shout-out to the text line that says pedigree is one of the most overused sports terms. Listen, Trey Lance, again, much like I said, Jordan Poole is not going to be with this team. And I said that in the middle of last season. I said it throughout the entire year that don't be surprised if this guy's traded. I kept beating the drum that Jordan Poole does not fit with the Golden State Warriors. And I took a lot of heat, and I continue to take a lot of heat. He just was not a fit, all right? He was a one-dimensional, one-trick pony, could score the basketball, and that's it. And that's never been the pedigree for Golden State Warrior basketball players. And I said this about Trey Lance the first time I saw him throw a football. And I had no skin in the game.
Yeah.
I actually like the kid. I want to see good people do well, and I think he's a good person. But I got to be honest with you, the minute I saw him throw a ball with that three-quarter release, that funky release, and he started missing guys, I'm like, yeah, man, I'm out on this guy for right now until he proves otherwise. And he has never proven that he can be an accurate quarterback.
Sure.
Not yet. Now, you can come back at me and say, has he had enough time to prove himself? No, and it's unfortunate he went down with that injury. But keep in mind part of the reason why he got injured and why he was running the ball, Kyle Shanahan did not entrust him throwing the ball.
I agree.
He had him running the ball almost as much, if not more so, than getting into a 5 or 7-step drop.
But why would that happening last year, the team openly saying, you are our starting quarterback going into the season, then him playing and not playing very well in one and a quarter game, why would that make them think anything less of him?
So saying, Dan, tell us about Trey Lance's hitch. Yes, he does have a hitch.
Have you seen the mechanic changes?
Oh, God. Listen, if you got to change your mechanics that drastically at this level, I'm a little suspect.
Well, that's why when they drafted him, he's 21 years old. He has almost no playing time. It was almost like Shanahan could mold the perfect quarterback that he wanted to make, right? And there's been so many things that have gotten in the way, whether it was 2021 and him not playing, trying to learn the system under Garoppolo, then 2022 and getting hurt. Like, I don't see why the thought of he doesn't have the potential to still be the guy is like just evaporated.
No, that should still be there. I think that, listen, if you're going to move up that high to get him, there's a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan. You got to give him an opportunity. But when he has had a chance to do and prove everybody that he is the guy and take the mantle and run with it, he hasn't. And a lot of it is simply because he hasn't been accurate.
Yeah.
I think about the one start he had against Chicago.
We played against the Texans, too, and the Cardinals.
Well, but I'm talking about last year when he was the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers before the emergence or the unveiling of one Brock Purdy. It was Trey Lance, remember?
Yeah.
And Trey Lance was just not accurate with the football. And it got to the point where in that second game, Kyle Shanahan's like, we're going to go a lot more RPO, even though it's not something that I do. Being this quarterback guru and this offensive genius, I don't like to go RPO, but I have to because I need to protect you because I'm not fully confident in getting you into a full drop back mode because I don't know where the hell that ball's going.
It was a second drive, though. It wasn't like it was a full game. It was a second drive.
Yeah, but he was running the ball a lot more frequently, even against Chicago. Was it the second drive against Seattle?
I believe so. It was really early. It wasn't like it was a whole half of RPO. It was second drive of the game, ankle snap. It wasn't this big example of, Trey's a running quarterback only, right? It was a bad game against the Bears. Deebo Samuel fumbles early in that game, cost him a touchdown.
I'm not pinning the game on. No. He didn't lose it for him.
Right.
But again, against Chicago, when they said you're the starting quarterback, all right, here are the keys. Jimmy Garoppolo is now in the rearview mirror. Go get it. Prove to me that we made the right decision.
Right.
And what he did was he didn't. It's not like he played all that poorly, but he wasn't Brock Purdy.
No, but nobody was. Right.
Yeah, but he did not. He is yet to seize the moment. In my eyes, he is yet to take over and just prove to everybody that, I got this.
But what moment has he had the opportunity to seize? He got hurt. It wasn't like he played so poorly. He didn't Trubisky himself out of a job in Chicago. He was just like, I played, I got hurt, and now I'm sitting here with my job taken away, which I'm not saying Purdy shouldn't play because Purdy is this team's starting quarterback. I am bought into what he can do for this team when healthy. But Trey Lance, he really hasn't had the opportunity to do anything. And when he has gotten the opportunity, it's been, it's an okay Texans team. He plays bad in the first half, good in the second half. He gets hurt against the Cardinals. He breaks his finger, then he breaks his ankle. It's like, okay, do you have bad luck or are you just not going to pan out? And I think that's where we're kind of at with him.
You could say he hasn't had an opportunity playing in games.
Yeah.
But he's also been underwhelming in camp. And part of the suspect sort of, rationale or the feeling surrounding him and his play is that you would get reports where it's like, Kyle Shanahan is just not very happy with this guy. Like he's not. A lot of what happens with Brock Purdy, and the reason why Brock Purdy moved up so quickly is because what it is that he was doing that we couldn't see, running the scout team,
played 4 years in college,
and practicing. Like Kyle Shanahan's eyes were open. Like this kid is just like this. We found something here, much like that of Mahomes. Like, go back in the day, Alex Smith was a starting quarterback, but all you heard about, this Patrick Mahomes is going to take his job. I never seen him play. I saw him play at Texas Tech, and it's the Big 12. Everybody throws for 500 yards. But all you heard about was this Patrick Mahomes is the real deal. Yeah. Well, how do you know that? What was what he was doing in practice. Mm-hmm. And so if you were to use practice as any sort of barometer, in the overall narrative that is Trey Lance, he was also underwhelming when given the opportunity to open people's eyes and convince people otherwise in practice and in non-game situations.
But if that's the case, then how come after 1 year of practice they said you're the starting quarterback? If he was so underwhelming and wasn't showing to be the guy, then why'd they say go be the guy?
Well, because when you draft that high, you got to.
You don't have to. Garoppolo's under contract that year. They could have said we made a mistake.
You're talking about his first year?
No, second year, 2022. Second year.
Well, they did. They said you're the guy.
Yeah, then he got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt. But
that's not him underwhelming. That's him being hurt. That's not like he went out there and played bad. It was just broke your ankle. You can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but I think even leading up to that, it was sort of meh on him. And look, it wasn't Brock Purdy. It's like, oh my goodness, he had been so good.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait to see more. He had a lot to still prove. How's that? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Still has a lot to prove to a lot of people like myself.
Doesn't the entire quarterback room have a lot to prove,
true.
though? Which I think is where a lot of people point to and say the weakest part of the team or the biggest question mark might be quarterback. And that may be the biggest kind of downfall of this team again coming into the season.
Somebody's talking about Trey Lance's hairstyle. Is he getting funky again with his hair?
No, it's fine. Same way it's always been, from what I understand, from what I've seen. He has a helmet on 90% of the time.
He's sort of losing it up top. He's sort of thin up top.
It's fine. Yeah. Put some keeps on and move on. He's fine.
Hey, you're wearing a helmet. You're all right. Well, it's never too early to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. I find it really interesting because I'm a Sam Darnold guy. I like Sam Darnold.
Why?
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Why?
That was just a right cross I did not see coming. I just took a standing 8 count. I like the way he's wired, man. I like Trey Lance too. I like traditional quarterbacks.
One of those coward guys who's like, he's sticking the trunk.
Oh, I never want to be a coward.
Okay.
Guy. Is he? Well, then let me change. Yeah. No. I'm out on Colin Cowherd too. Yeah. Did he make our MPF? Colin Cowherd never made our most punchable faces, did he? I know Skip Bayless was like, he was knocking on the door. But no, I just like the way the dude's wired. I like traditional quarterbacks. I like those dudes who look like they're an astronaut. They look like a politician that I could vote for. Guys
Tom
who are
Brady,
6'4",
Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers.
Guys that just get into a traditional drop, and guys that I don't like. I don't know. And that's not true because I like Jalen Hurts. That's not true. I don't.
You know how tall Trey Lance is?
I know he's 6'4".
6'4".
I know.
He looks like the.
He does play smaller though. Does he not look smaller on the field?
I think they thought he was going to be Josh Allen in regards to how he plays physically, but I just don't think he's that guy. He does play a little smaller, but I don't know. Like text line is saying, a lot of people are saying Brock Purdy's playing against bad teams. Buccaneers weren't awful last year. I know Vita Vea got hurt. He won 2 playoff games against pretty good teams from what I saw, Cowboys and Seattle. And I get it. Fans can point at it and say, well, Brock Purdy's done all of this, and Trey Lance has done nothing. And that's what makes fans point to and go, he's the starting quarterback in Brock Purdy. And I get it, but I don't want to count Trey Lance out just yet because he's underwhelmed when he hasn't really had the opportunity yet to show himself.
Are we doing crosstalk?
I don't think so.
Kidding me.
You can stay. I'll go. It's fine.
No. I never got an opportunity to ever, I just met Dan Dibley. I would love to chat with him a little bit, see what he's all about. And Alan Stiles and his, Craig Valentino says, let me get a headset. I'm recognizing that there's a lull in the program.
I was just going to say Alan can't get in because he's got handicapped parking with his foot, so it's going to take a minute for those guys.
We got to carry him in here.
That's the first sign that you got to stop. When you tear the Achilles trying to play pickup basketball, that's the first sign that, you know what? It's over.
Leave the shoes on the court right there. Leave them.
It's
Just leave 'em.
over. Like, De La Salle, everything you did at Temple,
Done.
glory days, brother. They're now just in the memory bank. Tell the kid about it. Like, stop trying to be that guy.
The glory years are behind you.
When you're tearing Achilles, that's the sign. You got to go, unless you want to get out there and be that old man with the knee brace.
For me, it was always pulling my hamstring in the Turkey Bowl game. I'm like, that's it. I'm done. Left the cleats on the field. I was like, it's been real. Had a great run. Now I get that T-shirt that says, older I get, the better I was. And that's the story I live by.
Yeah, I chipped a tooth in a turkey game, right? I was a sportscaster, and there were people watching this thing. It was a big turkey game, our station against a competing station. I had a headlong dive. Like, I laid out in the mud. Mind you, it's Seattle in November.
Way too hard.
Like, full on. Steve Largent laid out, and I chipped a tooth, and I was like, what the hell am I doing? Like, what is this? For what? For what? A turkey bowl?
Yeah.
Like, it's time
Did you guys win?
That I don't know. Yeah, I believe so. We beat Como. We beat Valentino.
Who'd you beat?
Como.
Oh, okay.
So, hey, Sterling Bennett, my man, when's the wedding?
I have no idea yet.
Okay, sorry.
Hopefully next
He's not in
fall.
charge of those things. It's so funny because you hear the dynamics of his family and her family. Like, him, nice, small, 20 people. Yeah. She's a Latina, so she's got about 150 on her side.
Oh, you're Latina?
Yeah.
She's Mexican and Guatemalan.
Yeah.
Wow.
He has no say in this thing.
Holy Christmas. Yeah. I did not see that. Awesome.
I just smile and wave and go, yep, this is great.
I will be at that wedding uninvited. I'll be that guy.
I'm gonna
tell him get a little taquero. He'll be good, dude. That's all you need.
Man. Tequila? We doing tequila? I know you don't drink. Is there no
I don't
alcohol?
drink, but there's been discussions of open bar.
All right, well, just
hold on. If there's not open bar, I'm not coming.
Yeah,
just so you know.
I figured that.
Yeah, I'm not coming. I love you. Won't be there.
Yeah, I'm not paying to turn into an idiot. That's gotta be on you guys. All right, from my man Sterling Bennett and Craig Valentino. It's been fun, my man. This is. Do you have me?
I don't think so.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't. I think Dan's mic's cutting out. Man, July 3rd. Don't even know what's going on. We got Dibs in here now. What's going on, Dibs?
Hello.
Gentlemen, I thought we were doing like a more formal thing, and I didn't want you to think that I'm blowing you off because I'm. It's not that way. It's not that way at all. I'm a little nervous because.
Wow.
I mean, Dan Devone's in the building. My God,
he's
dude!
big time.
Seriously, I got butterflies.
Big time does.
False. Categorically false. No, you're fine.
No one can hear me. Oh, no, they can.
There we go.
Do I got to reiterate all this?
There's an
Dan
on
Dibley
button.
big time does. Dan Dibley got dragged in saying,
my
God, I got to work with bozos? Like, this is what I'm doing on the 3rd? So I've been waiting all day for 3 minutes to chop it up with a guy that I actually got his poster in my room.
That's such a lie.
He hides me. He went Desmond Howard and said, dude, I ain't got time for this.
I wanted to come in and praise you for your Dwight Howard take because thank you, Dan Devone. Oh my God, you are my spirit animal. Dwight Howard, it's Taiwan, it's not China. Close. And I mean, you were slightly off on a bunch of things, but we don't, including Seattle. The Mariners won 116, not 106. Oh my God, I feel like that guy on ESPN, the fact checker guy, whose name escapes me, but.
Rally, right?
Whatever, you ballparked it. But I'm so with you on Dwight Howard. No thank you. Stay in Taiwan. Do you know that he was the All-Star MVP? And he was also awarded the All-Star Most Famous Person Award. They have that.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yes. Marbury was not available. Yes. Yeah, no, you're welcome. Clean up on Al Devone. I love it, dude.
I think we got to sign off, Dan. I don't think your mic's working in there.
No, it works over here.
Oh, okay.
It's working great.
Got to say goodbye.
We're out.
No, wait, no. What a ripoff.
For Dan, Sterling, Dibs.
The boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it is a special day here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibs, kind of. It's actually Dibs and Alan Stiles. My first chance to work with the young phenom, the broken phenom.
Yeah.
You're officially now the Kobe Bryant of 95.7 The Game based on your current injury. What's up, Alan?
Hey, how you doing, Dibs? Great to be here. And like I said, got the cast off today, right? I'm in the boot now.
Oh, big.
Right? So we're moving in the right direction. Still got the crutches, almost fell on the way up because I never did them on stairs before. But we're moving and grooving. Every day is a step in the right direction. No pun intended.
And is this the first show you've done since the injury?
Yeah, my last show, it was the Friday before Father's Day. I did the morning roast with Bonte. We're feeling good. We're shouting out fathers. First Father's Day. I have all these plans because Sunday was my first Father's Day. Go out Saturday, cooking them in Alameda as I typically do.
Nice.
Drive to the left. Pop goes the weasel.
Oh.
I did not know. I looked around. I did the classic look back. Other guys on the court were, they just looked at me. They said, I got to be honest with you. I heard a pop.
Oh.
So I spent my first Father's Day on the couch, just hoping it wasn't ruptured. Went in on Monday, and they told me it was. And here we are.
And ruptured is better than just torn, right? Because you can get it completely rebuilt.
I think so. Yeah, I think in my mind it was, okay, maybe I wouldn't have to go under the knife, but they looked at me. They did the little quick Thompson test where they squeezed the calf. It didn't move at all.
Is it the Klay Thompson test?
Funny enough, no. But basically, you lay on your stomach and you have somebody squeeze your calf and your foot will move. So my wife, I said, we did it as soon as I got back, and I'm just turned. My head is turned back. I'm like, "What'd you see it back there?" And she looks at me. She goes, "That thing ain't moving, man."
So if they squeeze your calf and your foot
should
moves,
move. Yes. So she did it on my right foot. My foot moved. Did it on my left foot. No bueno.
And meanwhile, you've got a 4-week-old baby at this point.
That's right.
Who's just, cooing and gurgling wherever she's doing her thing.
Would not recommend having a 7-week-old and tearing your Achilles. Would not recommend it.
Yeah. And I mean, so once you realize that it's torn, and we'll get into more sports talk here throughout the show, because but I'm fascinated by this dynamic because you've got a lovely wife and you've got this beautiful family, and I see you post and you're so proud. You're a proud husband. You're a proud father. Your daughter's beautiful.
Thank you.
And the reality hits that daddy is down and mostly useless now for about 6 months.
Yeah.
What was the reaction to your better half?
Yeah. So, I mean, the good thing is my mom, we're local. My mom's been over a bunch. She's been helping. And the reality is the thing about the Achilles is it's a very interesting injury because it's a slow burn. Like, I can walk with the boot today if I wanted to. They said, hey, you take it slow, but I could walk with the boot starting next week very confidently. And then a little bit after that, 4 more weeks after that, or once I hit the 10-week mark, I'll be out of the boot and walking. So it's the whole part of it is me just being active. That's going to stink. But I can do what I need to do to not tick my wife off.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Starting this week. But in terms of me working out and things like that, I'm toast basically until next year.
But in terms of the last 3 or 4 weeks, though,
it's been terrible.
Yeah.
It's been completely awful.
I'm sure. And you've been mostly useless. And
mostly useless with a bunch of baby stuff on the floor. So that's what I said, not the American Ninja Warrior I thought I'd be competing in, but luckily enough, no other injuries.
Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game, and we are reacting not only to Alan and his first Father's Day, which didn't turn out the way that he would have hoped, but Warriors free agency maybe not turning out how they would have hoped, although it's early, and I know that everyone had their eyes on Brook Lopez, and I'm so glad that the deal came in where it came in, because if I had $1 for every call I took about, hey, Brook Lopez, they need him on a veteran minimum. No, my friends, he's not signing for a vet min, and in fact, he signed for $24 million per,
right,
2 and 48.
Yeah.
So as the Warriors begin to set their eyes really where it's going to be, go to the dollar store, and then maybe go to the Goodwill or Salvation Army, and then maybe go online and figure out where the free stuff is.
Right. Well, and look, to one more note on the Achilles, because it is connected here. It's very similar.
Well, it's finally connected because
it's finally connected. Thank you. Shout out Dr. Morthy. Shout out Golden State Orthopedics taking care of me.
Sell it.
And the thing is, when it first happened to me, I wanted to believe that I was okay, even though I couldn't walk, right? When those first, 5 deals came in, when NBA free agency started, all of Warriors fans wanted to believe that there were targets out there that we had been talking about that were still realistic. But deep down in your soul, the same way I knew that my Achilles was ruptured, you knew we could not afford Brook Lopez or any of the guys that we were hoping to get. And you more so thought at that point, maybe the Raptors will finally let go of this OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam. That doesn't seem to be the case either. And now we're stuck with who we have.
And who we have is not much, and there are still a couple of roster spots available. And as Warrior fans continue to try to dream about what might be, here we are, day 4, and some names still available. Dario Saric, or Saric, depending on your pronunciation and where you're from. Malik Beasley, Mason Plumlee, Mo Bamba. And I'm getting word that a name on this list is no longer available. This, according to Shams Charania, the other Lopez, Robin Lopez, will sign with the Milwaukee Bucks. So 2 Lopezes outside of Golden State. So another big name comes off the market. Alan, are you starting to feel like we here among Warrior fans are getting too thirsty for Dario Saric?
I think that...
Because I'm thirsty for him
I think we don't have a choice.
Right?
Right? I think that you can only feel good and you can only go after and have these feelings for who you believe you're able to get. So we're going to convince ourselves that Dario Saric is the savior, because at this point, he's better than nothing. And the Warriors, if I'm not mistaken, are still the only team in the NBA without a player over 6'9", right? So you can't continue there. You can't move forward. I mean, you can, but ultimately, we know what happened in 2022 and we know what happened in 2023. I think for me, you look at all the different wings and how this league is continuing to evolve, and you cannot stand pat. You cannot stay stagnant. And it seems as if that's what the Warriors are doing a little bit. And I would never say that 2022 hurt the Warriors at all, but maybe it gave us a sense of we can run this how we want for another 3 to 5 years, where in reality you can't.
Yeah, you can run it for 3 to 5 years, but can you win with it when you run that back? And I'm being told that Mason Plumlee has signed with the Clippers. That happened about an hour ago. And, you know, I'm still trying to catch up with all the micro free agent deals that have happened. And the guy that I really wanted the Warriors to sign, Jay Crowder, signed with the Bucks. So Jay Crowder not on the market as well. And right now we're looking at Corey Joseph and not much else, Alan.
Wasn't Jay Crowder mad about his... I wonder if they promised him more playing time, because wasn't he upset and he wanted to go somewhere else where he felt like he could play more?
Yeah.
So maybe, hey, a couple guys moved around and they promised him something. I mean, money talks. So
right. And maybe a full season now in Milwaukee after his ill-fated run in Phoenix, where, you know, he got basically so disgruntled that he wouldn't play and he wanted out, and he goes to Milwaukee and he doesn't play and they get ousted, and maybe they realize that they need Jay Crowder. But I thought that he'd be a perfect 3-and-D guy for Golden State, but he's off the market as well. And as you slowly kind of pick through the free agent market, you realize that, yeah, I mean, there's not much left in terms of players outside of Dario Saric.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, you look at Corey Joseph coming in, and fine, he's a nice 8th or 9th man or 9th or 10th man, a third point guard, whatever he's going to be. But it feels like you need more, but you're not in a spot where you can get more, so you're kind of stuck.
No. And I saw I posted the meme from Bridesmaids when they're on the plane and, you know, she's messed up on the plane and they come up to her. She goes, "Help me, I'm poor." That's how the Warriors are right now, going up to these free agents. Look, we're still technically a ring chasing destination, right? Even though we got outed last year. Are you willing to come here for a vet minimum? I'm wondering, did Crowder sign for a vet minimum?
I'll check the deal.
Maybe,
but
because I thought that he would be a good fit too, but you know, I guess it doesn't matter now. But and here's the thing: it's either Saric or bust. So what's taking them so long? Why hasn't this? That came out 2 days ago. That came out before the Twitter rated limits exceeded. That came out before we were blocked on Twitter. So what the heck is going on?
Right. Have you reached that limit, by the way?
I reached that limit before noon. Every day.
On the first day?
Yeah. Well,
every day?
Well, I think the problem with it is I don't know when this timing is starting. It doesn't start right at midnight. So I'll be good I was good all day yesterday. And then at about 12:30 midnight, I was seeing it, which I was very confused about because it was a new day.
Get off of Twitter.
No, I can't. I can't even walk right now. I got to stay on Twitter.
And I wonder what the day, quote unquote, is, if it's Eastern time, if it's Greenwich Mean, or
maybe it's Eastern. I don't know. All I know is I thought at midnight, the first day when it got shut down really early, I checked at midnight and I still didn't have it. That's when I thought, this is a mess, man. This is a complete mess.
Yeah, I haven't reached my limit yet, so maybe I need to be on Twitter a little
You're
bit more.
You're blue check, though, are you?
Not anymore. Yeah,
okay.
I was an early blue check. I was an OG blue check, and then they took it away, or he took it away, Elon Musk, when he decided to charge everybody, and I made the choice to not pay $8 a month. I've got a little bit of subscription fatigue in general, and also I'm not giving him $100 a year. He doesn't need my money.
You don't need.
I don't need the blue check mark. Anybody. If somebody
it doesn't mean what it used to.
And if somebody wants to perpetrate, as Dan Dibley, go ahead, perpetrate away,
right?
And then I'll cancel my account. I'll move on to the next social media, and the next network is coming.
Oh, I think it's already coming. It's called Blue Sky. I saw it. It's called Blue Sky or something.
I think so.
I don't know. And it's an invite only type deal. So either you got to keep up with the game, Dibs. Either get with it or get lost.
Well, it's interesting because I don't tweet as much as I used to, but I do use it in terms of news. But even now, to use it as news is harder than ever because you don't know what's real and what's not real. And so
when the CP3 deal, that's what everybody does now. As soon as Woj tweeted that CP3 deal, first thing I did before I even let it compute in my mind was click on the profile.
Fake internet crap.
Yeah.
And double check that it was actually Woj, which it was. But to your point, it's wild right now, specifically during NBA free agency.
And what do you think of the CP3 deal while we're here in this space? And it's Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. Mark is back on Wednesday. Joey Chestnut coming up here at 3:45. It's an exclusive with Joey Chestnut in advance of tomorrow's big hot dog eat. He goes for title number 16. And we can talk about, coming up later in the show, I do want to ask you about if you had to competitive eat something.
I got you.
What would that be?
I'm already ready for that.
Is Joey Chestnut an athlete? We can get into all that stuff later in the program. But the CP3 trade, when it came down and you checked it to make sure that it was real, what did you think?
Well, first of all, I have a Poole party shirt. I was very high on Jordan Poole. I thought he got a little bit of a bad rap. I think he was a little bit of the scapegoat this year. I think, I like to talk in business terms, Dibs, and it's a pie chart. This season was a pie chart, and if it was a failure, everybody was a piece of that failure. Whatever percentage you want to argue, cool. We can argue what percentage goes where. Jordan Poole had a piece of that percentage. He was not the only piece to the pie chart, right? He's gone now. I wish him the best in Washington. I didn't necessarily mind moving Jordan Poole. But moving him for CP3, I just didn't necessarily understand that piece of it. Now that we've kind of sat on things and things have come out and Draymond's did about 15 podcasts by this time, and the consensus is that, number one, the Warriors want to get rid of turnovers or definitely minimize them, right?
Yeah.
And number two, it seems like the Warriors are starting to come to terms or come to grips the same way all of us athletes do, right? That we might not be able to run the same way that we used to run. And maybe
Achilles, rest in peace.
I'm just saying. So maybe that second unit doesn't have to go as fast as the first unit, right? And I think that now that we continue to see these things, and Corey Joseph, who has a great assist to turnover ratio, a lot of these things that are now being revealed, it's just going to be a different look, right? It's just going to be a different version of the Warriors that we've seen. I've also wondered if turnovers, so both Jordan Poole and Draymond were in the top 15 for turnovers, right?
Yeah.
So my question is, if you're done with the Jordan Poole slip and slide, trying to do the Usher, Michael Jackson moonwalk turnovers, you also, now my question is, what about the Dre train turnovers? We know that Draymond train, high risk, high reward. Will we see less of that this year? Hey, I'm just going to dial it back, hand it over to CP3 if he's on the court. Or even if it's Steph, we're not going to try to push everything ad nauseum because that's what we used to do. Because if you think about it, the Kings, they were faster than the Warriors.
They were.
Yeah. And the Warriors aren't getting any faster. And they're not signing guys that are going to get them any faster. They're getting slower.
And I want them to get slower. And I think that that's part of, where they need to be at their best. And if you looked at their championship team from 2 years ago, they were 11th in the league in pace. Last year, they were number 1 in pace.
Yeah.
And that's not all because of Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And shout out Usher again, nice and slow. Thank you. I'd like to see them go a little bit, let me, take you to a place that's nice and quiet.
Right.
And it's the half-court offense.
Yeah.
And it is a little bit nice and slow. Draymond Green appeared on the podcast P with Paul George, and he talked about exactly what CP3 can mean for that second unit, particularly Jonathan Kuminga.
I actually look forward to learning this from him. I think Chris Paul will completely unlock Jonathan Kuminga and his growth. CP is great with young guys. DeAndre Ayton looked like a bust before CP came to Phoenix.
Facts.
No disrespect to Ayton, but more so a nod to CP.
Yeah.
Like,
more of a threat.
people didn't know what they were like, what DeAndre Ayton was going to turn out to be, and then CP went there, and all of a sudden DeAndre Ayton became an all-star level player.
Right.
And so I think what he will do for Jonathan Kuminga and unlocking Kuminga is huge. Absolutely huge. And I look forward to learning that from him. He's always been incredible at mentoring young guys. And that is an area that I've wanted to grow in because it's one that I kind of got thrusted into.
Mentoring young guys. Feels like Draymond might have had a chance to mentor Jordan Poole, and the mentorship didn't quite go as planned.
And Steph. I mean, those are both guards as well.
Right, but he's not going to mentor Steph. I mean, Steph wasn't a young player that Draymond could mentor.
I'm saying Steph could have also mentored Jordan Poole.
Yeah, agreed. And he actually spoke to this in a different cut coming up about Klay Thompson and Klay's role as a leader. Klay's not exactly that same leader, but Draymond feels like he's that guy.
Right.
And he could not reach Jonathan Kuminga, so maybe Chris Paul can reach Kuminga. And I do think, to your point, Alan, that the second unit can be and should be a little bit slower. And the whole team, I think, would be better served playing more slowly because you're not 25 anymore. You have an old core.
Yeah, and another thing that Draymond said on the podcast, and Paul George has one of the fastest growing podcasts. I mean, all of these athletes have podcasts now. I kind of knew that Paul George's would be really good when he released it just because of how he talks the game.
Better podcaster than player, Paul George?
Even if that were true.
Is it getting close? Because I love his podcast.
It's actually not a knock because that's how good he is, but I'm not going to say that yet. I'm not going to say that quite yet. But another
podcast is more durable.
It is. And, he's gonna be able to do it either way.
Exactly.
Right. So the variety piece that Draymond talks about with CP3 and what he's going to bring is something that I think out of all the calls and all the texts and all the YouTube chats, everything that we get, we don't see a lot. I haven't seen a lot of people complain about the offense, right? About how they've been running this same offense since Steve Kerr got there, and it's been successful this whole time, right? That's how good Steph is. That's how good Klay is. That's how good Draymond is. But there have been times, and this is why the whole Kevin Durant thing works so well. There are times where it gets stuck in the mud, right? And we saw that. That's why the 2022 championship is so impressive to me,
right?
Because everybody knows what they're running. They've been running it the whole time. There is no variety. CP3, he has that mid-range. CP3 can add some different things. And that was one thing, as much as people didn't like the KD move, if you weren't a Warrior fan, it made sense. They needed a bucket getter. Yeah. They needed that person. So when they did it in 2022, they did it with career years from Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole.
Yes.
And we have no clue if we were going to ever get that again. And even with that, a bunch of other things had to go well. So they had to add someone. Now, do I agree that it should have been CP3? I don't know, but the Warriors don't have a lot of money to play with. They need somebody to where when that offense looks a bit stuck in the mud and people are jumping how many times did the Kings or other teams, the Lakers, jump those passes? You know why? Because they've been running the same thing.
Stuff, and they had no alternative. They had no ability to get Kuminga because he wasn't playing.
Yeah.
Wiseman's not on the team.
Right.
You had no other way to get a bucket other than the same old stuff,
Right.
running those same picks and Steph. And
Watch the back cut.
Yeah, well, and you double Steph, and then you close out on Clay, and then Wiggins was not the same player. And you mentioned the word variety, and this is Draymond Green on Podcast P talking about the V.
After the Lakers series, Steph said in his press conference, which was, we ran out of variety. And what I mean by variety is like in a team, you need to have a variety. Like if they're taking this away, then you can go to this. If they're taking that away, then you can move to this. Our team last year didn't have a variety of ways that we could score. And I think CP adds another thing to the menu to address the topic of a variety of things, of ways to score. Because CP plays totally different than Steph.
Right. Yeah.
Totally different than Clay.
Right.
Totally different than myself. And even Jordan Poole for that matter.
Right.
And so I think what he brings is, number one, the variety in which we can play, I think is huge.
The variety, I think that is huge. And that's a fascinating point that Draymond makes in terms of what you're talking about because, you know, Jordan Poole, dribble, drive to the hoop. That was a variety that was different from the team, but he didn't have that punch in the playoffs.
No, and it's still crazy to me watching the highlights from 2022 to 2023 with Jordan Poole. He looked like a completely different player. But it's not even a side note, but you can tell that among all the other things, I don't know if you saw, Dibs, that Draymond did that TikTok thing where he picked teams, and when he got to the Wizards, he picked Kuzma over Jordan Poole for a shooting
we
guard.
did that last week.
But you can tell that Draymond does not mess with Jordan Poole because when he brought him up there, he used his government name. He didn't say Jordan, right? Like he said, and even Jordan Poole, that we can move on. I promise I'll move on, but they're definitely
government name.
The government name. I'm surprised he didn't use his middle name
or his
right?
driver's license.
Exactly. So I do think CP3 is going to bring something new, but ultimately he's got the mid-range going. You're still going to need shooting ultimately, and when you look at Kuminga, who's been in his bag, right? He's at that one. He goes to that New York gym summit or whatever it's called, where I've never seen anybody miss. We could go there. I could go there right now on one Achilles, shoot about 80%. Nobody ever misses there.
Man.
Ben Simmons was cooking out there a couple summers ago. So you got Kuminga, you got Moody, who's turning into a knockdown shooter. That's one thing I'm really looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Moody getting to the cup more this next coming season. Just beeline. He's not really going to boogie on people like that. Get to the cup, use that pump fake as long as he's continuing to hit shots. So I think that CP3 and Moody can get up. So when we think of CP3 and, throwing lobs, you always think the big, right? But he could throw some lobs to Moody.
Yeah.
He could obviously throw some lobs to Kuminga.
Yeah.
So I think he is going to bring a variety. Ultimately, do I think it's going to be enough? I have absolutely no clue.
But as long as they're healthy come April, I think that they're going to be a tough out for anybody. And this is what I was saying last week to Larry and JD, in for Mark Willard, who comes back on a Wednesday. I think that this team, if completely healthy come April, is not completely healthy in October. But if you're all upright and able to play, and Chris Paul is able to assimilate into this role, and Draymond and Steph and Clay and whatever other pieces, and we still have some roster spots to fill out, whatever that looks like, I think that come April, this team with this much experience can be a tough out. 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls today. We got July 4 tomorrow. I got Alan Stiles in today, so I'm going to get a lot of Stiles today, but I want to hear you as well. This from the Comcast business text line from the 925. They could have gotten Westbrook for $8 million. Well, they couldn't have gotten Westbrook for $8 million because they only have slots for veteran minimum players. So if you want Westbrook for $8 million, that means you trade Kuminga for Westbrook, and then you get Westbrook. There's no other way to get any player outside of the vet men.
Can we just close our eyes for a second and think about Draymond, Looney, and Westbrook on the floor at the same time?
That's 3 non-scorers, Alan.
What are we talking about?
I didn't have to close my eyes, and I knew the answer.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about a lot of non-shooting. And then, you throw in Andrew Wiggins, who is reluctant to shoot. And I'll tell you what, coming up on the other side, I'm going to throw out a name that might raise your eyebrows in terms of, I want that guy to come back to the Golden State Warriors. He's still free. He might be a vet min guy. And the Warriors are still a couple of roster spots away from filling out this team. We know Corey Joseph is going to be a Golden State Warrior. He's the first of 3 veteran minimum players, but I've got a name for you that's going to make people either light up with joy or turn their head in disgust. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the Warriors on this Monday. Free agency is now on day 4. Alan Stiles is in for Mark Willard. We are sponsored by STEM from SC Johnson. It's Dibs and Stiles on 95.7 The Game.
Humans can do a lot of amazing things. Fighting bugs? Ew, a bug. Get it.
Brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm sorry, but I just need more. I need more time with just Alan Stiles. It's Stiles and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. There's so much that I want to talk to Alan about that none of you care about, that I really want to confine it to the commercial breaks, Alan, because honestly, I'm getting to know you. You're getting to know me.
That's right.
And I mean, I have so many things that I've been dying to talk to you about, but I also want to do a good show.
Right.
Look. It's a holiday. Don't mail it in. I warned you. So I'm gonna have to confine all my Styles like personal questions to the break, but I'm proud of you, young man.
We can, we'll exchange information.
Please.
You know what I mean?
I need it.
And by the way, how much of a holiday is today? Did you think most companies and businesses just said, all right, we're not going to have you come in Monday and not have you come in Tuesday? Because, I mean, when I got the cast off today and they said they had tomorrow off, now obviously they're doctors, right? So, and the assistants as well.
I'm also a doctor, radio doctor.
Doctor, yeah.
And before you buzz me, are we going to have Doc Pandia today or Doc Feely, or is that going to be moved to Wednesday? Grandy, I know you're mailing it in. This show is officially brought to you by the Postal Service because Grandy's mailing it in.
If we have Doc Pandia on today, I'm just going to ask him about my
Well,
Achilles.
normally we do a Tuesday Pandia or Feely, UCSF Medical. They're so good to us, but tomorrow's a holiday.
Yeah.
I think it'll probably be Wednesday.
Yeah, he doesn't know. This guy's barely here.
I'll leave my questions. I'll leave my questions on the table for him.
No, it's funny because I always will ask the good doctors about my own personal. Hey, doc, I've got this pain in my solar plexus.
There you go.
Whatever. This segment, we are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. You can almost see Alan Stiles' boot on his leg. And if anyone swears, it'll be me, and you'll get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. It's Stiles in for Willard on this day of days. It's funny you asked about whether or not this is a holiday. Normally, I would take this day because I am the creator of the Stretch 4.
Okay.
Which, you get a holiday around the weekend, and then you either take, like Memorial Day is perfect, Labor Day. Those are perfect Stretch 4 holidays where you've got the Monday, so you take the Friday before.
Beautiful.
And it becomes a Stretch 4.
Right.
Well, on this holiday, I'm looking at it like a month ago, and it's a classic Stretch 4. And I also thought, though, geez, it's free agency. It might be, Kevin Durant might return, or, it might be the Draymond news or whatever. And so I asked the boss. The boss actually asked me, do you want to work on the 3rd? And I said, yeah, I'll work on the 3rd.
Yeah.
And he asked me like 6 different times, basically telling me, without telling me, dude, no one else is working on the 3rd but you. Do you want to work on the 3rd? And I said, yeah, boss, I'll work the 3rd. It's a big day. And you want to win the big days.
You have to. You
have to win the big days.
The Dame news could drop at any time.
It better. Because the schedule comes out last week, and I look, and it's like, morning roast. Never heard of him. 10 to 2. Devone? Never met that guy. I look at Sterling getting a taste.
Yeah.
And then it's, when I found out it was me and you, I was like, okay, cool.
You know what? And I appreciate that out of you, Dibs, because you know what? These are the days when you get better, right? These are the days when you're in the gym, you're putting shots up, and there's no bright lights. You're in the lab right now, and I'm here to help you.
You've been in the lab.
Cook something up,
No, I appreciate it. And you and I have never done the 4-hour dance. And so I was actually, when the schedule came out, I was like, okay, good. Thank God. I was happy about that part of it. My wife, though, was like, what the hell's wrong with you? And I said, well, the Dame news might drop or the next Warrior might come out, and this is my transition so as to say Kelly Oubre Jr. 888-957-9570. Do you want Kelly Oubre Jr. back on a veteran minimum with your Golden State Warriors? Because
this is crazy.
It's super crazy, Rick, but when you think about what the Warriors need, he's actually a guy who might fit that need.
I think, again, as we talked about in the first segment, things change when your standards have to change based on what is available to you. And if you look at who is available, Kelly Oubre Jr. right now, he is 28 years old. He signed that 2-year deal. We were talking about the 2-year deal with the Hornets where he signed 2 years for $24.6 million. So that's where he just played, which is a pretty good contract. Things, he left, or he didn't leave the Warriors. It wasn't working out. He thought he was going to get a bigger role on the Hornets. He didn't really get a bigger role on the Hornets. And now here he is. And again, I'm going to go into something right now, Dibs, and I want you to hang on with me, okay? Because I love watch my shows. Netflix just kicked me out of my mom's account. I gotta work that out with her. Okay, she's over at the house right now. Shout out, Mom. I know they're listening.
Wait, what happened?
Well, Netflix kicked me out.
Oh, because Netflix is now limiting you have to be within the household?
Yes. Yes. So now I think she just has to pay a little bit more, and I'll just cash her out.
What was the show that you got kicked out of?
Well, I didn't get, all of it. You can't watch anything.
But what were you locked in on?
I was right now. Well, I just finished Barbecue Showdown. That's another great show.
Okay. I'm always looking for recommendations because we're a family between shows.
Give me another break, and I'll get to them because I haven't been in. But what I'm getting at is what we have in front of us is another Last Chance U program opportunity for the Warriors.
Shout out Rich Beam.
Shout out Rich Beam. We've seen
Laney
it before.
College, Skyline High.
I drive by beautiful baseball field, by the way.
I've known Coach Beam since you were born, quite frankly.
There you go.
Going back to thank you, Grandy.
There you go.
Back to the early 90s.
GP2, oh man, I'm almost out the league. Goes to the Warriors. Man, this dude can ball. Gets a bag. All right. Otto Porter Jr., we know he can do his thing. Struggled with injuries. Played very well with the Warriors. He left, got his bag. We've seen this time and time again. Now I'm getting into it with Twitter folks yesterday because I posted the most recent graduate from the Last Chance U program for the Warriors, Dante DiVincenzo. Now people are trying to tell me, well, he had a really short stint in Sacramento and he was a baller. The Warriors didn't do anything. Really? Really? The Warriors didn't do anything? You don't think Dante DiVincenzo didn't see this as an opportunity to play with 3 future Hall of Famers and 4-time champions and get out there and do his thing and now gets the bag and gets to go back to New York, right? I know PA because he went to Villanova. We'll talk about that for a different time. But this is an opportunity for Kelly Oubre Jr. to go in, vet min deal, show us what you can do, young fella, and go get your bag. The Warriors have done it time and time again.
And I wonder if there isn't another team out there that would want Kelly to come in and do Kelly Oubre Jr. things. He did average 20 a game last year with Charlotte. And
they just be hucking stuff up there, though.
Right. And that's basically what he did. And he got paid $12 million. He had a 2-year, $24 million deal with Charlotte to go out there and basically cast off, like you're saying. He shot it at 43% from the floor and 32% from 3. Not a very good year, but is there another team out there who looks at Kelly Oubre Jr. and says, we'll give you 2 years and 10, more than the vet min, to come in there and cast off? And if the Warriors do sign him, can he play the role they need him to play?
The NBA is so interesting because you are young and then you are old very quickly. You become old news very quickly. And I think teams are looking at Kelly Oubre, and I just don't know what his market value is. I mean, the fact that he's still available will tell you something. I think with Kelly Oubre, you look at him and you think, all right, at this point in your career, you're going to need a role. What is your role on a team? You're probably not going to be a star player, which is fine. But what's your role? Are you a 3-and-D guy? Are you able to? Are you a stretch? What is it that you do here? What exactly do you do here? And I think he can go to the Warriors and say, and look, they come up with their Last Chance U program, and they say, this is who you're going to be for us. You do this to a high level, and then other teams will see, okay, this is who this guy can be, and he'll probably get priced out just like the rest of them do. And it's a great transaction on both sides. Have fun, move forward. We wish you the best.
Yes, Kelly Oubre Jr., 888-957-9570. Right now, the Comcast business text line is weighing in the 650. Oubre, rather get acid to the retinas From the 415, no. Oubre too salty, ha ha ha. From the 415 also, hell expletive no. So right now it doesn't feel like Warrior fans want Kelly Oubre Jr., and I get that, but what's the alternative? Because right now you're looking at Corey Joseph as your prize free agent player on a veteran minimum deal, and this is a guy who is going to come in and eat minutes, but he's not going to necessarily score for you very much. He averaged just over 6.9 a game, 7 points a game last year. He doesn't rebound, 3.5 assists. He plays about 20 minutes. Corey Joseph is just a guy. Was Kelly Oubre Jr. that bad to where you wouldn't even want to entertain him on the vet min?
Well, to me, and I'm looking, if you don't want Kelly Oubre Jr., here's another name where I assumed, just because of what he can do offensively, I know he really doesn't care defensively, but a lot of players don't. I assumed that he would get priced out, but I don't know what's going on with Christian Wood. And he was playing at about $13 million a year. Now he's an unrestricted free agent. He last played with the Mavericks. I know everybody says he doesn't play defense, but he can do some things offensively. He gives you some size. And again, he's 27. Once you get to that 27 range, Dibs, that's when teams start thinking, I don't know what you are. I got some guys that are legitimately 5-6 years younger than you. I don't know that I'm not going to overpay you. What is it that you do here? That's another guy, if he's willing to go down, which I don't know if he is. But that's another possibility. Everybody's saying, we don't want him. He's talented offensively. If you can get him to buy in defensively, he gives you some more size. I would probably take Christian Wood over Kelly Oubre simply just to add size. But again, to the Comcast Business text line, to the YouTube chat, nobody here is saying that these are first picks, right? The Warriors get what's left. We should be used to this by now.
That's right.
We should be used to this by now. It's been like this for years, since the dynasty started, besides Kevin Durant.
Well, and also the David West thing was such an anomaly that you were a championship team at that point, and you were looking at being a place where veterans would want to come to win a championship. Not that you'd be guaranteed, but you'd be much more likely to get a chip in that spot than you are now. And if you're a veteran of any of this level, whether it's any of these guys who are still remaining out there, and Grant Williams is a guy whose name's been thrown out, Christian Wood is a name.
Yeah.
And, if you're one of these players who might be able to make more than the veteran minimum, or you get a veteran minimum deal to go somewhere where you want, Golden State is not the same destination that it once was in terms of, I'll go there and take $2 million less as a veteran, knowing that we're probably going to be right there at the end of days.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people think, along with the money, these free agents are worried about how much playing time they're going to get because of Moody and Kuminga, which is a great point. I like Grant Williams. I think he is maybe... I wouldn't even call him a diet version of Draymond, because he doesn't pass or do anything like that, but just kind of that rough and tough defensive guy that can shoot the three ball in the corner. But throughout the year, we heard reports of him wanting a bigger role, and that's why, he wanted to move on from the Celtics. So I don't know how happy he'd be with the Warriors either. So I think that's a big part of it. There are guys out there, none of the names are going to make you say, ooh, wee. But unfortunately, that's what we got, right? I mean, just like on Friday, this ain't enough. Make it enough. And the Warriors are going to have to make it enough.
I was trying to think about who sang that song, Ooh Way.
Which
one? How we do it, how we doing on a Ooh Way. It's not quite Ooh Wee. It was Ooh Way.
Ooh Way.
It was early 00s, late 90s. We'll have to ask the Comcast Business text line for confirmation on that.
They'll be on top of it.
Because I normally am great with my extraneous, very random one-hit wonders, but you had me thinking about that, and I couldn't come up with it. Grant Williams turned down a 2-year, $50 million deal, reportedly. Actually, it was $50 million over 4 seasons with Boston. So I think that he might be looking at something a little bit heftier than a veteran minimum deal that he might be getting. From the 408, hey, Dibs, what about Boogie Cousins? That's a no.
Boogie over Oubre or Christian Wood? Can't do it.
From the 510, Oubre Ugg had come in on the text line. Also from the 510, Kelly will be good with CP. People forget he actually played decent for the Dubs and dropped a 40-piece one time.
because his 3-point shooting percentage when he started out was historically bad, right? I don't even know if it eclipsed 20%. And I think that just got him off on such a bad foot with Warriors fans that they might. And that year in general was just a rough year. But there's worse things that you can do. This is a wing league. So if you can get a young wing, right, a young wing that, for lack of a better term, might be a bit desperate to, again, reclamation project, last chance you, to show what the league, what they can do. Now, does that change Kuminga's playing time? I don't know. I don't think so, because I just don't think you can have enough wings, right? And I think that they do a little bit of the same things, but I don't know that it would hinder Kuminga. I think that Kuminga is going to get the nod over Kelly Oubre, and they could play with each other. At least I would hope.
Yeah, and I think that you're in a situation where you need more size, you need more wings, and if you can get him in for the minimum, as long as you feel like that he's a guy who would fit better than he did last time around. And you mentioned that year a couple of years ago. That whole year was a bit of a disaster, and you fought to make it to the play-in tournament, and then you fell short. So many fans have a bad taste in their mouth. The Youngbloods from the 510 from Uway is the song. Also some Spotify sharing.
Yeah.
It's great. The text line is coming through big time from the 646. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. It's what I tell my kids. And that's really, Alan, where I think Warriors fans should be in terms of this final vet min free agency period is you get what you get, and you don't get to be upset. You've got 4 players making massive money, and Clay will probably get an extension next year and make more. But between Draymond and Clay, Steph and Wiggins, you've got 4 guys making massive money. So you're at a point where you get what you get, and you don't be upset.
And that's why I keep telling people, just close your eyes and think about how much fun you had at the parades at this point. Just think about how much fun you had, because we don't know what is going to happen in the future, but all I know is I had a great time at all 4 parades, and you should think about that too. Dibs, when do you think that we will stop hearing fans bring up Boogie Cousins? When do you think that'll happen? What's the line? 2 more years?
2 more years, yeah. 2 more years. At the end
3 more years?
No, at the end. Well, he's still young. I don't even think he's 30.
Yeah.
We actually did this exercise last week because I was telling JD, I'm like, yeah, he's at the end and this and that. And he said, I don't even know if he's 30. He might be just about 30. So you're going to hear a lot of Boogie.
Hey, Achilles' brother.
Yeah.
I've been to the other side, man. You just got to get in the depths and get in the lab.
Shaka Khan, I feel for you.
You just got to work your way back. So you know what? I'll take Boogie. I want an Achilles' brother on the team.
That's it.
We already got Clay. Actually, I don't know.
There's so many out there. KD's another Achilles' brother.
Achilles' brother. Shout out. The grind never stops.
And hopefully you'll be back for the Warriors World Tournament next year.
I will be back. And I will be back with a vengeance.
I don't know how we'll do it without you this year.
Yeah.
Knowing that our station has a grand total of 0 wins lifetime.
Yeah,
we felt like this is our year with you. And there was a lot of hope for Alan Stiles. And, I've seen some of the video of your game, and you have a nice little set shot.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm going to be out here cooking Festus, even though if I got him on an island, it would be a chance for history, to tell the generations after me what happened. But I'm not saying I would have done anything, but Guru, they'll figure it out. I think Bonte, now that I'm out, all of a sudden Bonte has all this energy towards it. So I got to check him on that, by the way. But we'll be fine. And I'll be there representing. I'll be there coaching some stuff up. I'll be fitted up too. I'm going to look good.
Nice.
Don't get me wrong.
I actually volunteered to Rashid, who runs it, to referee, and I'm waiting to hear back. If they want me to, to blow the whistle, shout out Too Short.
Shout out.
Because no one better than the Dibber. From Zucchi, Maine, Boogie's 32.
Man.
So there's that. We can check that box in terms of 32. So we're going to hear about Boogie for the next couple of years, at least, going forward. And, I don't think that Boogie is probably going to ever play in the association again. Felt like last year would have been a time for him to make what you're talking about, that make good year, that Mitchell Trubisky, that Sam Darnold, where you sign that deal. And I do think that's what Sam Darnold's looking for. He's looking for that 1 year, hey, look at me. I'm a good citizen. It's my come up. And now he gets a deal. Like Trubisky got the 2-year deal with Pittsburgh to where he was kind of a starter light.
Did Baker get that? I mean, kind of. And now is he the starter in Tampa?
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but he got the big deal, though. He didn't really get the, hey, come here and just, be a placeholder and get small money. Didn't he get big money in Cleveland?
Yeah, but then he got dealt, though.
Right.
I'm saying once he got dealt, it was with the Rams, let me show people what I can do, which I guess he showed enough.
I guess. And, the Rams were in a spot where, they were kind of a mess to where it didn't really matter. So
yeah,
you see that a lot, maybe more in football than in the NBA, but you've got a spot where, like you said, Dante DiVincenzo, he was able to get that kind of in-between deal, and now he goes out and gets a better paycheck. And that's where the Warriors should be looking in terms of offering veteran minimum deals. Forget the Boogies and the Dwight Howards and Carmelo and all the rest of the guys who are either retired or at the end of their rope.
Yeah.
Find a guy who's looking for that pivotal year. And that's why I think Oubre Jr. becomes an interesting target, because he's a guy who's still young enough to go out and get not another major deal, but you come here for the veteran minimum. You show that you're more than what you showed the first time, and maybe you go out and get 3 and 45 on the backside.
And to be completely honest, what was it? Wasn't Boogie on the Nuggets, right, a couple years ago? He actually played pretty well. So for nobody to, and I don't know what happened after, trying to look up Boogie's path and where he currently is one of the most confusing things to do on the internet. But I know he played well. You would imagine after that, he got some type of shot, I would guess, because he played pretty well. And whatever happened after that, it did not go well. So I don't know. You say 2 more years to continue hearing Boogie. I think you're right, and I think it's still hilarious.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating, though, because, here's from the 646. Wouldn't Boogie be great in the pick and roll, pick and pop with CP3? Those two, Kuminga, Moody, Wiggins. Oh, what a great second unit. 888-957-9570. Where do the Warriors go from here? And I'm going to ask Alan on the other side how viable this Warrior team is as a championship contender as we know what they are right now. We'll get Alan Styles' thoughts on that, and Joey Chestnut joining us at 3:45 in advance of the big hot dog eating contest tomorrow. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs. Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and I wanted to let you know that our friends at Buon Vino.
free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It is Willard and Dibbs. Styles in for Willard today. Joey Chestnut coming up here at 3:45. It is an exclusive, and you better recognize Joey Chestnut. He doesn't do interviews with just anybody on the eve of the big hot dog eating contest, but he and I, we've got a history.
Okay.
Yeah, we go back a ways.
Well, I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but I've been on the couch for so long with this injury. Things are just starting to mold together. So I'm sitting there with my mom, my daughter, and myself watching TV, and it took about an hour to realize we were watching highlights of all of the past hot dog eating championships leading up to 2022. And I'm sitting there, we're sitting there looking at each other. When is this thing going to start? And then my mom goes, I'm pretty sure it's actually on the 4th of July. So I spent about an hour watching old videos of Joey Chestnut just destroying the competition.
It's so funny. It actually starts, I believe, at 9 o'clock tomorrow. First bite, 9 o'clock. With, the pregame from ESPN will happen long before that. Joey Chestnut going for his 16th crown, his 16th yellow mustard belt.
He's an animal. He's an animal. And they do, when they say the height and weight, there's some big boys. I saw 157, one Zont Life. So shout out to him. He tried to do his thing at least. But there's some big boys in that competition. Joey goes either 6 foot or 6'1". So it seems like that must be the optimum size, right? If you're too big, maybe it's harder to get everything down. If you're too small, obviously, everything's a bit smaller. But he seems like he's that perfect size to get this thing done, and hence the reason that he's been unstoppable.
Yeah, Joey Jaws Chestnut, and I actually interviewed him on Friday, so I need to reveal that because you won't hear Alan in the interview because you weren't here when I had the opportunity to interview him on Friday, and John Dickinson was here, and I said, "Hey, JD, you're not going to be here Monday, but do you want to step in?" And he passed, and so.
That's a problem.
I respect that. Would have been, better drop to play, Grandy. But you handled the drops back there. But I handled it solo, so it's about 12 or 15 minutes of me and Joey, and we talk about the preparation. We talk about the aftermath because the aftermath is real.
Yikes!
In terms of Joey Chestnut, and tonight at 7, I need to get this in. The Warriors play the Kings at Golden One Center in Sacramento in the 5th annual California Classic Summer League. You can follow along to all the action right here on 95.7 The Game. Again, the tip-off set for 7 o'clock with Kevin Dana on the call. Gucci! Kevin Dana.
That's our guy.
Gucci!
Cash me out one time!
Cash me out one time!
Rain dance!
Rain dance!
That's probably my favorite. And the fourth one, don't tell me yet. I'm going to come up with it, Grandy. It's there's Cash Me Out One Time, Gucci, just tell me, I forgot.
Cha-ching!
Of course, cha-ching! We play that every time that somebody makes a Tim Roy pun because, Tim Roy, the elevated one, elevation sensation. Anytime there's an exhilaration sensation or an exasperation sensation or a flatulation sensation. Sorry about that, Tim. That's not the one that we like, but we're going to give a buck to UCSF charity every time we bastardize Tim Roy. So anyway, Kevin Dana with the call tonight, 7 o'clock, Warriors Summer League. How excited are you, Alan Styles?
So that's the one, right, up in Sacramento, which I would love to go to, right? We're not going to get any, because the Sacramento fans, they all listen. They don't want to admit it, but they all listen, whether they're hate listening or not. So don't want to get any of them upset. I've been meaning to go up to Sacramento. I heard they're doing some great things up there. I want to check it out, but obviously not going to go this year, but I think it's going to be great. And then from there, I've wanted to do Las Vegas Summer League.
Oh, you've never done it?
I've never done it, and I'm obviously not doing it this year.
Come on.
To be fair, the only good thing
Call
about
the
this...
misses, let's go.
The only good thing about these Achilles thing is with the baby, I probably wasn't going to be doing a lot of this stuff anyway.
True.
Right? So I'm just taking it. I'm in the lab. I'm working on some things. We were talking off air about some things I'm working on. So focusing on myself right now. okay, and then next year we're getting after it.
I love it.
But very excited to see some basketball. It's been a struggle these last couple days.
888-957-9570. How excited are you for Summer League? And I think that Warrior fans are probably more into Summer League this year than ever before, just because, Pojemski, a.k.a. AirPods, or Pods is his nickname from Santa Clara, he's going to have to come in and be able to play, I think. And, Jackson Davis is going to have to come in and contribute, and you're going to get a chance to see these guys in Sacramento and then again in Vegas.
Yeah, and I think another reason Warriors fans are excited is because last year didn't you have some Patrick Baldwin and Ryan Rollins, right? Both had injuries, so we got a little bit robbed of that last season, and specifically now with these guys coming in and understanding that some of them might have to play, I think there are going to be a lot of eyes on the games this year.
No doubt, because if you look at next year's rotation, and right now you've got 12 guys under contract, assuming Corey Joseph's deal becomes official, and we expect that it will, and Draymond Green signs a 4-year deal for $100 million. He's going to be a Warriors for the next 3, plus a player option. You've got 2 more spots available, and so at that point, you're going to have your 14-man, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. made it pretty clear that they're not going to sign a 15th player. That way you can avoid additional luxury tax payments for a guy who won't play anyway, a.k.a. Andre Iguodala, who you paid.
Be careful.
Well, you better be careful. You paid him 2.2 last year to not play, which ended up being about $10 million in total. So this year they're probably not going to be doing that.
Yeah, and he didn't officially. Well, he
retire?
Did. Right.
He announced he was going to retire,
but
I don't know if he put the papers in yet.
Right.
He got the papers.
Yeah, so, look, I went back and forth with it for a while, the Iguodala thing. Then when it came out, somebody said, if the players don't have a problem with it, then why should we? And that's where I left that one. But the players aren't paying the contracts, so that changes things. And I think that last year was probably the last year they would allow it. Now it's, hey, guys, the honeymoon is over. We did not win. Right, we lost in the second round. We can't afford to do this again. How the Heat have done it for years, but the Heat don't have a championship. They've gone to a couple finals,
right?
But they have not won a
and
championship.
You mean they've done it for years?
Haslam.
Yeah, in terms of paying a guy to just kind of hang out,
to kick it.
Yeah,
to kick it.
Well, Haslam played way more last year than Iguodala
which is
did.
insane.
Right,
insane.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of at least earning your keep.
Yeah,
Haslam played in a bunch of games. Iguodala played in 4 games.
Right.
So, and
he looked good on the sideline.
Oh, he looked great. And you can do whatever you want with your money. Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, and all the rest of the owners. I'm not owning the Warriors. I don't have a piece of the Warriors.
Not yet.
I wish I did. A couple more of these holiday shifts, and maybe I'll have enough Skrilla to be able to get in there and get a piece of it. But if you want to pay a guy to sit there and look good in streets, go ahead and pay him. But miss me with this whole idea of the mentorship of a guy when you have another veteran punch a young player in the face.
Yeah.
You've got a young player who can't be played and he has to get traded. You have another young player who basically shut it down in the playoffs. So who, in fact, was being mentored by Andre Iguodala?
You could make the argument that the Warriors signed Andre Iguodala to be a mentor, and then leading into that season had the worst culture in the whole dynasty run. And that's not Andre Iguodala's fault. My point is that the idea of him being able to help, I never bought into anyway. And again, it's not my money. But you signed him to basically do one thing, and all it ended with was a complete divide, right? You had Jonathan Kuminga. You could hear, if you go back and listen to Dante DiVincenzo's press conference, that man was riding for Jordan Poole. He said, I will ride with him till the wheels fall off. Then you have Kuminga very heartbroken when Dante DiVincenzo signed, even though I'm sure everybody saw it coming. There was a clear divide in that locker room. I'm not putting it on Andre Iguodala, but I'm saying that it's the same thing, Dibs. You got kids, the older older siblings, they should have been able to right the ship, right? And this isn't necessarily a blame game, but dude, you guys you were okay with the divide happening, okay? You still got Jonathan Kuminga. So I think you need to go off into a retreat and go figure out what is going on. You need to go to Camp Concord or go up there, go somewhere and get your house in order before this next season starts.
No doubt. And to me, Andre Iguodala was brought in more as a bone throw to the veterans than he was as a mentor to the young players. And ultimately, you're right about the way the year went. There became a divide, and they were unable to fix it. Coming up here on the other side, we're going to play some Draymond comments from the Podcast P from Paul George in terms of Draymond Green talking about leadership and mentorship, because I think coming up into this upcoming year, it becomes even more important than ever before. Jordan Poole is gone. Kuminga and Moody are here. Wiseman's gone. You've got new rookies in. PBJ is gone. Rollins is gone. It is a time for a fresh start for Draymond Green and the veterans in terms of, trying to right the chemistry in that locker room. Looking to learn new skills and be part of a community? Visit Evolve Training Center, the Bay Area's premier training center. Classes range from boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and conditioning. All levels and ages are welcome. They believe in bringing the family and community together as one. So if you're interested in training like a pro without the blows, please visit evolvetrainingcenter.com to try your complimentary 2-week trial. That's evolvetrainingcenter.com. They cannot wait to welcome you soon. More from Draymond and the Podcast P coming up on the other side. Styles in for Willard on Willard and Dibs.
Hint Water. Delicious fruit-infused water with zero sugar or diet sweeteners. Hint is water with a touch of true fruit flavor. Available in stores across the U.S. or delivered to you at hintwater.com.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And welcome back. Happy July 3rd. It is 4th of July Eve. Our country's going to be, our country's going to be old, Alan, coming up tomorrow. It's going to be 247.
Wow.
Our country.
I love the young people.
I love the young country.
Yeah.
I remember the bicentennial. Actually, I'll never forget that day. It's a day that will live in infamy in my life. It was the day after we moved to Petaluma.
Wow.
July 4th, 1976. Young 7-year-old, almost 8-year-old Danny Dibley. And here's a little bit of a thumbnail sketch about how life was different then.
Okay.
So we moved from Marin. My grandpa had to sell our house that he owned. We were renting. We moved to Petaluma, bought this house, whatever. We move in on July 3rd. And the neighbors across the street are like, hey, we're going to the, Sonoma County Fair tomorrow. What do you think about us taking your kid and, we'll spend the day with them and go watch the fireworks? Sure, go ahead.
Right.
We'd never met these people. I'm not even 8 years old. So I spend the day with Lord knows who from across the street. Seriously, 10-hour day in Petaluma at the Petaluma Fairgrounds, at the Petaluma Fair, not the Sonoma County Fair, but watching the auto races and the fireworks. And it's like you think about now as a young father, imagining your 8-year-old daughter going anywhere with anyone without 2 forms of ID and like a radar tracker on them.
You know, it's a different time we're living in, Dibs. Different time we're living in. But you do bring up a good point. I don't know if you know this about me. We're getting to know each other here on the air and off the air.
It's great.
I'm a big fair guy, right? I mean, me and Dan, Dan knows this, and I already saw you on the text line talking about my chicken shawarmas. Don't worry. I caught you 510. I love the fair. And now with this
Where did you grow up? You grew up out here?
I grew up in Concord.
Oh,
I grew up in Concord. So it's all Alameda County. Alameda County Fair.
Is that Alameda County, Concord? Or that's
No, that's Contra Costa.
But Cocoa doesn't have a fair.
Shout out Cocoa County.
Do they have a fair?
I don't think so. I don't know. I always went to the Alameda County Fair, which is
the
in
Solano
Pleasanton.
County Fair is in Vallejo.
Right.
Rest in peace. They used to have the horse races there, right by Marine World, Six Flags.
Right, Six
as we now
Flags.
know.
Shout
it.
out Medusa.
Yeah, thank you. And then Kong, dude, that ride shook me up, dude.
Kong was always better than Medusa to me, by the way.
No doubt.
Always. And I'm glad it's finally getting its due.
While we're doing Stream of Consciousness Radio, before we get back to your love of the fair, my kids were at Marine World, aka Six Flags, the day that Michael Jackson died.
Okay.
I'll never forget it because I had to pick him up early for a family trip.
Yeah.
So I drove out there and I called the counselor, hey, can you bring him to the front gate so I could pick him up and take him to wherever we were going? And I was driving up there and, I mean, the news broke and I'm now sobbing in the car because, Michael Jackson that was it for me.
Right.
Born in the late 60s when he was popping, with the Jackson 5, that was my youth. And then Thriller and Off the Wall, that was my middle school, my high school. I mean, that was the sauce.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson. So
yeah, it's nuts the things that you remember.
Right?
Right. I mean, way more recent, but I distinctly remember I was leaving Panda Express when I literally saw the Kobe news. And I'll remember that forever just because of how it went down.
Which Panda?
The one in Oakland. Well,
okay.
the one in it's more
Is
like
it Emeryville?
Piedmont. No, more like Piedmont.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's up the hill a little bit.
I ask on behalf of my son, who's closer to age as you are than you are to me, but he's a big Panda guy.
Okay.
Big Panda fan.
My last Panda experience wasn't great, so now I'm shut down for a little bit. But I'll get back on it.
What's your Panda go-to?
My Panda go-to is normally half rice, half noodles, orange chicken, either Beijing beef or broccoli beef.
You're getting a knowing nod from the Grandy man in the back. I love that.
There
so
you go.
great.
Thank you.
Strong.
Thank you.
888-957-9570. What's your Panda order?
Yes.
It's holiday programming. We can get into it.
And don't even start with the get off your food. If you're on your food high horse, any food snobs, we don't want to hear it. All right. We know what Panda is the same way we know what Chipotle is. Chipotle. We don't need to hear how it's not this and not that. We already know.
Thank you.
And just like Stephen A. and Mike Tomlin said, we don't care. We do not care. All right. But, like I was saying, back to the fair, I don't know how much I'm going to do at the fair this year because of the leg, but I'm a huge fair guy, man. And if you haven't been to a fair, for anybody out there, Alameda County Fair does it great. We went to the state fair last year out there in Sacramento. That was great too. So get out there. You got kids. They love the fair. They do pig races at the Alameda County Fair. I may or may not bet a couple quarters with my wife. It's a great time.
So what's your go-to when you go to the fair? So you're going to go to the fair.
You got to go to the
all
fair.
Your calls coming up here momentarily, and I got Draymond sound to play as well. But this is, to me, far more important. The Marin County Fair is going on right now as well. Alameda County Fair. I lived in Alameda County for, darn near 25 years. Raised my first 2 kids in Alameda County. Now I'm out in Cocoa.
Okay.
I feel like I'm fairless.
That's right.
And, my baby's a little older than your baby. I got a 10-month-old. She's not quite ready for the giant turkey leg and, all of the rigmarole of the fair. But when you think about the fair, what's your big, I got to get to the fair for this?
I'm working on my health as well. So this is only a once-a-year thing.
Funnel cake?
And by the way, the Comcast Business Text line is saying that Cocoa County has one, but it's in Antioch and it's only a weekend. And, so you got to figure out what's going on there. But my go-to dibs, a deep fried Snickers. Deep fried Snickers. It's outstanding.
I mean, what exactly is it deep fried in?
So they freeze it.
Because I love a Snickers.
They freeze it, and then, they coat that thing, right, with, not breading, but,
batter.
But batter.
Yeah.
Okay. They batter it up, and they fry it immediately.
Dude is fit.
They fry it immediately, and you get after it, right? So the deep fried Snickers, that's my go-to. What else do I like out there? I had the elote, the hot Cheetos elote corn, where it's elote corn, and then they sprinkle the hot Cheetos on it. That one's a good go-to as well.
That's so good.
I gotta go. You know what? I'll just ice my foot after. I'll be fine.
No, for sure. And I'm surprised you didn't have one of those sleds because as you got a torn Achilles, and normally you see that you got the knee sled and you're working the 1 foot.
I have the wheelie, but we had those stairs, and I didn't want to. And then I took an Uber here because my wife didn't want me to drive because I just got the cast off.
Gotcha.
So I don't. Hey, can you pop the trunk? And of course, it was like a Tesla. It wouldn't have fit. They probably would have been mad. So I just took the crutches, and then I almost fell up the stairs.
Mark Grandy joins us with his fair go-to, I think, from the back. He's been champing at the bit to jump in. Grandy, what do you go to at the fair?
Well, this isn't my go-to personally, but I lived in Iowa for 2 years randomly, and the Iowa State Fair is a gigantic deal out there, and the go-to item for a lot of Iowans at the Iowa State Fair, legitimately, is a deep-fried stick of butter. I'm not even joking.
I've heard of that.
I am not joking.
That.
It's disgusting.
I would try. I would try that.
No, you don't want to.
I would try it once. Maybe I'll split it with someone. I don't know if I need all that.
While we're getting to know each other, Grandy, all of us here, and Alan Stiles is in for Mark Willard here on a holiday Monday. What the hell were you doing in Iowa for 2 years?
I worked there out of college for 2 years. Yeah. Just doing play-by-play, and I was a small radio station. I was a sports director out there.
I knew that.
Come on, Dibs.
I don't get a lot of chance to get to know Grandy because when Willard's in the A chair, he's driving the bus, and all that Grandy usually does is buzz me when I say things that are wrong, which is usually every other sentence that I utter. I'll say something that's wrong, and he's so quick for that. Yeah, exactly. He shuts me down, so we don't often have this opportunity to share. In terms of, who is Mark Grandy?
Yeah.
Who's the Grandy man behind the scenes?
I had to, it took me a while because I don't know why I thought this, but I kept listening to hear somebody else pronounce his last name because I didn't know, Grandy, I didn't know if it was Grandy.
Gotcha.
So I kept waiting to hear somebody say it before I said something.
You could just ask me. That would have been fine.
I don't want to ask.
That's awkward.
I'd rather just tell you on the air.
Well, especially when you know somebody for a certain amount of time and you can't remember their name.
Right.
You can't then ask that person their name.
So I think I called him Mark for about the first 5 months I worked here until I figured out, okay, it's Grandy. All right, I got this.
It's funny because Sterling, who was in earlier, I didn't really know his name. And by like the 9th time that he had come in, I was thinking to myself, I don't even know if I know this guy's name.
Yeah.
Is it Starlin? Is it Starlin Castro? So then you wait for somebody to say his name.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, Sterling, how you doing? And you try to play it off like you've known all along.
Well, that's what's happening with my neighbors a lot. So luckily, like I said, my mom's been over. So we're using my mom to reintroduce her to neighbors that we can't remember their names. Hey, this is my mom. Then we get the name and okay, let's make sure we remember it this time.
And the baby's perfect for that too. She's a great icebreaker.
That's right.
You just trot her out with that cute little bow on her head, and your baby is gorgeous.
Thank you.
You know, you just point that baby at somebody,
Yeah.
and it's like, hey, have you met my baby? Oh, hi, I'm Jim. Of course you're
Yeah,
Jim.
I'm
Hey.
like, Jim.
Totally,
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
And you try to bring it home from there. Styles is in for Willard. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. We're going to go to the phones momentarily. Joey, I see you and others out there. 888-957-9570. We're still weighing in on the Chris Paul trade, but Draymond Green talked on the Podcast P with Paul George podcast about what CP3 might mean next year.
Last year, Steph and I got split up a lot. And me and Steph together are dangerous. Our minutes got split up a bunch because our second unit couldn't figure it out. We couldn't figure the second unit out. So in turn, I got put into the second unit to help stabilize
Had to
that
stagger
unit.
y'all.
And that's like 15 less minutes a game that we're together.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think due to our roster, it took some of that away. Well, now CP can anchor that unit. You know, whether he starts or come off I don't know. I haven't had the chance to talk to Steve. I don't know. But I know he will see some time with that unit.
Mm-hmm.
And he can anchor that unit. And I think that is a big thing into unlocking our team again.
Anchoring the second unit, Alan, what do you think about that notion in terms of not only can Draymond then play more with Steph, and we know that that's the best combination in Warriors history, that Steph, Draymond, syncopation, what they do together, but can CP3 really unlock Kuminga and maybe unlock Moody?
I think that in theory he can. You know, first of all, you got to stay on the court, which we're hoping he's able to do. And when you look at what CP3 has done throughout his career, and Draymond talked about how he was good with young guys, and Draymond brought up DeAndre Ayton. How about before that? I think CP3, even though it was time is so confusing nowadays, but 4 or 5 years ago with what CP3 did in OKC, right? And he made that push for a team that nobody really thought they'd do anything. And he helped make that OKC team very competitive. That to me was more of a show of what CP3 can do with younger guys. So I do think he's going to be able to get these guys looks. And again, he knows the game so well. We talked about Andre Iguodala trying to be a mentor on and off the court. We've seen him talk with guys. But CP3, as much of what he's going to do on the court, it's also off the court. Look, everybody thinks that Jonathan Kuminga is, he is unique. But Jonathan Kuminga is not the first version of Jonathan Kuminga. CP3 has seen a guy like this before. He's going to help and say, hey, back in my, I had a guy who could jump out the gym, who could do something. I got a player comp in my mind, and you should work on doing things like this more. So it's not just going to happen and same with Moody. So it's not going to just happen on the court. It's also going to happen off the court. We hear so often with all these guys, when you see their camps that they go to when they're talking to these kids, and they talk to me about it in baseball as well. They used to be like, hey, you kind of look like Kenny Lofton, play like Kenny Lofton, make your game like that. And they say the same thing to these guys at these camps. Hey, pick somebody that you think your game is similar to and be realistic, and that's what you should do. And I think Chris Paul is going to help on the court with getting these guys looks, and also off the court with just the maturation of the young guys and how they can develop on the court and off the court into the players that they think that they can be.
Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard here, 95-7 the game. I do want to get into the Kenny Lofton comp coming up because
I had to sneak it in quick.
No, it's great. And I'm a huge fan. I've never seen you play baseball, but I definitely Googled you.
I'll send you the YouTube.
When I found out that you were a D1 player, I Googled you and I was impressed by the numbers, the metrics, and I see your size and, you are diminutive. Kenny Lofton.
I can put some lifts in the cleats and get up to about 5'9". You know what I mean? I can do it.
Yeah. And I think Kenny was a little bit taller than that, and Kenny did play D1 basketball as well. So I feel like it's a little bit lofty, pun intended, for you to go Kenny Lofton.
Hey, you know what?
That's not a 2. It works.
Go on perfectgame.com and find it. They said it, not me, Dibs. They said it. Ball hawk. similar to Kenny Lofton.
Perfectgame.com.
Perfectgame.com.
/ ancient history now.
If it's still there.
/ broken down
well, my
outfielders.
parents paid, so it better still be there. And by the way, somebody on the Comcast business text line said, Guru is how old and never tore anything, and Styles tore something. You know, I tore it because I'm so explosive, my body couldn't handle it. That's why.
If you were, and again, you and I are getting along great. It's a new friendship, and I hope that this is going to blossom for years to come. However, if you were that explosive, you wouldn't be playing where you were playing in Alameda.
I was cooking,
running
Dibs.
it up on a bunch of 50-year-old Bay Farm bums. Because I know where you were playing, and I've been out there.
It was a competitive run, and that's where I shine when the lights shine brightest.
Joey in Stockton, please help me pivot from Alan Styles running it up on 50-year-old white guys. What's going on, Joey?
What's up, Dipper Claus? How you doing today?
I'm living the dream. I'm working with Alan Styles. I've waited for, how long you been with the station?
Almost 2 years.
I've been waiting almost 2 years for this moment, Joey.
Hey, I'm loving it. I love your guys' show. Awesome all the time. I wanted to touch on the CP3 trade. But first I wanted to say I didn't know Contra Costa County Contra Costa County had a fairground. I'm from Concord myself. 925, baby.
There you go.
Anyway, personally, I'm iffy on it, but actually I think I'm coming around to it. I like the CP3 trade. I was rooting for Jordan Poole myself. Pool party, looking at it. But let's look at the legitimate. He turned over the ball, and he here and there passed the ball. CP3, he'll get those assists up. He will keep he's quote unquote floor general for the second unit. And I love that Draymond said that, because honestly, Kuminga, CP3, I see, now you can dang near quote me on this, I foresee a Lob City, 3.0 now?
Yeah,
But
it's something, Joey.
I think there's a lot to come, and honestly, I want to see it. I want to see it, and I see a run coming, but they need length. They need length. They need length. They need length. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Thank you, Joey. Appreciate it and enjoy Stockton. As Fitz would famously say, size matters. They do need length, but I do think that with TJD, they've got a certain amount of size and length. Tied Jackson Davis, 6'9" and change. He's got the 7+ wingspan, 4 years at Indiana, 23 years of age, son of an NBA player. And I do believe that the Warriors now have the most sons of NBA players on a team in history.
Yeah.
They lost one and then they gained another one back.
Right.
So
you got to keep the numbers right. Yeah, hey, look.
Right.
Here's the thing about the Chris Paul deal. I think that if you think about the ceiling of it, I don't think that there's a Warriors fan that would say this isn't going to be at least very competitive, right? That doesn't put the Warriors in the mix, because they're always in the mix because they have Steph Curry. Now you add another future Hall of Famer in Chris Paul. The issue is we don't know about Chris Paul. My biggest two worries, Chris Paul and his injuries, right? His availability, and number two, defense. Jordan Poole. Now, I do believe that Chris Paul might give you a little bit more effort-wise, and to me, you basically cross yourself out, right? Losing Jordan Poole and gaining Chris Paul, I don't know how much better. I think Chris Paul, again, is a smarter player and is going to do some things to maybe bait some fouls, even though they're working on getting rid of the flops and things like that. But defensively, you still have a guy out there that they're going to say, I smell barbecue chicken. Let's get that switch.
Yeah.
So any lineup you put out there, there's going to be some version of a mismatch. And that's not to disrespect Steph, but they did do it to Steph legitimately this past playoffs, and LeBron got some buckets off that.
Yeah, they're going to have to junk it up defensively even more so, because Dante DiVincenzo is a good defender. Not elite, but a good
He was
sturdy.
overrated, though, as a defender.
Yes, but better than Jordan Poole,
Well, yes.
and maybe better than Steph Curry, or right in that same vein as Steph Curry. And the other piece of this defensively, Alan, is that Klay Thompson can't really guard the ball as he used to be able to guard the ball. And this is a Matt Steinmetz point, and Steiny back on Wednesday. He's out golfing today, but he will remind you that when you don't have Klay on the ball, that means Klay is now defending off the ball where he's not as good off the ball. So not only does it weaken your on-ball defense, but it also weakens your off-ball defense because Klay's not as good off the ball as other defenders are. And so right now, in terms of on-ball defense in the backcourt, you've got GP2 and end of list. So if you're facing...
And don't let him get injured.
Right. Well, don't let anyone get injured. And you mentioned that about Chris Paul, and I think you're right. And it's low-hanging fruit, but it's fruit that must be picked. And I've got a plum tree, and if you don't pluck the low-hanging fruit, what happens is you wake up and it's on the ground and it's rotted.
Yeah.
So the whole thing about low-hanging fruit, you have to pick that low-hanging fruit because a lot of times it's the ripest and it's ready to go. And that's where we are with the injury bug.
Sure.
Because if Chris Paul gets hurt, or Steph, or Klay, or Draymond,
They're done.
They're done. And we know that. So you have to say it because you have to say it, but at the same time, you know that there's going to have to be more to it than that. You can survive an injury to any of those four as long as they don't overlap each other. And that's kind of where I am in terms of the injury bug. And honestly, if you get to the end of the year and they're all healthy, I like where this team potentially would be. Now, Chris Paul, he doesn't get hurt as much as people want to think. He gets hurt in the playoffs occasionally. If you look at his career is not one of incredible durability, but he's not completely injury prone either. I think we overstate how injury prone he is because we remember this past postseason where he was hurt.
Well, there have been a couple. I mean, let's be honest.
And he's 38.
The Warriors were in a precarious situation.
Against Houston, yeah.
Against Houston, and he goes down. So it's all about, maybe it's less about quantity and more about the quality, and the times that he's went down have been so important that people can't overlook that. And then the whole thing with, and I'm not saying it's false, but when they got destroyed at home, when they got Luka at home, oh, well, they were sick or whatever it was. It's just excuses. I mean, an excuse doesn't mean that it's not true, but I don't know what to do with that. So you might be right in terms of how much he actually gets hurt. Well, then fine, Dibs. Just don't get hurt when we need you.
Right, which is in April.
Yeah.
And, you need to have, and I think that this is where Rick Celebrini plays a big role this year, the strength and conditioning.
He got to be
guru.
MVP.
He's got to be. And it's not only for Chris Paul, but it's for Draymond. And you notice every time Draymond comes off the floor, he has ice on his knees.
Man.
Every single time. Ice up, son.
He looks like a transformer.
He's like Styles when we go to break. I mean, you got to ice up Styles.
Yeah, Dibs got to carry me over. I got to, elevate my foot during breaks, but thank you for that.
Of course, no. And take it from a guy who, at 54, I'm a good couple decades older than you, and I ice up every single night, whether it's the good knee or the bad knee, which is no longer, like the good knee is no longer the good knee. Yeah. It's just better than the bad knee. Yeah. And, occasionally you go to the elbow and whatever it takes, but, you got to make sure you're able to answer the bell for the next day.
You have to. Got to get to work in the morning.
Speaking of getting to work, coming up here in about 18 hours' time, an American hero, Alan, will take to the stage to try to get title number 16. Tom Brady, he's not the GOAT. LeBron or Jordan, miss me with that. Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, these are posers. The real American hero of American sport joins us. Well, me, because you weren't here on Friday, on the other side. Nathan's hot dog eating contest is tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Joey Chestnut goes for title number 16. I had a chance to talk to him on Friday. You'll hear that exclusive interview on the other side. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Joey Chestnut, American hero. On the other side, it's Willard and Dibs with Alan Stiles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
Expect big things.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it is my esteemed pleasure to be joined by the GOAT. And you can take Jerry Rice and put him aside. LeBron and Michael Jordan, I could care less. Ted Williams, Babe Ruth, Shohei Ohtani, the real GOAT, the champion of America. A real American hero joins us now. Joey Chestnut on the eve of another chance at the mustard belt and the hot dog eating contest at Coney Island. Joey Chestnut with us here on 95.7 The Game. Joey, what's going on?
Oh, man, I'm amped. I'm getting hungry and trying to stay focused.
I love it. Let's talk about the hunger first, because so many people want to know how you prepare for the hot dog eating contest. And I guess the assumption is that you eat big the night before, or maybe you starve the night before. But what does a real eating champion like yourself do in terms of preparing for a monster contest like this?
Oh, I used to starve for about 2 days, like a full-on cleanse. Now these days, I get a little bit of protein supplement, and the day before, it's still a lot of water. I'm drinking water a gallon and a half, probably in about a minute and 20 seconds. So the day before, I do that once. Day of the contest, tomorrow, I'll be at 5 a.m. I'll do a gallon of water, and hopefully under 15 seconds. And then I'll be just doing some stretching and yoga, and I'll just make sure that I'm continue to be loose and ready to go and ready for the contest.
A gallon and a half is a ton. I mean, most of us try to get through a gallon over the course of a day. So you'll do a gallon and a half in a minute or so. And is that just to try to get your stomach ready to be able to stretch out to ingest 70 plus hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes?
Well, it's a couple things. While I'm drinking, I'm counting the gulps. So I'm stretching the muscles in my throat, my esophagus, and making sure that those muscles are strong and loose. Also, when you stop eating food, solid food, everybody knows that your stomach it feels like it shrinks, but it's not really shrinking. It's the muscles around your stomach. So I'm just keeping, even though I'm not eating any solid food, I'm still really actually empty, but the water will stretch out the muscles, and then it'll digest, and it'll help making sure that those muscles are ready to stretch for when I eat in the contest.
Joey Jaws Chestnut here on the eve of the hot dog eating contest on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk about just the raw musculature of what you do, because I've had this debate with so many people, Joey, about the fact that you are an athlete, that you have muscles that you use. They may not be hamstrings or quads. They may not be lats or, bis or tris, but what are the biggest muscles that you use in terms of how you get through all those hot dogs in 10 minutes?
Well, clearly the jaws are really important, and so there's different workouts I use, different things I do to work out my jaws. But then a little bit harder to work out are the muscles in my throat and esophagus. I practice burping and doing weird neck raises to make sure those muscles, those little muscles that most people like when they eat a meal, they're moving 2 pounds of food. During my contest, I'm moving 17 pounds of food in 10 minutes. So those little muscles, they have to get with the program, and I make them adapt, and it's no longer eating. It's eating with urgency. That's when I'm doing practices and contests. It's not. There's nothing leisurely about it, and I'm sweating. My heart rate's up, and I'm pushing it.
How important is breathing in what you do? Because we all watch you, Joey. Every 4th of July now, in my house anyway, starts with watching you and the warm-up. And you do that movement with your jaw where you try to stretch it out. And even when you eat, the way you eat the dogs and the buns, you do a certain head movement. It's almost like a up and down vertical gyration. Is that part of what makes it easier for you from a muscle memory standpoint to be able to put that much bun and dog in your mouth?
Yeah, there's muscle memory, and so when I'm working out certain muscles, I'm like, part of my routine is I'm doing simulated eating, except I'm not eating, so I'm just going back to my happy place, when I'm actually eating, and the way I swallow, or like the way I eat it, it's all practice, and it's great when sometimes I go through a contest and I don't even think about it. Other times I get flustered and little things happen, and I have to go back and find the rhythm and just to get through it. But I'm hoping to find my happy place early on in the contest, and the time it's going to be I'll teleport into 78 hot dogs.
Joey Jaws Chestnut here on 95.7 The Game, going for yellow mustard belt number 16. And, Joey, when you talk about your happy place, what does that look like for you? Because, you're up on that stage and there are 20,000 or so people at Surf and Stillwell, national TV audience. I mean, this is the major. This is the Super Bowl of competitive eating. How do you find your way into that happy place year in and year out? You've won 15 of the last 16 belts.
Oh yeah, you mentioned breathing earlier, and so the happy place is I'm amped up, but also calm at the same time, and I sneak in my breath through my nose, and it's staying calm and never not forgetting to hold my breath, and just getting in that rhythm, and if I'm in that rhythm, I'm comfortable, and whatever. It's easy for me to ignore any feelings, whether I feel tired. I know I'm not that tired. I can keep pushing through the 10 minutes. If I feel full, I know I'm not that full. I know I've eaten more before, and I can keep pushing. So it's when I'm in the happy place, I'm gonna just push it.
Joey Chestnut here on 95.7 The Game. Your happy place seems to be July 4th on Coney Island, Surf and Stillwell. What's left for you, though, Joey, in terms of this contest? Because it feels like there aren't that many challengers out there who can really push you. Are you looking at 80 hot dogs and buns as maybe setting a mark that cannot be touched? Or what's the end game for you in terms of how you want to leave your legacy as the greatest eater of all time?
Oh, I don't know. It's looking at the end is I'm right now. I'm thinking about even next year. Thinking oh my god, next year I'm comparing my notes, looking at my notes from practices and saying, oh, next year I should do this. So I'm not looking at an end. I'm looking to have fun, and eating's fun for me. Competition's fun. My manager, we've been talking to Kobayashi, and we'll see if we can put something together. It'd be great to go to Japan, eat against him, do some food contests, eating contests other places, and I'm in a really good place. I'm just happy and healthy, and I hope I keep kicking butt.
I mean, you got to think about Tom Brady in terms of how long he was the greatest of all time, and Barry Bonds played well into his 40s, and now you're coming up on your 40th birthday. Do you see a last hurrah against Kobayashi as maybe the final unchecked box? And I know you've already beaten Kobayashi. He had your number early on, but then you got over at the hot dog contest on Kobayashi. Do you feel like that would be a nice way to kind of close the final chapter on your eating career, or do you see yourself eating well into your 40s and maybe into your early 50s?
I definitely probably not the 50s, but when you say eating into the 50s, I hope I'm eating. If I'm not eating, I'll be dead. But
that's a good point.
Competitive eating is a different story. But I'm gonna, I think Tom Brady was 45. I got a ways to go, and I feel like, when I was younger, I took a lot of my ability for granted, and I didn't work very hard at maintaining my health. And now I'm a little bit older. I had an injury last year, so I'm putting a little bit more work into being physically fit. So even though I'm older, I'm I guess more able-bodied. So I'm able to push myself harder, and I feel like this is going to go a little bit longer. And how long I don't know, but I'm just taking a day at a time, or contest at a time.
I love it, but it's Joey Chestnut here on 95.7 The Game. Before I ask you about the aftermath, which is the question that everybody has post-contest, I want to ask you about the scientific question about nature versus nurture. Did you become a great, elite, the best of all time competitive eater based on your own genetic ability, or was it something that you actually trained for and were able to develop over time? And when did you discover that you were a better eater in terms of eating better than any other person?
Well, most people will say that it's a combination of both. Naturally, I'm a fast eater, but when I started eating, my first contest was I did 20 and a half hot dogs, and that's the most I could do, and I was full. And now through nurture and training, and pushing myself and getting my mind keeping my mind in the right place, and competition, I feel the same kind of full feeling when I eat 75, 76 hot dogs, 77. So I think anybody who pushes themselves, you have to. You're not just born that way. You have to train.
Just a couple more here with Joey Chestnut here on 95.7 The Game. We do appreciate your time, Joey, on the eve of the Super Bowl of competitive eating. When it comes to competitive eating, is there a food that you look forward to more than any other food as far as wanting to eat in mass quantities?
Oh my gosh! Well, hot dogs is definitely it's the biggest contest of the year. My body is it's adapted. It feels comfortable. Digesting a silly amount of them. I mean, we're talking it's comfortable. If you know how everybody growing up in college, they have their favorite liquor or beer. My favorite thing is hot dogs, and it's easy for my body, and my body knows it and is comfortable with it. So I look forward to this contest.
What is the day after like, Joey? And you don't have to be any more graphic than you want to be, but what does your body go through after the contest where you put down 76 hot dogs and 76 soaked buns?
Oh, there's rounds in different phases, I guess. And I'm lethargic, and I'm thirsty. I'm still bloated, and things are coming in waves. So you're. Even if I'm not hungry, I'm trying to eat just super high fiber food and just try to keep things moving. Because if I let things sit, if I go to sleep and don't move around, I'll just feel bloated for even longer. And so I like to walk around and make sure I'm drinking and trying to keep things moving. Without getting too graphic. I don't run very far very often, but I'm running quick after the contest.
I love it, Joey. You got to keep it moving. And just one more from my producer who asks, have you ever taken any inspiration from watching how other animal species devour large amounts of food, like an anaconda or a Komodo dragon? Is there another animal out there in Kingdom Animalia who inspires you to do what you do?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. My German Shepherd, Thorn. He was an awesome dog. He used to eat really, really fast, and that dog, he would. I never actually did a contest between the two of us, but he was the way he just attacks the food. Sometimes I imagine myself, you got to attack it, and it's not pretty eating. It's not eating necessarily for not for enjoyment. This is something I'm trying to devour the food and devour the competition.
So forget Badlands Booker, forget Kobayashi. It's your German Shepherd. Who would be your biggest rival?
Yeah, I would I would give anything to be able to eat against that dog right now.
That's fantastic. Joey, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tomorrow. We'll all be watching, and just know that all of America on this July 4th will be behind you. And remember, Joey, you got to soak the bun.
Oh, get the buns wet, baby.
Joey Chestnut, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Good luck tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
It is so good. So good. Thank you, Joey, for joining us here on the eve of your big contest. And I know he joined us on Friday. And I feel bad that Alan was not a part of that because I know you had questions. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. The hot dog eating contest is tomorrow. Is it something that you watch? Are you grossed out by it? Is it a tune-out? What do you think about it?
I'm watching it. Well, I told you how I didn't realize I was watching last year's yesterday. Right. So I watched about 5 of the previous ones in a row before it dawned on me. And did you know you ended with soak the buns? You know there's a limit. You can only soak it for under 5 seconds, I believe. Each
bun.
Each bun. You can't just let it sit in there.
I didn't know
in
that.
And out. Yeah, in and out. Got to get it.
You got to put it in and out. Well, normally Joey doesn't do anything in longer than 5 seconds, and so I mean the bun goes in.
Right.
And if you watch him. And this is not the way that I'll eat my hot dog tomorrow at my barbecue, but
you shouldn't.
He will plunge the bun in, and as he takes it out, he will ball it into a tiny, like smaller than a cue ball, more like a golf ball, then pop that baby in.
I can watch the highlights, but am I squinting through most of it? Yeah, I am.
Oh, I'm fascinated, and it's going to be tough because you and I both have babies. Your baby is 2 and change, and mine is 10 plus months. We're talking months here. And so because I'm now doing afternoons, I've become the king of breakfast. And so my duty now is from when baby wakes up, usually about 8 o'clock, and until she goes down for her first nap, usually about 11.
Right.
And then I come to work. So my block of time is 8 to 11. No way in hell I'm going to be able to have the baby and like, hey, baby, let's pop on Uncle Joey and watch him go to town for 10 minutes.
Right.
So I don't know how I'm going to be able to watch Joey do his thing tomorrow because that's daddy time for me.
So what you're saying is, well, I mean, the actual competition isn't very long. You can't watch all the stuff leading up to it, but I mean, the race is
it's 10 minutes.
You can get through 10 minutes.
I mean, can I? So I put baby girl. We've turned our living room into the playroom.
She won't watch.
Oh, if she gets caught watching, if my wife were to come downstairs and see,
it's not good.
Oh, it's beyond not good, Coach. You want to talk about all bad? You want to talk about soak the bun?
It's 10 minutes.
Your boy's in immediate,
and it's a holiday.
Right.
It's a little different.
So I'm going to spend my holiday time with my baby girl, and I love my daughter. You love your daughter. We're lucky men. We're girl dads.
There you go.
If I'm going to spend 10 minutes out of my QT, my quality time, exposing her to the brilliance of Joey Chestnut, I'm not imagining that would go very well.
All right. That's fair enough. Hey, it's a sport, so hey, we're just watching sports.
You think it's a sport?
Me personally, no. But people keep.
I was going to ask you. You don't think so?
No.
And I mean, 888-957-9570 is competitive eating a sport. And honestly, what makes a sport a sport? And this is where I want to ask you. And I also want to get into, what would you competitive eat if you had to? 888-957-9570. If you had to competitive eat, if you could get whatever, 10 grand, because I think that's what Joey wins for the hot dog contest. If you had to enter into one contest, what food would you competitive eat? So first question, is it a sport? And you say no. What makes a sport a sport?
To be honest, I'm not even quite sure, right? I mean, the argument is the whole learned skill thing. And then you have conversations about, is dancing a sport? If you do dance competitions or cheerleading, is that a sport? Right. I guess anything can be a sport if you really wanted to. Is bowling a sport?
Yeah, bowling is absolutely a sport.
Okay, so to me,
like what makes a sport
what
a
is
sport?
Athletic? I mean, what is athletic about competitive eating?
Well, first of all, there's hand-eye coordination. You have to be able to get the hot.
Just stop it. Just stop it.
You wouldn't even let me finish.
Just stop.
And you and I are getting along so well. The hand-eye coordination of hot dog going from hand to mouth.
All right.
Honestly, what makes it a sport is the musculature that it takes. And you heard the interview, my 15-minute wide-ranging interview.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about muscle memory and training and the skill that it takes to...
Please don't do that.
I can't help it. This is my favorite segment ever.
Man.
For the YouTube audience, you can see how mad Alan is right now. Alan has what we call fill-in regret, when you actually agree to fill in with the dibber, third person, first time third person. I think that the musculature that it takes, forget the hand-eye coordination, I'm joking. Although, you might, I put the bun in my eye. The hand-eye coordination, forget it. But the musculature that it takes.
And then it would be on the ticker, on the SportsCenter ticker. Out, eye, bun in eye. Totally. Out 2 to 6 weeks.
Chestnut day to day, bun in eye.
On the IR. 415 on the Comcast Business Text line. Dibs and Styles, it's competitive, so it's a sport. We couldn't do it. My food would be shrimp fried rice, which is a great pick. But what are we doing here, 415? If it's just anything competitive that not any... First of all, if it's just anything competitive, what are we talking about? Second of all, if it's anything that we can't do that someone else can do, look, if everything is a sport, that's fine.
Is poker a sport?
No, not to me.
You're using your brain.
Poker, I would say competitive
and you
eating
might
is
get
more
a
of a
paper
sport.
cut if you pull your
competitive eating is more of a sport than poker.
Okay.
And I saw somebody, so don't get me started, YouTube chat, because you might not know this, Dibs, but once I get right, now Craig is the best bowler at the station. That guy gets down. But I'm going to take second place. I'll tell you that much. All right.
Oh, we'll see about that.
I love bowling.
I'm a spare machine.
And I have people saying, talking bad about bowling. Here's my question. I know you have to walk to 18, but how much more athletic is golf than bowling?
About 41%. In bowling, do you realize how far you walk? Not including the time where you go to take a leak and get a beer.
I understand you walk to 18, but the actual
action
movement,
involved. Yeah.
Yes, the actual movement.
It's more golf. I would say would be more arduous. Take the walk out.
Mm-hmm.
Golf is still more arduous, and you use more muscles in golf than you do in bowling.
But I don't think it's as far apart as some may think.
If you take the walk out, it's closer. But I think bowling is closer to darts. In terms of
that's fair,
the athletic, because in bowling, and I was watching bowling over the weekend. I'm embarrassed to admit.
Oh no, I do all the time.
No,
my guy with the fro.
That would be it's Guppy Troop's son, I believe. He's I think he's a third generation legend. I was watching the guy with the two-handed throw.
Yeah.
He threw a 300, and they went to a shootout, and he lost. But most bowlers, it's a 6-step waddle, and then you chuck the ball. Darts, you don't actually move, so darts and bowling to me are a little bit more closely associated.
His name is Kyle Troop.
I just nailed it. Yeah, Guppy Troop's kid.
And you know what? You go to some of these places where you're on a time limit. I'll tell you what, Dibs. I'm getting me 3 games in. I'm getting 4 games in. I will be sweating. My Apple Watch, they have a bowling. It's a sport if it's on your Apple Watch. If you don't have to add it to your Apple Watch, it's a sport. And bowling is on the Apple Watch.
Well, this is unfair because when I had an Apple Watch, I tried to put in refereeing, and they don't have a thing for refereeing.
Not a sport.
But when I referee, I'm getting a lot more Apple Watch points than you are bowling. That's for damn sure.
But
I'm going baseline to baseline.
But are we basing a sport on how many calories you burn?
888-957-9570. Is eating a sport? What makes a sport? Joe in Alameda, I see your call. We do want to get to it. And also, we're going to talk a little bit of Giants on the other side as well. We're coming off the Joey Chestnut interview. More from Alan Styles coming up on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs with Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Get the buns wet, baby.
We're at it again, California. The hottest offers of the summer are back. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever. The 4th of July.
Hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
The skill that it takes to.
Please don't do that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Our first awkward moment together, Alan. It's Styles and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. Please don't do that. I was showcasing my competitive eating jaw skills, and Alan thought that it was too much too soon. I backed away. I get it.
I appreciate we're just going in, just diving in.
Yeah.
You have to.
I'm an open book.
But we've seen it now.
I tried to do authentic radio. I try to be as authentic as I can.
Yeah.
Alan and I getting to know each other on the air and off, and so far I think pretty good here. 2 hours and 18 in.
Oh yeah, I would definitely say so. Yeah, I appreciate the commitment to the bit, but I think with you, Dibbs, we know how you are.
Yeah.
We know you're the off the wall guy. You're gonna do things that sports radio needs more of, to be completely honest.
Well,
and I've only seen or heard it from a distance, some of our crosstalks and things like that.
Yeah.
So I asked for the full thing, and I'm getting the full thing.
You're getting it. Whether or not, ready or not, here we come.
Yes.
Is the way we're doing it.
There you go.
A little bit of competitive eating talk here. Is it a sport? 888-957-9570. And also, if you had to competitive eat, what's your food? Alan answers that here momentarily. And we're also going to get into some Giants talk here at 4:30. I got some questions for Alan about this Giants team. They've hit a little bit of a rough patch, and things don't get easier today as they return home off of a very late night in New York. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears or competitive eats, you'll get to hear it and see it. Like and subscribe for all your 957 The Game content on YouTube. Joe in Alameda wants to talk about eating. What's going on, Joe?
What's going on, guys? Dibbs, I got to lean to your side, the good old Dibber right here. And the main reason is, I heard your comrade over there mention how his watch, monitors what he does and makes it a sport. But what about having a bona fide ESPN 30 for 30 that released in 2019 featuring your boy Chestnut and Kobayashi? I mean, in Japan, it's been competitive for decades and decades. We can't just put that to the side for anything, can we now, guys?
Yeah, Joe, thank you. 30 for 30 has spoken, Alan. If they do a 30 for 30, that means it's a sport. It's official.
Does compete equal sport? Can you only compete in a sport?
That's interesting.
Is spelling bee a sport? You compete.
Well, depends on if you have to write out, you have to write out all those letters.
How quick do you write it out? Get that watch moving again.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it as simple as if it's on ESPN, it's a sport? Is that easy enough? Should we do that?
I don't think so. I mean, who are they to determine what is a sport and what's not a sport? Because poker, we mentioned it. To me, poker's not a sport. It's called a card game.
Yeah.
Poker is a card game, and it doesn't make it a sport. And, if you talk about like chess, is chess a sport?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the rigors of having to move knight to rook 4.
What are we talking about here? Maybe speed chess.
I don't know.
Randy, there's a difference between a sport and a game. Like I think chess is a game,
right?
Poker is a game, but bowling, golf, competitive eating are sports.
All right. You brought it home. I appreciate that.
So here's my question. We know what the traditional sports are. Every sport has started somewhere, right? So does that mean if I go home and I decide, all right, this is what you got to do. If I got to, because I only got one leg right now. Okay, you got to hop on one leg around the kitchen 3 times, and then you got to open the fridge and close it. And whoever does that fastest wins. Did I just create a new sport?
You did.
Is that how it works?
That's exactly how it works.
Okay,
And,
all right. I'm just checking.
Are you familiar with parkour, for example? The sport of parkour.
I know what parkour is.
Right. So parkour is basically a bunch of young people running around jumping off stuff, and it's a sport.
You know what I've always wondered about parkour?
I tore my MCL doing parkour in Barcelona in '97, but that's a story for another day.
You know, like my question with parkour is, how do you practice? How do you practice parkour? Do you just get injured?
You look at an obstacle and you think, oh, I bet you that I could run and jump off that and do a backflip and land it. And everybody says, no way.
You're like, hey, I'm going to get some parkour practice in. You can't practice parkour. You just do it.
Right.
And hope you're good.
And parkour is now a sport. And skateboarding is a great example. Skateboarding used to just be, hey, you had a skateboard. I had a big banana back in 1978, and you rode your skateboard.
Lords of Dogtown.
And then, this is about the time where people started doing some crazy stuff on skateboards. And it's like, oh, wow, we can judge that. That's an 8. That's a 7. And it became a sport. So,
so then cheerleading is a sport as well.
Cheerleading is a sport. It's maybe the most dangerous sport.
Yeah.
If you look at the injuries. And, man, I don't know where the 30 for 30 is on cheerleading, but that thing is, my daughter will never cheerlead. That ass is dangerous.
Most of the things that we've talked about, I would probably put in front of competitive eating.
In terms of
how much of a sport it is, yes. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not here, shout out Joey Chestnut's San Jose's finest. It's a sport. I'm willing to say it's a sport.
What about cornhole? And this comes from the 510. Cornhole. The only text is cornhole. Is cornhole a sport? So
it's on ESPN.
But again, a lot of stuff is on ESPN. Like Stephen A. Smith and whatever show he's on is on ESPN.
Is a debate show a sport?
I don't think so.
Check his blood pressure.
There's no scoreboard.
Check.
There's no winner. There's no loser.
Check his heart rate.
Is cornhole a sport? Or is it just a bunch of middle-aged middle Americans from the red states throwing beanbags at each other? And I love cornhole.
Cornhole is not a sport, but I love cornhole. I love cornhole, but it's not a sport. You ever played washers?
It's kind of like cornhole, right? You got to throw washers in the hole.
It's a lot harder than cornhole, in my opinion.
Yeah, because the target's smaller.
Yes, but I love cornhole. It's not a sport, though. Come on now.
Horseshoes, not a sport?
No.
But darts is?
If you can hold something in one hand, which is usually a
beverage,
it's not a sport to me.
Bocce, not a sport?
No. Ping pong, of course. Easy.
And pickleball for sure, yeah.
I saw this on the YouTube chat. What about and speaking of, be careful all you pickleballers out there. When I tore my Achilles, they asked how I did it, and I said basketball, and they said a lot of people have been coming in. Achilles, pickleball. Be careful. Stretch those calves. Stretch those calves. Stretch those calves.
Yeah.
All right. But what I saw on the YouTube chat as well, pool, shooting pool, billiards. Is that a sport? Absolutely not.
Billiards, absolutely a sport.
Come on, man.
It takes hand-eye coordination. It takes flexibility. Have you ever tried to stretch out for that 7-ball in the corner pocket, Alan?
First of all, I will roast you at pool.
Okay. Watch your mouth.
And once I do, I will tell you I just beat you in a game. But if you beat me, you can say I just beat you in a sport.
I'll tell you what, Alan. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to go ahead and you pick your 5. Mm-hmm. I'll pick my 5. Okay. And we'll let Grandy pick the 11th. And we'll go head-to-head. And we'll see who comes out on top. Because I get overlooked a lot. Because, I joke around a lot.
5 for billiards?
No, 5 sports. You pick your 5 sports. I'll pick my 5 sports. And then Grandy will pick the 11th in case we need a tiebreaker, and we will go head for head. And you'll be surprised at your boy. You'll be very surprised at your boy.
I'm not. It's more about, it's not about you.
I'm feeling disrespected.
It's not about you, though.
You've never seen me with a pool cue in my hands. You've never seen me chalk up before getting the 6 ball in the side pocket.
And I'm a head case. It's better that I haven't seen you.
Yeah.
I can have ridiculous confidence because I haven't seen you.
And you don't know this. I have a very well-founded fear of left-handers, so you've got that advantage.
Well, what's even weirder.
My brother Mikey 2.0 is a lefty.
Shout out the lefties out there.
Yeah, you guys are a problem.
We are. We really are. I do shoot pool right-handed, though.
See,
that's the only thing I do in my life right-handed. It's bizarre.
You shoot pool right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that makes absolutely no sense.
It doesn't. But LeBron writes left-handed.
Well, and LeBron, but Baseball, you were bat
a
left,
lot of
throw
people
left,
do
right?
both.
You were bat left, throw left.
Yes.
And basketball, I've seen your jumper.
What is
which
the air quotes?
You don't leave the ground. Especially now. It's
Whoa.
a little bit of a push shot. It's, you know who it looks like?
Who?
Brendan Podziemski. Look up your Podziemski highlights.
So now he's my guy?
He's your guy.
Okay.
He shoots a lefty push shot a la Allen Styles.
Well, then that's why the Warriors took him. They saw my tape floating around Twitter. They thought, okay, Allen's out with an Achilles. Let's go get this guy. Let's get Podziemski.
888-957-9570. What would you competitive eat? Before I get Alan's answer, a little bit on the Comcast Business text line. Competitive video gaming.
That's a good one.
Is it a sport?
No.
Like if you're in a League of Legends, a 4x4, you're live at the Chase Center, there's 17,000 on hand because apparently people of your generation, are you Generation Z or are you a millennial?
I'm a millennial.
You're probably a millennial.
Yeah.
You millennials love watching each other play video games.
I missed that boat. But
like if your buddies are playing Madden, you won't sit there and like
if I'm in the
announce.
last time I watched Madden was when my older sister was getting married and we stayed the night somewhere, right? And they were playing Madden, so I just sat there. But I don't seek out watching Madden. I don't do that.
From the 925, Kayla Styles is a better bowler than Allen.
So now you're going to this now?
Well,
no. Because that came in a while ago.
During the break.
That came in a while ago. Now you're going to it now.
I'm going to it now because I thought it would be a fun opportunity for you to showcase something great about your better half.
Look, man.
She's a better bowler than you are.
I think we both have our days. I think we both have our days, but I will say we were in a Presidio league. She went 7 strikes in a row. The whole crowd or everybody else that was there started gathering around her to see if she could do it. She did not do it, but ended up with the 270, 280. She won highest score for a female in the league. She won that championship. I did not, and I have not gotten that high. I've gotten to about 240. So if it's based on who has ever scored the highest, like sure, she's better than me.
She had a better high game, yeah. But in general, you feel like that you can get over on the misses.
She's a lot more. I'm very high, very low, right? I run hot. You can count on what she's going to do. Very consistent.
She's $160 straight out of bed.
At worst.
Wow.
At worst.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's a better mini golfer? You or the misses? Because I know that you guys have been out there. I've seen some of it, and I follow you on all the socials, and so
there you go.
And you're a very public figure, and I appreciate that about you.
I'm working on it.
Your life is out there, but you will take her out mini golf.
Yeah. She got me last time in Alameda, but I let her win. She was like 6 months pregnant. I had to let her win.
Interesting. 4 months pregnant, you wouldn't let her win.
There's a line.
But
there's a line. There's definitely a line.
You get to early third trimester, and then you get to the
all right.
Is dodgeball a sport from the 510?
Yes.
Oh, from the 925. Styles had a pool table in his living room. He ain't losing. I think we got a mole here. We got a mole on the
Look,
Comcast
man, I don't know
Business
who
text
that
line.
is, man.
Who are you? But you did have a pool table in your living room?
Allegedly.
All right. If I can get you 4 or 5 drinks deep, I like my chances.
You might not.
That's when.
Because then I stop carrying it because I'm a head case. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
I think too much. Man, I think a little bit less.
Interesting.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I was trying to think of a name for us because we're both East Bay cats.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I always, whenever I'm on Bonte, I always roast him, no pun intended, because him and Shasky, they like, it's only
Very
if it's
city-centric.
this side of the bridge,
Yeah, yes.
that's all they care about. So I'm trying to think, we need a name, the East Bay blank, like everybody at the station that reps the East Bay, we're the East Bay blank.
I like that.
We got to think of something.
No, for sure.
Help us out on the text line, the East Bay blank.
888-957-9570. Your thoughts on that, plus Giants talk coming up. But I do want to find out what you would competitive eat if you had to eat. You got 10 minutes to eat against the best of the best, and you had an opportunity to eat your one go-to food. What would that be?
So I'm going to go with an easy one. I'm going to go tacos. It's easy.
Is
it's
it ground
clean.
beef? Is it
carne asada?
Okay.
Yeah, don't tell my doctor. But I once, I worked at, shout out Diablo Country Club, and I was working there for a summer job while I was in school, and we had the taco truck, so then when they let everybody eat, I went in, I took down about 12 tacos in 20 minutes.
12 and 20? That's pretty impressive.
Yes.
And those were carne asada.
Carne asada, chicken,
No
whatever
sour
they were
cream.
No. Come on,
Lettuce.
street tacos. No.
Yeah.
What are
no
you
lettuce?
talking about?
Just carne asada and
Cilantro, onions, a little bit of salsa.
Okay, that's it.
And lime, and obviously lime.
Right, but in a street taco, there would be no additional.
No additional.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In general, though, you're probably not in favor of sour cream.
I like.
You strike me as an anti-sour cream guy.
No. I like sour cream, but that's a super taco to me.
Right. Okay. And that's sour cream belongs more in a burrito. I think when you go taco, you do have to keep it clean.
That's right.
Maybe a little crema at the most, but in general, salsa, cilantro.
Street taco to me, the ones that I took down 12 of: meat, onions, cilantro, lime, and a little bit of salsa. Boom.
Solid. Boom.
12 and 20.
12 and 20.
12 and
That's
20.
impressive. And then a trip to the cardiologist.
And then I still had to finish my shift, and I was completely useless.
And what did you do at DCC?
I was just a guy there. There was an event. I'm there. I'm waiting tables. I waited for Vita Blue was in there a bunch.
Rest in peace.
Rest
man.
in peace.
Oh,
a lot of things. But then on those days, once you kind of made your way up the ranks, now I got to do the tennis events or the golf events and the what that was a pool party. So then they had the taco truck outside. So hey, it's break time. Make the tacos. You get cool with the taco truck people, and I'm saying, hey, I need it. I'm really hungry.
I love that. Yeah, Diablo Country Club is great. I got to play out there with Ed Dolinar, who was a great one of the founders of the Orlamar Golf Club.
There you go.
I've been out there in 20 years. I love Diablo Country Club. It recently redesigned.
Yes, I have not been out there since the redesign, but I need to get back.
Me either. Julie Hayner, I believe, is a Diablo Country Club resident, the Channel 2 anchor. We're getting some submissions here on the Comcast Business text line from the 925. Tacos or lumpia would be their competitive eating.
It's a good one.
Food, enchiladas, In-N-Out burgers all day. From the 510, does Alan still eat shawarmas?
Of course I do. Even though Oasis down the street, they let me down last time. It was not as good as it normally is. But I will still eat shawarmas. But I mean, I'm not taking down more than, I don't even know if I'm taking down 3. Those things they're essentially burritos.
Yeah, it's like a shawarma and a falafel.
Exactly.
With a little baba ganoush.
Right.
If
exactly.
you're so inclined.
I can get 2 down. That's all I get.
What's your connection with the shawarma? Because I've seen some shawarma texts coming before.
Just the night show, Dan would always get on me for, and I would come in eating the shawarma, and Dan is the greenest eater you'd ever see, and I'm complaining about shawarmas and talking about my deep fried Snickers, and he couldn't stand it.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that's what that comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my wife actually made some homemade shawarma the other day. Fantastic.
Yeah,
put that chicken straight on the skewer. Stood it up in the oven, and about 40 minutes later, boom.
There you go.
We shawarmed it up.
Now the question is, did it have a starter pack or was it straight from scratch? Because I'm all about like the Trader Joe's starter pack. Give me a little bit of sauce to help get me going. Or was it straight? I did everything from scratch.
Straight from scratch.
Wow.
She did it all from scratch.
There you
she's
go.
a very good cook. I'm lucky I married into a very chef positive household.
There you go.
And she was able to. She bought some chicken breasts and chicken thighs, seasoned it all overnight, and then put it on the skewer, pop it in the oven, and then she actually shaved it up the correct way. Vertical shave, yeah.
Really?
I mean, she's no joke now, kid.
That's legit.
Yeah, I think she went and bought some, I don't know if it was tabbouleh and the baba ganoush. She didn't make that herself. We outsourced that part of it.
All right.
But the shawarma portion was all from
That's
my
legit.
girl's supper.
I can't lie. That's pretty good.
We're getting pupusas, dumplings, wings on what would you competitive eat? The 510 egg rolls, the 408 White Castle sliders, from the 510 raw eggs, from the 831 oysters. Did 36 on my birthday a couple of years ago without even blinking. Had a regular full dinner afterwards. Now, all of these things have records attached to them. I'll see if I can pull those up here on the other side. My answer is shrimp. Either the cocktail shrimp or even like the bigger full-size shrimp. Your boy can eat shrimp by the fist hole.
Watch that cholesterol there.
Yeah, I mean,
get it done.
I don't usually do it in that fashion. And as I mentioned before, north of 50 now. So now it's like every single thing that you do when you get to be north of 50, it's like, oh my God, is this it?
Yeah.
Is this going to be what kills me? Not like in my 30s where whatever, torn Achilles or ruptured Achilles, I'm already thinking about the next run like you are. Now it's like sometimes you get out of bed, like this morning, got out of bed, had a little bit of pain behind the left hip, and I'm thinking, hip replacement.
Oh,
here we go. That's it. There goes that hip.
I can't
That's
do
just
it,
a
man.
cramp.
510 said wings. The reason I wouldn't pick wings is because I'm gonna be honest, I'm a terrible wing eater, and I would definitely get disqualified for not getting enough of the meat off. That's just I love wings, but I just feel like I'm just not a good enough. When I watch some of these videos of these people just cleaning wings down to the bone, I can't get it done like that. So I couldn't do wings.
It's funny that you mentioned wings because I was a vegetarian for 30 years.
Okay.
From 1989, New Year's Eve, 1989, and were you born?
I was 90.
Oh, you were born in 90. So before you were born, I was in a spot where I needed to make a change in my life. And God forbid I give up drinking or anything else. I'm like, I'm giving up eating meat.
There you go.
So I stopped eating meat, and I didn't eat meat for 30 years. And then you skip ahead to like 2019, 2020. I'm like, you know what? I think I'm good. I'm going to go back to eating meat. I had never had wings in my life.
Dang.
Until about, God, it must have been about a year ago. I went to the NBA playoffs with my father-in-law at the time.
So no wings pre-vegetarian
There
life.
there was no such thing as wings really in 89. I mean, there were.
Wow.
But it wasn't like now wings is a thing. It's like one of the 4 major food groups. Like now, there's wings restaurants, right? There's
Right.
you go to Wingstop, or you go to wherever to just get wings.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you would eat a chicken wing, but it was because, somebody else got to the better part of the chicken first, and you were stuck with the wing. It wasn't like wings was what wings are now.
Right.
So I just had my first serving of wings about a year ago. It's been pretty good. Pretty good.
They
I
are really
see what
good.
the hype is all about.
Well, so what's your are you still in buffalo mode?
I went with a mix of the buffalo and the spicy.
Yeah.
And I determined that I like the flats more than I like the drums.
Okay, see, most people would say you're a real wing eater. Most people say real wing eaters like the flats more than the drums, and that's how I know I'm not a real wing eater, because I like the drums better.
Yeah, to me, the drums aren't really the wings because it's the drum. Like, the wing is the actual caw. It's actually the wing part
That's
of
right.
it, to me, makes the wing the wing. I didn't understand the drum. I had some drums with my wings. It was, because they give you like 4 of each or whatever. But, that's my experience with wings.
They're good, man. And look, the YouTube chat, Jay Wong, you beat me to it. Fire Wings. I know there's more than one, but of course I go to the one in Alameda. By the way, I don't know if you know about my nickname for Alameda. It's called Alameda. All right. I don't know if you knew about that.
I didn't know. I had heard, it used to be called The Meda.
It's called Alameda now ever since I moved there. But shout out, Jay Wong, Fire Wings in Alameda. Very good wings.
Where?
Right there on Park Street.
On Park Street.
Right, everything's on Park Street.
Well, it's either Park Street or Webster.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, you don't want to go out to Webster. You can't hang on Webster.
Yeah, we actually didn't. We tried to get into a spot on Webster, didn't end up working out, and when we ended up really close to Park Street, and we're happy with it. We're right by the South Shore Center, right by the little beachy beach.
Yeah, okay.
So, everything happens for a reason.
No, it's
a lot of
beautiful.
things happen for a reason. I shouldn't say everything.
No, it's beautiful. Alameda's fantastic. Only issue I have with Alameda is getting in and getting out.
It's brutal. It is brutal.
You could get caught for an easy 45 as some fool in their tall mast ship is just slowly trolling down the estuary.
And apparently, I heard it was worse before the pandemic. Since I didn't move out there till 2021. And it's bad for me. But my Uber driver today, she said, I've been out there, and it was like, to get to the freeway, 30 minutes.
You could easily get stuck in Alameda.
There you go.
As I'm being told.
You're learning.
It's referred. Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk a little sports?
We got to. Let's
Giants coming up, and also more Draymond sound as he talked on the podcast P with Paul George. We'll get into some of that sound as well. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. We're just having a good time. It's Willard and Dibbs. Allen's in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Big news! Meet the largest land animals to ever live at the California Academy of Sciences.
Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Regulators mount up. What a segment that was from the 925. That was the best segment in radio. We just knocked it around. It's a holiday Monday. Styles in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibs, and whole station off tomorrow. Whole regular lineup back on Wednesday, but I'm enjoying getting to know Alan here one bite at a time.
Yeah. Dibs just here. See, he wanted to do it again. I know YouTube, you saw it. Oh, he did it again.
I can't help it.
And you know what? Dibs is in here. You know, the rest of the hosts, they took the day. Dibs is in here getting his work in.
Yeah.
Where are you when the lights aren't on? Where are you when it's not prime time? Because Dibs is working. Dibs is working. That's all I got to say. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line for giving us a bunch of, I love, if you've heard me before, I love food recommendations. 650, they heard about my issue with Oasis, so now they're saying Lotus and San Bruno for the best shawarma in the Bay. Thank you, 650. I am writing that down as we speak. All right, we got a couple other ones. 408, Smoke Eaters, best wings tenders in San Jose. Keep them coming. And I talked about tacos, and I know if you try to do a taco, we throw out best tacos, the text line might break because everybody's got something to say, but
no
keep
doubt.
them coming. Appreciate it, and appreciate you, Dibs, getting some swings in and letting me get some swings in because I can only do it, in this way because I can't walk right now.
No, I love it. I keep forgetting that you are hobbled, but the ruptured Achilles, ruptured left Achilles for Alan Styles.
That's my driving foot, man.
Yeah.
How am I going to, I'm going to golf after this, man? That first time I push off, I'm going to be scared, Dibs.
You golf lefty?
Yes.
So that's your back leg.
Oh.
It's you'll find a way to get through it. I tore my ACL in 99, and I thought that it was going to be over for me. And you go through the surgery, and you get back, and I ended up going on to run a marathon and 2 ultra marathons.
Okay.
I ran a 50K, and then I ran a 50 miler.
Yeah.
And
that's insane, by the way.
Didn't do a lot for my knee in terms of long-term viability, but I was able to get
You got
back.
stories.
Yeah.
50 miler is incredible.
Yeah.
So shout out to you.
Almost a double marathon.
I did my first Spartan race last year.
I saw that.
But will it be my last? I don't know. Stay tuned.
No, I don't think it will be. And you actually, I think, profile very well for the Spartan race because you're pretty fit.
Yeah.
And you're strong, former D1 athlete. So you check a lot of boxes in terms of...
Just say it, Dibs. I know you want to say it. I know what you want to say.
What do I want to say?
Low center of gravity. Just say I know you want to say it. I can see it in your eyes. So why don't I just say it for you?
I would never disparage another 5'8" man with such words as low center of gravity.
I know you wanted to say it. I could see it in your eyes. How dare you hate on your fellow man?
My fellow 5'8".
Yeah, we're supposed to be in this together.
I dream about being as fit as you at 5'8".
We're supposed to be in this together, man.
As Grandy knows, am I a big red pumpkin or a big orange pumpkin? I can't remember. I'm a fat red pumpkin. That's what I am. I'm a fat red pumpkin. You're neither fat nor red nor a pumpkin. So I admire you.
I mean, I'm fighting through, this injury. It's just going to be, I'm going to look like a snow cone. It's just going to be all upper body and abs. I'm just going to go, whoop. I'm going to look like a snow cone, dude.
From the 650, pasties, Dan. I don't know if that's a restaurant recommendation or an outfit suggestion.
I'm not going to. Yeah. I'm going to Google that later.
Because these babies are, maybe pasties ready. Sushi House is the best sushi in
debatable.
Alameda.
Debatable. I think the fact that it's right there on the beach might be playing tricks with you, but they do got good gyoza. Thank you, 519.
Yeah, Kerala is the gold standard for sushi in the East Bay. It's right there on Telegraph, right on the border of Berkeley and Oakland. Kerala with a K.
Okay.
And here's just a little pro tip. You sit at the bar and you buy the sushi makers a beer.
Okay.
You get free sushi. They will break you off like bonus rolls.
What is the actual order?
The order is, hey, do you guys want a beer? And they go, hey! And so you buy them a beer, 2 or 3 of them. You buy them each a beer.
The chefs.
Correct.
Okay.
And then next thing you know, it's like, hey, I made a Berkeley roll. And it's got eel and crab, and it's got everything that you could possibly want. Boom. Here you go.
Wow.
On the house.
That is chess, not checkers.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and that's Kerala. Look for your boy, the Dibber, next week. Javier's in Vacaville. The show is all over the place, and I'm so glad because it's a holiday Monday. What's going on, Javier? What do you got for us?
How you guys doing today?
I'm having the best time ever. How are you?
All right. So, I listened to what you guys had to say earlier about the, very contradicting comments that Draymond Green had posted, or rather discussed on the podcast Pete, Paul George, about how, Chris Paul is going to get Jonathan Kuminga right. He's going to develop him in ways that he's never, thought to be able to be as productive as possible in this league. And what's very troubling to me is that, I was one of the don't trade James Wiseman aficionados because everyone's like, yeah, get rid of him, blah, blah, blah. And I said, wait. So the problem that Bob Myers made, and the reason why I don't say ultimately he's not here, but when, Steve Kerr says this roster wasn't fit and more or less built to win a championship, so you're telling me that in the later years of Steph, Clay, and Dre, which they're still a dynasty nonetheless, but you're saying that a guy like Jordan Poole, who had a lot better value at the trade deadline, would have been the better player to keep to not go into the second apron? No. You get rid of Jordan Poole, you keep James Wiseman. You wait to acquire Gary Payton II because it's in a full rebuild now. You get him for nickels, if not pennies in the dollar, and you let James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga learn from Chris Paul. And they say, well, Javier, how would you get Chris Paul if, you didn't trade for him? So when the Wizards were going to ultimately save him, when they got him traded to them from the Phoenix Suns, I'm more than certain he would have signed to try to win a championship with Golden State on the minimum or something close to. And said, you know what? I'm going to go teach these young guys as a second-unit point guard, the Kumingas and the Wisemans and the Moody's of the world, how to become professional basketball players. And then when the Steph and the Clay and the Draymonds of the world leave the Warriors, they might play a different brand of basketball. That's what true coaching is. With Steve Kerr, whether he wants to announce it or not, whether it was taken away out of his hand or not, to run the pick-and-roll offense, to change up his offensive concepts and his schematic play design. But they just gave up on a 19-year-old 7-footer who had terrific statistics in Detroit, and their argument is his plus-minus was horrible. Everybody's plus-minus from the Pistons is horrible. But I know he can score points and get rebounds, and he's only like 21 years old, and he's 7'3", he ain't getting any shorter, and he's only getting better. Now, I want you guys to chime in on how you feel about that, because I'm more than certain some of what I said is relative to reality. So,
thank you, Javier. I appreciate it. I would love to chime in, and that call was so long, I got mesmerized in this pickleball we're watching there, Alan. Javier, if you could call back, I'd like to watch the little bit more of this Summer League. Speaking of which, before we respond, tonight at 7, the Warriors play the Kings at Golden One Center in Sacramento. It's the 5th annual California Classic Summer League. You can follow along to all the action right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. with Kevin Dana on the call. Where do you want to begin, Alan? Do you want to begin with James Wiseman's Detroit plus-minus?
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking earlier about when will the boogie thing stop. It's much more recent, but when will the James Wiseman thing stop? Because he's on the Pistons. We'll see what the Pistons end up doing. I think they have a couple good pieces, and hopefully they're not terrible for long, and I wish James Wiseman the best. I think when it comes to Jordan Poole, here's my thing about Jordan Poole. Ultimately, and we're going to get into this a little bit later in the show, but ultimately, I think the bottom line is, Dibs, the Warriors knew that with this new CBA, they weren't going to be able to keep Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson.
Right.
I think that's just what it was. So I think what the punch did, I don't know what their plan was, but I think what the punch did was make the Warriors feel as if we have to pay Jordan Poole now. Was there probably a part of the Warriors that wanted to wait one more season and then take their chances in free agency because it was such a good year by Jordan Poole? Let's at least see, not to mention you get another hungry Jordan Poole, by the way. You don't get Jordan Poole who got the bag. You got a Jordan Poole who's still trying to prove himself. But once that punch happened and they felt like, all right, we didn't even suspend Draymond. We gotta cash Jordan Poole out. Let's just move forward with this thing the best way we could. So once that happened, I don't think anybody thought Jordan Poole was playing on borrowed time. But as all this stuff continues to come out, Logan Murdoch, who was on the Bill Simmons show, all these things that have come out just lets me know that the inside of that locker room was a mess, right? And the leverage that anybody felt anyone had wasn't there, right? And I think internally, I don't know how far gone it was, but it was pretty far gone. And the problem with Javier said there were some good things that Javier said, but ultimately there's just too many ifs. So now you're saying that they could have got rid of Jordan Poole and gotten back somebody else, and then also you keep James Wiseman, and then still get CP3, who we have no clue of CP3. The assumption that CP3 would have just decided to go to the Warriors, we have no clue if that would have happened. Right. And we'll never know.
No, we won't. And the whole thing about Wiseman, I think that you can look at what he does in Detroit and take it with a grain of salt, and I don't think that James Wiseman is ever going to be the kind of player that you regret getting rid of. That's my opinion. Now, Jordan Poole, a little bit of a different case. And I do think, though, that they were going to sign him to a contract long before he got punched in the face. And I think that the very reality that he was going to get signed might have led to the reason why that whole thing blew up, because Jordan Poole was starting to feel himself. And I think that deal was already done, and it was going to be announced, or it was already signed, or whatever it was before that all went down with
before
Draymond.
The punch.
Absolutely.
And you think everybody knew?
I think that it was a well-known fact that Jordan Poole was going to get the bag, and that Jordan Poole was starting to feel himself, and that the veterans were starting to already bristle at this new Jordan Poole, the paid in full Jordan Poole, because, the year before when they won the championship, Jordan Poole was playing for that bag.
Yeah.
And they won the chip, and then you get in the offseason, and
he had some moments. He had some great moments.
Some amazing moments.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get the bag, and then he does get the bag, and then the whole season goes south, in part because of what Draymond did. I do think that they gave Jordan Poole that contract in part just in case it went bad, so they could trade Jordan Poole. Because once that contract kicks in, you can get a Chris Paul coming back for Jordan Poole. If you never would have signed Jordan Poole, right now he would be getting qualifying offers around the league, and you wouldn't be able to necessarily control his future the way you were able to control it.
Right. So you're just basically saying, hey, we don't mind giving him this deal because we know there's only so bad he can play, and he didn't play terrible this year, as much as a lot of people said. There's only so bad. There's only so much he can drop his stock based on what he just did in 1 year. Right. So as long as we at least we have the contract, so if anybody else wants him, we can get something back. If we don't sign the contract and he has a bad year, then maybe we can afford him, and then we don't even know if we really want him, or if he balls out, he gets priced out, he leaves, and we get nothing back.
Exactly, and they would have to match the deal and, avoid, or they would face the risk of losing him because it would be on a qualifying offer. If another team would have offered him a big deal, the Warriors would have had to match it, and then they would not have had the ability to trade Jordan Poole in the same way. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1, San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. It's Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard, and this time is going by way too fast, Alan. I'm really enjoying just chopping it up and talking Warriors with you, and I want to play this from the Podcast P with Paul George. This is Draymond Green talking about his arc of his career as a leader and how he was kind of thrust into being a veteran leader a few years ago.
In 2019, obviously we lost in the finals, and then KD left, and Clay got hurt, and then Steph got hurt 2 games. Sean got traded away. Sean retired. Andre got traded away. All our vets left. So all of a sudden, I went from like the young guy on the team to like year 8 of thrown into the fire of like being this mentor. And like I've always been a mentor. That's what it is. But being a vet is a totally different thing than being a mentor.
Right.
And so then I just start trying to learn how to be a vet on the fly. And to have someone there that I can continue to watch and learn from, I'm actually looking forward to, because I know that that's something that I need to continue to, an area
I want to see it. I can't wait. Very interesting.
Learning from Chris Paul, a guy who he has been on record as saying that he doesn't like, and now he's looking forward to learning from Chris Paul about how to mentor young people.
Yeah, and look, that's what it is in this league. You're young, and then all of a sudden, you're old. There's no in between, right? And Draymond got thrust into it like he talked about, but a lot of these guys get thrust into it. And I think that the older, I am really interested to see how this all plays out on all sides, whether it's Wiseman or whether it's Jordan Poole or whether it's Draymond, because we know how time can change things and how you start to remember things a little bit differently. And I think that having somebody like Chris Paul, who has always really been that leader, even though he's had some questionable things on the court that we might not all love, it's kind of undeniable that guy has that leadership quality. So I think it's big on Draymond, because who knows how long Chris Paul is even going to be with the Warriors. So I think it's good on Draymond to, say, hey, I got 4 more years left. I don't know what's happening next. He'll be 36 when the deal is done. Man. So I want to get better. And he's realizing some areas where he needs to get better. Now, if he takes some of that to his jump shot and some of his offensive capabilities as well, now we're really cooking with some hot grease tips.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to ever get to be the offensive player that he was earlier in his career. I think if he can just look to score and look to knock down the open shot, that's all you're looking for from Draymond Green. Yes. And I think that last year in the postseason in particular, he showed a little bit more of a willingness to look to score than he had in previous years. So I think Draymond Green still has a little of that left in him. I want to play another cut from Podcast P with Paul George. Draymond talking about how he failed as a leader, and particularly referencing Jonathan Kuminga.
It's something that I've actually tried to be more aware of, and what I've tried to understand. AV, who's one of our assistant coaches, helped me understand last year is I felt like I was struggling with Kuminga a bit, more so struggling like what am I doing wrong? Not necessarily what he's doing wrong, but what am I doing wrong? And AV, who has a great relationship with him, told me, he said, do you know him?
That's a deep question.
And I was like, huh.
And do you know him?
That's interesting. Because now that you say that, I start thinking about what it means to know someone. I don't know him. Yet I'm trying to lead him. And that's something that Coach Izzo taught me as a freshman. Draymond, how can you lead somebody if you don't know them? You don't spend any time with them off the court. You don't know what makes them tick or this. How are you going to lead them? And I was like, I got to get to know this kid.
Yeah.
I got to get to know him, Alan. And it's an interesting point, because how can you lead somebody if you don't know them, especially in a situation like Jonathan Kuminga, where he's only been in the U.S. for a small handful of years.
Yeah.
He played a year in the G League Ignite. He played just a couple of years in the Warriors, and he didn't really have his footing in terms of American culture, let alone the NBA culture. And if Draymond's trying to lead him, quote unquote, the way he leads everyone else, maybe it doesn't resonate.
No, I agree. And I do think it takes more than simply, hey, we both play basketball, we have these things in common. Because besides that, if you think about it, they don't really have anything in common. Right? Number one, and probably the biggest one, Jonathan Kuminga is 20. Draymond's 33, right? And that's actually a little bit perfect, because my nephew is 22 and I'm 33. And we get along and we have a bunch in common because we're family. But sometimes he'll be talking and I'm just thinking, dude, what the heck are you talking about? I have no clue what you're talking about. You know what I mean? So you really have to work, because there is a bit of a generation gap. That's how long you've been in this game, Draymond. You've been playing it at a high level. So you have to work through these things, and you have to understand, okay, these are how, this is how this kid handles this is how this kid handles that. So again, Draymond understanding that. And it's interesting that Kuminga is the guy that comes up here, because Moody, even though he's very young too, is basically just a vet.
Right.
The way he behaves, the way he carries himself. But when it comes to Kuminga, obviously the whole thing about, did he release that article and then he tweeted and said he didn't know what was going on, that whole thing, which I don't even know if we got any resolution on that. But clearly the vibes were just a mess this year. So Draymond understands that moving forward, whatever went awry with Jordan Poole, if you want to put some blame on Jordan Poole having too much dip on his chip, that's completely okay. But you can't have that happen again with another top talent that not only is going to help this team when you're done, hopefully, right, but also could help the team while you're on it right now. So I think life is about growth, and it sounds like Draymond is growing in a couple different areas as a pro.
That's a good point. And I'm going to play one more from Podcast P. This is Draymond Green adding on just how he failed Kuminga.
Now I understand, okay, I need to continue to do that. Like, you can't get so lost in life.
Right.
To where you stop doing those things that I know create success, and especially in leading, mentoring, and, you know, being that vet for someone. Those are the things you have to do. So it really opened my eyes, and I've been trying to do a much better job with that, checking in on him, hoping to get, you know, together with him this summer. But I can say, like, that caused some of our issues, trying to lead guys and not knowing them.
Mm-hmm.
I lost some of that
and
had to get it back.
Yeah, and, you know, he has a chance to get it back, Alan, because virtually nobody's left among the young players other than Kuminga and Moody. And you mentioned Moody. It feels more like Moses is an old soul. Just the 1 year at Arkansas and now the 2 years with Golden State, it feels like he is more, I guess, aware. It's no disrespect to Jonathan Kuminga, but he moved here when he was 14 years old from the Congo to play high school basketball. So he's only been in the United States for 6 years. And think about that in terms of Draymond Green. That was 2016. So when Kuminga moves to the States, Draymond's already 6 years into his career.
Yeah.
He's already won a title and blown a title before Kuminga even has a chance to you know, get his passport stamped.
Yeah, so that's a good point. I will say one thing on Kuminga, though, just because, or one thing on Moody, even though we talk about how he's so advanced, you know, he's so advanced, he's so mature. I don't want them to forget about him because he's not I don't want to say issue, but because he's not as much of a project. Moody's always fine. I hope that they continue to mentor Moody, and I think they will. I think that they just know there's more work to be done with Kuminga. That's why they're going to focus on Kuminga. So I hope that works out, you know, as well. And, you know, I'm seeing on the YouTube chat people talk about, you know, why does Draymond have to babysit? The thing is, this is when you talk as much as Draymond, it's kind of what you sign up for, right? Draymond essentially volunteered for this. If you are going to be that heartbeat, that drum, that, you know, I'm the guy, I'm the vocal leader, you kind of sign up for it, even if you don't think you do. Now, it's not solely on Draymond. Draymond has a piece of this. Steph has a piece of this. I don't know if I would say Clay, but to some degree Clay, and obviously Steve Kerr, the rest of the coaching staff and the front office, they all do. So I'm just I'm not saying this is on Draymond. I'm just saying, again, going back to business, shout out to the tech world out there, all you techies out there, to the pie chart. Draymond is just owning his part of the pie chart and getting Kuminga where he needs to be.
And talk is cheap, and that was from the 408 on the Comcast business text line. And you're right, 408, talk is cheap, and now Draymond has to go out there and back it up, because last year, talk was also cheap, but he wasn't able to talk until February. According to Draymond, he lost his voice because of what happened with he and Jordan Poole, and the year went sideways, and by the time he tried to get his voice back, they had already dug themselves a hole, and he couldn't really reach the guys he wanted to reach. And, well, Wiseman's gone, and Poole's gone, and PBJ is gone, and Ryan Rollins is gone, and so now you get Podziemski, AirPods, and, you know, you get Jackson Davis in there, and he becomes a new young player, and they're all starting fresh. So Draymond Green can start over in his leadership role. 888-957-9570. Skills is in Vallejo. What's going on, Skills?
Hey, what's up, Dibs? What's up, Styles? It's good to be on with you guys. Styles, good to hear you. I haven't heard you on here in a minute, so good to hear you guys on the air. And I just wanted to, I called in originally to talk about Chris Paul and Jordan Poole, but then you guys started talking about Draymond's leadership. I just want to make a quick comment there. And it's good that he wants to be a leader to Kuminga, but I always think about, well, first of all, do you guys remember, either one of you remember the ESPN show Playmakers from the early 2000s?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, well, one of the themes of that show, you had the veteran running back was played by Russell Hornsby, and you had the young running back played by Omar Gooding. And Hornsby's character was trying to lead Gooding's character, but Gooding's character was, you know, an egomaniac and a jerk, and really wanted no part of any of what Hornsby had to say. I'm not comparing Kuminga to that guy specifically, but I'm just saying a young guy has to want to be led. If you're going to lead him, if you want to try to lead him, that's great. But if his mind is somewhere else, if he's not fully invested in what he's trying to do, then that's only going to get you so far.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Skills. I appreciate that. And that's just the nature of a new season and new young players. And you're gonna have to find a way as the veteran core to get everybody to get on the same page. Strength in numbers is not just a slogan. It's going to have to be more than ever a way of life for this Golden State Warriors team if you want to really advance far in the playoffs.
Yeah, and the bottom line is once you decide to not decide, but right, Draymond said he's talking about Tom Izzo, and we interviewed Tom Izzo, not too long ago, a couple months ago, something like that. I can't remember time anymore. But it was during the playoffs, and when Tom Izzo came, and then they won the game. What was it? Game 5. They won Game 5, and they said, "All right, if we can pull off Game 6," they did not. Spoiler alert: they did not pull that off. But for Tom Izzo to say that, or for Draymond to say that Tom Izzo was telling him these things about leadership as a freshman. Draymond, as we say, Dibs, is not new to this. He's true to this. So he feels like this is a part of who he is as a player. It's part of it, right? The things that he does on the court and off the court. That is part, when you're building your, like a 2K character, leadership would be one of Draymond's skill sets, or one of his skills. And the thing is, you can't turn it on and off, unfortunately, or fortunately. You can't just say, hey, well, I'm a leader to these guys, and we've all grown up together, and I'm going to lead these guys that, these vets that have come in, they're about 27, 28, but that 19-year-old, no, get that guy away from me.
Right.
Yeah, that's not how it works. You can't turn it on and off. It's not when you decide to be a leader of a team, it's not a buffet. You can't take some of this, you want a little bit of the chicken, but you don't want any steak, you don't want any mashed potatoes, you're watching your carbs. You got to take everything. And Draymond, from the minute he stepped on that Michigan State campus, he knew he was destined to be a leader, probably before, from when he was even in high school.
Yeah.
So he knows that he can't decide, I want to mentor that guy, but not that guy. That's just not how it works. Not if you want to win and be a champion.
And that's where last year got to be so fascinating from an outsider standpoint, because Draymond Green, for the most part, had been able to lead everybody outside of Kevin Durant. And we know famously why that broke apart. And it was in part because of Draymond and his very abrasive personality, for lack of a better way to describe it. And Kevin Durant, overly sensitive, and ultimately that relationship broke apart because of that. But Draymond Green, you had never heard or really seen anything in relation to the younger players. You'd never seen players come out and say, Draymond's a bully, Draymond's this, Draymond's a bad teammate. Until the thing happened with Jordan Poole, you hadn't really seen that thing fracture in the way it fractured. Now, Draymond's always been ride or die with his team. He got into it with Steve Kerr, we know, but they were able to make amends and go on and continue to win championships after that. He gets after the officials, but we had never seen him lose that mentorship role until now. And so here he sits, and I played the sound from the Podcast P podcast with Paul George, and now he realizes what he has to do going forward. He signs a 4-year deal, 3 years with a player option for the 4th year, and now it's up to him to make this thing right in every possible way going forward.
Yeah, and it's always so funny. And like I said, I'm good. It's good to be back on the airwaves with you, Dibs, and just in general, because I love the text line, I love the YouTube chat, because somehow I can be saying that Draymond is overrated and underrated all at the same time, all in the same thing. So that's why I love you guys. Keep it coming. It's
great.
And all I'm saying is Draymond has never been perfect, right? Nobody is perfect. Nobody is a perfect leader. When we take the politics, nobody has been a perfect president. Nobody has been perfect in any way, shape, or form. Draymond has had some big mess ups, right? He's also had some big victories and some big wins. That is why he's so polarizing. That is why when Draymond talks, you listen. Nobody here is saying, to be completely honest with you, I thought that stuff that he said with the whole Wizards thing, right, on the TikTok, I thought it was petty. I thought it was unnecessary. And to be completely honest with you, I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop with Jordan Poole, because the only thing that makes any of this okay is if Jordan Poole, I want to hear that this guy was a complete terror in the locker room. The way that this whole thing has kind of gone down, there must be something that we're missing, because there is no love lost, it feels like, between Jordan Poole And, based on what we heard from Logan Murdoch, Klay Thompson saying, if Klay thinks you're taking too many crazy shots, that's just kind of ironic to me as well. Then obviously the Draymond stuff. So Draymond, there's good Draymond and there's bad Draymond.
Yeah.
And that's what's so funny, because I can have fans telling me that I'm a joke, right? Because of how I'm talking about Draymond in one way, and also say I'm a joke about how I'm talking about Draymond in the other way.
Yes.
And ultimately, it doesn't matter, because Draymond Green is here for 4 more years.
Exactly.
So either live with it or don't.
And I've been very critical of Draymond Green over the course of his time with the Golden State Warriors. And at the same time, while being critical of the bad things that he does, the negatives, I'm also aware of the fact that you don't win championships without him. He's the most polarizing athlete I can remember, maybe ever, in the Bay Area in terms of can't live with him, can't live without him, because the things that he does drives you crazy, whether it's stomping on Domas Sabonis this year and getting suspended or,
take it back to 2016.
Right. 2016 when he punches LeBron in the groin. And I actually mentioned this earlier, Styles, in terms of like the Chris Paul trade. Can CP3 come here and get along? Oh, they hate each other, and the rivalry and the hatred. You do realize that LeBron and Draymond Green went to Europe together this offseason.
Oh, yeah, and they looked like they were having a grand time.
A grand time. And this is the same LeBron that Draymond punched in the balls when LeBron...
It was a little slappy slap.
LeBron teabags him, and so Draymond reaches up and pops him in the nethers, and he gets suspended for it. And these two are supposedly they're rivals and they're enemies. And then at the end of the Lakers series where they're just locked in a deep, long, passionate embrace.
Yes.
And we're all supposed to think that these athletes really don't like each other.
But at the time, I don't think they did, though. In 2016. That was a long time ago, Dibs.
I don't know if they didn't go to Europe because of that, but I also don't think that they were fueled with hatred toward each other.
I think it was real deal. The only reason I think it was real deal is because you saw, to me, the energy was different this year, and it's easier for me to believe it was real deal simply because there was no Draymond podcast where we heard Draymond loving on LeBron this whole time, right? Maybe it was all the same, but now that he has the platform and he's talking about LeBron and talking about the alleged joking about missing a game when LeBron breaks the record. That's why I can't imagine Draymond saying that in 2016. That's not to say he wouldn't have, but we'll never know because he didn't have a podcast.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. What do you make of any of the stuff we've talked about? Draymond Green and his new mentorship and the leadership. I just did a quick Googling to see when the NBA schedule is going to come out. Because all of a sudden now, Alan, the Wizards game out here and the Warriors trip to Washington to face the Wizards, that becomes a little bit of a bigger game based on the Draymond Jordan Poole stuff.
My guess is that it's a quick, they do the hand clap and the hug, you know what they do, but it's very quick, no other talking.
Yeah.
I don't think they ignore each other. I think it's just boom, boom, let's get it popping.
I think first trip down the floor, Draymond goes to the hoop, Jordan Poole comes to the weak side and just punches him in the face.
Jump punch?
It's just a complete jump punch comes out of his shoes. Honestly, and I do want to get Alan's thoughts on baseball here coming up momentarily. 888-957-9570. The Comcast business text line is the same number. If you were Jordan Poole and that happened to you, what would your response have been? Would it be A, immediately fight back, B, file it away and come at him and a date to be named later, C, turn the other cheek, or D, take legal action? Game show music, please. Ba-ba-da-ba. It's time to play. What would Alan do if he was Jordan Poole? Would he A, fight back? Would he B, come at him later? C, just do nothing and hope that the team took up for me, or file legal action?
It's not B and it's not D. It's either A or C.
A, which would be immediately
and basically
come back.
He did C, right? C
Which
was see what the team does, and nobody did anything.
Yeah.
Nobody did anything. So, I mean, I'm trying to think about the video because he fell on the ground. Did he fall on the ground?
he would have, but Draymond was holding him up. So either Draymond...
As he tends to do in all of his weird foul situations.
Either Draymond was trying to get him with the two-piece, he hit him with the right, and he's coming with the left to either go with the second piece or to hold him up after he smoked him and knocked him out.
Yeah, because if you fight back...
Well, you can't really fight back in that point.
Well, right.
You're
and
on
that's
your
on
back.
purpose. And that's on purpose. But, I mean, are you willing to risk fighting back and losing? Because I don't know if I'm taking Jordan Poole in that fight. I'm probably not taking Jordan Poole in that fight.
Draymond's minus 350.
In that fight.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
am I swinging back and I'm just praying here, right? I just have to for my family's respect and honor. I got to do this, and I'm just going to pray. Or am I just saying, no, I mean, I'm a professional. This is not what I do. I'm going to let the team handle it. I'm probably going C.
You're probably going C. Yeah.
Just based on it. But, Bomani has famous segment about don't ever fight the short friend, right? You know what I mean? That short guy in the friend group, don't fight that guy. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, Dibs, I think you might be throwing bows. But I'm not.
Yeah. The answer is D, then B. D, we're going to the courts immediately.
Oh, come on.
And then after that, there's definitely...
It would be C, then D in that case.
C would be do nothing. D would be I'm going to lawyer up, and we're gonna get at least $100 million. Oh, Draymond, you're going to get paid $100 million? I'm going to get my pound of flesh. And then B, unfortunately, I would have to say that there would be some payback at some point. I can't just...
You got to go right then. What are you going to just sleep them?
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks later? You can't do that.
I mean, 27 years? Are you... Yeah. Grudges can last a long time. There is no
So where are you coming at him? Where are you coming at him then?
It depends when I can get him. Depends on...
You can't sneak attack, Dibs.
Did he not sneak attack Jordan Poole?
He walked right up to him, and Jordan Poole did kind of push him first.
He didn't kind of push him. He pushed him because Draymond was like doing a breath check.
Yes, Draymond.
Like when you come home late and your mom's like, Alan, have you been drinking?
Right. Draymond said, hey, what'd you have for breakfast? Let me smell that.
Totally.
And Jordan Poole said, get up off me.
It was Quaker Oats.
And now we got to go.
You know
it was
that.
Quaker Oats. A little bit of brown sugar, a couple raisins.
888-957-9570. I don't even know why I'm giving the number. Grandy's not answering it. He's by himself in there. The phone could ring off the hook. I do want to ask you a little bit about the Giants before we end up dipping on out of here for the 4th of July. They were unbelievably hot for 6 or 7 weeks. Feels like they've cooled a little bit. Casey Schmidt has come back to become offensively the player we kind of thought that he was. Patrick Bailey.
Yeah.
I mean, is it unfair to compare? I know it's unfair to compare him to Buster Posey, but what are we supposed to say about the guy?
Well, we always knew that the defense was going to be there, right? When they were both drafted a couple years apart from each other, both from the ACC. I'm talking about Joey Bart and now Patrick Bailey. We knew that Patrick Bailey defensively was going to be a dude. The thing was, we thought that Joey Bart offensively was going to be a dude. That did not end up happening. You never know what guys are going to do once they get into the system. And now you see Patrick Bailey offensively and what he's been able to do. It's still early, and I'm really huge dibs on a scouting report. There isn't really a scouting report on Patrick Bailey right now. That's why it's called a sophomore slump, because once somebody gets a book on you, now you have to figure it out. But right now, there's no book on him.
How long does it take to get a book on a guy like Patrick Bailey or Casey Schmidt or Luis Matos,
in
for
theory,
example?
not long, because they're still getting, it's the same book from the minors, right? And obviously they're seeing better pitching in the majors. So you do have some sort of a book, but some guys it just clicks, right? Now, clicking and being hot are two different things. Patrick Bailey, the way he's hitting right now, that's what we are going to find out. Is he just hot, or is it clicking for him? And if it clicks for him, he could still cool off, but this guy is rolling. Luis Matos and what he was doing in the minors before he got pulled up, that is a version of hot, but was it also clicking for him? What we've seen from him now that he's bringing up to the bigs, he's not scared at the plate. He walks a lot. You know what I mean? He swings at good pitches. We know the power. I don't think he's going to be a power hitter per se, but he has a lot of power potential. But ultimately, if he can get on the base pass and he can steal some bags and give the Giants a dimension that they haven't really had, we're doing some things here. So I'm high on both of them. But Patrick Bailey, we did the same. Didn't we just do this exercise with Casey Schmidt like a month ago?
We did. And
right?
then immediately, you talk about the book, and the book on Casey Schmidt has appeared to be Don't Throw Him Strikes.
Right.
And even though his chase rate is down, he's now not the same aggressive hitter, and his stats have really cooled off over the course of the last couple of weeks. But his glove is so good that you got to keep him in the lineup. And, Brandon Crawford now playing much better at shortstop, and the Giants in total have been able to do it 1 through 25 and get contributions from everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And a quick note about Casey Schmidt. He's close to my heart because I'll tell you what, Dibs, your boy was not walking. Your boy was not walking. I walked twice my senior year, and I had, over 100. Twice.
And what were you, like a fourth outfielder? Because you played at Temple, and the people need to know. Alan Stiles, in for Mark Willard.
Many moons ago.
Former D1 baseball player. Mm-hmm. What was your arc out of high school? And then...
Yeah, so I went to De La Salle. And
that's right.
Yes,
I've heard about this.
Yeah, and the year before me, the year in front of me, there were 7 D1 players, 7 D1 scholarships. So that was
your
ridiculous.
Junior year.
My junior year. And a couple of them got drafted. One, Mike Miller, shout out Mike Miller, he got a cup of coffee in the big league. So,
and you were class of 2010?
I was 08. I was 08.
08.
So after that, I had nobody checking for me. Senior year, I do pretty well, third team, something like that. Tried to go to Sonoma State. Anybody that knows Sonoma State baseball, I was a
Shout out
quote-unquote...
the Cossacks, now the Seawolves.
I was a quote-unquote recruited walk-on. I got there. There were 50 other recruited walk-ons. Stayed there.
50?
Stayed there for a year and a half, left, went to Kenyatta College. Shout out Kenyatta. Hit about 410,
That's
413
Redwood City,
there.
right?
Yeah, shout out Redwood City.
Okay.
And then got the scholarship to Temple and played junior, senior year, and walked twice because, I'm here to swing, man. So shout out Casey Smith because sometimes you got to swing.
And Temple is Philadelphia, right?
Shout out North Philly.
What's A10 baseball like? Because we know
A10 baseball.
The Temple Owls basketball program, Lon Chaney, great storied history, but you don't hear a lot about A10 baseball.
Really good. Temple baseball was really good before I was there. 70s was really good. Kind of cooled off, and they actually lost the program 2 years after I graduated, unfortunately.
Dang.
Once I become a millionaire, I might bring it back.
R.I.P.?
I haven't decided yet. But, the thing with Atlantic 10 baseball, you're always going to have guys that get drafted because that's just how baseball is. It's just a matter of who's actually going to get there, right? So we would face guys. So I have a funny story for you. You actually like this one. It's after my junior year, and I get a call, and anytime you get a call, even if you don't think you played very well, when end of May, June comes around, am I going to get a call? Am I going to get that call I've been waiting for? So
from like a pro team,
to get ready because the draft happens in
okay.
early June. So I'm waiting. I didn't even start my whole junior year. I didn't start till the end. Then I started my whole senior year. So I'm just watching.
Thank you.
Okay, it's getting ready. All right, let's see what's actually going on. And I get a call from my buddy, and my buddy says, "Yo, you're on MLB Network right now." I'm like, "Stop playing with me, man." No. You're on MLB Network right now, dude. I'm like, well, what are they talking about? Yeah, you're on a Pat Light's highlight reel. Remember that game you struck out twice? I saw you do it twice. What were you swinging at? And I was legit, and I said, come on, man. And it's actually found it, and it's on YouTube, the little note on him. He went in like the second supplemental round or one of those random rounds.
And where did he play in college, Pat Light?
He went to what's the name of the school? It's on the tip of my tongue. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Not Virginia Tech or...
No, but we beat Virginia Tech when they were 24 in the nation, though.
Yeah,
that's
you
the
did.
best. That's the best win we had. But Pat Light, let's see here. It starts with an M. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Marist.
No. He went
Manhattan.
to Monmouth.
Monmouth.
He played Monmouth. And literally, he was practicing his slider on me, and I just was swinging at anything. Because he topped out. That was the fastest pitcher I ever saw. Topped out 96.
So you never thought that you'd get drafted, or you never got a sniff?
No.
It was pretty much just college baseball. And
College
that's it.
baseball,
Good
yeah.
for you, though. I'm not trying to
pretty
diminish
quick.
it.
Yeah, you know pretty quick. You know what I mean? Especially when you're 23 at that point. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
They're drafting kids that are half my age. You know what I mean? So, or, signing them, the international signees.
All right.
Yeah, but I will say the one regret I do have is being so salty from that, not trying to play overseas. So I would have told my younger self, no, you're not going to go to the big leagues, but, just get a cup of coffee somewhere, and work is always going to be there for you. So any parents listening out there, your kids are salty because they didn't get the call. Go play in a random country for a couple
like Dominican or Puerto Rico.
I don't know about that. You might have to go to Europe or something like that.
Gotcha.
I know a guy, played in Australia, something like that. Do that and come back, and guess what? A job is always waiting for you.
I love it. Life advice from Alan Stiles here on 95.7 The Game. Willard is out, and Willard will give life advice, but this is good quality life advice from a 32-year-old thinking back already. You're already reflective on your younger self here, and you're only 32.
That's right. 33, by the way.
Oh, but my fault. Jeez.
It's okay.
No, it's really not okay. 33 is like closer to 35 than you are to 30.
32 is closer to 30?
Yeah, and I was thinking
you look at me differently now that you know I'm 33 and not 32?
No, I don't, because I think about you in terms of my own children, and my oldest son is 22. So anytime I think about somebody's age, like Grandy, I know just had a birthday, got him cupcakes. He turned 27.
Happy belated, Grandy.
Yeah. Uncle Dibs was nice enough to go into the pocket. And
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Dibs.
It wasn't cupcakes. It was slices of cake. I found a bakery nearby, and I got some quality slices.
What are you buying? Hold on. Buying cake by the slice now?
Yes.
What is that?
What it is you find a bakery, and they have a menu, and you go, let me get 4 different slices of cake. And with the first pick in the cake draft, Mark Grandy selected some chocolate number.
Okay.
It was delicious. I wound up with strawberry cheesecake, which is what thank you. The pick is in. So instead of getting one cake that somebody may not like it, and all this happened live on the air, I thought, you know what? Yes, Lon Chaney wasn't at Temple. He was the head coach at Temple. John Chaney. Yeah, Lon Chaney was Illinois. Thank you from the 646. Normally the buzzer would come in, but it was such an old reference that even Grandy missed it.
What is going on here?
I'm telling the cake story. So I got 4 slices of cake, 4 different slices. That way Grandy, the Grandy man, had his choice of the 4 different pieces of cake.
Okay.
Instead of getting like one cake and it's like, Dibs, I don't like strawberry macadamia
life
or whatever.
Life is just a la carte now.
It is.
Everything about life is a la carte now.
It's Instacart a la carte is what it is.
That's right.
And I had that baby DoorDashed over here.
Watch those fees.
Well, I mean, 4 pieces of cake costs about $40, so about $10 a slice. High quality cake, though.
That's right.
And I would shout out the bakery, but they don't deserve another free plug because the cake was $10 a slice.
That's right. That's right. You've given them enough.
Yes, although, and you should know this as a young broadcaster, if I say the name of the cake place and I get the cake for free, it's Payola Plugola, I lose my job.
Okay.
So that's exactly right, Grandy. Your boy's out on his ear. Giants, playoff team, yes.
They got to make a move.
Can they win the division?
Yeah, I think they have to make a move for another starter. And, a lot of people have been talking about Marcus Stroman and what would you give up for Marcus Stroman, some of the names. It's funny because, as is with all fan bases, you'll see a trade a trade generator, right? And you'll see in the trade scenario, Marcus Stroman, obviously Giants are giving up their prospects. You'll see Giants fans say, no, that's too much. You'll see Chicago fans say, we're not selling, we're going for it. So nobody is ever happy in a trade unless it's 32-year-old AA guys that nobody wants anyway. I do think they have to make a move if they want to go after it. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't this year. Maybe they want to just see what they can do with who they have and ride with it. Dodgers are still the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks, they might be a little bit of fool's gold. I know they're young. Corbin Carroll is a stud. They got some guys. But if you feel like, hey, maybe we can sneak in and do some things, what are you willing to give up? And now all of a sudden, we were so worried about the Giants and who's coming up the ranks. And pitching-wise, you still have those questions. But as far as position players, maybe you don't have all those questions. The only person I'm not touching, because he's my boy, shout out De La Salle, shout out Coach Jeans, what they're doing out there, another NorCal championship. Kyle Harrison. You can't touch Kyle Harrison. But I wouldn't say anybody else, but some of these other guys, okay, you can't have it both ways, fans.
Right.
If you want them to go after it, they got to give up a prospect that somebody would actually want. Not somebody that you Googled at 2 o'clock in the morning that nobody wants. Stop it.
Carson Whisenhunt. He's a prospect that people might want.
It's going to have to be somebody, and people say, no, can't be him. Okay, well, who's it going to be?
Yeah, it would be maybe Marco Luciano, and I don't know if you want to I would rather bring up Kyle Harrison and roll the dice on what you have. Although right now you really only have 2.5 regular starters. You've got Logan Webb, you've got Alex Cobb, DeSclafani kind of. Yeah. Wood is not really much of a starter anymore, and then it's a bunch of openers, and Minaya and Stripling's been terrible, so you probably need legit one more arm.
Openers,
Yeah.
a la carte.
I don't like exactly. The openers are the a la carte of Major League Baseball. From the 646, Lon Chaney was an actor. Lon Kruger was at Illinois. Yes, 646. Your boy is leaking oil a little bit here.
Double down dibs.
On this holiday Monday. So not only did I get it wrong once, I got it wrong twice, which is a little painful. Yeah, thank you, Grandy. What can you do?
Like we said, you're in the lab. You know what
Totally.
they said? My buddy was telling me about how Dave Chappelle will just go to these random comedy spots and try out new material, which is funny because I don't know if you're Dave Chappelle, everybody's probably laughing at everything. So he's got to gauge real laughs versus, I'm Dave Chappelle, they're laughing. And that's what you're doing. You're just working on things right now.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
in
trying.
the lab. You said you were right-handed,
Yes.
right? You're working on your lefty layup, finishing with your lefty dribbles. You're getting after it, Dibs. I have no complaints out of you.
I appreciate that, Styles. You're making me feel better. And you mentioned Chappelle, and that's one of my big brushes with celebrity all-time. That's one of my all-time highlights in terms of meeting Dave Chappelle. There's a great friend of the program named Jocko. He's been associated with the Warriors forever. When Chappelle wants tickets to the Warriors, he would reach out to Jocko, and Jocko would set him up, and I've gotten to know him over the years. And one day he's like, hey, Chappelle's down here in the whatever BMW club or whatever it was over in the East Bay. And so I happen to be in there, and Jocko gives me the look, and he goes, come over here. I go over there, and I go to meet Chappelle. And as I'm walking over, all I'm thinking to myself is, don't try to run material.
Don't.
Shake the man's hand.
Yeah, and keep
tell
it
him you're a
pushing.
big fan.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Don't give him your 2 best jokes. So I walk over there, and I'm like, he's like, hey, Dave, this is my friend Dibs, or whatever. Dave's like, hey, what's going on? Dave, how you doing? Big fan. Nice to meet you. And like 4 jokes immediately popped in my head. Didn't say a thing.
Oh.
Shook the man's hand. Went about my business.
Wow. Now that you say it, I kind of feel like I wish you would have.
On the other side, I will tell you my brush with fame that went the other way. The most embarrassing moment of my life. That's coming up on Willard and Dibs. Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Thanks.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than 11 cable.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just too much fun, quite frankly. Too much fun with Alan Stiles. It's Willard and Dibs here on a holiday, quote-unquote, Monday. It's not a day off, not a company holiday, but everybody took the day off from me, Alan. I'm in the lab.
In the lab, working on material. That's what you got to do.
And I'm enjoying it. And honestly, once they said you were in, I felt much better about the fact that I was the only one working among the regs. And we had Devone and Sterling, and this morning was Spadoni and Evan. Is that right?
Yes.
Your roomie, Grandy's roomie, getting the call, which is always fun.
Shout out to everybody that came out and got their work in today. And look, this is my Willard and Dibs debut, so I'm very excited to be here. The text line, the YouTube chat have been great, so it's been great to spend this time with you as well. We've done some crosstalk things together, but never a full show, so crossing on off the bucket list.
My failed brush with fame up in moments, and I do want to have you hear the story because I think you'll love it, but from the 510, hey Dibs, my brush with fame was early one Sunday morning at Chuck Carica Golf Complex, which... shout out Alameda. Carica's in Alameda.
That's right.
And Dibs and Steiny were there. And I mentioned to Dibs, I thought Steiny would be taller. Then Dibs tells Steiny, and Steiny proceeds to just melt down. So that's from the 510. So there you go. You figure, because Steiny was, you were a great D1 college athlete. He was all decade.
Yeah.
D3
I know. I heard
on his
Steiny
team.
he could cook you.
I never saw it.
Yeah, I never saw it, but I heard Steiny could do some things on the basketball.
Don't kid yourself. Matt Simons is a quality basketball player.
It's one of my favorite Fitz drops of all time. Quality. He's having a hard time getting through it, but Fitz got through it. I used to work at Ross School up in Marin. It's a K-8 school. I was a PE aide. I was about 28 years old, trying to still make it in broadcasting. I was a man between college. I hadn't finished college. I was kind of a dropout. I was figuring things out. Whatever. In college, I was an ultimate Frisbee player. I'm very skilled when it comes to throwing the Frisbee.
That tracks.
Forehand, backhand, overhand, scuba. I can throw them all. So I was out there playing Frisbee with the kids at lunch. At the time, Robin Williams was filming a movie at our school. It was a movie called Jack, which was the story of a young man who matured beyond his years. Robin Williams played like a 15-year-old, even though he was like a grown-up. And so they were filming it at our school. Robin Williams is always one of my heroes.
Right.
I think he is one of the funniest people ever. Robin Williams, rest in peace. He's from my generation. I see Robin Williams walking across our grass field. It's a lunch break for him, and I got a Frisbee in my hand, so I say, hey, Robin. And he turns to me, and I give him the gesture, the nonverbal gesture, like, how about, let's have a catch, Robin. Let's have a catch. And I gesture to him with the Frisbee. And he stops in his tracks and basically nonverbally says, go ahead and throw it to me. I rear back, and I'm going to throw him this nice, easy, swooping, bendable. I throw this Frisbee, and it catches a little gust, turns the wrong way, hits on the blacktop, and now it's rolling. And it's rolling. And it rolls, and it goes underneath one of these giant 18-wheel semi-trucks. Robin Williams sees all this happen, and he's like, oh, my God. And I could see him. He's not happy about it. He walks over. Now he's on hands and knees.
Getting it?
Crawling underneath this semi-truck. He gets the Frisbee, and he looks at me, and he rears back, and he just whips it at me. And before it's even out of his hand, he is gone.
Wow.
Long gone.
That.
And I'm like, the Frisbee hits me directly in the chest. Like, this is how you throw a Frisbee, moron.
Wow.
My big moment to have a catch with Robin.
That's nuts.
I don't know. Maybe I thought that I'd throw it to him. He'd throw it back, and we'd do it like a couple, two
You
or
got
three.
tight. You
back
got
and
tight.
forth. I thought that maybe we were going to have a moment. I got so tight.
That can't happen.
Not only did I get tight, but the man is on all fours.
Yeah, he's got, asphalt stains. on his
rocks in his hand. Who
Come
knows?
on, man. He might cut his hand open.
Dude, so embarrassing.
And then you just got to pack that up, man. You can't. What did you play after that? You got to go home.
No, that was it. I was yard dutying at lunch recess. So, what do you do at that point? My hero. He broke me off, just a perfect snap throw right to me, too. It was like...
You could have really had a good catch with him, too.
Maybe even if it was just a one throw back and forth, it would have been like, you know what? I played Frisbee with Robin Blinken Williams today.
Right.
Would have been special.
Right.
Blew it.
Wow.
I locked up, Alan.
You did. And
choke job.
you got to go back, and that's something where you can't, you feel like you could have had some better takes on the radio. You come back the next day, you get after it. You can't get after this one again. It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
And, I saw him on and around the campus for the next week or two,
no.
and I couldn't even bring myself to make eye contact.
I need this redo. I need it. That'd be.
I can't ask
that'd be
for
a great
redux.
bit. That'd be a great bit. I need this redo right here. I had one thing that happened with me is I had a buddy of mine whose dad coached with the Wizards, right? And I had a really big coming of age birthday party when I was 13. He couldn't make it, so he said, "Hey, can't make the party, but you want to come to when the Wizards play the Warriors? My dad will be back there." This is when Michael Jordan was still with the Wizards. So I go back. I got a Wizards hat signed by Michael Jordan, and this goes out to
big time
the YouTube chat and the Comcast Business text line because I don't do cards or signatures, anything like that. But I kind of know the answer. I get my hat signed after the game by Michael Jordan, Jerry Stackhouse, and Patrick Ewing. And my question is, did the hat actually lose value because of the other signatures? But I couldn't stop and say, I just want Michael, which Patrick Ewing is